In the dark lands, through the dark night, the sounds of battle cut through and bright flashes are visible. A beam of light, in the form of an arrow, pierces through the huge red-eyed monster, drawing its line through its eye. As it dies, the monster screams in anger and pain, expecting the decisive blow from behind. And then, behind him, a warrior with a bow appears, who will end this battle in the next few seconds. The warrior is completely confident in his strength, and he understands that he is no match for the enemy, which is why only calmness can be seen on his face. One melee strike from an archer slams the monster into the ground, sending dust and rocks flying in all directions. After the battle, the hero, instead of the seemingly expected fatigue, feels a pleasant surge of strength. The archer smiles triumphantly and calm. His name is Ian, and he is a level 93 player. The game tells him that he has killed the ogre, and that this has given him almost 6,000 experience points. Jan decides to get about 100,000 gold and only then go on a break. He concentrates because he understands that he still has a lot of work to do to reach his goal. John raises his head up because there is another serious enemy in the fog. He should not be distracted. The fog of battle begins to clear, and the outlines of the enemy are already visible, walking towards the hero. The creature has 2 heads, one of which has horns, and accordingly, 4 brightly shining red eyes. The 2-headed monster, holding a club in his right hand, is many times larger than the archer, and feeling his advantage, laughs. Jan didn't expect to run into such a dangerous enemy so soon, but there was no time to think about it. A huge club is already rushing towards him, cutting through the air around him with a deadly swing. The monster misses, because the archer's agility is at a high level. Fortunately for the second, because a direct hit from such a blow would turn him into dust. The young man even had to use his acceleration ability in addition to his agility. The game notifies him that the speed-up ability will be active for another minute, and time is running out. The huge monster with a club and the dexterous archer continue their deadly dance, and the guy understands that he needs to win before the acceleration effect ends. For a second, Jan stops and checks the items in his inventory, because all this can't go on for long. The enemy is getting closer and closer, and this reduction in distance is emphasized by the roar of the monster's steps. The guy understands that he has only 1 trap left, but he has no other choice. He calls the enemy, the monster makes a jump to kill the guy, and he in turn waits because he needs to choose the time with millisecond precision. And now, the moment of truth, he is a second away from death. The weapon of the alleged murder is a meter away from him. The jump, the place where he had just been, turns into a pile of stones flying in all directions. The trap left by the guy glows with a bright blue light, sending out electric discharges in all directions. The enemy is caught. The game notifies that the target is stunned for 5 seconds and will be vulnerable, and the archer draws an arrow for the final shot. Ian takes deadly aim to finish off his opponent. It activates 3 abilities at once to improve accuracy, focus, and increase critical damage. The archer relaxes the fingers of his right hand, and the bowstring returns to its normal position, releasing the arrow. All or nothing, this shot would end the battle that lasted only 1 minute, although it felt longer. The arrow flies through the monster, leaving behind a blue beam with rings that enters the victim's stomach and exits his back. A powerful explosion shakes everything around for miles, and then silence. The game notifies the hero that he has defeated the 2-headed ogre and received almost 100,000 experience points. The archer approaches the body of the dead ogre to see what items he has dropped. He receives the ogre warrior's pauldrons and boots, which surprises him because even getting 1 item from this set is rare, and he can sell them for at least 5 million won. And his surprise doesn't end there, because these are not all the items that fell to him. The last prize shines on the guy with its bright light, and he begins to understand what kind of prize he received. Ian feels both shock and ecstasy at the same time, as he has received the rarest Milan crystal. Kalen is the best VR game in the world, which was released 6 months ago and is played by more than 10 million players. The guy bought a VR capsule for the game for 10 million won, using the money for his studies and savings from his part-time job. Nobody appreciated this act. Everyone told him that he was crazy, but he did what he thought was right. He started playing the game 2 months after its release and leveled up his in-game character in Archer in just 4 months. Hunting monsters as an archer earns him around 200,000 won per hour, and he has already earned several million by playing this game. The only thing that bothered him was that the game would soon receive a major update that would include a new region and classes, such as the Summoner, who summons creatures, or a dark sorcerer who raises the dead from their silent graves to use in battle. And also the stealth assassin class, so the players were very happy with such innovations. But in all this, there was one small problem that tormented a couple of good friends. A friend of the archer says that in order to start playing as a new class, you need to delete your old character, and that would be too stressful. Jan suggests going hunting and collecting items in the new region when it comes out, and maybe even earning money to pay for tuition. He is a little upset that he found this crystal only now, because it would be very upsetting for him to delete his character after so many achievements. It is very difficult for the guy to dare to take such a fateful step, but interest gets the better of him. His friend is shocked by such a decision of the archer, who has as much as 93 levels. The shocked guy tries to convince his partner because his archer is one of the best among all the players. Ian tells his friend that he knows all this, but he wants to unlock the first hidden class among the new classes and can't just throw away the crystal. They discuss the details of some of the hidden classes that have already been revealed, recalling a player from their guild who is a sniper. The guy asks John if he thinks the sniper is better than his archer. Yen, having analyzed the sniper's stats, replies that, given his low rate of fire, it will be difficult for such a class to fight against a large crowd of opponents. To which the friend triumphantly says that the point is that the hidden class will not necessarily be stronger. Jan knows this, and his friend increasingly doesn't understand why he needs to start everything from scratch. Archer Yang, with a smile on his face, softly addresses his friend, whose name is Yu Hyun. Yu Hyun waits with a look of incomprehension on his face to hear what his partner will say, what argument he will use. And he asks Yu Hyun an unexpected question, namely, why is he playing the game at all? Such an unpredictable question confuses the guy a little, and he has to think a little to give an answer. He replies that it's fun, and his friend approvingly says that this is the most important thing. The game should be played simply for fun, and he thinks that playing as a new class will be a lot of fun. Yu Hyun, still not fully understanding his partner, says that he still won't stop him. Finally, he teases his friend a little, wishing him luck and telling him to try hard. The archer, who will soon begin his journey from the very beginning, raises his thumb affirmatively. A large city with high white walls under the blue sky of the virtual world is illuminated by the rays of the sun. On one of the streets sits an elderly man selling a variety of items for players. John approaches him, and the merchant immediately understands that his pockets will soon be filled with gold. The grandfather, with a kind smile on his face, asks the archer what goods he is interested in. The brave archer immediately answers the merchant that he is looking for a potion of rebirth. Suddenly, the grandfather's kind smile takes on a dark tinge, and he tells the boy that he has come to the right place. He instantly takes out the necessary bottle with a blood-red potion that the young man needs so much. Ian quickly takes the potion he was looking for and had already begun to prepare himself for the upcoming reset. But unexpectedly, the old merchant grabs the archer by the hand with which he took the bottle, to which the archer asks what is wrong. The grandfather ominously asks the boy if he realizes that once the potion is drunk, the boy will lose all his accumulated power and it will be impossible to get it back. Jan looks at his grandfather with a smile and replies that this is exactly why he is going to drink it. Deep in the night, under the moonlight, a level 93 archer reflects on the fact that he bought the most expensive rebirth potion. Sitting on the edge of a high cliff, he hopes that his performance after reincarnation will be better. The game once again reminds the player that after consuming this potion, brewed by ancient alchemists, the character will be completely reset. Looking at the bottle with anticipation, he thought that he could make even more money with his new class. The guy opens the bottle and drinks the potion of rebirth, which is also emphasized by the notification from the game. Ian immediately begins to feel the changes, and the game confirms that the level and attributes have been reset. The Trambon City Training Center is home to a large number of future warriors. One of the trainers, who is watching the students, looks at one particular person in shock. He pumps up his agility, survivability, and intelligence at an incredible speed, and this man's name is Yang. Everyone around is amazed with great delight and a little envy at Yan's tenacity, who trains for many days without rest. He's not wasting any time, because tomorrow the long-awaited game update is finally coming out. The training center is filled with a blinding purple light, a testament to Ian's tenacity. The next day, Ian logs into the game after the VR goggles scan his retina for admission to Kylan. He appears out of thin air on a city street in the middle of most other players, with his goal in mind. Inspired by this day, he thinks that he needs to find a summoner's guild first. After walking around the city for a while, he finally finds a small house with sharp roof angles, which is the guild building. A new candidate for the Summoners Guild opens the door slightly and, looking inside, asks if there is anyone else here. He walks further. Chandeliers with lights hang from the ceiling. To his left, there is an empty table with benches, next to which there is a fireplace. John happily thinks that since there is no one here, he will be the first member of the guild. He climbs the wooden stairs, which make each step sound like a quiet creak. And so he enters the Summoner Class Change Center, and opposite him, at the table, he sees the guildmaster named Kane. Getting straight to the point, Ian tells the guildmaster that he has come to change his class to a summoner. The master thoughtfully answers the young man that the path of a summoner is not so simple, and not everyone is given the ability to control furious monsters. Ian says he understands this, but at the same time he believes that this class should be as strong as it is difficult to master. Kane confirms this and agrees to give the boy a chance to enter the Summoners Guild, considering him a good candidate. But still, the master asks again if he really wants to change his class to a summoner, but Ian is sure and he answers in the affirmative. An archer who is ready to become a summoner gives the guild master the Mulan crystal. Kane, not expecting this, looks at the crystal left by the hero of the continent, Mulan, not believing his eyes. The young man is very glad that the master knows about this thing, and the master admits that the guy will turn out to be an even more interesting candidate than he thought. Already believing that the job is in the bag, the guy waits for the master to give him a hidden class. However, the master asks for a favor, but the young man is ready to do anything to finally get the long-awaited class. Kane tells that a blue-eyed wolf recently appeared in the removed plains, and his son himself recently changed his class to a summoner and said that he wants to make this wolf his familiar. The master's next words shock the boy, because he wanted the young man to catch the wolf himself. Ian is confused. He remembers that the blue-eyed wolf is a rather rare monster with a level above 40 and does not understand why such a serious opponent is involved in the quest to change the class of a level 10 player. The master makes excuses that he is too busy with his duties and cannot go himself, and his son is too weak to tame such a monster. So he gives the task to Ian and 5 magical binding scrolls to help. Trying to calm the guy down a little, Master Kane says that the wolf that appeared there is still young and should not be too strong. The former archer carefully studies all the information given on this task. And then he notices that, as a reward, he will receive not just a summoner class, but a hidden monster tamer class. Inspired again, Jan promises to bring the blue-eyed wolf at any cost. Guildmaster Kane only thanks and hopes that the young man will return with good news. The master also specifies that if the guy suddenly fails, he can come back and the master will give him help, which makes the guy understand that the quest will not be lost if he fails at once. With confidence on his face, Ian turns around and leaves to begin the quest immediately. Later, when he came to the removed plains, Jan recalls that the monsters there are on average level 10. He believes that even if it is a blue-eyed wolf, it shouldn't be too strong since he is young. And even though the guy is only level 10 now, his attributes are closer to level 30 players. Jan is actively exploring the area on the run and looking for his target in order to finally get down to the main work. Finally, he finds a blue-eyed wolf sitting on top of a small rock, unaware of what will happen next. Although the search was over, the boy was surprised that the wolf was level 20, and although Jan's attributes were quite high, he did not expect that the enemy would be 10 levels ahead of him. Summoning his bow, he wonders if hidden class quests are always this difficult, but he is relieved that at least he won't kill the wolf in one hit, as he might have if it were level 10. The blue-eyed wolf begins to suspect something is wrong only when Jan is already pulling the bowstring to take a shot. An arrow with a glittering metal tip cuts through the air and reduces the distance to the wolf with great speed. It hits the wolf in the side, and he makes a short, wheezing sound from the sudden, sharp pain. The wolf's blue eyes fill with rage, and he begins to growl menacingly, hinting to the archer that the wolf will not give up without a fight. The very next second, the wolf, with the arrow still sticking out of him, rushes toward Jan to tear him to shreds. The archer hesitates because he is afraid that the wolf might die from another shot from the bow. The wolf is already a meter away from Jan's throat, but the guy is still thinking about how to capture the wolf without killing it. And instead of an arrow, suddenly a fist in a red glove flies towards the blue-eyed wolf. The wolf did not expect such a turn of events, and therefore, instead of sinking his fangs into the boy, the wolf receives a blow to the face. All the threat and rage of the wolf quickly turned into something like disappointment and resentment. And now John, looking even scarier than the wolf a minute ago, declares that he will fight the furry one hand to hand. The game reminds you that the monster's health must drop to a certain level in order to bind it, so Ian begins to beat up the poor beast. The wolf is already knocked out, and the beast hunter tries to use the tie-up, but the game announces that the tie-up was unsuccessful. John is sure that the wolf will die if he hits him again and thinks about how to proceed. The solution is found quickly, and Jan starts stuffing food into the wolf to heal him a little. And then, with a killer's look, he says it's time to get back to the beating, and the unfortunate canine, in horror, doesn't understand what's happening. The blue-eyed wolf, who had recently been a terrible predator, became the victim of an archer and felt despair. All this mockery continued for some time, echoing through the valley like a one-sided battle. Once again, Yang uses the scroll of binding to finally put an end to this act of cruelty. After being beaten and treated several times, the blue-eyed wolf was eventually tied up, as confirmed by the game's notification. Pleased with his easy victory, Ian holds up the scroll with the captured creature and notes that beating it always works. Guild candidate, worried that he has spent quite a lot of time and probably many users have already changed their class to summoner. Ian returns to the guild, and Guildmaster Kane, not expecting success, greets him with reassuring words about how difficult the task was. The young man confirms that indeed the blue-eyed wolf turned out to be quite a stubborn opponent, and immediately he takes out a scroll with a wolf sealed in it and triumphantly declares that he has tamed and captured it. Master Kane is shocked by this news, and the young man does not understand the reason for his violent reaction. The master is still in shock, because he knows that the first quest of the monster tamer must be failed, and this guy managed to complete it. A little embarrassed, Ian asks if he can finally become a monster tamer, but the master tells him that this class is not suitable for him. Jan, perplexed, asks the guildmaster again, because he does not understand what exactly he means. Kane seems to shoot out words suggesting that Ian follow the path of a master instead of a regular monster tamer. From what he heard, Jan's eyes lit up with a flame of interest, and he understood what all the efforts were for. He was surprised by this turn of events, because he had never heard of a class change quest being so rigged. The game waits for his response as he muses that a taming master is probably significantly higher level than a regular monster tamer. John, of course, agrees. Everything around him is filled with bright light, and he instantly receives new attributes, skill, reputation points, and, in addition, a notification that he has become the first master of taming. A purple light engulfed the entire guild building, signifying that the first player had become a taming master. Pleased with himself, the former archer, now the master of taming Yang, smiled and enjoyed his new title. As a summoner class player, the first thing he is going to do is tame a summoned beast. He remembered the trailer that came out before the update and thought that he could tame the blood wolf as shown there. Ian has set himself a serious goal, a task that is difficult to achieve. He must become the first among all in the game of Kalen. The sun was hot in the valley, and the horizon of dark brown earth flowed into a cloudy blue sky. Jan came to the valley again, but now in search of a new goal. But here an unpleasant surprise awaited him, which was reflected in the expression on his face. Here in battle readiness stood a large group of motley players of the summoner class, who were already trying to capture the blood wolf. The guy was a little disappointed that the others were quicker than him, but he decided to wait a little and see how things went for them. A group of players standing in front of the rest of the crowd activated their skills and began to fight the blood wolf. The blood wolf quickly took a lot of damage in this unequal fight and growled in pain. At that moment, one of the warriors in that group shouted that the wolf's health was almost at zero, and another shouted to his comrades that it was time to seal him. One of the magicians stood right in front of the wolf and opened a scroll to capture the monster that everyone desired so much. The wolf was surrounded by a magic ring. It seemed that they had succeeded and would soon be able to celebrate victory. However, the blood wolf is not so simple. He gathered all his strength in order to avoid imprisonment and waited for the moment. The group of warriors were stunned when their prey suddenly shot upward in one swift leap and escaped capture in the tight scroll. The wolf tried to run away, but the 5 warriors did not want to let him go and were preparing to chase after him. The rest of the people, who served here as spectators at most, looked at all of this with disappointment, and Yang was glad that he had managed to observe them, because it meant that now he understood a little better that capturing a high-ranking monster would be difficult. He also noticed that it takes quite a long time to find such rare creatures, So he decided to begin with to catch any monster he came across. The sun was shining brightly on the valley, causing everything that was there to cast a long shadow. Jan was curious to see how many wolves he could capture with his leadership stat. While going around another rock, he came across a whole pack of wolves, which of course was to his advantage. In order not to miss his chance, the young master summoner already held the bow in his hands and pulled the bowstring, ready to catch wolves by the dozens. Time passed and the sun with each minute changed its position in the sky, sometimes hiding behind the clouds. And now, one defeated wolf lies on the ground on which a magic circle is visible and is preparing to be sealed. Satisfied, Jan confirmed to himself with words that the first wolf had been caught, and the game's notification confirmed the same to him. He opened an information window where all the characteristics and features of the captured creature were written down. He was especially interested in the fact that the creatures turned out to have a personality indicator, and he caught a timid wolf. Having finished examining the information, Jan is going to continue catching wolves, and one of them is already approaching. While the next battle was going on, the sun was already setting behind the horizon and blurring the outlines of all the rocks, mountains, and other terrain in the valley. Having caught the second creature, the guy decided to look up information about this wolf to find out what the differences would be. This time, he was a little surprised because there were quite a lot of differences from the previous wolf. The wolf had a different personality type. With the same level, his attributes were significantly higher, and also he had a different name. What interested the young summoner most was that monsters of the same type and level could have different attributes. Seeing an even larger group of wolves, he set himself the goal of catching them all in order to find the wolf with the highest score. He decided to devote the whole day to this matter and gather the best of the best from among those he could find. The task is laborious, but he cannot afford to fall behind the other players, so after drawing the next arrow, he continued to look for targets to catch. After a series of successful captures, Jan's attraction attribute was increased, although it was starting to tire him out a little. Well, since he has already set a goal for himself, he is not going to stop, and as a reward for capturing a large number of wolves, Jan receives the title of Wolf Specialist. The game informs him that thanks to this title, he will now be able to identify the strongest wolves without capturing them, which cannot but please the summoner. Ian is outraged that the developers couldn't do this for all monsters, although he understands that this is asking too much. Anyway, it's time to try out this new ability. He concentrates before casting a spell that should make his task easier. The analysis spell begins to work. A magic circle appears around his eye, and he can now see things he couldn't see before. Above the heads of the wolves, you can now see their level, which means that Jan no longer has to catch everyone in a row and can choose the best ones. And then he notices a special level 11 wolf who stands proudly among the pack and sparkles with his red eyes, suspecting nothing. Their eyes meet. A spark passes between them, but not in a positive sense of the word, because at the moment, their goals are clearly different. The chosen wolf, like all the others, is not going to become the summoner's pet so easily and prepare for the upcoming battle. Yana doesn't care at all after so many successful captures, because he knows that this wolf can't do anything that the others couldn't. The wolf furiously rushes at his opponent, and the guy in turn, having already played out this scenario many times, just waits calmly. He can't help but smile at the prospect of an easy victory in battle and another successful capture of another wolf. Unfortunately for the wolf, the battle ends very quickly and now he lies defeated, like everyone before him, waiting to be captured. Yen opens the scroll, a magic circle appears over the defeated wolf, and the winner gleefully notes that now the wolf knows its place. The summoner is delighted because the wolf he caught is level 11, but its attributes are higher than those of level 13 wolves, and in addition, it can evolve. The guy decides to focus on training this particular wolf and brushes off the rest of the pack, to which they run away disappointed or maybe relieved. Despite the recent battle, Ian sits down next to the wolf in a friendly manner and gives him the name he will now bear. Upon hearing his new name, the wolf's face breaks into a smile. He likes this name, which is confirmed by the game's notification. The game also informs the guy that his closeness with the wolf has increased and the loyalty indicator has been increased by 5. He is pleasantly surprised that such an attribute exists. Giant is eager to fight, and his new pet supports this mood, and now the pair are off hunting as if they had been working together for a long time. Meanwhile, in the real world, Yu Hyun is disappointed that their Lotus guild has become much weaker since Jin Sung, which is Yang's real name, left. He's worried about how his friend is doing, when he'll return, and if this summoner class is really good in combat. Yu Hyun decides to look at other players' reviews of the summoner class, where he comes across many not very happy comments. He opens one of the reviews to read in more detail, still worried about whether his friend made the right move. There, one of the summoners says that he switched to this class since the servers launched, and it's fun to play for him. But there is a drawback: experience accumulates very slowly because it is shared with summoned creatures. Yu Hyun thinks that it is natural for there to be so many complaints at the beginning, but it still seems rather sad, and the transition to this class seems unjustified to him. After reading the comments, he agrees that leveling up will be very slow at first due to the experience sharing mechanic. He is worried that it might take his friend too long to reach level 20 and join the guild. Meanwhile in Kailan, the sounds of endless battles do not subside, because one of the players is not going to stop until he achieves his goal. Chin Sun, aka Yang, and his loyal wolf continue to hunt down and neutralize targets until the game finally tells him that he has reached level 20. Yin orders Lu, the name he gave his wolf, not to attack first, but to make his attack after his arrow hits. Activating the Wind Blessing skill, he increased his agility by 37% and fired the arrow with precision. The arrow hits its target, which this time is the red fox, and Lu is already preparing to attack as planned. Having waited for the right time, the wolf furiously rushes towards its target, its red eyes flashing angrily and its toothy mouth open. Before the red fox could recover from the archer's first blow, he was unable to avoid the wolf's subsequent attack. Loyal wolf Lu has already run up close to his target, and now the fox can see the sharpest teeth in his even wider open mouth. The fox takes massive damage from the wolf's vicious bite and feels a terrible, sharp pain, causing it to let out a quiet squeal. But the red fox, like the wolves, does not plan to lose so easily. She dodges and attempts to strike back at Lu. The wolf is prepared for such a turn of events and waits, analyzing the further actions of his opponent. The wolf and fox rush towards each other, ready for another round of close combat, while Yang runs closer, ready to help his familiar. The wolf's owner is surprised that his pet's level and attributes are lower than the red fox's, but he attacks her without fear. Thinking that this is due to his personality stat, Yang encourages his wolf and draws the next arrow. The wolf, feeling support in the words of his master, attacks the fox with even greater fury and courage. Lu knocks his opponent down, giving his master a chance to get a clean shot right into the red fox's chest. Yen and Lu stand victorious over the fallen fox, and the game notifies them that they have each received 265 experience points. Noticing this, the guy understands that the experience gained is divided equally between them, which means that the wolf needs to be pumped up to at least level 15. Deciding not to waste time, the summoner activates the novice training ability, and Lu's comprehension stat improves for 10 minutes. Ian throws a stick as if he were training a normal dog, and his potential improves with each training session and is already at the level of 65. Ian activates first aid to heal his pet, and Lu gains 45 health points. Lu feels a surge of power, a bright light appears around him, and his owner witnesses his pet reach level 15. As the level increases, the wolf becomes larger, which cannot but please Ian, although he is a little disappointed that they are leveling up slower than he expected. He understands that this is because the experience is divided equally between them, but he has a lot of fun training with his wolf. The summoner pets his pet, knowing that it becomes much stronger with each level up, and the wolf's tongue hangs out in happiness. Realizing it's time to up the difficulty level of their goals, Ian suggests going bear hunting to gain even more experience. Lu growled in approval, and his master said that they could now move on to the next hunting location. A daring duo, hungry for new achievements, rises on a bridge under which a group of bears roam. The giant bears will be more challenging opponents, as they live in a higher level location. Thanks to the mastery upgrade, Ian's initial summon is upgraded to level 2, giving him 3 skill points and new abilities he can't wait to try out. First, he analyzes the Berserker Warrior's Blessing ability, which is cast on the caster and his comrades, increasing attack power. The second ability, Novice Tactics, increases the leadership and taming attributes, and also increases the pet's understanding of orders. Jan decides that perhaps he can capture the bear, and is curious if there is a creature out there that is stronger than his wolf. The summoner quickly copes with the task, and is already capturing the first bear he comes across. The takeover worked, and Ian realizes that his lead has indeed increased significantly thanks to the ability of the newbie tactics. He decides to compare the attributes of the captured bear with Lu's indicators, but here he is in for an unpleasant surprise. The level 38 bear, who should have been much stronger than the wolf, looked very weak compared to Lu. Yin remembers that Lu can evolve. He wonders when this will happen, and for now, he releases the captured bear. After asking his pet if he had a good rest, Ian announces that it is time to continue accumulating points to level up. Yang activates the Wind Blessing, Berserker Warrior Blessing abilities, and they rush towards the next enemy at lightning speed. Spotting the next bear, Jan orders his wolf to attract the attention of the new potential pet. The bear is unhappy with this arrangement and already attacks the wolf when the latter is just approaching the intended target and trying to strike the first blow. The bear fails to land a preemptive strike, and Lu sinks his sharp fangs into his opponent's neck. The bear begins to fight back in rage. The wolf jumps away from him, opening a wound where his teeth had just been. The bear's clumsiness played a cruel joke on him, and Lu strikes every second from different sides, disorienting his enemy. The enraged bear strikes again, which misses the agile wolf, and Yan orders his familiar to continue in the same spirit. The summoner realizes the full usefulness of his newfound skill, because Lu now perfectly understands what is required of him, and Yang covers for him. Lu delivers the finishing blow, jumping right behind his opponent, and the exhausted bear lets out one last roar before falling. The bear begins to evaporate, while Yan stands proudly above him with his faithful wolf assistant. The summoner rejoices with joy as his dear pet has grown to level 19. Jan continues to praise his wolf, and the wolf howls joyfully in gratitude to its owner. The guy finally tells the wolf to continue growing and notes that soon he will be the strongest and will have no equal. However, Ian realizes that they are leveling up too slowly and will need to take quests when he reaches level 20. For today, the young master of Taming decides to call it a day, and leaving the game, says that the life of a serious player requires careful planning. In the real world, it was already night and above Chin-sun's house. Bright stars cut through the darkness of the black sky. After a long game, the guy takes a shower and, drying his head, decides to check the forum before going to bed. With a self-confident smile on his face, he is sure that there are probably all sorts of losers there who do nothing but complain. Sitting down at the table, he sees that what is happening on the forum is approximately what Chin-sun had assumed just a minute ago. People complain that the leveling is too slow and the summons are too weak, which Chin-sun basically agrees with, but he thinks that players whine too much. Realizing that a summoner's skills only noticeably improve at level 15, he wants to find feedback from people who have reached that level. Not finding a single such player, he is very surprised, because he himself has already reached level 20 and hoped that there should already be many players above 15. He finds one guy who is level 13 and finds out that he also has the abilities of capture, wind blessing, and first aid. However, he then notices that this player also has a possession ability that Jin-sun has not yet received. This player writes that the ability is very useful because when it is activated, the experience is not divided and the leveling goes much faster. But Jin-sun is not impressed by this ability because when absorbing a pet that could fight on its own, even the attributes are not fully transferred, so he decides that he does not need this ability. Thinking again about what he just learned, Jin-sun comes to the conclusion that the abilities of normal summoners are different from his skills, which makes the guy ask an interesting question. What kind of ability should he have that none of them have? At the very least, he remembers that he has a newbie training ability that he hasn't seen in other players. Chin-sun wasn't able to find much information, but he can already draw some conclusions and understand how to proceed. His Master Tamed class has less combat abilities, but he has an easier time leveling up his pet, which means he's moving in the right direction. Getting up from his chair, the guy decides next time to try to capture a monster of a rare or unique class. The table clock in Chin-sun's room quietly changed numbers and showed that it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. The lid of the VR capsule breaks the silence of the night and closes with a determined player inside. Chin-sun sets himself a new goal, namely to level up his wolf Lu to level 20 before the sun rises. He enters the game just like last time, appearing out of thin air and finding himself in the middle of a forest filled with huge oak trees. Without wasting a single second, he calls his faithful assistant and prepares to set off on his journey with him. Quickly finding a new target, the boy activates the abilities of the Berserker Warrior Blessing, as well as the training of a beginner, and attacks. In addition to these abilities, while Lu is rushing towards another bear, Qin's son, aka Yang, activates a vulnerability scan. Immediately after this, he shoots an arrow straight into the bear's chest, thus preparing an attack by his familiar. The wolf, acting according to a well-established pattern, is already jumping on the wounded opponent, ready to sink his sharp teeth into him. As planned, Lu achieves his goal and bites the bear in the neck, which becomes the second and final blow. The game notifies them that they have received 545 experience points, while the defeated moon bear evaporates behind Lu. Ian is pleasantly surprised that the speed of accumulation of points is much higher than before, because he could not hunt for an archer here until reaching level 35. Without changing their well-working strategy, they continued to defeat the bears one after another. Both the wolf and his master quickly gained strength with each subsequent defeated enemy. This matter had already become routine, when suddenly Yan noticed a goal more interesting than the previous ones. In the middle of the earthen clearing, 5 more bears are visible, but one of them looks much larger than the others. This really interested the guy, and he immediately activated the ability to analyze to find out the characteristics of this giant. It turns out that this is a coal-black moon bear, which is a unique monster and therefore a worthy target. Kneeling down, Ian analyzes the situation and wonders if he can capture such a powerful creature. Ian is disappointed that his leadership is still not enough to catch this bear, as indicated by a notification from the game. Despite this, he does not intend to retreat and prepares the next attack, making a sharp jump upward. While still in the air, he thinks about how he will need to buy more magical binding scrolls when he gets to the city. Before landing on the ground, Yang, in the old-fashioned way, makes the first strike by releasing the arrow with a precise shot from the bow. The arrow hits the huge bear in the chest as Lu, as always, waits for his moment to attack. When the time comes, the wolf, with his usual fury and confidence, leaps upon his enemy, baring his knife-sharp teeth. This bear is much stronger than the previous ones. He will fight even more fiercely, so the guy and his wolf will have to try even harder. Yan is completely calm, because now Lu fights almost as well as he does, which means that level 38 monsters are no longer a problem. Trying to hit the wolf, the coal-black moon bear throws chunks of earth in all directions with its blows. Lu, having already studied the bear's attacks, easily dodges them all and prepares his next attack on the enemy. The experienced wolf, for the last time, sinks his fangs into the neck of a huge bear and finally ends this battle, which is confirmed by the game. Having received over 1,000 experience points, the wolf Lu reaches level 20, which makes his owner incredibly happy. As the defeated bear evaporates, Ian explains to his pet that the full capabilities of the game are unlocked after reaching level 20. Now they will be able to register in a guild, go to dungeons, complete imperial quests, and so on. The young summoner examines the items he received, namely the moon bear meat, the bear hunter's warhammer, and the jet black necklace. The last item, a necklace, surprises the boy, as he has never received a similar prize before today. In order to properly evaluate this item, he decides to use the identification scroll and learn the characteristics of the necklace. After looking through the information, he remembers that he used to have a nice necklace from an auction, but this is much better. Having received good items, he began to evaluate Lu's attributes. The wolf's attack increased by 4 and defense by 2. However, at the same time, he notices that the monsters become significantly stronger as they level up, which is a bit strange. Ian realizes that there is no pattern to the growth rate and worries that the developers might have made it random. The guy sits thoughtfully, realizing that he absolutely needs to figure out how it works, while his wolf sits down next to him with a satisfied muzzle. And then it dawned on Yan. He quickly solved this tricky riddle, and it was all about the potential indicator. The whole secret is in this attribute, and training a beginner increases the potential of the summon wolf. The young summoner understands that the beginner's training ability is unbalanced, because every time the potential increases by 10, the growth rate of attributes increases. Ian was right that the hidden class has unique abilities, and he sums it up by saying that each monster has a potential attribute, and it determines how fast their attributes grow as they level up. This means that the monster class itself is raised by the potential, and the ability of the beginner's training raises it. He decides to spend all his skill points on training, thereby increasing it to level 5, and this ability turns into medium training. Ian is very glad that he didn't think to spend skill points on capturing that bear, and Lu's potential is already approaching 100. A notification from the game reminds the player, who has forgotten about time, that he has already spent almost an hour hunting bears. Before leaving the game, Ian, stroking his familiar, says one last thing that they need to try to gain experience faster. In the real world, Jin Sung prepared himself a light snack and thought that if he had been as diligent in his studies, he would have already been a doctor or a lawyer. But staring at the monitor, he tells himself that there is no point in even thinking about it at the moment. While browsing the forum once again, he stumbles upon a fresh video of a Dark Sorcerer class player and immediately plays it. The video shows a gloomy man in a hood illuminated by a purple magic circle, with armed skeletons summoned by him walking ahead. Jinsun is sure that no one should call him, but his viewing of the video is interrupted by an unexpected phone call. Picking up his smartphone, he sees that to top it all off, an unknown number is calling him, so he hesitates to answer. Eventually, he picks up the phone, and a female voice on the other end tells him that she is looking for Mr. Chin Sung. Jin Sun confirms that she did not dial the wrong number, and the girl introduces herself. Her name is Lee Ji-hyun. She is a teaching assistant in the virtual reality department of a Korean university. A guy greets a girl, and she, in turn, asks if the young man knows Professor Lee Jin-wook. Of course, he knows the head professor of the department, and the girl adds that Chin Sun should contact him, which scares the guy. He wants to know why, and the girl assumes that the reason is his grades, and the unfortunate guy is already thinking that they want to expel him from the university. Still hesitating, Jin Sung tensely asks Lee Ji-hyun what will happen if he suddenly doesn't call Professor Lee Jin-wook. The girl quickly replies that then the professor will send the guy's grades to his home, and this does not mean the place where he currently lives. Quickly realizing what she meant, he is even afraid to imagine what will happen if his father sees his grades. Seeing his father before his eyes as the Dark Lord of the Sith, he can already hear the disappointment in his voice and fears that he will be forced to return home at the peak of his youth. At this point, Chin-sun promises to call the professor, to which the girl tells him that this is a great decision and will look forward to meeting him next semester. As soon as he finishes this conversation, he immediately gets ready to call the professor and, opening the contact log, looks for his number. Lee Jin-wook quickly answers, and the guy, introducing himself with his full name, Park Jin-soon, waits for the next words from the head professor. The young man wants to understand what the professor wants from him, to which the professor responds to the new student by asking if he himself understands the reason. The guy guesses that the reason is his grades, and the professor continues to press and asks why the guy is not involved in the life of the faculty and how he managed to find himself on the verge of expulsion at the end of the first semester. The guy asks if it's about 3 fails in a row, although he clearly remembers that he should only have 2. The professor tells the boy that he got it right again, but he is now thinking about giving him a 3rd fail. Chin's son is shocked. He didn't expect that the head professor could threaten to expel him. In desperation, the boy asks the professor what he needs to do, how he should act to fix the situation. Lee Jin-wook replies that first, the guy should come up with an excuse for not participating in the life of the faculty. Park Jin-sung can't just say that it happened because he's been playing the game all this time and comes up with the perfect answer in his head. The guy, with a sly smile on his face, says that it was not without reason that he chose this faculty, and he admires the unlimited potential of virtual reality. He adds that one of the reasons for the popularity of virtual reality is the game of Kalen, and he studies all this from the inside, which so far does not convince the professor. But the guy continues to make excuses and says that he studied the virtual world thanks to the game, to which the professor asks what level he is. The question catches the guy off guard, and the professor backs up his words with the comment that if the guy works so hard, he should be ranked among the best players in Korea. Chin-sun is horrified by the memory of the deleted level 93 archer and tries to convince the professor that he recently reset his character. No matter how hard the guy tries, the professor doesn't believe him and says that he won't be able to avoid his problems this way. The guilty player has only one last option left. He offers the professor a bet to prove whether he is lying or not. This idea works. The professor takes the bait and is already seriously asking the young man what the terms of this dispute will be. After listening to the guy, he clarifies that Chin's son must reach level 93 before the start of the next semester, to which the young man answers in the affirmative. The guy says that if he can reach such a level in a short period of time, it should prove that he already had this level. Lee Jin-wook tells the boy that he himself sometimes plays Kylan and will solve his problems with his studies if he succeeds. But otherwise, the professor will talk to his parents in addition to retaking the test. He also adds that the guy will have to participate in the life of the faculty, and Chin-sun can only agree to these conditions. Finally, the professor promises to give the guy a pass in his subjects regardless of attendance because Jin Wook does not believe in the guy's victory. After asking the professor if he would definitely keep his word, Chin-sun's eyes lit up at such a wonderful chance. He thanks Professor Lee from the bottom of his heart and happily promises him that he will try his best, ending this difficult conversation. Jin-sung wastes no time and enters the VR capsule to once again become Yang, a master tamer who is armed with a bow and summoner powers. He emerges from the blue light accompanied by his faithful wolf Lu, ready to act immediately. The wolf has already started to miss his owner, and John approaches his pet to tell him about the next plan of action. He says that they will have to work hard, and the wolf, in agreement, growls and shows his master his readiness. The guy says that he was planning to get back to his previous level before the end of the semester anyway, and since he avoided a retake and will get credits without attendance, he has every chance. First, he needs to correct one omission, and he quickly finds the right building to do it. Since Ian has reached level 20, he wants to join a guild, to which the large man behind the counter asks the boy which guild he wants to join. Taming Master Yang doesn't even think twice, because he knows where he needs to join, and with a smile he replies that he will join the Lotus Guild. The man states that the desired level to join the Lotus Guild is 60, and he can place a request to join, but doubts that it will be considered. The guy doesn't care, because his best friend is the guild leader, and he is also close with all of its main members. The man only needs to say that the request has been created, and the guy will be automatically registered when the guildmaster accepts it. Young wonders if he should message Yu Hyun to get him to accept the request faster. His friend is offline, but the guy decides that he is in no hurry anyway, and Yu Hyun will soon add him back to the guild. In order not to waste time, he then goes to the auction house to buy himself some new equipment. Since he is a successful newbie, he has an advantage, so he wants to change all his equipment to the best items he can find. Looking at the weapon, he remembers that bonus attributes are added to his indicator, helping with summoning instead of combat, but he is counting on the strength of pets in the future. He approaches the counter and wants to find a weapon that will improve his pet's attributes, such as an item enchanted to enhance. After looking around for a bit, John finally comes across an interesting item that might work. This item turns out to be a head accessory called Mother Nature's Headband, and it has the ability to enhance pets. The summoner is confident that this headband suits him and buys it, spending 150,000 gold on the first purchase. He notes that the summoner items are finally selling and wants to try to find other items from the same set. He opens a search window and types in keywords based on the bandage he purchased, namely Mother Nature. The screen, as he expected, pleasantly surprises the guy, showing another suitable item from this set. And that item turns out to be Mother Nature's staff, but there's a slight problem with that since Yang has always used a bow. Still, he decides to buy it, arguing that he cannot use only a bow forever. Looking at the characteristics of his old bow and new staff, he thinks that it would be a good idea to get used to a different fighting style. After playing as an archer for a very long time, Ian feels quite uneasy holding a staff instead of a bow when he first holds it in his hand. Having stocked up on new items, Yang once again summons his shaggy familiar Lu and notes to himself that average training works even in cities. With his head raised in excitement, Yan, with his new weapon and his faithful wolf at his side, declares that it is time for quests. It was a bright day in the city of Trombone. Large buildings blocked the view of the clouds and the streets were bustling. Yang, along with his summoned wolf Lu, walked through the streets of the city, while those around him discussed his, as they thought, useless class with condemnation and misunderstanding. But the young summoner didn't care. He was preparing for the quest to clear the goblin camp, because during this task, the experience for goblins doubles. After walking around the city for a bit, he finally finds the character he needs to start this quest, standing in the middle of the square. Ian greets Raphael, hoping that the AI character hasn't forgotten him after the reset. Luckily for him, Raphael recognizes Ian even after all this time, and the summoner asks him how things are going. Already hinting at the purpose of his visit, John asks Raphael if he had any problems with the goblins, to which the customer replies that there are problems, but their cleanup team couldn't handle it. The taming master says that he will personally take care of this, and Raphael, although happy about this, still recommends taking more players to help. Ian opens an information panel with quest details, which specifies that Raphael, the leader of the vigilantes of the city of Lucan, is looking for people to join the cleanup team. The guy makes sure that he remembers all the information on the task correctly, all except for one small point. The problem is that the quest is a group quest and needs to be completed by at least 2 people, and Jan is wondering who he could invite. Jan asks Raphael to postpone this quest for him. The customer agrees and, in exchange, offers another quest to eliminate the Goblin scouts in the Samur Canyon. He, of course, agrees, even though the journey there and back will take as much as 30 minutes, and Sir Raphael thanks the hero. Ian decides to write to his friend Yu Hyun, whose in-game name is Hearse, and asks him to quickly add him to the guild, while Yu Hyun is surprised at how quickly Ian reached level 20. The summoner also asks if there is anyone in the guild who is around level 40, but Hearst replies negatively. John wants to ask about this in the guild chat, because taking an assistant from there would be much better than taking an outside player. There he was able to talk to 2 familiar players, Fiolan and Clovan. They were also surprised by his rapid growth, and Harris clarified why he was looking for a player of level 40. Ian wonders if everyone will be shocked if he tells them he's going on a quest with goblins at level 20. He tells them, but another player, Carvin, thinks that the guy wants to get out at the expense of others. But the others disagree, and Jan says that it is because of his strong pet. The guy went a little overboard with praising his pet, and the guys had already decided that, in fact, all the credit went to the familiar. Still, Carvin says he has a friend of the right level, but she's a production class, so she's not very good in combat. Carvin explains that she is a priestess, and the production class is a cook. But John doesn't care because he just needs one more person to start the quest. The summoner asks his guildmate to tell the priestess to write to him, and in the meantime he decides to deal with the previous quest. Jan sets off on his journey, and after some time reaches a beautiful mountainous area with a waterfall. In a wooded area, the guy stumbles upon new enemies, a flock of kokuns peacefully resting by a pond. These feline creatures, reminiscent of either cheetahs or leopards, are level 30. John thinks that getting hold of the Korkin would be a good idea because his furball, the wolf, is a bit lacking in cool. Suddenly, Lou angrily slams his huge paw on the ground as if in protest at this treatment. The guy turns around in fear at the wolf, not understanding what happened, because he didn't say anything out loud. The young master of taming, grimacing, thinks that the wolf familiar can't hear his thoughts. As if making excuses, the guy starts asking the wolf if he understands how dear the familiar is to the summoner. But the wolf-Lou stands with an offended face, or rather muzzle, and his whole appearance radiates a quiet threat. Yen can't quite comprehend whether a virtual summoned being can feel emotions like resentment. Suddenly, the wolf begins to flicker with a bright blue light, causing a small hurricane around itself, and looks furiously at its owner. The summoner, in complete shock, looks at this whole picture, not understanding what is actually happening to the wolf. But at some point, Jan nevertheless begins to guess the meaning of what is happening, not fully believing his guess. However, the guess turns out to be correct. Lou's eyes turn red, and lightning bolts of the same color appear around him. Wolf Lou finally evolves in opposition to his master's thoughts, which makes the young summoner incredibly happy. But Jan wonders why the wolf evolved now and what the requirements for evolution were in the first place. The guy quickly realizes that it's all about his potential indicator, which has reached 100, and now he's interested in whether the wolf's appearance will change. In his mind, he notes that it would be great if he became bigger so that his owner could ride him. And as a sign that evolution is complete, like a final chord, a huge column of red light appears. As soon as the light cleared, a proud wolf stood in that place, who had not only grown in size but also acquired a red mane. The taming master is very pleased with the result, and with anticipation clearly expressed on his face, looks at his grown friend. The game announces that Lou the wolf has evolved into a wolf with a blood-red mane, and his master has received a large amount of fame, leadership, and taming points. In addition, the skill and level of the intermediate training ability have increased as a result of the pet's evolution, which makes Yang unable to contain his joy. Jan strokes his familiar, and it, in turn, radiates joy and peace with the expression on its face. Having already forgotten about his recent skeptical thoughts, the boy completely changes his mind and tells the wolf that he loves him. Lou gains the ability of vampirism. His rank changed from normal to rare, and also Yang notices that the wolf can still evolve, which can make the rank unique. Yan can't get enough of this news and, laughing, thinks that the summoner class is definitely abnormal. Just in case, the guy justifying himself says that he would prefer a wolf to a scaly-tailed hawk, even if there were 1,000,000 of them. Remembering his idea of horse riding, he asks the grown wolf if he can carry him on his back. As if in agreement, Lu bends down to the ground, as if inviting his owner to sit on his back and check him out. The young master of taming mounts his wolf like a rider on a horse, anticipating a fun ride. And after a short command from Jan, the wolf begins to rush forward to new exciting adventures and achievements. Now this couple will be able to get to different locations much faster than before, and from the wolf's run, only shattered earth remains behind him. Somer Canyon looks much darker and more mysterious than the previous locations where there was a duet of a summoner and his familiar. The gloom of the local atmosphere, looking around, is also noted by the young master of taming sitting on the wolf's back. The guy is not thrilled with this place, and he wonders why the game developers went for such realism. Ian recalls the mission requirements. He must deal with 10 goblin scouts who are in the area. The guy says that now that his wolf has become so cool, they can't stop there, and he invites Lu to have some fun. Before the battle begins, he activates the Wind Blessing and Berserker Warrior Blessing abilities, which increases the duo's agility and attack power. As they approach the 3 goblins, Yang suggests a new tactic and orders Lu to attack first, while he goes second. Yan muses that with all the buffs, Lu's attributes can't be any less than those of the lowly goblin scouts. And also, his combat artificial intelligence should be an order of magnitude higher than that of ordinary monsters, and the wolf rushes into battle. In addition, he activated 2 unique abilities, thanks to which victory should definitely be in their pocket. But it never hurts to be on the safe side, so Ian activates the Find Weakness ability, which further increases their chances. The goblins start screaming, shocked that a huge bloody wolf is rushing towards them, and they are not prepared for such a fight. Lu instantly bites through one of the disoriented goblins, reducing his health by over 1,000 points. The goblin scout is finished off, as the game informs, by the passive ability Bleeding, received after the wolf's evolution. These goblins are level 40, so Ian is very surprised that one of them fell from just one blow from the familiar. The wolf proudly raises his muzzle up and prepares to get rid of all opponents in the next few minutes. But the 2 remaining goblin scouts are also not wasting time, and are already ready to attack the uninvited guest who tore their kinsman to pieces. One of them already manages to strike the wolf in the back with a club, from which he receives 294 points of damage. Wolf Lu did not appreciate such a move, casting a look at his enemies filled with fierce hatred and contempt. In response, Lu deals almost twice as much damage to the offender, while also restoring health equal to 15% of the damage, thanks to the vampirism ability. Ian only encourages his familiar, standing to the side and analyzing how far his pet can go on his own. With one more blow, the wolf finishes off the second goblin, just like last time, taking some of the health points of the one he attacked. The last goblin, who witnessed this unequal battle, was in despair, dumbfounded, and did not know how to act further. But the wolf doesn't care, and he's already rushing to sink his fangs into the last unfortunate enemy. Lu deals a critical hit, destroying the enemy in one hit and restoring another 523 health points to boot. The young summoner is simply speechless. He did not make even a single attack during the entire battle because the pet dealt with everything on its own. Jan proudly thanks the winner of the duel for his efforts and pets his faithful familiar. Unable to contain his emotions, the guy even hugs him, which makes such a formidable but so cute wolf smile shyly at his owner. Jan declares that it is time for a second round, and the wolf, in agreement, lets out a satisfied and loud roar. For some time, they walked around the location here and there and destroyed all the enemies they encountered left and right. Most of the time, the young master of taming simply chilled out, while his summoned creature, meanwhile, cut everyone up single-handedly. Finally, Jan receives a long-awaited message from Carvin, who asks how things are going and wants to talk. At this point, the guide decides that they have defeated enough enemies and calls back his faithful wolf as he was gnawing on another goblin. Carvin notifies John that his friend Karin has logged into the game, written back, and agreed to help the summoner so the guy can write to her himself. For the last time, Carvin asks the guy if he is sure he needs such an assistant, to which Ian tells about his solo successes with the goblins and tells his friend not to worry. The guild member says that at this rate, Yang will soon return to his previous level, and the summoner just tells him to just wait 2 months. Ian plans to reach level 50 in 15 days, then 80 in the next 15 days, and finally reach level 100 in the remaining month. He has to win the argument with the head Professor Lee, But for now, he decides to write to a girl named Heron. The priestess says that she is at the blacksmith's in the city of Lucan, and Jan promises that he will arrive there in 10 minutes so she can stay there. Soon arriving in the right city, John walks through the streets to the appointed meeting place, remembering where this forge was. Finally, the summoner arrives where he needs to go, and glancing towards the forge, notices a man standing at the entrance. The girl, leaning against the wall, eagerly awaits the meeting, and Jan makes a noise, attracting her attention. Curran greets the guy and with a bright smile and sparkling eyes says that Carvin told him a lot of things about him. Jan asks if they are friends, but the girl, thinking, says that they are just close comrades. They confirm to each other their readiness to move on, but Ian asks if the girl has some special reason for going through this quest with the Goblin camp. Curran replies that there is a quest from the castle's cook, Duke Trappin, but in order to enter that castle, she must first complete a task related to the camp. John doesn't understand why she needs a quest from a chef, but the girl, with a happy look, says that the thing is that her artisan class is a chef. The guy starts to remember because Carvin had already told him that the girl was a great cook, so his surprise fades a little. The girl states that she is a cook in real life, to which John replies that it is not the easiest class, but it should be easier for her since she does it in real life. She adds that it's more fun this way, while Ian muses that, indeed, your real-life skills do affect how good you are at the in-game classes. In any case, Karin is the first chef he has met, and he can't wait to see how it goes. He smiles and asks if she can cook him something tasty the next time they meet. And the joyful girl, for whom this is not a problem at all, clasps her hands together and enthusiastically answers him with confident consent. Together they return to Raphael, who, upon seeing them, emphasizes that John was able to find himself a squad member. The customer confirms that 2 people are enough and tells Ian that knowing the guy's strength, he trusts the summoner's choice. He reports to the boys that the main group has just left, but they can catch up with them if they hurry, and he also recommends that they act together. Ian notices that the quest description has changed slightly, probably due to his lateness, but the rewards remain the same. The Taming Master asks Karin again if she received the quest, to which the priestess girl, who is also a cook, answers in the affirmative. The young man is already impatient to begin. He waves to the girl and suggests that they immediately set out on the mission. At the same moment, Jan demonstrates to the girl that he is a summoner and summons his wolf, which scares Karin a little. The guy tries to calm the frightened priestess, saying that it is not a monster but his personal pet, and the girl is surprised by this. She is amazed that the young man decided to take on a new class just a couple of days after it arrived. Ian says that he was a little lucky since the wolf is not quite ordinary, and his strength is enough to take on goblins, trying not to say that he is only level 25. Karin envies the guy because she, with her 45th level, still always runs away from the goblins, and Jan is only surprised at how easily she believed him. He awkwardly tries to calm her down, but the girl says that she still likes cooking more than fighting and praises his wolf. Chuckling, the summoner notes that his wolf is probably the only one like it on the server at the moment. Still not losing his admiring gaze, Karen asks if his familiar has a personal name. The wolf's owner says that his name is Lou, and the girl is touched and can't stop admiring the guy's shaggy friend. She also asks if he would like it if she gave the wolf some treats, and the owner agrees. The girl cook, as if from thin air, is already taking out a prepared treat for the cute wolf. Meanwhile, the hungry master, with a hint of slight envy, looks at the smoked steak offered to his familiar. Lou bites into the edible gift, and the game notifies him that for 20 minutes, his vitality increases by 200 units. The young summoner did not expect such an effect, and in surprise looks at the information screen with all the characteristics. The boy is amazed that Lou's stats increased after he ate the girl's cooking. Heron explains that when cooking skills reach an advanced level, the food prepared can provide various buffs. Jan, as always, began to analyze the information he received, and it began to dawn on him that becoming friends with this girl would be very profitable. But the main thing that really worries him is whether it was tasty to gobble up all the treats in one go. A hungry boy asks if there is any food for him, but the girl replies that at the moment there is nothing left. The Taming Master was depressed and defeated, but Karin promised to cook him some food after completing the quest. Jan doesn't ask, but firmly states that these words of hers are an unbreakable promise that she will have to keep. The Somer Canyon was filled with a golden color, as it was already getting dark, and quite a number of people had gathered there. One of the warriors informs the leader of the enslavement, Hugo, that mercenary reinforcements have finally arrived. Hugo is pleased with the new arrivals of the summoner boy and priestess girl, stating that they arrived just in time. The enslavement leader, in shining golden armor, with hair that looks like a lion's mane, thanks them for coming. Ian replies that he is always happy to help, mentally glad that they were not late and did not miss the whole party. Looking at the crowd of other players, the guy was very alarmed by the fact that they all looked too upset. However, this does not bother him for long, because anyway, they will fight separately and not as one team. In the distance, in front of Hugo's men, an army of goblins, no smaller in size than the men, begins to emerge from the thick dust. A huge number of aggressively minded goblins, armed with clubs, scream furiously and prepare to fight with people. Enslavement leader Hugo orders all units to attack in order to exterminate every last goblin in Samur Canyon. The valiant knights and the terrible goblins rush towards each other in two huge currents of living force. Curran doubts a little, and just in case asks John again if he is absolutely sure about their plan of action. The guy tries to calm her down and says that everything will be fine, and she just needs to do as he says. The girl is afraid that the summoner will have to fight alone, but Ian disagrees because he believes that her shield strike will be useful in battle. Her main purpose is to absorb enemy damage while she deals the main damage to the enemy. Thanks to the girl's fear, her skills related to the shield are very well developed, and he has no doubt that death is not scary to her. The guy decides to use the girl to distract the enemies, and then, together with his familiar, take all the experience. In essence, he decided to use her as a meat shield, but the girl, with childish naivety, says that she trusts him. He believes that if the girl doesn't die, she will also gain a lot of experience, and finally John advises to trust his wolf, and not him. In his head, the guy is trying to prove to himself that he is worried about her, not because she is a good cook. The battle begins, and suddenly a goblin with a crazy expression on his face and brightly glowing eyes jumps out at them. Karin activates his shield, which consists of many bright hexagons, and attracts all the attention of the greenskins to himself. The summoner asks how much longer she can last, and the girl replies that he need not worry because she can continue for another 10 minutes. Jan looked at his new partner with respect and thought that perhaps he had been worrying about the level 40 player for nothing. Meanwhile, Lou defeats the goblin warriors one by one, even though they are much stronger than the goblin scouts. The experience is now divided between the three of them, but even so, there is a lot of it, and Jan quickly reaches level 26 and then 27. Everything is going according to plan, and the young master of taming understands that at this rate, he will easily meet the deadline. While Ian is hitting the goblins with his staff, another guy appears behind him and can't help but be surprised by what he sees. This young man with his bangs covering one of his eyes is amazed to see a summoner who has reached a level high enough to be here. He calls his partners Sokol and Milan to also watch this exciting performance. The guy indignantly asks them what they think about it, and the couple still can't understand what their friend is talking about. The girl casually says that she sees a summoner, but her gray-haired partner emphasizes that you need to be level 40 for this location, and the wolf looks like he's level 60. The guy with the bangs adds that the summoner class appeared only recently, which means that the player, in theory, should be around level 20. The gray-haired youth says that he read on the forums about a summoner of level 17 or 18 at most. And now they are only concerned about one question: what kind of wolf is this young summoner using? The gray-haired spearman thoughtfully ponders the possibility that this could be an artifact with summoning magic. And then their interested leader with the bangs gets an idea, so he suddenly snaps his fingers. Punching his fist into his palm, the guy concludes that they are watching newbies, because the summoner uses a staff in close combat, which means he hardly has offensive spells. A girl from his squad screams indignantly. She asks if the guy is really going to attack other players. The spearman asks her to be a little quieter so that they are not noticed, and she apologizes for such a bright reaction. The girl tries to prove to the guys that attacking another player is not worth it, because it is not a fact that they will be able to knock good equipment out of them, and the penalty for this is quite serious. She is also worried that this will ruin their reputation, but the group leader has already prepared himself and says that for one magical summoning artifact, they will receive at least 20 million gold. This statement begins to convince Sokol and Milan, and they calculate that their profit will be more than 40 million won. The leader finishes them off with the argument that they won't have to worry about their equipment until at least level 80. While the couple still can't say anything, Their leader declares that he already has a brilliant plan. Meanwhile, unsuspecting, Heron and Lu, each using their own method, crushed all the advancing goblins. And Yan, at this moment, is analyzing that he will soon reach level 30, which means that he should receive 2 class skills. He remembers that on the forums they were said to drop randomly, but in reality he knows that one of them will definitely be related to his highest skill. And although one of them is truly random, the second one can be predicted, which makes Yan happy. Looking at his dashboard, Ian sees that his highest skill is medium training. Almost ignoring the goblin's attack, the boy is still concentrating on studying the information and thinking that he could get a skill related to the potential. He calmly hits the goblin with his staff, and in his mind he hopes that the second skill that drops will be related to farming. Suddenly, the summoner is pulled out of her thoughts by Heron, who reports that she only has 5% of her holy power left. Yang reacts quickly, sending Lu to help, and orders the wolf to protect the priestess girl as quickly as possible. The wolf immediately accepts the order and is already rushing to help the girl who made such delicious treats for him. A loyal familiar flies into battle, and the game starts to pour out a lot of notifications about defeated goblins. The girl warmly thanks her furry savior and strokes him when he lowers his head to her. John is even a little jealous of how this ball of fur got along with Karin, because he doesn't behave so nicely with him. However, there is no time to think about this now, and the guy decides that it is better to deal with this after completing the quest. Wolf Lu seemed to hear his master's thoughts again and cast a questioning, disapproving glance at him. Meanwhile, in the canyon, it was already approaching night. The sounds of battle still thundered, and in some places, clouds of smoke rose into the sky. In a secret corner of the canyon, there was a camp, and from there came the sounds of panicked goblins who didn't know what to do next. The goblins' leader came out to them and said indignantly that the people had dared to come all the way here. Already seeing human warriors approaching his camp, the goblin chieftain gives the order to get rid of them all. To reinforce his words, he raises his staff and casts a spell that illuminates everything around him with black and purple energy. An explosion of incredible force tears the earth to pieces and gives off eerie echoes that spread throughout the canyon. The main goblin caught the people by surprise, and now they have changed places because the people begin to run away and ask for help. The leader of the enslavement, Hugo, observing what is happening, quickly guesses that this is the work of the goblin chieftain. He gives the order to load all the guns, because only by killing this goblin will they be able to finally end such a long battle. A notification from the game appears informing you that your allies' morale has increased by 30%. In addition, all characteristics will be increased by 10% for 20 minutes, and now the army of people is charged again and ready to go to victory. Summoner Yang and his wolf feel exactly the same thing, and the boy gives the familiar the order to attack again. Once again, the goblins die one after another, unable to withstand the onslaught of a huge wolf with a blood-red mane. Just a minute ago, the goblin leader thought that the humans would not win, but everything has changed again, and now he watches what is happening in a daze. Wolf Lu runs towards the goblin chieftain with a furious look, realizing that he is the main target in the camp. The chief goblin shouts at the wolf with indignation and accusation that he is just a beast raised by people. However, Lu doesn't even listen to the monster, and in a deadly leap, deals a critical blow to the goblin chieftain. The chieftain's health was reduced by 1,212 units, and he was also given the bleeding status for 10 seconds. Hugo wastes no time and orders all his warriors to launch a joint attack on the enemy. Dozens, if not hundreds of powerful blows fly towards the goblin chieftain, which he cannot dodge. All this physical and magical damage hits the target directly, and an explosion forms at the place where the leader stood, scattering the earth in all directions. When the explosion subsides in the clouds of thick smoke, a menacing figure still stands, its red eyes flashing. The smoke clears, and the main goblin's furious face is revealed, the game notifying that he has 30% of his total health remaining. But instead of weakening, he only feels a surge of strength and enters a berserker state, which is confirmed by the game's notification. The goblin chieftain gathers all his might, charges his magical power, and prepares to release it on his offenders. The attackers go on the defensive again, and the defender goes on the attack, and Ian, along with the other people, is forced to dodge new spells. But even a master of taming cannot successfully dodge forever, and Yang realizes that he will not be able to escape the next attack. One moment, and the game notifies him that he was hit by a chain explosion and received 684 damage. The magic, glowing red, knocks the guy off his feet, causing him severe pain, which he had already managed to get used to. Jan emphasizes that it was quite unpleasant, and he now urgently needs to get treatment. The guy hasn't yet figured out what exactly to use, but Corin is already casting healing light on him and restoring 1,200 units of health. The girl appears behind him, emitting a bright healing light, and the grateful summoner looks at her with a smile. The guy thanks the girl, realizing that, after all, he can rely on her, and it was not in vain that he took her with him. Corin in turn only looks at him smiling, glad that she too can be useful. The summoner, having rested and recovered a little, again summons his wolf familiar and orders it to attack. The guy tells his allies that they need to continue and attract the attention of the goblin leader, and finally he asks them to be careful. Ian puts away his new staff and summons his old weapon, which he is much more accustomed to fighting with. Wolf Lu begins his attack, and his master, with a bow and arrow in his hands, prepares to cover his pet as before. The guy's muscle memory didn't let him forget how to shoot a bow, and he's already pulling the bowstring to make an accurate shot. The summoner adds that it would be a good idea to find their opponent's weak spot and hit it there. The goblin chieftain curses his enemies. He has become much more aggressive, and the boys cannot afford to make a mistake. The battle continues, and one unlucky player gets caught in the goblin's purple flames, but the humans don't give up and continue to attack. The aggressive monster opens up, completely forgetting about the wolf, who has already come very close to him. Jan realizes that this is the very moment for the attack he has been waiting for, and the guy prepares to release the arrow. The former archer releases an arrow. It cuts through the air and quickly flies towards the enemy, its tip even shining. The Wolf Lu and all the other warriors of humanity join the flying arrow for a combined attack. The goblin chieftain, his cloak fluttering in the wind, finally notices the arrow flying towards him from afar. But he noticed it too late. He can't avoid it, and he screams furiously with rage. The decisive arrow pierces the monster's body with a bright blue beam, causing incredible damage to the goblin. The defeated chieftain, with an arrow in his head, breathes his last and finally falls dead to the ground. The goblin, disappearing, bursts into blue flames, and this marked the victory of people over the green-skinned monsters. The other players look on in amazement and cannot believe that the goblin is actually dead, but the game's notification confirms this and declares the quest complete. The human army has done it. The task in the goblin camp is completed, and everyone begins to loudly rejoice at the long-awaited victory. John receives a notification that he has received almost 7,000 experience and that he made the biggest contribution to the victory, causing his fame to increase by 124 points. The summoner reaches level 30 and unlocks the special class skills he wanted. He unlocked the special summoning skill and the special spatial distortion skill. The leader of the enslavement, Hugo, approaches the young hero and tells him that he was the one who defeated the goblin chieftain. Hugo thanks Ian, asking the boy for his name, and the summoner respectfully answers the bulky human leader in the affirmative. They shake hands. Hugo says that it is thanks to Jan's team that they did not suffer serious losses, and Jan emphasizes that it is all thanks to the courage of his people. Finally, the man tells the boys to be careful when they go back. Hugo, looking gratefully at the surrounding warriors, wished the satisfied victors good luck in the future. Raising his fist to the sky, he shouted triumphantly that they had accomplished their mission and could now return home, and everyone around him made the same gesture. Jan walked up to his familiar and, stroking him, said with ease that everything was finally over. Relaxing, the boy sat down on the ground, eager to take a look at the new skills he had acquired, and opened the information window. As he expected, one of the skills is related to potential, and he decides to give this skill to the wolf and also check its performance. For the next evolution, about 100 units of potential are needed, but the wolf only has 6 so far. The boy decides that he should pass on a skill to his familiar to increase his potential so that the wolf can gain it faster. The young taming master notes that they need to help Lou evolve as soon as possible, but this will also affect his skills. The second skill allows the summoner to swap places with their pet, and while Ian is a little disappointed that he didn't get an attack or slow skill, he'll find this one useful. The young man is pleased with the abilities he has received, and then Corin, who has approached him, breaks him out of his thoughts. The girl thanks and bows to the taming master, stating that they were only able to win with the guy's help. Although John likes to hear this, he still does not agree and says that the girl tried even better than he did. The girl is pleasantly surprised by such words, although she continues to insist that she would not have managed without the summoner. Ian decides to shift the praise to the wolf and states that it was Lou who did all the real work. Karin agrees with this and notes that she was very surprised when she was able to see his power in action. The girl approaches the wolf with a smile, strokes him, and thanks him for today's successful day. While the girl and the wolf are interacting sweetly, Ian notices the presence of another player behind them. The same trio, looking for easy money, turns to the guys, which alarms John because they have no reason to be here. Their leader introduces himself, his name is Lucan. As a sign of greeting, he extends his hand for a handshake and says that he was busy with a quest, but wanted to get acquainted. Still not understanding the guy's goals, Ian nevertheless returns the handshake and also gives his name. Lucan offers the summoner to join them and complete a couple more quests, which John immediately begins to think about. The banged boy tells Ian that they know about a hidden quest, which is a continuation of the task to conquer the Goblin camp. Jan knows about this priest's task, although he did not plan to complete it since it is very difficult, but now his level is much higher. The summoner still doesn't trust them, as two of them are at least level 50, which begs the question of why they needed him. Ian decides to pretend he doesn't know about the continuation of the quest. He starts asking about it, hoping to get more information out of them. Lucan says that in this quest, you need to kill the Goblin priest, and they have already found him in the tunnel behind the barracks, and although he is weaker than the leader, they still need help. The trio's leader lets it slip a bit, stating that Ian must have a powerful summoning artifact that would be of great help to them. And then Jan begins to guess the essence of this invitation, and it was precisely the fact that they thought he was using the artifact that gave them away. With a smile on his face, he understands that since the artifacts are very expensive, they wanted to kill him to make a fortune for themselves. But suddenly Ian agrees to the offer, deciding to have some fun with the losers who wanted to rob him. Instead of speaking directly, Ian opens a chat window and writes to his partner, who waits for an explanation. In text format, she asks him why he's texting, to which the guy simply tells her to be prepared. Out loud, Ian tells the trio that this all sounds great, but he needs to consult with his partner and ask them to wait. Lucan, confident in his superiority, is in no hurry and says that they will wait for an answer as long as it takes. He smiles as kindly as possible while John asks Karin what she thinks about this proposal. Continuing the dialogue in the text, the guy tells her that these guys are going to kill them, which slightly surprises the girl. The summoner says they will probably do so after the fight with the priest, although he suspects they are not particularly interested in Karin. The girl asks what they should do, and the taming master tells her to just play along and not let on that they know everything. Finally, Karin says that they have no reason to refuse, and since this is a secret mission, everyone will benefit. Lucan is very happy to hear such an answer, thinking in his head about what naive fools these guys are. In the chat, Karin asks what their plan is, and Jan calmly replies that she doesn't have to worry because he has everything under control. To sum it up, the young master of taming, in anticipation, thinks that the two of them will have a great time. Meanwhile, in the vastness of Kailan, a threatening man with a bag sits on top of a high cliff. He enjoys the beautiful views of the virtual space and breathes in the refreshing air with pleasure. This man turns out to be Professor Lee Jin-wook. He keeps praising this virtual world and claims that its creators are real geniuses. Looking at the beautiful scenery, he thought about convincing his friends to go on a camping trip in this game. The man remembers that he is hungry and puts his hand into his bag, hoping to find some food to satisfy his hunger. After some digging, Jin-wook finally finds what he was looking for and pulls out a pre-made gimbap. As he begins his snack, the professor, with confidence in his voice, declares that there is nothing better than kimbap on a hike. While enjoying my food, he suddenly remembers that he forgot about one thing, and it needs to be corrected. Still holding the kimbap in one hand, he uses his other hand to summon a magic circle and summon his pet, Wolfie. The summoned creature turns out to be a wolf, which is quite clearly emphasized by the name of the familiar. The dark-furred wolf begins to howl loudly, something his owner has long since become accustomed to. Deciding that his pet also needs to eat, the professor gets a large piece of meat for the wolf. The wolf happily bites into the gifted treat, and Lee Jin-wook continues to enjoy the atmosphere of the place. The next moment, the professor remembers the lagging student and suspects that the guy is still playing. Remembering his name, he thinks that he shouldn't have asked the guy what class he was and wonders if he's a summoner. At this moment, in a completely different place, in a dark cave, A group of 5 players and a wolf go to carry out a secret mission. They have already entered the battle and are destroying hordes of goblins left and right, all the while covering each other. In the midst of the battle, Lucan thinks that the quest will soon end and the goblin priest will appear, which means it's time for them to begin their cunning plan. The plan is that while the couple fights the boss, his group will stand behind and attack from behind at the right moment. Already anticipating victory, he dreams of soon receiving an artifact worth tens of millions of won. The cunning villain is practically drooling, but Jan notices his stupid smile and is surprised at what a bad actor Lucan is. Quietly, the summoner texts his partner to be ready, because the boss will appear soon, and she asks what she needs to do. Ian points her to a prison-like section of the cave and explains that once the player enters, a countdown begins until the boss appears, and in 5 seconds all entrances and exits will be sealed. He adds that as soon as he gives her the signal, the priestess should immediately run towards the exit. The young master of Taming gives orders to his familiar in preparation for the upcoming performance. The wolf, as always, successfully copes with the hordes of goblins, who are unable to stop the shaggy one. Jan shouts to Lucan that it's time to speed up and asks if he can handle it, to which the potential robber responds with confirmation. Lucan still believes that the summoner still has no idea about anything, which makes him incredibly happy. Jan, in turn, mentally responds to the robber in kind and can't wait for the moment to destroy Lucan's expectations. They have almost reached their goal and summarize that a priest and 2 berserkers will appear here, and they need to eliminate them. The summoner solemnly tells his wolf that he will go there first, and Lu obediently steps forward. The wolf passes the point of no return, and the countdown begins. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, and Lu confidently walks on. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, and Jan, looking around, prepares to give Karin the order to retreat. The guy and the girl simultaneously begin to retreat back towards the exit, waiting for the very last second. The seconds drag on like minutes, but then the moment comes and the young summoner grabs the girl by the hand. Having waited for the right moment, at the last second, the 2 of them manage to slip under the bars, which slam shut behind them. The grate hit the ground with a loud slam, scattering dust in all directions and turning the 3 predators into victims. Lucan, horrified, asks the couple what they are doing and why they didn't come in, while Jan looks at him with undisguised contempt. The summoner starts to chuckle and asks the frightened boy if he really thought that Ian was that stupid. He explains that he understood everything from the beginning and knows that they wanted to rob him in order to take the summoning artifact. Lucan, dumbfounded by the summoner's cleverness, still tries to pretend that it is not so, wondering in his mind how the guy found out. The young master of Taming finally adds that there is no point in him playing along with them anymore, and wishes them luck in the upcoming fight. No longer hiding his true intentions, Lucan throws around insults and shouts that they can't escape from here. He says that the exits won't open until the boss or players are defeated, and once they've finished off the monster, they'll go out and finish off the couple. Jan, smiling, thanks them for admitting everything themselves, because now there is no doubt that he was right. And the summoner orders his wolf to attack and tear this unlucky trio to shreds. The wolf, without waiting long, already jumps behind the back of one of them, preparing to sink his sharp teeth into him. The first to receive a critical hit was the spearman Milan, who loses 32% of his health and receives the bleeding status to boot. From such a surprise, Lucan's face is filled with hatred, while his friend continues to be gnawed by the wolf. Immediately after this, deciding that these guys have had enough, Jan cancels the summoning of his familiar. Behind the backs of the trio of losers, the very goblins that they were going to defeat together appear. Lucan, realizing that the advantage is no longer on their side, with horror in his eyes, prepares for the upcoming massacre. And the goblin priest and 2 berserkers, with creepy grins, begin to move towards Lucan, Sokol, and Milan. Still hurling insults at Jan, Lucan asks if the pair really think they can't handle the boss. He promises to kill them as soon as this is over, and Ian, grinning, sits down on the ground and says that he will wait. Lucan, having failed to implement his cunning plan, feels disappointment and despair clinging to the bars. The game notifies you that the boss has arrived, and a trio of goblins, 2 of whom are armed with axes and 1 with a staff, have menacing glares. Milan is badly wounded, but Lucan orders his comrades to focus on the boss. Turning back to Jan, he tells him to wait a little longer, and he will soon come for the impudent summoner. And I jokingly note that even the boy's phrases sound like those of cliched villains. Heron's kind and gentle nature makes her ask the summoner if everything will be okay, and her face shows worry. Still in a joking mood, Ian tells her that she can help them if she is too worried. The girl is surprised by this answer, and in the meantime, the battle between 3 people and 3 goblins has already begun. The noise of battle can be heard again. Axes are striking each other, sending sparks flying in all directions. A fight to the death is underway. The falcon opened up and one of the huge berserker goblins was already preparing to strike her in the back with his weapon. At the same moment, their leader fights off another berserker with his shield, barely withstanding the brute's blows. Gathering all his strength into one blow, he draws an arc with his sword and severely wounds the huge goblin, but it is still alive. Meanwhile, watching from afar, the goblin priest begins to cast his spell, emitting a ghostly green light. Lucan shouts that they need to kill the priest before he casts the spell, to which Milan asks to let him do it. With his last strength, Milan swings his spear, charged with magic, towards the goblin sorcerer. Much to their good fortune, the spearman hits the target, which disrupts the goblin's spellcasting. Believing that everything is going according to plan now, Lucan is about to strike again with his charged sword. But suddenly he hears the activation of the barbarian warrior's blessing ability behind him, and this throws him into a stupor. A notification from the game explains that the attack power of the vicious goblin berserkers has now been increased by 35%. Not having recovered from the initial shock, he now sees the priestess casting another spell on the monsters. Heron casts Wind's Blessing on goblins, increasing their agility by 42%. The girl asks Jan if this is enough, and he tells her that they could also heal the goblins. With a smile on his face, Heron responds positively and already begins preparing a healing spell to help the monsters. The anger of the 3 robbers turns into a plea, and they desperately ask not to do this, but it is too late. A couple of seconds later, the game sends a notification that the quest has failed, and Lucan waves a white flag as a sign of surrender. Sometime later, night fell upon the sleeping city, causing a peaceful silence all around. This night's silence was broken by a couple who rushed here, riding on a huge wolf with a blood-red mane. Jan looks at the information window and notes that, for a bunch of losers, those guys had a lot of good items. The guy suggests that his partner go to the auction house to sell all the goods that they got. The embarrassed girl thanks the summoner again for helping her complete such a difficult quest and get a great reward. Ian tells her that she deserves it, and is also glad that he was able to obtain the expensive necklace of the goblin priest. He is a little sorry that he will have to split the proceeds, but since he has quite a few other items, he is not too worried. Although he didn't expect that his partner would like it all so much, which meant it was all worth it. Having finished his thoughts, Ian suggests that the team hurry up and head to the auction house. Today they have achieved a lot, and all that remains for them is to receive a reward for all their efforts. The team, consisting of a summoner and a priestess cook, arrived at their destination, which turned out to be a building with a tall tower. An auction house employee places a bag of gold on the table, signaling to John that it belongs to him. The guy can't help but be happy that all the donated items were sold at the highest price. After doing a simple calculation, he sees that he received 660,000 gold, already taking into account the deduction of the auction house commission. At that moment, the young summoner remembers another little thing that is still in his inventory. He takes out the stone and asks what is special about this item that those player hunters dropped. The guy notes that the stone is warm and suggests that it can be used in winter as a hot compress. Still not fully understanding why he needed this stone, Karin, who had already managed to buy the ingredients she needed, approaches him. And since the girl is ready, the young master of Taming suggests moving forward to finally complete the quest. They come to the customer, who praises their duet and says that he has heard a lot about their successes. The game informs Ian that he has contributed the most to the quest, receiving over 50,000 gold, as well as almost 1,743,000 experience, which immediately increased his level 3 times. Karin boasts that she has reached level 46, which the summoner can only congratulate her on. John remembers that he needs to clarify one more point about this quest, and immediately turns to Raphael. The guy reports to the customer that he met a goblin priest behind the camp and shows his amulet as proof of his victory. The man, pleasantly surprised, praises the young man even more, and Jan receives additional experience, thanks to which his level reaches 35. Raphael asks how he managed to find the amulet, to which the guy, waving it off, says that he was just lucky. But the man, putting his hand in his pocket, confidently says that this cannot be just luck, which at first made Jan a little nervous. From his pocket, he takes out a scroll and declares to the young summoner that he has the right to this thing. The boy begins to suspect what this extra reward is until a bright light begins to fall on his face. The scroll opened, and a notification from the game announced that Ian had received a recommendation to check the mercenaries of the Lucipal Empire. Raphael explains that with this recommendation, the boy can try to pass the mercenary exam in the Empire and tells him to head to Mulan. The young master of taming thanks the customer and promises to definitely pass this exam if he comes to Milan. The man also takes out a scroll for Haran and asks her to continue fighting evil for the sake of peace in the kingdom of Lucipal. The girl asks Ian why she needs the scroll, and he explains to her that if she wants to join the mercenary guild, this recommendation will allow her to pass the exam. The guy also decides to explain that there are 5 main continents in the game, of which only 3 are currently available, and one of them is called Kolinar. There are 2 major empires in Kolinar, one of which is called Lucipal, and Myoleon is its capital, named after the hero of the empire's founder. The guy thinks that he shouldn't have a reason to go there until level 50, and Haran wants to ask one more question. She asks what the benefits of passing the mercenary exam are, and Ian replies that after passing it, the player is given more quests. Also, new requests appear in the guild every day, and the rank of the mercenary will depend on combat skills. Karin says that she won't need it in the near future, since she wants to start cooking, and Jan, perplexed, just asks again. The girl cook, with a purposeful look in her eyes, says that she is going to work on improving her skills. Smiling, Jan realizes that cooking is her top priority and suspects that her culinary skills are at the top of Kylan's. He only confirms his thought by remembering how much his Wolflu's characteristics increased from the girl's food. He recalls that forums never talk about this type of pumping, and this once again proves that the production class is underestimated. John asks if he can find out how well Karin knows cooking, and the girl says that she will answer without any problem, because it is not a secret. And with her answer, she stuns the guy, because she already has the first advanced level in this matter. She adds that she has to work even harder, and the boy thinks about how even the blacksmith, the most popular artisan class, has the highest level right now, Advanced 3. Once again, thinking that she should be at the top of the players, Ian tells the girl that she is amazing, because leveling up a craftsman is very difficult. The summoner tells her to always write to him if she needs help, and Karin thanks her and hopes that he will keep his promise. He confidently answers in the affirmative, wondering in his mind whether he has said anything unnecessary in his haste. The very next moment, Karin already sends a friend request to the young master of taming, which the game notifies him about. While Jan is taking the request, a beautiful girl with a sparkle in her eyes and joy on her face thanks her new friend. Also, as a token of gratitude, Haran takes out a gift prepared in advance for his summoner partner. John, embarrassed, asks what it is, and the girl cook replies that she prepared it while she was waiting for him. Opening the box, he sees that she has prepared a treat for him and thanks the girl, mentally comparing her to an angel. And Karin, at that moment, hoped that the guy would not think that she had more special feelings for him. The young master of taming says that he has waited a long time for this, and Karin replies that it is nothing compared to what he did for her. Realizing that it's time for her to go, the girl tells Jan that she's had enough of playing and will wait for the next meeting with him, to which he reciprocates. Karin leaves the game, and as she slowly dissolves into thin air, John waves goodbye to her with a satisfied grin. John analyzes the work done today and looks at the time, noting that he still has about 5 hours before bed, and in the meantime, he will have dinner. Looking at the treat that Karin gave him, the young man decides that it wouldn't hurt to order some fried chicken for himself later. Sometime later, John, like a rider on a horse, rushes across the deserted area on the back of his faithful familiar. They rush at great speed, causing the wind to flutter the boy's hair and the wolf's fur, and they run, leaving behind only a trail of dust. The guy understands that they are late, and the faithful wolf spares no effort to justify the expectations of his master. The reason they were now in a hurry was a common human desire. The delivery of the ordered food was delayed. And finally, they stand on the edge of a cliff, overlooking the sea and the dock built on the shore, and Jan, pointing to the ship, says that this is their goal. They still might not make it. The guy shouts to the wolf that they need to get to that ship's dock as quickly as possible, and Lou himself understands this. In a hurry, Ian remembers that he was here a long time ago, and now they need to get to the island of the deep to summon the ice golem. They are almost there, running along the pier. the sun on the horizon shining in their eyes, and the ship begins to sail away inexorably. They were only a couple of minutes short. The ship had already sailed some distance, but they couldn't wait for the next one now. Lu runs with all his might. The owner, grabbing the wolf's fur to keep from falling, encourages him and tells him not to give up. They are already at the very edge of the pier. The ship is far away. But this is not a problem for the huge wolf, because at the last moment, right before the water, he makes a jump. The luckier people who were already on board the ship watch in shock as the couple of latecomers arrive. Lu flew like a bird, but unfortunately it wasn't enough, and they still didn't have enough altitude to get on board. However, an idea instantly appears in John's head. In standing on the wolf, he pushes off from its back right in mid-flight. Now flying alone, the young man quickly cancels the call, so that the wolf that helped him get so far does not fall into the water. Luckily for the guy, this jump was enough, and now he lands on the wooden ship that so wanted to abandon him. Looking around and sighing with relief, the young master of taming himself notes that he barely made it. The guy meets the gaze of the people watching this performance and sees confusion in their eyes. To ease the tension, John points out the wonderful weather, which doesn't lessen the shock of those present one bit. He thinks that he will never get used to this ship, but suddenly his thoughts are interrupted by a greeting in his direction. A suspicious man in knight's armor approaches him from behind and asks the guy if he is a summoner. Turning around, the taming master notices that this man is not alone. He is accompanied by 3 more ill-disposed individuals. Warily, Ian confirms that he is the summoner and asks a counter-question, namely, who is calling on him. This man, as if having understood something for himself, does not answer the question, but only smirks, and a threat emanates from him. Taking a closer look at the situation, Ian realizes that, at the moment, it is only he and this group on deck. They say they were just curious to see if the guy was a summoner, but now all 4 of them look threatening. They give off a bad atmosphere. The young taming master begins to suspect that they may be the player's killers and summons his weapon. But suddenly it turns out that they are really just curious, and they start asking about the wolf he was riding, what breed it was. They are touched, ask him to call him again, want to pet him, and in the meantime, John hides the summoned weapon behind his back. In his thoughts, justifying himself, he thinks that they looked at him with too devouring a gaze and recalls the hidden weapon. The ship had already sailed far away, cutting through the water, and nothing was visible on the horizon except the sea and the sunny sky. Ian decides to continue the strangely started dialogue and asks the group if they are heading to an uninhabited island. Their long-haired leader in knight armor explains that 2 of the group are mages, and the rest have come to help them with a quest to obtain cold magic. Having finished his explanation, the now friendly-looking knight asks John if he is heading there for the quest. Jan answered affirmatively, and the knight wondered if there was a quest for the summoner, but his partner asked him not to be so annoying. The guy immediately starts apologizing profusely and bowing, but Ian, embarrassed, tells him that everything is fine. The knight explains that he is very interested in the summoner class, and that he also has a friend of this class who recently found an interesting item, namely a summoning egg. He asked Ian if he knew anything about it, but the young summoner heard about it for the first time and asked what it was. The long-haired guy replies that all he knows is that his friend found an egg in a golden rat snake's nest, and it hasn't hatched yet. Ian sums up that this guy's friend probably didn't reach level 30, but he would be interested in looking at this summoning egg. He muses that he might get a boss egg, which would be pretty cool, but he needs to be on his guard. After some time, the ship cut through not only water, but also small pieces of ice and snow. They were approaching their goal because the icy mountains of the large island were already clearly visible ahead. As the summoner and his familiar looked at the water, the temperature around them gradually dropped. The young master of taming realized that they had arrived at their destination, which was an uninhabited island. The ship now has difficulty sailing forward, as large ice blocks constantly appear in its path. Having stepped onto the icy shore, Jan's fellow travelers were already shivering from the cold, surprised by how creepy it was here, in addition to the fact that the entire island was made of ice. Within a minute, the summoner himself was shivering from the piercing cold, thinking that even though he had been here before, the island still impressed him. Noticing that even his wolf was a little cold, Jan began to think that he should dress warmer. Then the group of Lu's fans and his owner had to go their separate ways, and as they said goodbye, they waved their hands to each other and wished each other good luck. Left alone again with his pet, the summoner suggests that he move forward, to which the wolf growls approvingly. They stopped on an icy rise to analyze the situation and saw a large number of ice golems below. Jan is pleased to note that they have found a great place to organize another hunt. It's time to get to work, but first the young master of taming says they should prepare. John takes out his bag of supplies and sticks his hand in there, looking for the snack that Karin made for them. The boy finds what he was looking for and asks Lou if he wants to try it, and the wolf's eyes light up an icy color, icy as the island itself. Jan throws food into the air, and his pet, like a dog, jumps up to catch the desired treat. Lou eats a meatball, which increases his vitality and agility for a full 40 minutes. The summoner notices that this time another additional stat has increased, and the duration has doubled. These circumstances lead him to the interesting idea of trying to eat the same meatball himself. However, only after smelling it, he realizes that this is not a very good idea, because it is raw meat and it smells terrible. He remembers Harren's words that this treat was intended only for Lou, and unfortunately, it would not suit him. In exchange for the meatball, the summoner opens a box containing food that was definitely made just for him. A fork appears in his hand and he begins to chew his hot steak with great pleasure. Tender premium steak improves the guy's vitality and defense for an hour, as confirmed by the game's notification. As the boy expected from Karin's cooking, he notes that the effects of the steak are much better than those of the meatballs. Another notification appears stating that Ian has consumed food prepared to modern standards for the first time, increasing all of his stats by 3 points. Jan is shocked by such an unexpected effect, and he decides to open the status window to double-check the changes. After confirming the increase in stats, he calculates that such an increase is the same as leveling up 4 times. Having received such an impressive number of points for nothing, Jan is once again convinced that Karin is amazing. In addition, he is thinking about getting her a grill so that in the future she can cook him even more food. Having refreshed themselves, the summoner and his wolf set off to beat the icicles, as if they were ice golems, as Jan jokingly called them. Meanwhile, in a warm town in the Luspel Empire, 3 beams of light appear in the middle of the street near a fountain. Gradually, these rays of light begin to take on the human forms of players who have recently lost everything. Some people around think that these are beggars, while others guess that these players died and failed the quest. Lucan, Sokol, and Milan sat defeated and leafed through their inventory, analyzing what exactly they had lost. Almost in tears, they realized that since they had not removed their equipment before dying, they had lost all their items. Lucan still blamed Jan and Karin for his defeat, saying that if they had not fallen into the summoner's trap, they would have defeated them all. He states that this was the biggest mistake of their lives, because they did not know that he was in a powerful guild that was in the top 30 best. He promises to show the offender the power of his guild and swears to himself that John will be in big trouble and the summoner will not be able to take a step in Kylan. John has been fighting the ice golems for over 10 hours and already very tired, suggests that his wolf take a break. Having done a great job, the pet approached its owner, expecting him to give it a reward in the form of a treat. The wolf's eyes lit up again when he saw another tasty meatball in the hands of the young summoner. Jan threw the meatball down, and Lou, with great pleasure, swallowed the treat he so badly desired. The boy never ceases to be amazed at how much the wolf loved Haren's cooking, while Lou, with a satisfied face, enjoyed the taste. Jan thought that the meatball was too small for such a large wolf and offered him more, which the familiar seemed unable to refuse. However, the faithful wolf placed his paw on his master's hands as a sign that he himself was not going to eat. He began to wag his head from side to side, showing that he wanted to share his treat with his owner. Ian was very touched by this show of concern, but told his pet that he had his own food, and the meatballs belonged only to Lou. After a moment to snack, the summoner decides to look at the stats of the ice golems they caught today. Both golems were level 37, which is above average, but the guy can catch another one because he wants more. At the very least, he wants to find a creature that will have the ability to evolve, just like his wolf did. The young man suggests continuing the search because they need to find something good before leaving in order to compensate for all the time they spent here. More golems had gathered on the icy shore, and the sun was already setting on the horizon. Ying and Wolf Lu quietly crept towards their target, then stopped behind an ice block to look around. Taking a closer look, the young master of taming finally notices one interesting creature. With his analytical ability, he sees that one of the ice golems has a golden name glowing above it, confirming its uniqueness. This time, such a creature was found quite quickly, so Jan decides that luck is on his side today. Having already planned his attack, Jan is about to give the order to his pet when suddenly he notices another interesting thing. Behind the crowd of ice golems, a small creature resembling a turtle appeared, its color out of place in the overall picture. Having already discarded the idea of beating up the golems, the guy asks himself a new question. What kind of little monster is wandering around there? He uses the ability to analyze on this creature and finds out that it is a level 30 abyssal turtle. Jan looks at the information with interest because he has never heard of such a species, and besides, this type of turtle is unique. The guy is touched by the funny big head of the turtle, but doubts that it will help him much in battle. But nevertheless, he understands that, since this is a unique and unknown species, the guy cannot miss such a chance and decides to catch it. The summoner is about to attack the abyssal turtle, but he is worried about the creature's health indicator. He thinks that the turtle can die from one blow, which makes it difficult to catch, and he also has another question. He wonders if the turtle's huge head can fit into the shell and immediately decides to check it out. He lightly taps the turtle's shell with his staff, causing it to look indignant. And after the indignation, the turtle entered a stage of anger, and perhaps it is preparing to attack the guy. However, everything turned out differently. The turtle, unable to bear such disrespect, decides to hide in its shell. The turtle turned into a small green stone, and Yan and Lu stand over it, perplexed, not knowing what to do next. The young master of taming is surprised at how easy this victory was for him and begins to cast a capture spell. But no such luck. The game notifies the player that he still cannot capture the abyssal turtle. Jan cries out in confusion that this has never happened before, while the wolf stands nearby and cannot help in any way. Dissatisfied with this turn of events, he decides to damage the turtle, but it only takes one hit. The guy, deciding that he didn't hit hard enough, begins to hit the animal with a series of stronger blows. However, the turtle still received no more than 1 point of damage per hit, and a little tired, Yang stopped his attacks. Feeling helpless, the guy asked his familiar to bite through the impenetrable turtle. The wolf, confident of his superiority over the reptile, rushes forward, ready to bare his sharp fangs. Lu sinks his teeth into the turtle's shell, anticipating the success his master has failed to achieve. But the wolf only damages his teeth, achieving only 1 more point of damage, and Yang wonders what kind of defense rating this turtle has. The couple was very tired of this action and, in thought, sat down next to the invincible opponent, thinking what to do next. After some brainstorming, the young summoner comes up with an idea that he believes will save their hopeless situation. He decides to lure the turtle with meatballs, which his wolf loves so much, and already begins to poke food in front of the shell. The abyssal turtle, having smelled a pleasant scent, begins to take its head out of its impenetrable shell. Jan tells her that if she wants to eat it, she'll have to come closer, and the turtle starts to salivate. The survival instinct tells her to retreat, but having overcome it, the turtle still comes closer and closer to what she wants. Jan left the meatball on the ground, and the turtle had already come close and opened its mouth to finally eat the treat. However, Jan, with the evil face of an experienced sadist, quickly snatches the meatball right from under the turtle's nose. The animal is furious, and the summoner tells her that if she wants it, she will have to go with him. Jan has changed his strategy and is now trying to bribe the turtle, promising her much more treats if she joins them. Continuing his cunning deed, the young master of taming shows more meatballs in his hand, reinforcing his words. He promises to give her 3 meatballs at once, immediately after the contract is concluded, and the turtle can no longer deny it. Eventually, a bright yellow light is seen on the ice mountain, which signifies the tamer's victory over the turtle. A notification from the game also confirms his success, and the guy is glad that this bullying is finally over. Ian jokes that it would be much easier to charm a celebrity than this turtle with a giant head. He opens the information window to read carefully about this abyssal turtle, and what he sees pleasantly surprises him. The summoner finally found what he was looking for, because the captured turtle could evolve in the future. The guy's overjoyed and surprised that he was able to find such a creature in this particular location. Jan is very pleased with this trip, and he hasn't even finished reading the information about the new pet yet. Looking closely at the levels of all the indicators, he is shocked that the defense is excessively high, although the rest is not so good. Also, the turtle has an innate ability that multiplies defense, making its armor comparable to level 100 monsters, which is why he and Lu couldn't penetrate it. The guy checks the potential indicators while noticing problems with the turtle's agility. Yana is very surprised that the potential level is 0. At the same time, the closeness is at 10, which is strange. All that remains for the young summoner is to trust in the creature's unique rank and the fact that it can evolve. It's pretty hard to predict what this abyssal turtle will become after evolution, so Ian decides not to bother for now. Having finished his thoughts, the young man creates a magic circle and calls back his new pet. In a bright light, a cute turtle appears, standing on a purple summoning circle, ready for further instructions. The game notifies the player that since this is the first time he has summoned this creature, he can give it a personal name. While the tamer ponders over a name, the turtle spins in circles with its little paws. Not taking this task seriously enough, Yan declares that from today on, the turtle will be called Puk Puk. Turtle Puck Puck is clearly not happy with this choice, which is confirmed by the notification from the game. The guy, completely confident in the chosen name, asks what the turtle didn't like about this nickname. Wolf Lu can only watch this dispute between the man and the silent turtle with condescension. After a short while, the boy and the wolf return to their original task of hunting. Yang returns to his old plan of action and orders his familiar to attack the special ice golem. Lu rushes forward at his cold opponent, who is already prepared to fight the intruders. The wolf dodges, and the golem's heavy blow shatters the icy ground, sending shards flying. Having waited for the right moment, the hunter prepares to counterattack in order to bring the prey to his master. Lu's powerful blows are enough to cause the ice golem's body to begin to fall apart into small pieces of ice. The frost monster turns around, attempting to strike again at the furry, agile foe, but it dodges again. The summoner encourages his pet and tells it to keep up the good work to weaken the monster. Suddenly, the expression on the monstrous face changes, and Ian begins to feel that something bad is about to happen. The ice golem, enraged by the attack of the impudent creatures, prepares its special ability to get rid of the wolf. A huge ice monster towers over Lu and is ready to crush the unfortunate wolf. Ian realizes that the golem is about to use the ice wave skill, and the boy orders his familiar to retreat as quickly as possible. With a powerful blow of its heavy paw, the golem smashes all the ground in the area, releasing all its energy. The wolf managed to survive this attack. Jan gives him the order to jump in order to finally finish off the enemy. The guy thinks that the golem should remain inactive for a while after using such a powerful skill. The opportunity presents itself for Jan, and he soars upward for his decisive final attack. Such a strong jump is enough for Jan to end up even higher than the tall golem's head. Ian swings his staff, charging it with magical energy, and prepares to smash the ice monster's head. At the last moment, the golem looks at the guy with a disappointed look, realizing that this is the end of the duel. The young summoner, right in the air, knocks off half the head of the ice golem, as if it were an ordinary snowman's top. The embittered monster, crumbling, writhes in pain, hoping to still strike back at the little man. However, the monster still hasn't recovered from such a strong blow, and the summoner and his familiar are already preparing to finish him off. John gives the order, and the two of them jump on the golem, looking more menacing than the monster. A double attack from the master and his pet finally ends this difficult battle, smashing the golem into pieces. The young tamer uses the capture ability, and the game notifies him that he has successfully captured the ice golem. Jan notes that they barely managed and complains about his own wishes, because it is difficult to find a creature that he likes. Looking at the stats of another new pet, he notices that its potential stat is 75, meaning it was worth it. The boy thinks about naming him Biggie, and then, looking around, notices that Puk Puk the turtle is nowhere to be seen. He didn't have to search for long, because his pet had slipped away for a snack and was catching fish, while the boy and the wolf were fighting. John realizes that he has already spent 2 days searching for the golem, and it is time for him to increase the pace of leveling up, which means that now they are heading to the snowy mountains of Krupia. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, the majestic castle of the Duke of Trapin can be seen, above the entrance of which stands a huge statue of a warrior. Inside this beautiful building, in the kitchen, there is a girl cook who is humming melodies to herself. Karen, who has been improving her culinary skills all this time, looks at the result of her efforts and hopes that she succeeded. A bright light signaled the completion of the cooking, and a notification from the game told her that she had been able to make cream of lobster bisque. The dish looks very appetizing, and the game informs her that she has prepared a luxurious dish for the first time, and her fame has increased by 1,200 points. Karin smiles and hopes that in a little while she will be able to prepare a dish worth more than 10,000 gold. After long and hard practice, the girl decides that she can finally afford to go and rest. She happily notes that her leveling progress is much faster in the kitchen of the Duke's castle. Remembering her new summoner friend, Karin wanted to ask how he was doing, and she opened the chat window. However, the guy gets ahead of her, their dialogue window is already active, and the girl decides to write to her partner as soon as possible. She tells him that she has been practicing her cooking skills at the Duke's castle all this time and has just finished. After asking the girl which castle she was in, the guy, a little embarrassed, decided to ask her for help. Karin, who had just finished her business, did not expect that Jan would decide to contact her so soon. The taming master explains that he is going to run to her and asks her to prepare him some delicious food. The girl replies that this is not a problem at all because she has already prepared a lot of things, so he will be able to find food to his taste. Finally, Karin writes to the guy that he is looking forward to their soon meeting and that she will wait for him as long as it takes. She was worried about the surplus of food, so she was very lucky that Ian wrote to her and asked her to feed him. The girl was embarrassed by her own thoughts and began to convince herself that this was not because she really wanted to see him. Chin-sun was transported from the game to the real world and immediately decided to check if any new information had appeared on the forums. He immediately comes across a notification that people have discovered new information about the summoner class. The guy opens a video with an interview where they discuss a summoning fox named Coco, and they also discuss one interesting feature of this pet. The girl in the video states that in the information window of this fox, there is a point about the possibility of evolving, and from what he heard, Chin-sun even spat out his drink. The guy is very disappointed that information about evolution has already become known to everyone else. However, he quickly pulls himself together, realizing that it was only a matter of time, and it had already taken them longer than he expected to find out about it. The player adds that probably many in the game have already changed their class to a summoner, so it is quite natural that there are those who have found similar pets. Besides, without training skills, it is quite difficult to lead them to evolution, he thinks, and there is no one better than the wolf Lu. Having dealt with this issue, the guy decides to look for other new information that he might not have heard about. The second news was information about monsters of a unique class and their taming, about which there was also a video. Chin-sun casts a disdainful glance and tells himself that he managed to do all this much earlier. He consoles himself by believing that all the other players were helped either by their leveled-up friends or guilds. Not having received any new information, he decides to return to the game to continue studying the turtle Puk-Puk. And once again, Jan returns to a beautifully drawn virtual world, which contrasts so much with the grayness of life. The summoner arrived at the desired city and met with Heron, who handed him a huge bag of food. The guy is surprised by such a large amount of supplies and asks the girl if she really doesn't want anything in return. The sweet girl replies that she doesn't need anything because it doesn't compare to how he helped her with that quest, as a result of which she was able to get the necklace. Jan takes a closer look at the donated supplies and notices that some of the food looks very expensive. The guy doesn't even know how to thank her, but the girl has her own ideas on how he can express his gratitude. With a menacing look, the girl asks the guy if he could fulfill 2 of her requests, to which she clearly expects him to agree. Already a little regretting that he came here, the guy nevertheless wonders what exactly these requests consist of. The first request, as the girl says, is simple because Jan just needs to collect some ingredients if he is going to hunt in the northern region. The guy agrees without any problems, but Karin seems to be unable to bring himself to voice his second request. He understands that she is embarrassed to ask him about this, and the anticipation only makes him more interested in hearing it. At the same time, a prudent player really hopes that this assignment will not slow down his leveling. Finally, the girl asks him to help her with her schoolwork, and at first, the guy doesn't understand what exactly she's talking about. Harn explains that their mutual friend Carvin once mentioned that Yang was studying at Korea University. The guy confirms this, clarifying that he is a freshman and at the same time wondering if she really needs something in the real world. The girl continues to explain and says that she also studies there. She is a second-year student in the Faculty of Hotel Culinary Arts. Ian is surprised that they study at the same university, and he is also amazed that Heron turns out to be a senpai. The girl needs to create her own recipe for a school assignment, and since Ian loves trying new dishes, she wants him to be a taster and choose the best one. The guy clarifies whether he understood correctly that all that is required of him is to eat her cooking and give a review. Curran answers in the affirmative and adds that she cannot cope without him, and they both blush and look at each other. After this meeting ended, the young taming master was still in thought after what he had heard. He still wonders why Curran asked him for help, and wonders if she really doesn't have friends in real life. Although regarding the last thought, the guy jokingly thinks that it wouldn't be so strange, considering the girl's unusualness. However, he will still have time to think about this, but for now he should focus on preparing for the next quest. Analyzing the next task, the guy notes that it will be quite dangerous and there is little information about it, which means he should find the best equipment. The young master of taming ponders for a long time over different types of equipment. Some he likes and others he doesn't. Finally, he had stocked up on almost everything he needed, but he still had to choose a weapon to complete the purchase. He wants to find himself a powerful bow, but as he thought, with his current leveling, it is simply impossible to buy a high-level bow. He can't find a single bow with a charm to enhance a familiar, so the guy is forced to expand his search criteria. Although he couldn't find the weapon he was used to, he still eventually found something interesting. And the most suitable and interesting item turns out to be the steel gloves of the ancient summoner. Judging from the name, it should suit him, and in addition, Ian draws attention to some amazing ability. Soon, the young master of taming set off on his next mission to the snowy mountains, where a storm was raging. There in the snow, a battle was already underway. Yan summoned his ice golem Biggie and used his ice wave ability. After successfully attacking the golem, the guy says that he will attack from the front, and he orders his wolf to attack from behind. Huge, muscular monsters with glowing orange eyes appear before the tamer. The hideous monster raises its fist to smear the resisting bugs across the snowy ground. However, the blow missed, making a hole in the ground where the guy had just stood, who jumped aside at the last moment. Ian activates his weakness finder skill, increasing his accuracy, critical hit chance, and granting bonus damage when hitting a weak spot. The guy decides to trust the item he bought for 900,000 gold and gets his new gloves. He rushes forward towards the terrible monster, wanting to test the usefulness of such an expensive newly acquired weapon. Vulnerability search reveals all the monster's weak points, and Yang remembers them as he jumps towards the enemy. He delivers a series of crushing blows to the brute with his ancient summoner's steel gauntlets. Blow after blow, the guy gets closer to victory, and sparks fly from each hit. Ian doesn't regret buying the gloves at a premium price, especially because of their innate ability that can activate one of the pet's skills on the owner. Even before the fight, he wondered if the gloves could accidentally transfer Pook Pook's innate ability. This would mean that the ability would put the young tamer in a shell, like his abyssal turtle. But fortunately, the guy calms down, realizing that a physical condition is required to activate this ability. Now, continuing the battle, Ian decides to test the new skills he received after reaching level 30. When his monstrous enemy strikes with his huge club, the boy uses the spatial distortion skill. The guy's ice golem appears in his place, and it blocks the enemy's attack instead of the summoner. The summoner himself finds himself in the place where the golem just stood and is happy that it worked. The guy was very lucky not to take the damage that his pet received, because even such a strong creature as Biggie lost more than 1,000 health points with one hit. The level 60 ice trolls were strong, and Ian rushed towards one of them until he recovered. The summoner deals critical damage with the gauntlet, removing 596 health points from the troll. Ian decides to continue in the same spirit, when suddenly the gloves activate Puta's ability and borrow one of Lu the Wolf's skills. The Master of Taming gains the Berserker status. He becomes filled with power, and his eyes glow red. The summoner began to resemble his first familiar a little. He was ready to tear the enemy apart like a wolf. The ice troll is not bothered by such changes, and he screams in rage, trying to deal another deadly blow to the guy. Yan's attack and agility were increased by 30%, which he immediately felt as he easily dodged an enemy's attack. However, along with this, the skill reduced his defense by the same 30%, and now the troll can kill him with one blow. Remembering that monsters with long attack animations have a gap after each hit, Yang chooses the right moment and deals critical damage again. The guy's attack power increases for 5 seconds, and he delivers a crushing uppercut to the ice troll's jaw. Jan, pleased with himself, holds the glove at the ready again, so that it even shines, preparing for the final blow to the monster. Another lunge and the steel glove is imprinted into the troll's face, which was the monster's last seconds. The monster, which was many times larger than the boy, now lies at the feet of the young master of taming, dissolving into a purple haze. Ian finally defeats his fierce opponent, and the game notifies him that he has received 1,060 experience points for defeating the creature. At night, among the trees, whose branches are covered with a layer of snow, a group of people sitting around a fire can be seen. Even though they were dressed warmly, they still had to make a big fire to keep warm in this harsh place. One of them reports to the girl that they had to cordon off the area because there is a chance that they could run into ice golems with a level above 100. Handing the cup to Hurst, Jan's friend, the girl says that the expedition to the northern region was a good idea, and now they have a base for the guild. Hurst agrees, although they only chose this area because there is no more free land in the southern region, and now they don't know if they can defend this base. She says that they will do everything possible, and during the next 3 months of peace, they will use all their forces to develop the base. Once the expedition is over, she adds, they plan to call all the guild members here and hunt only in this area. The guy tells her that only one person from the guild can handle this place, and she asks who he is talking about. Hurst says that of course it is John, because after the character reset, he will have to train in the southern region for a long time. But the girl does not agree, and tells the guy that John is probably already here, because he recently asked her to share information about the northern region. Hurst is very interested in what level he is, but the girl herself does not know. However, it will only be more profitable for them if he levels up faster. John's friend doesn't understand what his guildmate is doing, and doesn't have the slightest idea how he manages to do it all. The next day, the young master of taming still continues to level up and gain strength tirelessly. The summoner has been fighting hard this whole time, but he tells his wolf that they are swinging too slowly. Ian realizes that this is because the experience is now divided between 4, although all of his creatures have already passed level 40, and he remembers that he hasn't been outside for a week. Looking through the information about his summoned creatures, the guy hopes that Biggie's potential will grow to 100. But Ian notices that this has already happened and wonders why his ice golem hasn't evolved then. He wonders what other conditions there might be. Perhaps a level, although his wolf evolved when he was still at level 20. The guy decides that the level requirement may be different for each creature, but he can't figure it out now. It was decided to use the skill to train on the abyssal turtle Puk Puk in the near future. However, the animal has disappeared from sight again, and the irritated tamer goes to look for the ever-disappearing turtle. The guy looks for him everywhere, calling him with meatballs, but is not very worried, because if something happened to him, a notification would have come. After wandering around the snowy area for a while, Jan finally manages to find the missing person, who is digging in the snow. The turtle's owner, not understanding what she is doing, asks a question, but the green animal does not pay attention to him. As it turns out, Puk Puk found something to profit from, and the system notification tells him that he has absorbed a mandrake. The turtle's potential has increased tenfold. All characteristics have increased by 5, but the owner is furious about what Puk Puk did. Ian explains that this is a rare medical material that increases all characteristics, and ideally, he should have been the one to eat it. The guy tells the turtle that if she finds something like this again, she must bring it to the owner, and he, in return, will give her a meatball. Suddenly, Puk Puk becomes alert and turns around, while his owner tries to figure out where his pet is going. The master tamer stumbled upon something he never expected to find while searching for his abyssal turtle. The guy with the wolf and the golem go forward after the turtle, and in the distance they see a strange building built right into the mountain. Chan can't believe his eyes. Such luck has come upon him, and he has already completely forgotten about the disappointment from eating the mandrake. The building's gloomy entrance is filled with all-consuming darkness, and the game notifies the player that he has found the hidden dungeon first. Also, a notification comes that the chance of items dropping in the dungeon has been doubled for the next 5 days. The game offers to register the dungeon, which will give Ian 500 reputation points, but he refuses because then all the players nearby will run here, and he does not want to help anyone. Finally, Ian realizes that the journey to the northern region was not in vain, and he is not going to share the double chance of item drops with others. The boy praises Puk Puk and admits that he is now also useful, and the turtle waves his paws contentedly. Gaining confidence, the young master of taming decides that it is time to begin exploring this new dungeon. The summoner and his trio of creatures enter the dungeon and walk through the dark corridors of the mysterious dungeon. As they walk deeper into the location, Ian notes that this appears to be a normal dungeon with no hidden pitfalls. The guy remembers that complex dungeons are full of dangerous traps and secret ambushes, which he hasn't seen here yet. However, John feels unwell in this place. A chill runs down his spine, and it seems to him that he sensed a ghost. Suddenly, the silence of the dark dungeon is broken by a loud explosion. A bright light shines and fragments of stones fly in all directions. From this light emerge three devilish creatures, somewhat reminiscent of horses with long tongues and brightly glowing eyes. Their crocodile faces look angrily at the company, and Jan understands that, after all, there will be no ambushes here, and they will have to fight. First, the guy orders his ice golem Biggie to use the ice wave skill. The game notifies that this attack causes creatures that turn out to be ghost dragons to lose health points and speed. Having lost the initiative, the enraged ghost dragons begin to roar with anger, wanting to tear their enemies to shreds. But Biggie's golem is in full combat readiness and is waiting for the next move that these vile creatures will make. Biggie acts as the first line of defense for his master, giving him a chance to plan their next moves. Ian is still wondering what to do, since his wolf Lou can't use his berserker ability yet. But there is little time to think, so the summoner tells the wolf to take on the left dragon and buy time, even if Lou cannot attack. Yang himself picks up his steel gloves and with their help activates the path ability, preparing to join the battle as well. The guy makes a sharp jump upwards, while the glove skill chooses which ability of the guy's creatures to borrow. He's lucky, and the game notifies him that the gloves borrow the Ice Wave ability from Biggie's golem, which will help him attack effectively. The Master of Taming delivers a powerful blow that illuminates the entire room with a bright light of ice magic. An icy wave rolls down the corridor, leaving a trail of ice spikes behind it, and hits one of the dragons. The dragon loses 635 health points, and its speed is reduced by 30% for 10 seconds. Jan signals his wolf and adds that they should deal with this particular dragon first. Jan, Biggie, and Lou all attack one dragon together in order to shift the numerical advantage to their side. Ian believes that these monsters are offensive type, which means that although their attacks are powerful, their defense and survivability are weak. He decides to continue to deal with the dragons one by one as quickly as possible for him and his pets. At this moment, other ghost dragons madly rush towards the guy, wanting to avenge their relative. The evil creatures are not going to make the same mistake and are now attacking simultaneously in order to get rid of the uninvited guests as quickly as possible. The guy understands that they might not survive such an attack and quickly gives everyone the command to dodge the dragon's attack. They scattered, all of them managing to avoid the frantic attack of the monsters and not lose any extra health points. The battle turns out to be quite grueling, and the guy and his pets still have to defeat two more powerful opponents. The young Master of Taming understands that this battle will not be easy, and they need to come up with a new strategy to win. It's obvious to the guy that if they continue like this, they'll be stuck here for a very, very long time. Still running through all the possible options, the summoner turns around and notices a disappointing picture. The abyssal turtle Puk Puk is not particularly worried about what is happening and lies there, resting, which begins to anger his owner. The guy orders the turtle to stop lounging, raise its shell, and draw the enemy's attention to itself. Puk Puk, without resisting for a second, had already stood up and with all seriousness hit the ground with his paw, ready to act. The little animal steps forward in front of its team, and its owner is surprised that the turtle actually listened to him. Yen, having changed his attitude towards the turtle again, praises his pet, while two ghostly dragons look at this small creature with bewilderment. However, the dragon's surprise passes quickly enough, and they are already preparing to smear the little turtle across the ground. In the old-fashioned way, Puk Puk hides in his impenetrable shell, preparing to take a powerful blow from a pair of dragons. The monsters turn the place where the turtle stood into mush, and the game notifies that Puk Puk has received critical damage. The pet's owner even panicked at first, but quickly calmed down when he realized that no matter how much the dragons hit, the turtle always received only 1 point of damage. The guy says he knew the turtle could handle it. He praises it for its excellent work and is amazed at the animal's defense rate. With his confidence restored, the young taming master believes that they can handle these monsters, no matter how strong they are. The summoner, wolf, and ice golem all charge into the attack after Yang's order to justify the turtle's efforts. And now, after just a short time, this foursome stands triumphantly next to the ghostly dragons, disintegrating into pixels. John, with a smile on his face and pride for his pets, tells his team that they have done it and can now move on. They have come all the way to the lower level of the dungeon, and the young man begins to notice that the atmosphere here is completely different. A magic summoning circle appears behind him, and the boy wonders if the main boss of the dungeon is about to appear here. Yang anxiously orders the ice golem Biggie and the wolf Lu to prepare for an attack, not knowing what to expect. The young man covers his face with his hand, because the yellow light becomes brighter, blinding the guy, and a human figure begins to be visible in it. This figure turns out to be an old man in a robe and hat, wearing glasses and holding a staff in his left hand. Ian is surprised by his own assumption that the dungeon boss could be the ghost of an elderly man. However, instead of attacking, the old man, chuckling, notices with slight surprise that a summoner has come to him. The young master of Taming, not knowing what to expect from the newly arrived old man, tensely awaits further developments. The guy asks himself if this is a monster and decides to find out who this old man is, trying to sound as polite as possible. Instead of answering the question, the old man says that it must be fate that the first one to challenge Oakley's trial was a summoner. Jan is surprised by this and asks if this test is named after the ghostly old man. Oakley, with all his wise and at the same time gloomy look, answers the young man's suggestion in the affirmative. Still not trusting the old man, the summoner decides to inquire why Mr. Oakley is in this place. Yana is surprised by his answer because the old man, throwing a threatening glance, said that he could not yet answer the young man's question. The situation continues to escalate, and a creepy smile appears on Mr. Oakley's face behind his thick mustache and beard. The old man's staff fills with a bright golden light, and he announces that if they pass his test, he will reveal all the secrets to them. The guy, not expecting such a development of events, is now tensely watching what will happen next. Everything around begins to shake and rumble from the powerful magical force of Mr. Oakley, and pieces of stone begin to fall from the ceiling. Ian is disappointed with this turn of events and prepares for a battle even more difficult than those that have come before on their long journey. The old man takes hold of the staff with both hands, gaining more and more strength, and turns to the Chaos Dragon with a request to listen to his call. The staff continues to absorb magical energy, and at one point, blue colors are mixed with the golden glow. Ian, who had been motionless the entire time, finally turns around in shock, realizing that the enemy will appear behind his team. A bright explosion of magical power, shining like the sun, appears behind the summoner and his trio of familiars. From the smoke, first a huge wing appears, reminiscent of the limbs of bats, raising the wind around. Then the monster's long spiky tail becomes visible, and it begins to swirl it in all directions. Each paw of the monster has several huge claws, which could cut an entire rock in half. Finally, you can see the face of the yellow-eyed creature, and the game highlights above its head that it is a level 75 Chaos Dragon. What he saw does not calm the young master of Taming at all, because he has no idea how his team should proceed. The guy notes that the monster is more than twice the size of the ghostly dragons they fought on the first floor. Also, Yana is stressed by the 75th level of the creature. He does not know how to win, because the average level of his familiars is about 40. The only thing that Yan immediately decides for himself is that he will have to recall his pets if their health reaches a critical state. The Chaos Dragon lets out a terrifying howl, and the game notifies the player that his body is groaning in fear, and all stats will be reduced by 5% for 10 minutes. Despite the resulting deterioration in his performance, Yan promises that even if he dies, he will take this monster with him. Meanwhile, Old Man Oakley orders the Chaos Dragon to begin an attack on the young summoner and his team of creatures. Without wasting a second, the dragon carries out the order and is already gathering hot flames in its mouth to release them towards the young man. Ian is surprised that this terrifying monster can use a fire-breathing technique. Expecting massive damage, the boy picks up the turtle and yells at the golem and wolf to dodge the dragon's oncoming attack. The summoned monster releases a wide stream of bright yellow flames that reduce everything in its path to ash. A huge explosion of raging flames quickly raises the temperature around and tears the surface of the lower floor into pieces. As the fire begins to die down, it becomes clear that Lou and Biggie have dodged, but Ian remains in the same place. The guy was forced to cover himself with his turtle so as not to perish in the stream of scorching hellfire. He was close to failure and can't believe that even Pook Pook, with his insane defense, lost a third of his health. The young man ponders that if this monster is the same type as the ghost dragons, then its defense and survivability should be low. Still holding the turtle in his hand like a shield, the summoner commands his golem to use Ice Wave. He tells Wolf to use Berserk and attack from the flank. The guy is not going to give up until he reaches his limit. To even the odds a little, The tamer uses the vulnerability search skill to figure out where to hit best. However, before he could analyze anything, Yang noticed that the dragon was already preparing to strike again. The Chaos Dragon turned its body to launch a smashing tail strike towards the summoner's team. The guy has to order everyone to dodge again, because any attack from the dragon can finish them off in a second. The boy himself doesn't have time to dodge, but his golem puts up a block with its icy hands, covering its owner. Biggie takes the punch intended for Ian with his own hands, taking a massive amount of damage. His icy hands begin to crumble into tiny pieces of ice, and the game notifies that the golem has received a critical hit. Also, information is displayed that Biggie lost more than 4,500 health points from one blow from the dragon. The summoner, worried about his pet, notes that this is too much even for a level 70 boss. The guy has to cancel the summoning of his faithful ice golem so that he doesn't die in this difficult fight. Puk Puk climbs onto his master's back while he considers what to do next, given their losses. At this time, the Wolf Lu continues his unequal fight with the Chaos Dragon, constantly dodging his deadly attacks. Waiting for the right moment, Lu deals a critical hit to the dragon, taking away 1,776 units of health and inflicting bleeding. Also, the wolf's attack will be strengthened for 5 seconds, and Ian is happy that his pet was able to find the monster's weak spot. The summoner decides to continue in the same spirit for now and gives the order to attack the dragon again, and Lu runs furiously towards his opponent. With each attack, the agile wolf takes away from the dragon either about 1,000 units of damage or about 2,000. The Chaos Dragon is clearly starting to get irritated by all this and is wondering what kind of blow to use to crush the little, annoying dog. He finds a solution quite quickly and again draws a huge arc with his heavy tail. This time, the wolf's agility is still not enough, and the dragon hits its target with a strong, painful blow. Everything around is collapsing, and the Chaos Dragon is about to finish off the wolf he came across in order to get rid of another familiar. The summoner has very little time, but he must take any possible action to prevent the wolf from dying. The best solution he can think of is to use the spatial distortion skill and switch places with Lu. To make sure his plan works, he also summons Puk Puk to himself right before moving. The guy picks him up while the abyssal turtle, who can't do anything, is in total shock. The young master of taming, using the turtle as a shield, was able to block the dragon's destructive blow. The monster's tail bounced up and flew into the ceiling, smashing it into pieces and showering stones on the heads of those present. Barely surviving this all-destructive attack, Ian sees that Puk Puk has lost 118 units of health. The guy is shocked that this dragon deals a critical hit every time it attacks, but is also amazed by the turtle's incredible defense. The team recovers a little from the last attack, and on the summoner's command, the Wolf Lu rushes towards the enemy in order to tear him to pieces. To the loud praise of its owner, the pet once again deals critical damage to the enemy and takes away more than 2,500 units of health. John never ceases to be amazed because even after all these critical hits, the dragon still has more than half health. And again, the guy's thoughts distract him, and he notices too late that the next destructive blow is already aimed at him. Once again, the summoner has to take cover from a deadly attack by an unfortunate turtle. But even so, the dragon's tail knocks the guy with the turtle in his hands off his feet and slams the two of them into the nearest wall. Although Puk Puk absorbed the main damage, the game notifies the guy that he still lost 521 units of health from hitting the wall. Yan no longer knows if he can win, but he doesn't want to die, and he agrees with himself that a level 70 hero-class monster is really strong. The young man understands that he will lose all his precious experience if he ends here, and he will also receive an entry restriction for as long as 24 hours. But at the very least, he is obliged to save Lu, because the guy cannot lose his precious wolf under any circumstances. Ian tries to find his familiar, his eyes running around the room. He needs to call him back as quickly as possible. But when he notices the wolf, what he sees shocks him, because Lu still does not give up and is going to continue the unequal battle with the dragon. The faithful familiar jumps around the dragon while it, in vain attempts, reaches for the wolf to devour him. Although the guy is grateful for his pet's enthusiasm, he is still very worried about him, because the wolf must also be exhausted by now. But Lu deals another increased critical damage to the Chaos Dragon, taking away more than 3,000 units of health. He was able to inflict increased damage by attacking the wounded area, something the summoner didn't even realize. Now the boy understands that the wolf continued to attack the dragon in the neck, which was his weak spot, and this allowed him to inflict additional damage. The guy is disappointed with his ignorance, although he assumes that no one else knew about it either, but now is not the time to think. But the wolf is not distracted by things like thinking, so he prepares to continue attacking the dragon at the right point. After another hit, Yang notices that the dragon's name began to flash, meaning that it had less than half its health left. At first he thought that this was his chance, but after thinking a little more, he realized that everything could be quite the opposite. The guy began to doubt precisely because after all this grueling battle, they managed to destroy only half of the health. John needs to take a sober look at the situation and see if he can even win this difficult battle. The boy looked at Puk Puk, who was sitting on his shoulder, and after thinking about it, he finally made a final decision. With a very tired expression on his face, the young master of taming glanced over his shoulder at the faithful wolf who had fought so selflessly. Having praised his valiant pets, the young man cancels the wolf's call, remaining alone with the turtle. Ian explains that he doesn't have time to restore his stamina with first aid, so if he gets tired, he won't be able to dodge the dragon's attacks. Besides, he can't win the battle by relying on Lu alone, so he decided to minimize his losses. Such sentimental things do not bother the Chaos Dragon, and he prepares to attack the tired guy again. Holding a confident Puk Puk in his hand, the summoner calls the massive beast to him for a final showdown. This arrangement suits the dragon, and he moves towards the remaining opponents in order to destroy them. Lastly, Ian thinks about how sad it is that he will have to lose a level and get a 24-hour entry restriction. However, he continues to stand in place, true to himself and ready for any outcome that may await him. And the dragon, already flying close, opens its mouth. At this point, Old Man Oakley mutters under his breath, admiring the summoner's incredible self-sacrifice. To everyone's surprise, he says that this is enough and raises his shining staff up for the next spell. It turns out to be a summon cancellation spell, and the Chaos Dragon, located a couple of steps away from the guy, begins to disappear. The player receives a notification that he has cleared the Chaos Dungeon, received over 133,000 experience points, and reached level 69. The guy still can't believe what's happening, although he is very happy with how well everything turned out. He is surprised by the old man's move and now understands that he was not destined to defeat the Chaos Dragon in this dungeon. Still, the young taming master is a little disappointed with this ending and asks Old Man Oakley to explain. Oakley was pleased with what he saw and says it was incredible. He is delighted with how well the team fought against such a strong enemy. The guy does not agree with the old man's admiration because he believes that he lost and besides, almost died in this confrontation. But Oakley explains that it was a call that cannot be defeated, but the guy passed the test, for which the old man congratulates him. The young man is still skeptical, but Mr. Oakley continues and asks the young summoner his name. The guy first says his real name, but then corrects himself, introducing himself as Ian. Suddenly, a wise old man asks the young man if he wants to become a student, and the game shows a notification about a change of class. It says that the legendary dragon tamer Oakley is deeply impressed by the boy's summoning skills and wishes for him to follow in the footsteps of his potential mentor. After carefully reading the information, the tamer master takes a closer look at the dragon tamer class and realizes that it is a hidden class. The guy can't believe that he managed to get something like this. It seems to him that it's too good to be true. Oakley, still waiting for an answer, asks again if the boy wants to become the successor of the legendary dragon tamer. The young man thinks that this sounds quite scary, but he wonders what is better, a master tamer or a dragon tamer. He realizes that he unlocked the master tamer class quite easily at the very beginning of the game. Another thing is the dragon tamer class, to unlock which you had to try really hard and almost die. In any case, Ian decides that this is a good offer and agrees to change his class to dragon tamer. Old Oakley is pleased with the answer, adding that it is simply a magnificent class and that the boy will not regret his decision. The legendary old man wraps his magic around the new apprentice and declares the birth of a new dragon tamer. However, in opposition to Oakley's magic circle, another appears before Ian, rejecting the old man's power. The shocked old man, looking at his elderly hand, does not understand at all how this could have happened. The game notifies Ian that he was unable to upgrade to dragon tamer, because it is not possible to change the class to a lower one. The old man decided to look at the information himself and now begins to understand that the guy is already on the path of a tamer. Oakley explains to the boy that he guessed that Ian was not a simple tamer, looking at his wolf, but did not think that he was a master tamer. The guy decides to gather as much information as possible and asks the wise old man what makes his wolf special. And he explains that Lou is a rare level blood red wolf, but his strength was higher than other individuals. However, he adds that this may only be possible if the handler had an unusual approach. Yun is surprised that the AI character was able to learn so much about his wolf, and he begins to understand why the old man is called the legendary dragon tamer. The young man decides to ask the old man why he was waiting for the applicants so much, tearing Oakley away from his thoughts about the boy's class peculiarity. The old man says he forgot to tell him about the most important thing, and Ian really hopes that Oakley is talking about a big reward. The legendary dragon tamer calls the master of taming to follow him, while he still hopes to win the jackpot. While Ian talks to the old man in another location, his guildmates continue to fight the ice monsters. Hurst delivers a final blow with his sword to his opponent, who falls dead with a thud onto the hard, cold ground. I feel very tired, but still, my good friend Yana managed to complete his assigned tasks. Another guy comes up to him and says that they have met the minimum requirements to move into the village, and Hurst confirms his words. The Lotus base has been transformed into the Lotus village, and the leader is automatically appointed as the guild master, as the game notifies them. His friends make fun of the guy because he looks too young to be a guild master, but he denies it just as jokingly, saying that he is an old man. Hurst says this is the base upgrade they've been dreaming of, considering his comrade Cloven Hen has the highest renown. He wonders if everything is okay with his dear friend Jan, while behind him, in the cold mountains, it snows forever. Meanwhile, Ian continues to fight monsters in order to upgrade himself to the same level he once had. In 5 days, he has only slept 10 hours, which makes him sleepy even in the game. His mind is foggy, and his eyes are bleeding. He, with his head down, walks in disappointment towards Lou and Biggie, who are defeating another dragon. The guy begins to regret the decision he made earlier, and no longer understands why he agreed to this mockery. He remembers the conversation with Old Man Oakley and what he told him about the so-called forced mission. The old dragon tamer said that those who passed his test could receive a reward along with a mission that could not be refused. The young master of taming had no choice, although he understood that the risks were too great, because from losing or refusing, he would lose units of reputation. Ian assumes that the old man will not say what the quest is, and Oakley confirms this, since the young man must first make a decision. Although it is risky, it still sounds very tempting, and the guy cannot refuse such an offer. And it is decided despite any problems that may arise. The master of taming accepts this task. The old man gloomily says that he knew that the young man would agree, and the game highlights the details of the quest in front of Jan. John evaluates the information he received and notes that the difficulty is quite high for his level, but at least there is no time limit. In addition, he wonders if he doesn't gather a group during the quest, does that mean that he won't be able to do anything in the group until it's completed? He sums it up, thinking that he won't be able to complete this quest himself right now, but it will be possible when he levels up, while the old man takes something out of his pocket. He offers the guy to take it with him, and the game notifies Ian that he has received the Divine Dragon Soul Stone. Oakley decides to tell a little about himself, and starts by saying that he is a summoner who lived 1,000 years ago and had his own pet, the battle dragon Karsi. He was the leader of the dragon tamers that are no more, and Karsi was one of the 5 divine dragons. Over time, they were attacked by evil dragons led by Kalipa, and many tamers died with their pets in that war. They were losing to the army of Kalipa, so the old man had to run away and hide in these snowy mountains because he had a debt to the dragon Karsi. The evil dragons would find them, so he had to seal himself and Karsi here, underground, and wait 1,000 years. Ian asks the ancient tamer if he can help Oakley and his dragon if he takes the stone to the spatial mage. The old man replies that the magician will tell the boy how to return the soul of the battle dragon, although he hoped to pass on the legacy of the dragon tamers to Jan and retire. He didn't expect that there would be a person with a class higher than a dragon tamer, and he had to come to terms with the fact that, for now, he would still live. Ian asks if only dragon tamers can restore the soul stone, and the old man replies in the negative, although the skills of this class are needed to reincarnate Karsi. Since the old man is a legendary dragon tamer, the boy asks him why he doesn't do it himself, and Oakley explains that it's because he's sealed. Ian is sad that he won't get a dragon familiar, but he takes comfort in the fact that this should mean the Master Tamer class will be even more impressive. In any case, Oakley repeats, Ian just needs to give the Soul Stone to the Spatial Mage, and he will find a way to return the Battle Dragon. Finally, the old man gives the boy a reward, namely, an ornament made from the feathers of a dragon tamer. But only the magician will dispel the seal on the artifact and reveal its true power. The taming master promises to do so and reflects that even though the pen is useless now, he was still going to complete the quest. As he leaves, Oakley tells the boy that he needs to go to the eastern part of the southern continent and find a spatial magic tower there. By once again asking the summoner to resurrect the descendant of the divine dragons in this world, the old man can finally rest in peace without any regrets. Looking at the magic stone in his hand, Ian feels like he has taken on a truly incredible quest. He thinks that the quest difficulty is higher than indicated in the information window, and there is also a side task, but Ian is determined to complete the task. Old Man Oakley told the boy that it was a sealed item, but the taming master wanted to check it out for himself. And when the young man finds the necessary information, it shocks him, because this item has a legendary class. In addition to the significant increase in stats, it is also tied to Ian's account, meaning it will have no analogs if the seal is removed. The guy reflects that it may seem pointless to capture many monsters, but if one runs out of health, another can be summoned, like replacing players in sports. Besides, Yan still plans to capture a dragon in the future, so the lowered requirements for characteristics will help him a lot. Already anticipating all sorts of rewards and boosts, Ian decides to complete this quest no matter what. However, there is a problem. The guy needs to be at least level 70 in order to complete such a quest without a group, which means that now he needs to start leveling up. The Master of Taming returns from his memories to the battle, but his eyes are bulging from the fact that he hasn't slept for 5 days. Unlike his master and Puk Puk, the Wolf Lu looks full of power and, as always, rushes into battle with zeal. There is no sign of fatigue in his eyes. His gaze is full of confidence and fury towards any enemy he may come across. The ice golem Biggie looks the same, and they, together with Lu, tirelessly continue the battle with the dragons. Another bright explosion echoing through the mountains, and another victory that brings the summoner to level 50. Jan is amused by the way his pets show off after winning, but he praises them very much for such a good job. Ian gains 2 new abilities, and although he is tired, he is still glad that he reached level 50 before the Dungeon Explorer buff ran out. It was only necessary to reduce the time of sleep, and everything became possible. And now Ian is checking what these new abilities of summoning magic and spirit magic are. He decides that it's not worth trying to deal with it now, since it's clearly time for him to go to bed. But he's distracted by more notifications. Ian became the first summoner to reach level 50, which unlocks the Summoner's Tower in Myelin, and all Luciple players of this class can now take quests there. Also, unexpectedly, the young Master of Taming receives the quest profit of Summoners, and Ian reads information about it. This is a special Imperial quest that will bring him great fame and reward, as well as contribution points, for which, in the future, he can receive a noble title. He knew that Kalen was generously throwing rewards at players who move forward. The guy made the right decision. John is already too sleepy, so upon returning, he decides to go straight to Miolan, but for now he logs out of the game. It's a pleasant day in Miolan, the capital of the Lucible Empire, at Fleenor Plaza, with many people running about their business. Suddenly, everything around starts shaking and some people exclaim in fear, fearing that it is an earthquake. Others doubt that an earthquake could be in the game, but suddenly one of the men notices something in the distance and points everyone there. A huge blue flame lights up above one of the buildings, illuminating the entire city, but no one can still understand what is happening. A tower begins to appear out of thin air, and some of the onlookers begin to guess that this is a building for one of the new classes. The tall, octagonal, majestic tower now rises above the city, casting a long shadow on the ground. In order to stop tormenting people with riddles, everyone receives a notification from the game that a level 50 summoner has appeared, thanks to whom the tower appeared. After all the bad reviews, people are shocked that the first new class to achieve this was the summoner. In the real world, the sun is quite high above Chin Sun's house, meaning it is already late morning. The exhausted boy finally wakes up from the rays of the sun shining through his window and stretches. Still half asleep, he stands up with a yawn and remarks that he hasn't slept for so long, then walks towards the kitchen. First, the sleepy student decides to eat some fast food and, at the same time read forums. Setting the noodles down next to him, he opens his laptop and wonders why there are so many new messages today. There he sees dozens of new messages, informing mainly about the Summoner's Tower that appeared yesterday. Chin's son, chuckling, is so happy that everyone is impressed by his recent achievement that the guy even blushes. Everyone is wondering who this level 50 summoner is, and now one of the users claims to know the identity of this player, which surprises Jin's son. Chewing his noodles, the young man says suspiciously that such messages are usually deceptive, but he is very interested in reading what is written there, and he clicks on this message in order to check it. What he saw shocked the guy, who had been confident in his rightness just a second ago, so much so that noodles started falling out of his mouth. An image of Ian in his wolf familiar Lu appears on the screen, meaning that everyone now knows about the guy. Enraged, Jin's son logs into the game and transforms into a summoner and master tamer of Yang, immersing himself in the virtual world. The message says that the summoner is the player who was slashing ice trolls in the snowy mountains of Krupia, although many do not believe this. Also, Yana is outraged by the fact that some people think that the wolf in the picture is fake and that it's all just a ploy. The taming master summons his own, quite real wolf with a blood-red mane, Lu, and he instantly appears nearby. The guy pets his pet and says that he wishes Puk Puk was as good and decides to call the turtle. A purple magic circle appears in front of the summoner and the wolf, from which another team member must emerge. The abyssal turtle doesn't look very happy, as evidenced by his downcast gaze and lowered head. The boy asks if Puk Puk misses him, but the little animal only turns away from his owner. And then he casts an uncharacteristic, threatening glance at his handler, showing the highest degree of displeasure. The boy asks if the turtle is upset because the boy was carrying her on his back, and she looks at him as if confirming. Ian explains that he has nothing to fear when the pet is behind him and begins to play on his pity, asking if the turtle has decided not to protect him anymore. The guy knows how to work with the turtle, so he offers a deal that if Puk Puk protects him, he will get 3 meatballs in the morning and 4 in the evening. The abyssal turtle seems to agree. Jan strokes his pet's head and remarks that he is quite cute. The guy is distracted from this idyll by an unexpected notification that he has received a new message, apparently from his friend. Yu-hyun, aka Hearst, greets his friend, the taming master, with the most excited expression on his face. And then he starts screaming through the screen, demanding an explanation of what his friend Ian has done in the game lately. Hearst decides to clarify and asks if the summoner who reached level 50 is really Yang. The master of taming is thinking that his friend is the only one who truly understands him, when suddenly he receives another message. It turns out to be Karin, and the guy is very pleased that she immediately decided that the summoner everyone is talking about is him. He thought that even his friend doubted it, but the girl was immediately sure of it. The guy was very glad that he decided to help her. Yan first answers Karin and explains that yesterday he reached level 50 and immediately went to bed, so he was able to answer only now. However, the girl is currently offline, so he decides to enter into a dialogue with his guildmate friend and tell him everything. And his friend tells about their achievements and invites them to the base, in addition offering Yan not to raise the level yet in order to participate in the Imperial Arena as a newbie, which John forgot about. For a victory, they give 50,000 glory points, and although he doesn't like the idea of not leveling up for a week, he still decides to do other things besides leveling up. Having finished talking with his friend, the taming master is already thinking about what he should do this week. The boy glances at his little friend, who had been standing nearby all this time, waiting for his owner. Taking Puk Puk in his arms, Ian asks what they should do, but without waiting for an answer from the silent turtle, he suggests completing the Summoner's Prophet quest. At the entrance to the tall Summoner's Tower, many people had gathered, and there on either side of the arch stood 2 majestically golden dragon statues. The Master of Taming approaches this beautiful building, which is a sign and proof of his great achievements. The guy is really proud to see this tower and notes that it is also well decorated. As he approaches the entrance, Yang sums up that he has a lot of free time, so he will take care of other things before going to the Emperor. Remembering his previous class, the summoner goes inside and notices that the place looks very similar to the Archer's Tower. This means that the Artifact Exchange Center is probably also on the 5th floor, and there he will be able to exchange contribution points for items or skill books. To confirm his guess, the guy quickly comes to the right place, which is exactly where he expected to find it. There he is met by an employee of the Exchange Center, who asks how she can help, and the guy replies that he wants to look at the artifacts inside. According to a clear script, the girl asks the summoner his name in order to check the amount of his contribution points. The confident guy quickly tells the girl his name to check the information about the player's achievements. A smiling elf girl has a sphere in her hand and asks the arriving guest to wait a couple of minutes. The employee of the center suddenly becomes even more pleased and asks a rhetorical question whether he is a prophet. Jan doesn't understand why she's suddenly so happy, but he tells the girl that it's true and he really is a prophet. She abruptly asks the guy to go with her and tells him that they have a lot of artifacts and spellbooks that he can get for contribution points, of which, as she says, he has 5,000. The girl leads the summoner to the shelves, asks him to look and tell her if there is an item there that he would like to receive. Jan comes closer, thinks and decides to look through all the items before choosing and buying. The small glowing spheres contain various items, and the selection is quite large, so the taming master should not rush. The first thing that caught his attention was the ancient summoner's steel sword, as it was the same type as the gloves that Yang had recently purchased. It cost 350 contribution points, and since B-level quests give around 200 or 400 points, this price is not that high. The guy wonders if there is an item similar to that feather here. He remembers that the first time he saw a legendary rank item was at level 80 in the Archer's Tower. After looking through the items, the Taming Master, a little disappointed, realizes that he has already seen everything, without choosing anything specific. Suddenly, an exchange center employee appears behind him and asks if he really hasn't found anything to his liking. The guy answers in the affirmative and thinks about not spending the deposit points now, but buying something worthwhile after some time. But the girl counters and suggests that the guy go into another room to look through the skill and spell books that are there. The center's employee is confident that there will be at least one thing there that will interest the young master of taming. Unexpectedly, the elf's smile takes on a rather dark, devilish hue, from which it is unclear what to expect. The young summoner hero is a little wary, but agrees to follow the girl into the mysterious room. Meanwhile, at the top of Krupia, Karuna, another player, is fighting tirelessly to reach level 50. A long-haired youth with daggers in his hands is fighting a one-eyed monster who is holding a club made from a stick and a block of ice. The masked guy flashes his green eyes at his opponent and raises his dagger, indicating his readiness for the next round. He charges his dagger with dark energy and makes a confident lunge towards the huge enemy. The young man is like a ghost. His eyes change color to blue, and he is already a meter away from the enemy, ready to finish him off. The player makes a powerful cross slash with his daggers, causing the vile monster to scream in rage from the piercing pain. The ice troll takes a huge amount of damage, and in addition, the game notifies that his defense has been reduced. Looking at his monstrous opponent, the guy is slightly surprised that this creature is still alive. In the snowy mountains, as always, there is a storm, but this bright battle outshines even the great power of nature. The self-confident young man decides that even though the monster is still alive, it will be fairly easy to fix. He once again takes up the task of slicing up the unlucky ice troll, ready to continue this dance until the bitter end. Dark energy once again coats the metal surface of his daggers, foreshadowing an inglorious end for the monster. Something like fear appears in the monster's single eye. Like a wild animal, he feels his death approaching. The guy, fully aware of his superiority, is confident that this attack will be the final one, and he will be able to move on. Holding the daggers tightly in a rear grip, he moves like lightning in a deadly charge towards his opponent. Another cleaving blow cuts the ice troll into pieces and ends the slightly drawn-out battle. The guy tells himself that he didn't expect less resistance from a level 65 troll. The lucky hunter estimates that it will take him another half day to reach level 50. Taking off his mask, he remembers that recently a summoner with such a level appeared, and he himself is still at 49th. Showing his face, the guy says that their classes are compatible, and he can't wait to meet this player. He adds that there are still 4 days until the opening of the Imperial Arena, which means he still has plenty of time. Having calmly calculated everything, the guy made a good run-up and confidently jumped from a high cliff. There is nothing visible below the cliff, only a deadly danger in the darkness, preparing the end of the game for any player. However, the guy's expression doesn't change, as if he's jumped from unprecedented heights tens of millions of times. After flying headfirst for a while, the guy disappears into the darkness until a bright blue light starts pouring out from there. And suddenly he changes direction, flying up into the sky, riding on a huge red-eyed raven with feathers as black as night. The rider on his bird flies away from the cold mountains, leaving behind only gusts of wind and scattered feathers. Meanwhile, the young summoner Yang, entering the mysterious room, holds a clot of bright orange energy in his hand. The power of the object in the hand is very great. It is difficult to hold, but the master of taming must cope with it. Magic circles of the same orange color appear, and Yan awaits with admiration what the book will offer him. After some time, Yang came out of the tower and looked at 2 books that he bought for 1,700 contribution points. One of the new skills has a rather weak attack power, but additional effects such as paralysis are very useful. Once a summoner understands how spirit and summoning magic works, he or she will use a skill book to begin learning. Now, as the game notifies, Yang can use the skills Summon Lightning Spirit and Galvanic Wave. But that's not all. A magic circle appears in John's hand, in which the form of a certain creature begins to appear. It flies up and, throwing off the remnants of energy, acquires clear colors and a solid body shape. The people around were shocked to see the electrified bird, but the summoner understands that it is the spirit of lightning. As has happened several times with pets, the game offers the spirit owner to give the electric bird his own name. The master of taming begins to ponder what name would suit his new addition to the team. However, before he can come up with a name, the bird begins to scatter clots of electricity in all directions. However, the electric discharge gives the guy a good idea, and he finally comes up with a name for the bird. The summoner, pointing triumphantly toward the bird, officially declares that it will now be called Jakey. The game registers the name, and Ian praises himself for always coming up with great names, but the bird apparently disagrees. But still, the summoner calls Jakey to him, and he, like a cute little tame bird, sits on Yan's hand. As befits a professional player, the tamer decides to immediately analyze the new team member. After looking at the information window, Ian realizes that the bird cannot be used in combat, and therefore leadership was not required for it. The boy decides that he should treat Jakey as a guide, which is required in order to use lightning-type summoning magic. He also adds that it's nice to have a strong spirit from the start, but leveling it up from scratch will be even more enjoyable. Now it was time for John to meet Emperor Celius, although the boy wasn't sure that was his name. Soon the tamer approaches the entrance of the castle, where 2 armored guards with weapons stand. The guy walked confidently until 2 crossed axes appeared right in front of his face. Having put away his weapon, one of the guards, with a look of distrust on his face, sternly asked what the purpose of the young man's visit was. This surprised Yana, because before resetting his old character, he could enter any place he wanted. He wonders if he needs to show them some kind of pass, but remembers that his main trump card is the Prophet's Quest. Placing his hand on his chest, the boy introduces himself and tells the guards that he is the Summoner Prophet. The young master of taming adds that he came here at the personal invitation of the Emperor, but the guards are still not sure. One of them asks the guy to wait here while he goes and asks his commander about it, and the guy calmly agrees. After a very short time, the Summoner Prophet was already admitted to the castle and entered a huge hall with stairs. The guy is met by Mao Lin, the commander of the guard, who immediately begins to apologize for not warning the guards in advance and for the guy having to wait. Yin also introduces himself. The guy is surprised by the commander's excessive politeness, and he assumes that it is because he is on an imperial quest. Mao Lin invites the Prophet Summoner to go further and says that he will take the long-awaited young man where he needs to go. Guard Commander Mao Lin happily walks ahead of the guy while he looks around with interest. The invited summoner wonders what level the head of security might be. He recalls that his friend Raphael, the leader of the vigilantes, was around level 90. The boy decides to quietly scan the man leading him and activates his standard analysis skill. The information received greatly shocks John, since the captain of the guard is already at level 115. What's especially surprising is that even the player who is number 1 on Kalen's leaderboard didn't make it to number 120. Having seen such interesting information, the guy decides to check the levels of the regular guards around. He learns that their average level ranges from 104th to 107th, and that this is probably the reason why the leading guilds cannot establish their bases on the Kalinar continent. After all, if they suddenly interfere in the affairs of the Empire, then the entire guild will simply be wiped off the face of the continent. The guy remembers that his guildmates, fortunately, founded their base not here, but in the northern region. Ian realizes that he needs to level up as quickly as possible to head over to them and help secure the land around the base. While thinking, time passed quickly, And now the prophet's summoner was already brought to the right door, where he was expected. Inside the room, a stern-looking emperor sat at a table, and behind him stood an even more menacing warrior. They asked the arriving guy if he was the summoner named Yan, to which the young man sitting down at the table answered in the affirmative. Yang looked at the emperor and thought that he expected to see some old man with gray hair here. He was surprised that, in fact, the emperor looked quite young, and all information about him was hidden. The young man decides to continue the dialogue and asks whether the emperor wanted to see him, to which he replies that as soon as he learned about the appearance of a man like Yang, he immediately wanted to talk in person. The game notifies that Yan met with the emperor within the allotted time, completed the Prophet of Summoning's quest, and increased his fame by 1,250 points. The guy was amazed that he received so many glory points just from meeting the emperor, and now he understands that these quests are on a completely different level. Taking the cup in his hands, the leader of the empire stated that he was very excited when he learned about the young summoner prophet. The emperor had been looking for such an experienced summoner for a long time, and Yang immediately decided to ask why he needed it. Suddenly, the man standing behind the emperor exploded with fierce anger because the youth dared to interrupt his master. But the emperor immediately began to calm his loyal soldier, saying that the boy was just an adventurer, unfamiliar with imperial etiquette. The terrible man is still unhappy, and Yan thinks in his head that he is very lucky, because it could have been worse. While sipping tea, the young master of taming assumes that he would not be able to withstand even a single blow from this warrior's blade. Taking a closer look at him, John finds confirmation of his words in the form of a sword on the belt of a man whose rank is probably the highest. The emperor continues and asks the boy if he knows what mythical creature symbolizes the empire of Lucible. At first, this question takes the guy by surprise, but after a moment, he remembers the correct answer. He replies that it is a griffin, and the emperor is very glad that, unlike many other people, the young man is aware of this. Barely holding back his laughter so as not to show disrespect, the tamer reflects on the fact that they have a griffin painted on every step. The emperor says that about half a year ago, their empire found a griffin's nest in the Sikar Desert and got an egg there. But Yan is surprised that they actually exist. But the problem is, the narrator continues, that this egg, unfortunately, has not hatched yet. And he wants the prophet summoner to find a way to help the egg hatch. And that's what the whole quest is about. Looking at the quest information, Ian wondered how he would know how to nurse this egg and make it hatch. The young master of taming is outraged that they want to force him to become some kind of mother of griffins on a minimum wage. On top of all that, the time limit is unknown, and the guy doesn't even know where to even start. However, the stakes are too high, and the guy cannot afford to lose his closeness with the emperor, and therefore, he is forced to agree to this quest. After a difficult conversation, Ian went outside and, taking a breath of fresh air, concluded that everything was getting worse because he accidentally received 2 global quests. At least he knows where he needs to go on the quest the legendary dragon tamer gave him. However, with the second quest, everything is not so clear-cut because the guy still does not understand what exactly he needs to do with the griffin egg. Be that as it may, he can't handle these quests now, so Jan decides to first take care of the arena his friend talked about. There are still a few days left before the opening of the Imperial Arena, so the guy wants to improve his new skills, but without increasing his level. After thinking about which location he should choose, he decides on the antler. Having decided on a plan of further action, the summoner is ready to leave, but suddenly he receives a message. It turns out to be Karine. She asks if the guy is busy now, and he replies that he was going to go hunting. At this time, the girl is chatting with the summoner, sitting in a cafe near the school. Not in the game, but in the real world. She explains that she is waiting for her friend to discuss her assignment for the faculty with him in more detail. Karine wonders if John will have some free time later so that they can have lunch together. The guy is surprised by this offer, and he remembers that he hasn't visited various cafes for quite a long time. However, with tears in his eyes, the professional player is forced to admit that he first needs to improve his skills. He has to lie that he has already arrived at the ant nest, and now is not a very good time. Haran asks him to send her a message when he is finished, and since it may take her some time to read it, she gives him her number. The young master of taming is disappointed with himself because instead of going to lunch with a girl, he goes hunting in a video game. After some time, the summoner finally arrives at the antlair for his cherished goal. Jan and his pets enter the cave and, as he expected, he sees that there are a huge number of enemies to hunt. Accompanied by a wolf and an ice golem, the boy looks at enemies as a simple source of precious experience. Preparing for another battle, the tamer raised his hand, preparing to give an order to his team. And finally the order was given. The wolf Lu and the golem Biggie with fresh strength rushed to smash the enemies of their master. Huge, vile ants rush towards them, and Yan orders the ice golem to attack first. However, everything is not so simple. The ants have already dug into the ice brute, and he began to receive a couple of hundred damage per hit. At the summoner's command, Biggie uses his ice wave skill, which saves the situation a little and drives the giant ants away from him. The ants hiss disgustingly, clearly unhappy that their potential victim can also fight back. The wolf familiar is the next to attack at breakneck speed, as was planned in advance by its master. Lu doesn't care who the enemy is. An ant or a dragon, he, as always, rushes into battle with complete confidence. The wolf furiously rushes into the crowd of giant ants, ready to crush the pathetic insects. And John, pleased with the situation, praises his pet. The tamer realizes that one more pet is missing and glances over his shoulder at the dozing Puk-Puk lying nearby. The summoner prophet only makes eye contact with the abyssal turtle without even saying a word in its direction, and the turtle, as if having understood its human owner without words, stops its break and prepares to act. Puk-Puk gathers all his defensive power and prepares to climb onto the summoner's back, just like they did before. Ian praises the abyssal turtle Puk-Puk for the fact that now he doesn't even have to be told what exactly to do. Gathering lightning energy into his hand, the master of taming declares that it is time to try out the galvanic wave in battle. At the last moment, Ian realizes that he is unsure of how to use this skill properly and wonders if simply throwing the spheres at the enemy will be enough. However, no matter how hard the boy tried to throw them, they seemed to hang in the air, which did not impress the enemy ant much. The guy is very disappointed. He desperately wonders why the magic spheres are flying so slowly. And the most important question in the guy's head is who this spell can hit with such speed. While the guy continued to race, the ants realized that they could still manage to run around the flying sphere at least 10 more times. The closest ant seemed to be telling the guy with its gaze that he really thought they would get caught by this slow magic ball. Fortunately, the speed of restoration of spirit magic is not as slow as Jan thought, which means he won't have to wait long. Having accumulated strength for the next charge, the young master of taming understands that there is no other choice and will have to act in a different way. The guy decides that he will personally make sure that these spheres hit the target and prepares to attack. With a lightning sphere in each hand, Yang ran forward into close combat, ready to thrust lightning into the ants' bodies. The young man ran up to the nearest ant with lightning speed and raised his sparkling hand for a subsequent strike. A bright bolt of lightning flashed, and the game notified that the galvanic wave skill had dealt over 1,000 points of damage to the giant ant. And although the guy expected that the blow would cause a paralysis effect, he understood that the probability of this was only 15%. Then for some time, the summoner prophet scattered giant ants to the right and left with his electric discharges. The galvanic wave skill paralyzed the ants and dealt them additional damage with each lightning-type attack. Knowing that this was the best skill to accumulate points in, Yang looked forward to a very long battle against the swarm of insects. After the battle is over, Ian sees that he has almost filled the gauge to the next level, but as intended, he did not receive it. Realizing that this is enough, the summoner suggests that his pets go back, but notices that Puk-Puk is not nearby. The abyssal tortoise, meanwhile, was digging around in a nearby bush, and Jan asked her in fear what she was doing. The guy realizes that Puk-Puk can ruin all the raspberries, so the master of taming begins to panic a little. Ian quickly cancels the summoning of the abyssal turtle when it tries to eat something in the bushes he found. Finally, the turtle evaporates into thin air, and the young master of taming breathes a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the game notifies about the destruction of several giant ant eggs, for which Ian receives a small amount of experience. While the guy with a frightened face did not understand what was happening, a light shone around him, and the game announced that he had reached level 51. With a loud roar like thunder after lightning, the taming master fell, hitting his knees on the hard ground. The unfortunate guy couldn't believe it. He, in total despair, cried out with the cry of 1,000 fading stars. The young summoner can't get over the fact that he got to level 51 thanks to a stupid accident. Now he realizes that he was too greedy and should have stopped at 98% of the scale. The guy promises to bring the turtle to his deathbed. Jan stands next to the faithful wolf and asks him what to do, how to correct this sad miscalculation. Realizing that the wolf can't help him, the guy thanks him for his excellent work and sends Lu to rest. The guy remembers one unpleasant way to lower his level, namely to make his character die. He decides to quickly hide all the items that might drop after his death so that no one would steal them. Jan finds an unnecessary dagger in his inventory, which he will use to carry out his plan, although it is a terrible option. Having collected his thoughts, he nevertheless does it, and the game notifies him that due to death, he lost experience, and the level was lowered to 50th. In addition, he will not be able to connect to the game for 24 hours, so the guy is forced to return to the real world. Jinsun decides to meet Heron this time, but he is afraid that it will be awkward because he does not know what to talk about with her. He remembers that the meeting was arranged at a local cafeteria, and he sees a girl waiting ahead. The guy looks at her in amazement, because he didn't know that such a cute beauty, like a celebrity, was studying at his university. When Jinsun approaches, they ask each other their names just in case, and then greet each other. Karin says the guy looks exactly like he does in the game, and suggests he didn't customize the character at all when creating it. The guy awkwardly makes excuses that he is not one of those who cares much about his appearance in video games, but he considers Karin even more beautiful than in the game. She reveals that she tried to make the character more beautiful in the game and asks if Jinsun was disappointed when he saw her in real life. The young man does not agree, but he decides to change the subject and suggests going to lunch because he is very hungry since he did not have breakfast. Karin quickly changes his train of thought and says that he knows a good place, but the guy's happy with anything. They walked a bit, then went into the previously mentioned establishment and ordered food, which Karin then looked at very carefully. The pair shared news with each other. Jinsun told of his latest misadventures with level 51. Time passed quickly. They had a good time together, but then the time came to part and the guys said goodbye until the next meeting. By nightfall, Jinsun returned home, turned on the light and realized how tired he was after a walk that was so unusual for him. The boy had used up all his energy for the day and had noticed that women were truly very terrifying creatures. But in any case, Jinsun was pleased with this day, because when else would such an opportunity arise to dine with such a goddess? Out of habit, the guy wants to get into the VR capsule to become the master of taming Yan, but remembers that he still can't connect. However, he still puts on his glasses, crawls into the capsule and closes its lid with a smile on his face. And he does this in order to sleep because there is no one nearby who could judge him for such strange behavior. The native capsule was more pleasant than the bed because it worked all night, illuminating the dark room with a soft blue light. And finally, the day has come. The opening of the Imperial Arena has begun, an event that many players have been waiting for. People are in ecstasy, and all this action is commented on by the staff of the representative gaming broadcast in Korea, YTBC. Today's commentators are two reporters, namely a guy in knight's armor, Haynes, and an elf girl, Lucia. They note that the arena is much livelier than it was last month, even though it's not even the top league. Lucia asks her partner which of the new classes he thinks will perform the best, to which Haynes confidently replies that it will be the assassin class. Jan has already found himself a place among the spectators' seats and is waiting for the start of the first preliminary match. The first to enter the battlefield are the assassin Limlong and the warrior Pleo. People are delighted that the new class will be in the first fight. The long-haired assassin, as always, looks calmly towards his opponent, raising his dagger. The match was about to start in 5 seconds, and the taming master's eyes were drawn to this mysterious guy, Limlong. Realizing that this is also a representative of a new class, John becomes very interested in how he will fight. Meanwhile, the seconds pass, and the two fighters are already standing opposite each other to the approving cries of the spectators. The battle begins. A warrior with a huge sword and an assassin with 2 daggers are ready to destroy each other for the sake of winning the tournament. Limlong thinks for a second and immediately uses some trick to gain an advantage over his larger opponent. Pleo swings his sword, which is comparable in size to the warrior himself, in order to deliver a crushing blow. However, unexpectedly for everyone present, he draws a purple arc with his sword, cutting only through air. The assassin appears behind the warrior, apparently using the invisibility skill, and is now preparing for a surprise attack. A few dagger strikes to the big guy's back knock him down very badly. At this point, speed wins over strength. John, no matter how unpleasant it was for him, was forced to admit that this killer Limlong was not bad at all. The masked boy with the sparkling eyes was actually able to attract the attention of the young taming master. Meanwhile, the warrior Pleo barely escapes from the deadly blow of the stealthy assassin. Beginning to feel fear of him, the boy is in shock because, in just a few seconds, he lost more than half of his health, which is simply outrageous. However, he cannot simply give up and already begins to charge his huge sword with magical power for the next attack. The warrior uses a skill called Blast Wave and again makes a slashing attack towards the agile Limlong. Unfortunately for Pleo, he misses again, and Limlong, jumping high into the air, launches several throwing knives towards the warrior. The large warrior does not have as much agility as his opponent, and therefore despair appears in his eyes from the approaching defeat. Before he can even move, he screams in rage at the rain of steel that is flying towards him, which will finish him off. The boy grimaced as the sharp pain from the multiple stabbing wounds came to him, like the embrace of a huge cactus. The poor guy only managed to make 2 swings of his sword, and he had already lost, giving victory to the gloomy killer Limlong. But people are very happy with the result and congratulate the winner, and the game announces that he will receive double points for this victory. All this time, Yan, who has been observing everything, does not share the joy of those around him, assessing his potential opponent. Keeping his eyes on the assassin class winner, the summoner knows that this guy will be tough to beat. Suddenly, the taming master realizes that Limlong has noticed the boy and also starts looking in his direction. The killer's green eyes change color again, adding even more of a sense of menace and anger to his gaze. Summoner Yang understands that there can be no mistake, and that he is the object of interest of the dark killer. Limlong stands still for a while and looks towards Yan with a rather defiant look. The young master of taming is thinking hard. Perhaps his vision is failing him, or he just imagined it. But the killer never moved, and his ghostly gaze continued to bore into the level 50 summoner. For a while longer, there remains a tense silence between them, which seems louder than the noise of the entire arena. Finally, Limlong turns away and walks away, and Yang thinks about how there are many rankers in Kellen that no one knows and he should stay on his guard. After a while, Ian prepares for his own battle and thinks about what items he should take with him. The guy notes that there is no point in even watching all the other battles, and there are some moments he would prefer never to see at all. He understands that these are just preliminary matches of the Rookie League up to level 50, but the guy is still disappointed. As Ian examines his weapon, he feels ashamed of how he once ridiculed his friend for his poor skills. Finally, the summoner hears an announcement inviting him to go to the waiting room and asking him not to waste time. John immediately sets out for the required location, accompanied by his faithful pet familiars. The time has come. The young master of taming stands on the battlefield in front of his opponent, whose name is Jimenez. The summoner understands that he is facing the greatest dark sorcerer, which means that the battle will not be easy. The dark sorcerer Jimenez, dressed in armor that is decorated with various shards and bones, stands and smiles self-confidently. The taming master, already surrounded by a wolf, a turtle, and a lightning spirit, decides that his main trump card will be the ice golem Biggie. The dark sorcerer does not take the upcoming battle very seriously, turns away from the enemy, and begins waving to the audience. Jimenez has some success with girls who are eager for him to transport them to a paradise of dark magic. The strongest among the dark sorcerers continues to behave boastfully, which is already beginning to irritate the strongest summoner. Ian believes that if he were facing an assassin, he might have problems. But with a dark sorcerer, he just needs to avoid some of his abilities. In addition, their supply of life points is much lower than that of ordinary sorcerers or archers, which the guy is sarcastically happy about. The summoner decides to act aggressively when suddenly his opponent greets him and extends his hand for a welcoming handshake, asking if his name is Ian. This confuses the summoner a little. He does not trust the sorcerer, but still answers the dark sorcerer in the affirmative. He walks up and shakes hands, and the commentators say that the showdown will begin in 5 seconds. Ian tells his wolf to immediately focus on the sorcerer once the match begins, as he understands that Jimenez will probably also attack with all his might from the start. The guy thinks that summoners are considered very weak since without their pets, they are, one might say, useless. But he has a few tricks up his sleeve, and he's going to subvert the expectations of all the surrounding viewers. The countdown ends and the long-awaited battle begins. Yan, along with Lu, rushes towards his opponent. This shocks the dark sorcerer, as he did not expect to fight both the summoner and his pet at the same time. However, there is no time to think for long, so he uses one of his skills, namely Bone Prison. Yang knew that his opponent would use this skill, so he was ready to dodge and jumped up. The Master of Taming uses all his agility to dodge the knuckles summoned by the Dark Sorcerer. Jimenez is shocked again. It seems to him that he is fighting not with a summoner, but with a top representative of the assassin class. John understands that it is not at all difficult to dodge if you see what kind of skill it is. Besides, he put almost all his points into agility. Still in flight, the Master Tamer, covered by the wolf, activates the weakness search skill. Everything happens in a matter of seconds, but the summoner has time to examine his opponent in detail. At the same moment, Lu activates the Berserker skill and runs towards the boastful sorcerer to tear him apart. Jimenez is not going to lose to the summoner so easily and instantly activates his next skill. He summons a horde of skeletal warriors and orders them to stop the nimble summoner and his pet. Creepy skeletons, their purple eyes glowing, analyze the situation and consider how best to act. They stand in several rows, forming a wall of bones that is supposed to protect their owner. However, Jan also expected this. He emphasizes that this boastful dark sorcerer is just like an open book. At this moment, the Timur summons his ice golem Biggie for support, as he had planned at the beginning of the battle. The entire Imperial arena is shocked by what is happening. No one expected to see another summoned creature. Jimenez hoped that the boy only had a wolf familiar, and like everyone else around him, he screamed that it was impossible. But Ian proves that it is possible by summoning the lightning spirit Jaka, in addition to all the others. Golem Biggie activates the Ice Wave ability, which easily destroys the entire horde of skeleton warriors. An electric discharge is mixed with the ice, and this whole magical combination scatters the skeletons into piles of bones. Pieces of the summoned creatures fly towards Jimenez, and people solemnly exclaim, "What an incredible match this is," even though it hasn't even been 30 seconds yet. Wolf Lu clearly and unquestioningly carries out his master's plan and continues to rush toward the Dark Sorcerer. Jimenez is too distracted and notices the huge wolf running towards him too late to dodge. He loses over 3,000 health points, and thanks to the bleeding effect, another 2,500 units are gone on top. The Dark Sorcerer can't believe that a level 50 summoner's wolf can deal that much damage and tries to cast his next spell. However, even here, he doesn't have time, because Jan with a shining glove came close to him, preparing for the decisive blow. The fist of the Master of Taming, sparkling with lightning bolts, flies towards the Dark Sorcerer Jimenez. The unfortunate necromancer receives a lightning-fast slap right in the face, without being able to defend himself in any way. Jan, his hands still sparkling, turns victoriously towards the spectators who did not believe in his victory. People are in total shock, and the game announces that Jimenez is eliminated, as his health has dropped below 5%, and Ian wins. The people sitting in the arena quickly change their attitude towards the summoner. Everyone begins to praise and admire the winner. The commentators also don't believe that summoners can be so strong, and they suspect that this guy got a hidden class. In any case, they note the incredible fighting power, and especially praise the wolf, who defeated the top Dark Sorcerer in practically 3 hits. The reporters, Haynes and Lucia, speculate that the summoner's pet specializes in agility, but it was still an incredible sight. At this point, Jimenez regrets that he was too overconfident and underestimated his opponent, drawing conclusions just by looking at his class and wearing gloves. He can't believe that being the best Dark Sorcerer, he was eliminated in the first round of the qualifying matches just because he was too careless. Ian glanced at the disappointed necromancer and wondered what thoughts the guy might have in his head right now. However, if this was the best Dark Sorcerer, then Ian was disappointed, because he could not dodge even such simple attacks. Either way, just now, the young Master of Taming proved to everyone that no one can look down on summoners in Kalan. While cheers pour in from all sides for Jan, commentators note that this time, the Rookie League is at an unprecedented level. They pay particular attention to the assassin Limlong and the summoner Jan, who Haynes believes developed their characters differently than the others. The reporter recalls that he seems to have seen this summoner and his wolf familiar before. And then he remembered that he met the guy on the ghost ship when Haynes and his team went to carry out the wizard's quest. Lucia says her employee is incredibly lucky to have met such a person, something Haynes can't help but agree with. With the next match about to begin, a couple of reporters are called back to their positions. Meanwhile, the dark assassin Limlong also awaits the approaching duel, removing his mask. Sitting in his lounge, the long-haired guy turns on the broadcast to watch the match in a calm environment. A dark, yet at the same time, satisfied grin appears on his face when Limlong finds what he was looking for. There he sees that the same summoner is participating in the duel, and he is already in the 64th round. Ian summarizes that if he wins, he will receive 100,000 glory, as well as a full set of heroic items for the summoner class. The crowd of people around is very happy to see their new favorite, whom, just at the beginning of the day, they considered a weakling. The summoner's pets also do not go without praise. The wolf, ice golem, and turtle are showered with compliments. Ahead, John sees his next opponent, namely a female archer who is very unfriendly. The guy wonders why this archer looks so familiar and why she's giving him such an angry look. And suddenly he remembers that this girl was in the team of robbers who tried to kill him during the quest with the goblins. But he is sure that her level was above 50 and wonders if she deliberately lowered her level to participate. As soon as the guy approaches, the girl starts to shower him with accusations, asking if he liked her Helios necklace. Ian just throws up his hands, saying that he doesn't understand what she's yelling about, recalling in his head that he sold this necklace at auction for a very good price. The archer states that the guy was just lucky that day, but today she will finish him off. But these cliched phrases only make the summoner laugh. The spectators in the arena begin to notice the tense atmosphere around the two, but people think it will be even more interesting this way. The angry girl claims to have figured out the young summoner's secret, but the boy doesn't believe that she knows anything worthwhile, even a little bit. She screams that Yan's wolf is not a pet at all, but a forcibly controlled creature, sealed thanks to an artifact. To sum it up, the girl says that the guy simply relies on the object. But Ian again does not understand what she is talking about. But commentators point out that if this is true, it would be a sensation, as Lou the wolf looks too strong to be tamed by a level 50 player. They add that with such a magical summoning artifact, it would be much easier for the guy to achieve victory in the Rookie League. Yana was stunned by what the girl believed in all this time, and it began to irritate him greatly. The people begin to whisper among themselves, and the summoner is shocked that people believed her so easily. The archer calls for an end to the conversation and promises to quickly finish off the guy, ignoring his wolf. The guy is annoyed by the current situation, and in the meantime, the match is already approaching its start and the countdown begins. In a rage, the Taming Master makes a counter-promise to his opponent that he will grind her into dust in 30 seconds. The countdown ends, the battle begins, and Yang immediately rushes furiously towards his opponent, activating Lu's berserker skill. The archer states that she had foreseen such a move and releases the bowstring, launching a swift homing arrow toward the boy. It's a pretty powerful skill, but since the guy used to be an archer, it doesn't surprise him at all. Ian doubts that the damage from this arrow will be too great, but still decides to play it safe, just in case. The girl fires another shot, asking the boy if he really thinks he can escape the homing arrows. The next moment, all the fired arrows hit the target, as the girl from the robber team planned. She, pleased with herself, is already counting on an easy victory and a quick celebration in honor of the revenge that has been accomplished. However, every single arrow, as if having lost all desire to hit the enemy, fell to the ground. A notification comes from the game that the arrows hit the guy's pet Puk Puk, causing 1 unit of damage. The archer is so shocked by the small amount of damage that she can't figure out what kind of Puk Puk this is. The guy explains that this is his turtle defense, and he doesn't even mind if it continues to hit him. Then Ian runs up to the girl with lightning speed and mockingly asks what he's going to do. The evil archer tries to think of a counterattack, but it's too late. There's no more time. The young master of Taming, with a satisfied grin, had already come very close to the enemy and hinted that she would now receive a lot of damage. The girl tries pointlessly to take the next arrow, but the summoner and his faithful wolf are already a meter away from her. The duo of a guy with magic gloves and a furious wolf with a blood-red mane will end this match in the next second. Once again, Yan proves that overconfidence is fatal to his enemies. The archer is defeated with 1 blow, and the entire arena screams in wild delight, greeting the winner. Ian celebrates another victory and thinks that it would be great if all his opponents were as weak as she is. The tournament in the Imperial Arena continued, and now Yan once again steps into the stone ring to fight in the semifinals. The guy notes that all the previous opponents were too easy, but hopes that since it is almost the end of the tournament, someone worthy might appear. From the opposite side of the arena, a short figure in a large hat emerges from the shadows with a glowing staff in his hand. As the figure gets closer, the Taming Master realizes that it is just a child of the Dark Sorcerer class. However, Ian is not as stupid as his previous opponents, and he understands that appearances can be deceiving. The summoner decides to show some friendliness and introduces himself, adding that he is glad to meet the boy. However, to Jan's surprise, the small Dark Sorcerer was not interested in such friendly gestures. The boy says that he has finally met a strong opponent, but many will be very sad if he loses, because he is the greatest wizard on the continent. He calls himself an evil summoner of darkness and promises to put an end to his opponent's sins, calling for them to prepare for this. The Taming Master doesn't understand what this kid is talking about and what kind of 8th grader syndrome he has. The guy is surprised that the boy is a dark sorcerer, but at the same time, he refers to the fact that Yang is a summoner and the title of the greatest sorcerer on the continent is questionable. The kid says his name is Ganji Hun, and the enemy should remember his name, although, as he adds, there is no point in introducing himself to a man who will soon be gone. Hearing all this, the summoner, scratching his head, begins to suspect that the boy is completely crazy. The duel begins and the boy calls upon his skeletal servants, ordering them to bring their master the promised victory. Having carefully examined the enemies that have appeared, Jan notices that there are not so many of them, but these are not ordinary skeletons. The first thing that catches the eye of the Taming Master is that these skeletons are painted black. Realizing that the boy is summoning skeletons that Yang has never encountered before, the summoner guesses that the boy must have a hidden class. This is not very good news because Ian does not know what skills his opponent will use and begins to regret not watching any of the Dark Sorcerer's matches. However, he will have to figure everything out during the battle because the countdown is over and the match has already begun. The boy charges his skeletons with magic and orders them to attack the summoner and his pets. Ganji Hong hits Yang with the Dark Abyss skill, which will slow his speed by 20% as the game's notification suggests. This status effect is annoying for the summoner, as he won't be able to finish this match as quickly as the previous ones, but he will fight until the end. There is no time to hesitate, so the Taming Master orders Lu to go around the enemy, and the wolf quickly carries out the order. Next, the Biggie Golem receives instructions, who at the command of the owner, summons an ice wave. The wave rushes like a scalding cold stream towards the army of skeletons, freezing everything in its path. And immediately after that, thanks to his lightning spirit, Jaika, Yang activates the tension skill. The skeletons have not yet recovered from the freezing ice strike when lightning bolts fly after them. The game notifies that the skeletons summoned by Ganji Hun have received a paralysis effect that slows them down by 30%. The Master of Taming is glad that he was able to at least even the odds a little after his opponent's spell. However, the young wizard expected that this battle would not be easy and is preparing for the next spell. Yen didn't expect that his opponent would be able to recover so quickly and be ready to strike again so soon. The summoner still hasn't managed to reach the enemy, and he declares that this is where Jan's luck ends. The boy fires Dark Judgment, but Ian was able to dodge the Dark Sorcerer's basic skill, because he knows that his trajectory can be predicted by the caster's hands. Ganji Hong arrogantly remarks on Yang's agility and says that it is a pity that the summoner had to face an opponent like him. The Taming Master doesn't listen too much to the boy's words and mumbles that, apparently, 8th grader syndrome is incurable. The level 50 warrior dealt an additional blow to the already suffering black skeletons. Right now, John believes he has an excellent chance to carry out his cunning plan. It starts by giving Biggie the order to use a skill called Strong Strike. However, the ice golem did not reach and did not touch any of the skeletons, which amused Ganji Hong. But the Master of Taming would not be so confident if he had not planned everything down to the last detail, and a grin appears on his face. The real attack, in the form of Lu the Wolf, suddenly jumps out from behind the ice golem and rushes forward. Biggie is left behind, and now, right in front of the skeletons, a huge wolf appears, ready to gnaw on these delicious bones. The agile wolf opens its mouth, filled with blade-like teeth, and runs up close to the enemy. Lu bursts into the crowd of black skeletons like a tornado and begins to crush the bony ones left and right. The walking bones couldn't withstand such a dance with the furry one and began to fly apart in pieces. Dark Sorcerer Ganji Hun no longer looks as confident as he once did as his army crumbles before him. However, trying not to lose the initiative, the little boy shouts that he predicted this outcome of events. Having gathered his strength and accumulated magic for another spell, he uses the skill Reprisal of the Dead. But Lu manages to reach the boy and deals him a critical hit, which deals the boy more than 2,000 units of damage. The taming master is pleased with the completed plan and has already decided that the job is in the bag, and soon it will be possible to celebrate. But it was not to be. His wolf takes a huge amount of damage, thanks to the skill repression of the dead. Seeing that Lu had taken over 6,000 damage, Yang realized that the wolf's health could soon run out. The kid continues to attack the wolf and has about 1,000 units of health left, which means that this figure has been reduced to about 8 times compared to the original reserve. The summoner understands that at this rate, his familiar will simply die, so he is forced to recall it. Ganji Hong gleefully notes that he thought so. The pathetic wolf had high damage but low health. Yang, at this point, is thinking that he didn't expect to have to fight without Lu, and he wonders if maybe he should have gotten rid of the skeletons first, but he is reassured by the thought that the boy should have also taken a lot of damage, which means there is still a chance. The petty sorcerer continues to brag and claims that he can predict any future actions of the summoner with his brilliant mind. In some confirmation of his words, the kid says that Yan just thought that the sorcerer had lost a lot of health. Deciding to continue the confrontation, Ganji Hong uses another skill, namely soul absorption. He, pleased with himself, immediately explains that thanks to this skill, his health points were fully restored. Ganji Hong gleefully asks Yan how he plans to defeat the sorcerer without his dear wolf. The master of taming realizes that he could actually lose this battle if he is not careful. Looking at the boy laughing sarcastically, Jan thinks about what he should do and how to emerge from this situation as a winner. Commentators, meanwhile, say it's an incredible fight. The battle between these two is breathtaking. Haynes asks his partner with interest what her bets are on who will win this round. Lucia tells him that it is too early to draw conclusions and talk about the outcome of the match, to which the reporter guy says that this is exactly what makes the fight so exciting. While the two reporters were talking, a loud roar of surprised spectators began to erupt in the arena, which caught Haynes' attention. Something unexpected happened, and everyone's eyes were glued to what was happening on the battlefield. Biggie disappears. The taming master recalled all his pets, which greatly surprises both the audience and the commentators. Reporters note that this was not his only pet, but the golem was the best in terms of power level. And what finished everyone off was that the summoner, grinning, even put away his weapon. He had clearly come up with a new plan. The audience is in complete ecstasy, although no one understands what exactly is happening and what Yan is going to do. This move makes Ganji Hun panic. He can't understand why the summoner decided to remove the pets. Returning to his former character, the kid states that the enemy simply realized his weakness and decided to give in. The dark sorcerer is ready to accept concessions, but Ian is not going to give in and says that the boy is talking nonsense again. Like a teacher scolding a student, the summoner warns that if the kid doesn't stop talking nonsense, he will teach the scoundrel a lesson. What hurt the boy the most was that he was called a scoundrel, and Yan was only glad that he was able to provoke his opponent. Suddenly, the abyssal turtle Puk Puk climbs onto the shoulder of the taming master with a worried look on his face. Puk Puk, although not as strong as the other summoner pets, is still eager to fight to protect its master. At first, the dark sorcerer Ganji Hun does not understand at all what kind of big-headed turtle this is and where it came from. But a few seconds later, the kid with the 8th grader syndrome realizes that his opponent still has pets. At this point, Ian, deeply moved, sheds a tear from the realization that Puk Puk is protecting him from more than just the meatballs. But the little sorcerer does not share Jan's feelings and is going to get rid of the little abyssal turtle. The boy's staff is once again filled with purple glow, gaining dark magical power for the next spell. The Dark Justice spell hits Puk Puk's turtle, who doesn't even try to dodge. The abyssal turtle took damage but activated the barrier, which slightly changes the situation in favor of the summoner. The dark sorcerer begins to get angry at his little opponent, while Puk Puk, with a satisfied face, grins towards the schoolboy. Unwilling to tolerate this treatment, Ganji Hong once again summons a group of skeleton warriors to attack. However, the minor lord of the dead directs the skeletons towards the summoner, ignoring the small turtle. First, the sorcerer wants to deal with the master of taming, and then promises to return to the big-headed turtle. Ganji Hun orders his army of the dead to capture the summoner as quickly as possible so that he does not escape. Ian runs away from the walking skeletons with a smile. Because it was predictable, he was able to split his opponent. The blade-wielding skeletons kept trying to hit the agile tamer, but to no avail, he kept dodging. The boy is amused by this performance. He compares Yan to a monkey, not understanding what he is trying to achieve by simply running away from him. But the summoner wasn't just dancing with the skeleton army, he was waiting for a good chance all this time. Puk had been spinning around under the dark sorcerer's feet all this time, leaving a good opportunity for his master to use the spatial distortion skill. And now the skeletons are already chasing the turtle, and Yan appears behind Ganji Hong. He was finally able to get close to the enemy. With a wicked grin on his face, the master of Taming deals a powerful blow to the back of the small dark sorcerer. The boy releases his staff and begins to roll across the battlefield like a football. After rolling off the edge at the other end of the ring, the kid tries to climb back up, still not ready to lose this round. The boy barely held on to the edge, and when he raised his head, he saw that the hated summoner was already sitting next to him. Jan carefully brings his hand to the boy's forehead, from whose face all self-confidence has disappeared. The final blow that brought down the dark sorcerer, the best wizard on the continent, was a humiliating flick. From this powerful blow, Ganji Hong falls from the arena screaming, which is confirmed by the notification from the game. The following announcements announce that Ganji Hong has been eliminated according to the rules, and Summoner Yang has been declared the winner of the match. The entire Imperial Arena was once again filled with celebratory shouts and congratulations towards the Master of Taming. Commentators say that this fight was even too cool, and they got the impression that Yan was just playing with the sorcerer. Also, one of the commentators said that Yan won even without the wolf summoned by the artifact, which means he is really strong. The Taming Master only thinks about how tired he is of this whole topic with the artifact, which is a complete lie. Ganji Hong, in tears, keeps repeating that this should have been his victory, and Yang in response tells him not to whine because it's pathetic. The kid screams that this victory of the guy does not count and asks that Ian forget about everything immediately after this, offering a rematch, but the summoner leaves the arena with satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the real world, the YTBC office is ringing loudly even though it's already nighttime. Office staff are still working tirelessly, taking calls from clients one after another. After handling a huge number of requests, the people working here are left squeezed like a lemon. One of the employees, looking disgruntled, complains that the reason for such an influx was again the beginners league in Callan. The girl has already lost count of how many times people are rushing to watch the league that hasn't even ended yet. Her partner notes that the forums are going crazy too, and she wonders what happened in the game. The tournament in the Imperial Arena has finally reached the finals, and the summoner and first master of Taming, Yang, enters the battlefield with his team of pets. On the other hand, heading towards Ian is the long-haired assassin class player Limlong, who, like Ian, has defeated all of his previous opponents. The summoner reflects that his last opponent rose this high, using only the basic skills of his class, and that Yang himself has already revealed all his cards. The Taming Master realizes that this will be very difficult, and his thoughts are interrupted by Limlong, who remarks that he enjoyed Yan's matches. They approach each other to shake hands, and Ian challenges his rival to put on an unforgettable show for everyone. Limlong is serious as always, and the commentators announce that the final battle between the summoner and the killer is about to begin. The entire arena is filled with the sounds of people shouting. Some of them have chosen their favorite, while others are supporting two fighters at once. Anticipating a tough fight, Yan warms up as reporters announce that the fight will begin in 5 seconds. The Master of Taming reflects that such an opponent is not the best opponent for a summoner. He understands that if he doesn't find a way to deal with the invisibility skill, he won't have a chance. The guy decides that he needs to strengthen all his senses and dodge the first attacks using reflexes. The fight begins, and as a final thought, Ian tells himself that he must defeat the enemy before he activates his invisibility. The assassin Limlong gathers his strength, takes up his daggers, and thinks about how to attack for a good start to the duel. The summoner is surprised because he expected the opponent to immediately use invisibility, which does not happen. The long-haired youth with shining eyes and daggers still stands in place and waits for the moment, which makes Jan nervous. The Taming Master decides that it might be because the skill has too long a cooldown and his opponent will have to wait with his trump card. Jan would have done the same, but suddenly the staring game ends and the killer makes the first move. Given Limlong's caution, the boy believes that the assassin accepts the summoner as an equal. Limlong rushes towards Yan like a diving hawk hunting for prey, and the battle truly begins. The Master of Taming instantly orders his pets to disperse, and they immediately begin to obey the order. The only one who remains close to the Master is the ice golem, to whom Yan gives another order. Golem Biggie, instead of running away like the others, uses his favorite skill, Ice Wave. The killer has to wait before attacking, because he is being attacked and it is quite difficult to dodge. However, Limlong, like the summoner, has reached the final for a reason, and he already has an option on how to get out of this situation. To avoid the ice spikes that rush towards him, the killer uses the shadow jump skill. The taming master can't believe his eyes. His opponent has disappeared, dissolved right into thin air. When the summoner realizes exactly how his opponent did it, Yan is even more shocked, as Limlong is literally using shadows. Now Ian realizes that his final opponent probably also has a hidden class and is connected to the shadows. The guy at least understands where the killer got such skills from, and in the meantime, Limlong runs towards him in order to continue the fight. But Yan is not so simple either. He summons the spirit of Jaiki, which allows the summoner to accumulate lightning-type magic. In addition, he activates the Berserk skill for his loyal wolf familiar, Lu, who also rushes to join the battle. However, unfortunately, the attack again missed. The gloomy long-haired youth again dissolved into the shadows. The dance between the summoner of creatures and the Lord of Shadows continues and shows no signs of ending anytime soon, leaving the audience in awe. For Yan, the opportune moment has arrived. His opponent is in the air and therefore should not be able to dodge the subsequent blow. The Master of Taming backs up his assumption by saying that every skill has a cooldown time. However, even in what might have seemed like a hopeless situation, the clever killer managed to find a way to return. Yan still couldn't understand how he managed to do this, and Limlong at that moment was preparing to launch his counterattack. The assassin launched a rain of sharp daggers at the enemy, which were imbued with a gloomy, dark aura. The Master of Taming was at first even surprised by such a simple attack and already thought that his opponent had made a mistake. The guy who shoots lightning bolts knows that these daggers are no obstacle to him, but it's surprising that Limlong doesn't seem to know this. However, the killer, in fact, had planned it all this way, and his eyes sparkled like the moon in the night sky. Yang didn't expect that his opponent, in addition to throwing daggers, also used a skill called shadow knives on them from above. Limlong's daggers would turn into shadows and then return to their normal form, and they would fly so chaotically that it became almost impossible to dodge them. Before he could do anything, the summoner received critical damage from the shadow knives, losing over 4,500 units of damage. After losing another 1,000 health, Ian is amazed that so much damage is done in just one hit. The long-haired boy only continued to glare at Ian with his green eyes, ready to attack again. As he continues to take damage, the tamer wonders where the killer got such immense power from. Meanwhile, the wolf Lu, not missing a single opportunity, runs to help his crippled master. The agile familiar pounces on Limlong, and Yang uses a lightning-type skill to support the shaggy one. A wolf with a blood-red mane rushes forward, accompanied by 2 electric spheres. Another attack from which the killer won't be able to escape so easily was already almost at hand. And yet Lu reaches out to his opponent and takes away 1,795 units of health from him. Immediately after the wolf, the electric sphere skill flies in, which takes away a little more than 1,000 units of health from Limlong. Also, this skill paralyzes the killer, and now he will become slower. And Yang, in the meantime, prepares for the next attack. The summoner notes that while he didn't land a critical hit, he was very lucky that the paralysis worked. Yen decides to fight face-to-face, and Limlong is surprised by his opponent's sudden change of tactics. The Master of Taming, with 2 electric spheres in his hands, runs towards the enemy, planning to use himself as bait to make sure Lu gets a hit. The summoner expects to take damage, but in return his opponent will take it many times over. The guy remembers that the assassin class should have no more health than the dark sorcerers he had fought before. Suddenly he notices that Limlong is supposedly trying to hide again using his hidden class skill. But the Master of Taming throws the sphere after the evaporating killer, although it seems to pass right through him. At this point, Yang begins to suspect that this is not a shadow skill, but the enemy used invisibility. The summoner looks around, but his grim opponent is nowhere to be seen, and it is difficult to predict where he will appear from. The boy remembers the assassin's first fight and assumes that Limlong will appear behind him to attack from behind. And so it happens. The assassin's skill flutters behind the taming master, and a threatening figure appears behind Yan. However, the summoner was prepared for such a development of events. He turns around so as not to give the initiative to the enemy. Yang hits the assassin with the electric wave skill, taking away over 1,000 units of health and inflicting a paralysis effect. The assassin failed to avoid the blow, and perhaps for the first time, Lim Long felt that he might lose this battle. The long-haired youth, in a rage, takes up his daggers again in order to continue the hand-to-hand fight. It deals a lightning strike to the summoner, sending anger and dark energy flying in all directions. However, the game's notification shows that it is not the Taming Master who is receiving the critical hit, but none other than Puk Puk. It only costs the Abyssal Turtle 27 health points, and Yang picks him up and praises him while Lim Long watches in shock. The Master of Taming decides not to waste time and already raises his fist to strike his opponent with electricity again. Lim Long also doesn't hesitate, and both players simultaneously deliver tangential blows to each other, and Puk Puk jumps to the side. Ian loses several thousand units of health and also receives the bleeding status, which continues to deal damage to him. Knowing things are going badly, the tamer uses first aid to heal himself a little. This ability saves the situation, because the bleeding continues to take away precious health units from Ian. Looking at Lim Long, whose mask was torn after the last skirmish, the summoner notes that the assassin is excellent at wielding his skills. Unfortunately, Jan himself has too little health left to turn the fight in his favor. But, putting a smile back on his face, the Master of Taming tells himself that it is too early to give up and rushes into battle. The chances are slim, but the guy decides to put the maximum into the last attack and end the battle beautifully. Taming Master Yang is not one to give up victory so easily, so even if there is no chance of winning, he will fight to the end. The gloomy killer Lim Long has exactly the same attitude, because having reached the final, he does not intend to lose. And so the determined pair of players rush at each other, trying to take the lead in the tournament. Yang summons his wolf Lu again, once again thinking of a plan to get to the Shadow Assassin. Lim Long rushes forward to tear apart the enemy and their pets with his daggers, and finally snatch victory. With exactly the same goal, the summoner Yang, supported by his pets, rushes forward. They were about to engage in close combat again, but things weren't so straightforward because Yan had a plan. Lim Long had a shocked expression on his face as his opponent disappeared right before his eyes using the space distortion skill. Now the wolf Lu appears next to the killer, while his master moves to a safe distance. Finally, having waited for his moment of glory, Lu, his eyes flashing, is ready to tear his opponent apart with his sharp teeth. The wolf rips into Lim Long, who is shocked by what is happening, and deals him an incredibly powerful critical hit. The game notifies that the long-haired young man has lost more than 3,000 units of health and has received the bleeding status. He feels intense pain as the bleeding continues to drain him of 630 health points per second. Ian feels like he finally has a chance to win, which makes the Taming Master happy. The summoner understands that if he stalls and lets his opponent take all the damage from the bleed, he won't have much health left. The guy is confident that he can repel all of Lim Long's shadow attacks, which means all he needs to do now is keep his distance. The assassin throws his daggers again. The summoner parries them, noting the strong persistence of his opponent. Jan needs to hold out for a few more seconds, and after that, everything can be decided with just one blow. The assassin continues to throw daggers at Yan, while also using the Shadow Blade throw skill. An incredible number of daggers begin to swirl around the arena to catch a single target. And Yan, in turn, turns out to be the leading player in this bright and at the same time deadly dance of blades. After dodging all the blades, the summoner, with glowing eyes, commands the Ice Golem Biggie and the Wolf Lu to attack, anticipating the end of the fight. Lim Long is forced to flee when two huge summon monsters begin chasing him. The next moment, he jumps high into the air to fight off his pursuers and uses the Shadow Blade throw skill again. The killer understands that he is also on the edge, and one strong blow would be enough to finish him off and take away the victory. So, suddenly, Lim Long directs his attack toward the tamer instead of fighting off his pets. Jan, not expecting such a turn of events, misses the blow, and since his health drops below 5%, he loses this fight. The guy is disappointed that his opponent finally got to him, and Jan was unable to emerge victorious in the final. Lim Long wins the tournament, and fireworks begin to fly across the Imperial Arena in a rainbow of colors. Today, the people present witnessed an incredible event, and these memories will remain in their memory for a very long time. John is trying to analyze where he miscalculated, whether it was a matter of speed or whether he got carried away and in vain went head-on at the beginning of the fight. The Lim Long assassin glows with a golden light and smiles a smile that is no longer gloomy, and the summoner approaches him. As the crowd continued to cheer, the two strongest opponents shook hands as a sign of respect. Sometime later in the break room, Ian, sitting next to his award, is still upset that he only took second place. It's very disappointing to reach the final and lose in the last fight. The guy is worried that he fell into the trap of his opponent. Instead of waiting and understanding how the killer acted in battle, Ian relied too much on his pets. However, he understands that there is no point in getting upset now, and next time he should try even better and win. Having finished reflecting, the young master of taming decides to see what he got for his well-deserved second place. Having already forgotten about his sadness, he notes that opening chests has always been the most interesting and exciting thing. The guy wonders which chest to open first, the one with weapons or the second one with jewelry. After a short pause, the summoner opens one of them, namely the one with the decorations, leaving the most interesting for last. The open chest begins to fill the room with bright light, and the first item appears from within. It turns out to be the dazzling summoner's ring, and after looking at the information about it, Yang notes that the additional spirit mana regeneration would be very useful. The taming master just lacked the spirit mana to use the ability called Power Surge. Having put the new ring on his hand, the summoner is about to open the second chest, the one with the weapon. The second item turns out to be the dazzling summoner's longbow, which undoubtedly pleases the former archer. Jan thinks that the item turned out to be even better than he expected, but there is one problem with it. If he switches weapons, he will not be able to use the bond skill, meaning he will lose the pet critical strike and leadership buffs that the gloves provide. On the other hand, the bow gives spirit mana regeneration and skill cooldown reduction, so it's hard to choose. The guy decides to use the bow for now, but keep the gloves in reserve until he finds another weapon with the communication skill. The bow reduces skill cooldowns by 5 seconds, so if John has to hunt for a long time again, it will be easier to level up. Having examined the new weapon, the young master of taming decides to check how much the Wolf Lu has improved. What he saw satisfies the guy, because the training ability has been intensified to an average level of 8, and the potential is already more than 50. Now, if he gets a new strong pet, the summoner will be able to train it well and turn it into something incredible. Having dreamed about a bright future, the guy begins to think that he has forgotten about a question that is no less important, but he can't remember what it is. The realization comes like a shot to the head. He needs to win the bet, namely reach level 93 before the end of the holidays. He recalls a conversation with a professor who was ready to expel the boy for his poor academic performance. It was then that the professor promised to forgive all of Chin's son's sins if he won the bet he himself had proposed. The guy calculates that there is a month and 10 days left until the start of the semester. The first week is a warm-up, and the first lesson with Professor Lee Jin-wook will be on Thursday. This means that, in total, the Master of Taming has only 50 days to achieve the promised goal. Park Jin-sung, aka the Yang Summoner, realizes that time is running out and despair takes over. In order not to waste a minute, or even a second, the Taming Master again rushed to hunt in order to further raise his level. The Summoner and his pets continue to work tirelessly, and now the Wolf Lu is fighting a huge bear-like creature. After a fierce battle, the game notifies the young player that he has reached level 62. With Puk Puk sitting sweetly on his shoulder, the tamer is pleased that they are making very good progress. Jan praises the wolf for doing it so quickly, but they still have to speed up even more. The only good thing is that at level 60, the guy got a new class skill that made hunting a little faster. The explosive potential skill doubles the pet's combat abilities, which greatly improves the quality of the game. So now Puk Puk, Lu, and Biggie have reached levels 61, 63, and 64 respectively. Ian notes that this location is getting too easy, meaning he should probably go a little further. While choosing where to go next, the guy remembers the quest he received from the dragon tamer Oakley. Therefore, the taming master decides to go to the spatial Magap Tower after reaching level 70. In the meantime, the summoner and his company of pets go hunting further in the Forcal mountain range. After some time, Jinsun returns to real life, and while planning to have breakfast, realizes that he has run out of cereal. The guy left the game just for a snack, and now he has to think about what to eat. Since the young man doesn't want to go outside, he decides to order food delivery by phone. Still talking to the operator, Chin-sun decides to look up information about the monsters around the Forcal mountain range. He sees that a new monster has appeared in the dungeon of the Burning Plateau, namely a lava witch, the sight of which amazes the guy. Her innate ability is quite problematic, because in addition to strong damage, it also hits an area. Another major problem is that many of its parameters are unknown to any of the players. Jin's son watches as the video shows the witch destroying another player with her unique Fire Realm skill. The guy with a devilish look on his face decides that he wants to capture the lava witch for his collection. The only question that worries him a little is whether this witch has a rare creature class. Previously, the young man had only developed creatures of the common class, so he would be very interested in catching a rare monster and leveling it up. On the other hand, the guy understands that if he wants to capture a rare monster, and one that is also capable of evolving, it might take too much time. But if he does manage to grab her, the lava witch will increase the pumping speed at least twice. Shin's son abruptly closes the lid of his laptop and, deciding that this information is enough for him for now, he hurries to have a snack and return to the game. Arriving at the Forcal mountain range, Ian realizes that he hasn't been here for a long time, although he spent a lot of time in this location before the reset. He looks at the map and says that the lair of the mountain range bandits should be very close. The local bandits should be around level 70, making this location very good for hunting. The young master of taming, approaching the edge of the cliff, calls the wolf Lu to him to explain the further plan of action. The gorge that opened up before their eyes turned out to be wider than Ian remembered, but the guy thinks that his idea will still work. After surveying the terrifying abyss that lies before them, the taming master summons the ice golem Biggie. The summoner, to begin with, immediately orders the arriving pet to move some boulders. Biggie immediately follows his master's order and begins to move one of the indicated stones. These huge boulders are still 2 or 3 times larger than the golem itself, but Biggie is up to the task. Ian was worried that they wouldn't be able to move them, but Biggie did, so the guy asked the ice golem to hide here for a while. Below, armored guards armed with axes roam, and Jan points them out to his wolf. The taming master orders the familiar to sneak up on them quietly so that the wolf is not noticed and wait for the master's signal. After some time, John begins a carefully thought-out operation with his signal, and the wolf rushes forward toward the enemies. The summoner himself also does not stand still, and pushing off the ground with his feet, makes a sharp dash forward. Sliding his shoes down the slope like a snowboard, the master of taming summons the lightning spirit Jaka. In this fight, Ian decides to use a bow and arrow instead of gloves. Just like in the good old days, he summons his newly acquired weapon from the tournament, ready to draw the bowstring and send a rain of arrows down on his enemies. The summoner glides spectacularly almost to the very bottom, his eyes shining in anticipation of a good hunt. The master Tamed and his wolf descend and prepare to attack the first 2 guards who stand at the entrance to the camp. Now that Ian has a bow in his hands, the power surge skill applies to arrows, and it also has a paralysis effect, which will be convenient. The guards only now notice the threat moving towards them, so they will now have very little time to maneuver. The summoner is already aiming in their direction, realizing that he needs to hit the guards right now and not give them the opportunity to counterattack. The paralysis effect will only help him in this, and the guy launches the first arrow charged with the skill towards the enemy. A swift arrow hits the first guard square in the head, knocking the villain off his feet as his partner watches in stunned silence. The game notifies that the mountain bandit watcher is slowed by 30% due to paralysis, and that electrical attacks against him will deal 50% more damage. The Master of Taming calls the wolf while the rogue continues to take massive damage from the power surge skill. The boy orders Lu to grab the second guard while he runs away in fear from the furious beast. The summoner, realizing that no one can escape from his faithful familiar, smiles evilly as he watches what is happening. It was only a matter of time, but Lu finally got his fangs into the hapless mountain bandit. Meanwhile, another watchman on the tower sees all this and raises the alarm in the camp. He shouts to his comrades to run to the gate as quickly as possible to meet the uninvited guest. The patrolling bandit begins to ring the bell furiously, but everything goes exactly according to the plan of the cunning master of taming. Jan calls the wolf with him so that they can quickly escape to the place where an ambush has been prepared for the robbers. The guy, along with his pet, raised the whole camp of robbers on its ears, and now all the inhabitants of this place will be chasing him. The summoner is only happy about this because the enemy has swallowed the bait and all of them can be brought to the right place. A huge crowd of bandits led by a brute runs out of the camp and, shouting angrily, begins chasing the fleeing guy. The boy and the wolf run to the point where the ice golem is waiting for them, expecting an easy victory as soon as the crowd of bandits gets to where they need to be. And the large gathering of fools continues to catch up with the fugitive, shouting threats and insults at him from behind. Finally, the well-coordinated duo stops, and Jan analyzes that, in theory, all the enemies have gathered where they should. The team sticks to the plan, and on top of the cliff, behind a large boulder, sits and waits for Biggie's signal. John shows the wolf where to run next and notes that his ice golem is very well hidden. The guy is distracted by the sudden appearance of the lightning spirit Jaika, who flies after Ian with a displeased look. Also, the abyssal turtle Puk Puk climbs onto his shoulder with an expression similar to that of the bird. The owner asks his pets if they would like to take part and do something cool. John is very happy with their enthusiasm, but this time he asks them not to interfere and to save their strength for next time, because he does not want to disrupt the current plan. The bandit leader, with a spiked club, angrily asks who dared to challenge the bandits of Mount Forcal. The summoner is amused by the AI's attempts to appear cool, but he's not going to mess around with it, so he signals his ice golem. Biggie pushes off the ground at the top of the cliff with furious force and leaps down onto the crowd of trapped bandits. As planned, the crowd of uncouth criminals notice the ice block flying towards them from above too late. The ice golem gathers all its strength and flies towards the enemy with its enormous weight, like a heavy anchor on land. The frost meteorite crashes into the ground, scattering chunks of earth and all the bandits in different directions. The game starts notifying about the damage done to the bandits, and Yan only maliciously notes that this is exactly why you need to think with your head. Unfortunately, the guy didn't count on Biggie also taking a lot of damage as a result of falling from a great height, but overall, this doesn't change his plan. Even though he's wounded, Biggie uses Ice Wave and freezes everyone who hasn't fallen yet. Those lucky enough to be a little further away are trying to escape the approaching snowstorm. The vile big guy who is the leader of the camp shouts discontentedly towards his incompetent subjects. He orders them to first finish off the ice golem, while simultaneously making an unfortunate comment about its forms. Biggie did not appreciate such rudeness and ran after the leader, while he wondered why he was chosen as the target. While everyone is distracted by the golem, John activates his Wolf's Berserk ability and he runs into battle. Wolf Lu and Golem Biggie in tandem destroy all the opponents one after another, working very harmoniously. The game bombards John with notifications about massive damage dealt, status effects, and the like. While gaining free experience, Ian notes that the bleeding works very well, as opponents die approximately 5 seconds after being bitten by Lu. Suddenly, the entire gang of bandits is affected by the dazzling mark, but the guy can't figure out where it came from. For some unknown reason, the mountain criminals begin to panic even more than during the battle with the summoner. However, Jan doesn't care much about this, and after the recharge reduction skill is triggered, he decides to continue shooting at his opponents. But the panic of his enemies a second later turns into flight, and the guy wonders where they are going. John, still wondering whether to pursue them, remembers that he thought there were a lot more bandits here before. The fat bandit leader's path was blocked by another muscular figure, which made the fat man furious. In response to the peasant's insolence, a furious swing of an axe flies at him, which could cut down even a thick oak tree. The new arrival, with rage on his face, angrily asks if this boar even knows who he is talking to. Someone from the crowd cried out that the leader had arrived, but Jan still did not understand what exactly was happening here. It turned out that mountain bandit sorcerers with an average level of around 70 decided to join this celebration of violence. The man with the axe standing in front of them all looks menacingly, and his eyes are burning with rage. The young master of taming now understands that this is not surprising because everything was going too smoothly. While the remnants of the previous group of bandits scattered to the sides, Jan with his pets and the formidable man with an army of bandit sorcerers stood opposite each other. Be that as it may, the master of taming does not intend to run away from opponents, regardless of their number or strength. First, he decides to deal with their big guy leader and orders his pets to attack. These bandits will be more serious opponents because they have magical spells. Each of them can use fire magic, and a whole line of such enemies can create a wall of fire. That's exactly what they do, scorching gouts of flame flying towards Ian and his summoned creatures. Realizing that Biggie is the most vulnerable of all in this situation, the summoner orders him to run away. The taming master notes that he is very unlucky that these sorcerers possess fire magic. The ice golem begins to melt from the fire's onslaught, and Yang considers retreating for now. If Biggie dies, the guy will have to fight without him for almost a week, so it makes sense to call him off. However, Ian notices that Biggie has almost gained enough experience to level up. Ian activates Lu's Berserk skill, orders the wolf to attack whoever he shoots at, and asks Biggie to retreat a little more. But the next moment, the master of taming notices another threat, more serious than the previous one. Two rogue mages combine their magical powers to create an even larger fireball. Ian realizes that this is an upgraded fire skill, and if he hits the golem before it levels up, Biggie will die. In order to prevent such a development, the summoner orders the wolf to kill the specified sorcerer first. Unfortunately, Lou doesn't have time to reach the enemy, and a couple of bandits call down a spell called Fire Blast. Ice Golem Biggie tries his best to withstand this blow, but in addition to the initial damage, this spell also gradually takes away health. The next second, Wolf Lou finally gets to the spellcasters and eliminates them, bringing more than 3,000 experience points. The experience gained, as always, is divided between the entire team, and the ice golem begins to glow as a sign of reaching level 65. Thanks to the level up, Biggie is fully restored to health, meaning all that's left to do is deal with the remaining enemies. However, there is another thing that worries the summoner, namely that the ice golem continues to glow. The entire gorge is illuminated by a huge beam of light that rushes high, right up into the night sky to the stars. The taming master can't believe his eyes. He doesn't understand if the ice golem is evolving. The ice golem's eyes glow bright yellow, contrasting with the blue of his body, and Biggie is filled with incredible power. The final explosion of the evolution sends all enemies closest to the golem flying to the sides. Now Biggie's body resembles a stone, it has acquired a brown color, and the game notifies that the ice golem has evolved into the abyss golem. John, comparing the species name with Puk Puk, guesses that the creatures from the deep island become monsters of the abyss when they reach a unique class. Additionally, thanks to Biggie's evolution, Ian's skill instant training has evolved into advanced training. Ian is delighted that the golem has also improved its training skill, which has been growing at a snail's pace. The bandits, at this point, decide to continue the attack, to which Ian complains that they didn't even let him check Biggie's status window. The guy glances at the place where his evolved pet stands and another surprise awaits him there. The abyss golem, without a command, charges energy and raises his fist to smear all the bandits. A blow of terrifying force, once again, causes enemies to fly apart like grains of sand during a storm. The young master of taming is greatly surprised by the assertiveness of the evolved abyssal golem. But that's not all. Biggie gains magical power in his huge hand in the form of a brightly shining sphere. The magical sphere explodes in an all-consuming purple color, further destroying everything around it. The summoner is left in total shock as his armored enemies turn to dust. Biggie's evolved form is much better than Ian expected, and he wonders if the abyss golem is really that strong. All the bandits except the leader were eliminated by the summoner's command, and the leader lost all his menacing charm. It's a dark night on the mountain range, and only the tamer and some fauna are still awake. Today, John is very tired, but he is pleased with the results obtained, especially the evolution of the pet. The guy wonders if the 65th level was really the condition for evolution, and he decides to check it out. The wolf evolved at level 20 and can still do so again. But unfortunately for Biggie, this was the first and last evolution. In any case, it's still great, because the golem jumped from a rare class straight to a unique one and received a huge defense rating. Especially good, the difference is visible in comparison with Lou, but the wolf still has much higher agility and attack power. Next, the guy checks his innate abilities and sees that the ice wave has changed to the bottomless abyss, which apparently the golem used at the end of the battle. The skill doesn't have a very long cooldown, which will be useful, and Ian also likes the second ability called Abyssal Defense. At this point, the Taming Master has learned enough and has even been able to rest a bit, so he decides to move on. But first, he thinks to search the camp of the mountain bandits, whom he and his pets defeated. Meanwhile, in the real world, inside a huge building, Jan's friend, as always, is working hard to improve her culinary skills. Being a chef both in the game and in the real world, Karin can always do what he loves. And finally, with a smile on her face, she confirmed to herself the readiness of another amazing culinary masterpiece. She has already prepared several similar mouth-watering dishes and noted that they all look simply superb. The girl thought that her dear summoner friend must have run out of meatballs by now, which meant she would make them next time. Karin, not understanding her feelings, remembers Jan every time and wonders what he is doing. The master of taming at this time continues to develop in his direction and crushes virtual enemies. The evolved Biggie Golem hurls huge rocks at the crowd of fleeing mountain bandits. Wolf Lou and the summoner himself also do not lag behind and help the golem, defeating enemies, each using their own methods. After another long battle, Ian realizes that it's time for him to rest and heal, but he also needs to find something. While the boy is doing the treatment, he notices that Pook Pook has approached him, who clearly wants something as a reward from his owner. Ian quickly understands what the pet wants from him and takes out a meatball, which fills the abyssal turtle's gaze with happiness. However, the guy tells Pook Pook that this is the last meatball for him, and even his disgruntled face cannot change that. The summoner is touched by the turtle's disappointed look and thinks about asking his friend Heron to cook even more delicious food the next time they meet. But for now, he has a specific task, namely, to reach level 70 as previously planned. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted by a message from Hearst, who is interested in what his summoner friend is doing. Jan quickly writes back that he must reach level 93 before starting school, and is indignant that his friend is writing now and distracting him. The turtle climbs onto his shoulder with a questioning look, and Jan understands what question the pet would like to ask. The question is, why is Ian wasting his time here when he is so busy? But the guy doesn't have time to answer when suddenly he notices something. The tamer jumps up from his seat, then quickly takes the bow, and this unexpected action frightens the abyssal turtle. However, this is the answer to the question of why the guy is still here. The summoner aims towards the target. He releases an arrow, it glows brightly and flies inexorably through the air like a horizontal tornado. Suddenly, from the forest, behind the trees, a cry of a disgruntled creature is heard, which was unlucky enough to become Jan's target. Whatever it was, the master of taming hit where he wanted and snapped his fingers in honor of such a clean hit. And in the shadows, the silhouette of an angry bird with brightly shining eyes and a beak open in anger begins to appear. She raises her palm, and on her fingers you can see the sharpest claws with which the bird can mercilessly bite into its prey. The bird's black and white feathers flutter in the wind as the sinister feathered creature flies. Finally, the bird shows its full appearance, and with its blue eyes glowing, rushes forward towards the offender. However, when the bird flies out of the shadows, its appearance makes it clear that it poses no threat. Jan explains that it is a clafia, a wonderful source of useful things, and the whole team looks bloodthirstily at the unfortunate bird. A couple more seconds and the bird was already caught, which was confirmed by the game, and Jan decided to immediately look at the information window about it. The summoner plans to use the bird's agility to improve his stat, but decides not to name it since he doesn't plan on using it for long. The only problem is that the bird requires a lot of leadership, which John doesn't have much of, so he should get rid of it quickly. In the meantime, the taming master, accompanied by his pets, decides to continue hunting and further increase their level. The company went to the middle section of the fateful Mountains, where a huge crowd of bandits had gathered near the next camp. Their fat leader, wearing the skull of some creature for a helmet, notices the summoner's command and directs his men's attention there. Ian, with his gloves on fire, confidently walks out, accompanied by a wolf and a golem, ready to deal with everyone in his path. Without wasting any time, the guy immediately rushes into battle and activates Biggie's bottomless abyss skill as his first attack. This ability, which looks like a black hole, begins to demolish everything it touches. The enemies are desperately panicking, because the abyssal golem skill also sucks in everyone who gets caught in the radius of this spell. While charging the lightning sphere, Ian notes that while bottomless pit is active, the bracer's effect becomes really useful. In addition, with them, he can use 2 electric spheres at once to deal double damage to the enemy. The summoner uses the power surge skill, sending electricity into the ground which then shoots upward, knocking down all enemies. Literally one combined attack eliminated the first wave of the enemy, and Ian emphasizes that mass destruction is very satisfying during a hunt. The tamer then decides to return to the bow, as ranged attacks would suit his purposes much better. The battle has just begun, but the summoner already sees the very goal for which he actually came. He looks ahead to where the main building of the bandits is located and confirms his guess. A threatening figure emerges from the building, the authority of this man clearly exceeding that of the others. The leader of the fateful Mountains Middle Region bandits, level 80, looks angrily at the boy and asks if this is the youth who caused them so much trouble. Yun is a little surprised that this boss is now level 80 and not 75, as it was before the guy reset his character. In addition, the second difference makes the summoner even more nervous, because now this boss has changed his weapon to a crossbow. The guy realizes that if necessary, he will probably be able to escape thanks to the increased agility due to the possession of the Clawfia. But for the summoner, this is not an option. He must cope with the boss because enemies with a long-range attack have less health. The key is to act quickly, so Ian calls Biggie over to deliver another combination attack. They once again activate the skills Bottomless Abyss and Power Surge together to quickly destroy the enemy. The guy orders the wolf to immediately deal with the leader, and Lu instantly rushes towards the enemy, covered by a joint attack by the golem and the man. The main leader of the bandits watches the actions of his opponents with contempt and malice on his face, spitting insults at them. The embittered scoundrel was very offended that a certain youth with his little animals dared to underestimate him. The bandit leader uses his skill, and Ian realizes that it is an area of effect buff that is usually only found on tank bosses. With this aura, the criminal leader protects his minions from a combined attack that should have destroyed them all in a second. The tamer understands that the leader may have other tricks up his sleeve, so he should be eliminated as quickly as possible. Yang activates Vulnerability Search while simultaneously using the Burst Potential skill from Lu the Wolf. The wolf familiar makes a furious leap with the intention of tearing the bandit leader to shreds, as ordered by its master. However, the bandits are not going to give up their leader so easily, and charged with his aura, they come to his defense. The criminals have the advantage in numbers, but Lu pushes off the roofs of the surrounding houses and jumps over the crowd of villains. A bright explosion from the wolf's powerful attack illuminated the entire camp of confused bandits, who were no longer so self-confident. They were shocked at how deftly the huge wolf broke through their defenses and were forced to watch as the familiar tore their ranks to shreds. Lu mercilessly sank his teeth into every enemy he came across who was unlucky enough to be closer to the wolf. The level 80 bandit leader was very unpleasantly surprised by how his army was being destroyed by a single summoned creature. Disappointment with his own people was replaced by fear for his own life, and the leader prepared to shoot at the enemy. It was not so easy to aim because the agile wolf was dancing a deadly dance around his people, so he hesitated. This delay gave Jan a chance to take aim and fire his shot in order to cover his faithful familiar. It was a glancing hit, but still, the arrow distracted the chieftain from the wolf and caused enough damage. While the leader of the bandits was retreating from the ranged attack, the wolf Lu, already tired of dancing with the minions, made a lightning-fast leap towards him. Unfortunately for the chief, all he managed to do to defend himself was throw another insult at the wolf. However, pitiful words cannot protect against the wolf, and Lu deals a crushing blow with his paw to the unlucky leader of the bandits. The game notified that Lu had dealt a critical hit, taking away over 6,000 units of health, and in addition, inflicted a bleeding status that would remove another 1,000 units. Jan, very pleased with the result, is already celebrating the fact that he was able to remove half of the boss's health with just 2 hits. The guy understands that he needs to continue like this, when suddenly he notices a new attack of rage in the eyes of the leader of the bandits. Along with his rage, new strength came to him, and the main robber began to fight back with his crossbow in close combat. Unexpectedly for Jan, the enemy was able to take away almost 6,000 units of health from his familiar with his close blow. The guy was shocked that the wolf received such damage not even from an arrow hit, even considering that Lu's defense was lowered after using the Berserker skill. The young summoner wondered if it was that skill with the aura that had such a strong effect on the boss's attack rate. However, the guy understands that he needs to act further, orders the wolf to retreat, and tells the golem to throw the young man to the designated place. The abyss golem Biggie looked at his master uncertainly, realizing that this was a very unsafe idea. However, the master of taming understands perfectly well that this is dangerous, but still says to act as he was told. Meanwhile, the leader of the bandits prepares for a powerful crossbow shot that can cause much more damage. The golem throws its master forward, and Jan at the same time fires an arrow in response to the shot of the sinister boss. The young master of taming, as always, having calculated everything in advance, shouts that he will soon get to the robber. But in the leader's eyes, one can see only misunderstanding, turning into fear because the boy's actions are too unpredictable for him. Arrows fired from a bow and crossbow fly past each other, carrying a bright blue and red beam of light, respectively. Ian gracefully dodges the shot aimed at him in midair, bending his body around the beam emanating from the arrow. The leader of the bandits, in turn, cannot boast of such dexterity, and the summoner's arrow hits him right in the chest. The guy lands on the ground, losing more than 2,000 units of health, which is counted as a fall from a great height. But he believes it was worth it and activates the link skill of his ancient steel summoner gloves. The gloves borrow Biggie's golem ability, and a dark sphere from the bottomless abyss skill appears in Ian's hand. The summoner, similar to his abyssal golem, launches a magical black hole towards the enemy. The leader of the mountain bandits has nowhere to run, no time to dodge, so he prepares to take a powerful blow. The magic sphere crashes into the leader and explodes into bright streams of powerful multicolored energy. But that's not all. The wolf-lu runs towards the bandit to personally deal him a decisive blow that will put an end to the gathering of robbers. Still held captive by the energy of the bottomless abyss, the bandit leader looks on in despair as the furry threat runs towards him. The young taming master joins his familiar and runs towards the enemy to finally achieve victory. The summoner and his wolf deal a combined blow to the boss that he will not be able to survive. A huge shock wave rushes through the entire gorge, like a celebratory fireworks display in honor of the victory of the taming master. A notification from the game announces that the leader of the bandits of the middle region of the Forcal Mountains has been defeated, and Ian receives 18,500 experience points. The guy got a huge amount of experience as he expected, and in addition, in front of him, in the place of the boss, there is a chest hovering. Before the summoner can open the chest to see the reward he has received, he is distracted by a noise behind him. Enraged by the death of their boss, the bandits did not retreat, but on the contrary only became more eager for the death of the young man. John understands that he shouldn't overestimate himself, because if he starts the battle with his current level of health, he won't leave alive. Therefore, the time has come to use the possession skill of the recently caught bird, the Clophia. A bright bird irradiates the guy with angelic light, filling him with an incredible level of agility for a successful escape. Feeling lighter than a feather, the summoner jumps off the ground, then off the rooftops, and with bright white wings behind him, seems to fly away into the night sky. The young taming master notes that when it comes to agility, the Clophia is indeed the best option. Leaving only dust behind, the boy jumps out of the bandits' camp, glowing like a second moon. The bandits left behind are confused, because on the one hand their main enemy is gone, but on the other hand his summoned creatures are still in the camp. Wolf-lu and the abyss golem Biggie sit in the same place with a disappointed look, and their forgetful master, flying away like a shooting star in the sky, shouts that he will call them back right now. After so many events, morning came in the game. A bright warm sun appeared, which illuminated the landscapes of the artificial world. Jan sums up that although he still hasn't reached the desired 70th level, he has still already received a lot. Running away from the rising sun, the boy decides that he should contact Corinne and ask her for food for the pets. During the day, there are many people walking around the prestigious building that is the Mulan auction house. The young taming master teleports to this location and joins the local crowd, looking around. The guy mutters under his breath that Corinne informed him that she would be here, as she planned to buy ingredients at the auction house, but he does not see her anywhere. Finally, he notices a girl nearby, in the company of another acquaintance. Jan approaches them, and they greet each other. Corinne, greeting, notes that she hasn't seen the summoner in the game for a long time and is very happy about their new meeting. The guy doesn't know what to answer, while they look at each other a little awkwardly, but still happily. The girl decides to continue the conversation and explains that she was busy with admission and did not have enough time to play, which is why she did not even have the opportunity to watch Jan's matches at the tournament. The summoner replies that there is nothing to worry about since he was too busy to talk at the time, and he failed to win the tournament. Corinne, however, does not agree with his skepticism and tells him that taking second place is also very cool, which is why she congratulates the summoner. Jan is embarrassed and thanks the girl, while behind the cute couple, their mutual friend feels like an extra in this company. John asks the boy for information about the fact that everyone in the guild is already above level 95 and praises his guildmates. The boy happily adds that one of them, Fiolain, has probably already climbed above level 100. And although the summoner is happy to hear about his friend's achievements, he is also worried that in this case, the top players could already have passed level 120. The guild member explains that it took a lot of time and effort, as their original location was very large, and without Ian, it was difficult to deal with all the monsters there. The boy doesn't understand why Ian reset the character, but the summoner tells him to wait a little longer, because he has already managed to reach level 69. Guild member Yana, a little confused, wonders whether the newly minted summoner even has time to sleep. Corinne, hearing about this, asks Jan not to overdo it, but the guy tells her that he has his own reasons. The cook girl asks if the summoner will show her his new pet, who has become so fond of her meatballs, and he says that his name is Puk Puk. To the girl's surprise at the name he chose, Ian says that she will understand why he named him that when she sees the turtle. The young master of taming summons a magic circle, and out comes the main fan of meatballs, Heron. The girl is absolutely delighted. She immediately falls in love with the cute turtle, who moreover is her main client. Karin greets the summoned creature, and as a sign of greeting, stuffs a fresh carrot into its mouth. Puk Puk doesn't look very pleased with the introduction and spits out the vegetable he was given, which clearly didn't impress him. At first, the turtle cast a displeased glance and then turned away from the girl, whose delight turned into misunderstanding. Karin is very upset. She does not understand why the turtle did not like her or what she did wrong, but Jan guesses the reason. The taming master asks if the girl has any meatballs or anything similar left. After some digging around in the inventory, Karin finds one meatball made using an improved recipe, and Yan offers to give it to the turtle. In a matter of seconds, the abyssal turtle's character changes, and she is already trying to bite into the new treat. Now, Puk Puk is happy with the offered food and doesn't look nearly as disdainful as he did a minute ago with the carrots. The happy turtle jumps into the girl's arms like a kitten, and Karin, now also pleased, smiles joyfully at this gesture. While the girl is cuddling with the turtle, Jan wonders why Puk Puk always acts so distant if everything always ends like this. The contented girl is eager to give all the remaining meatballs to Puk Puk, but the strict summoner refuses as he fears that it will spoil the turtle. However, the taming master suggests giving the meatballs to him so that he can give them to Puk Puk when it is time to do so. Haran agrees, confident that Yan is treating the turtle well, but quickly begins to doubt her words when she sees the despairing expression on Puk Puk's face. Guild member Yana, who had been silently watching this scene the entire time, asks the summoner why not give the pet more food. Ian explains that it won't end with just one meatball, but still decides to console his familiar. The guy stroking the turtle begins to tell the story of how on the northern continent there is a turtle named Bak Bak, which everyone considers the coolest in the whole world. The story takes a slightly unexpected turn, and Jan angrily says that this fact annoys him a little, while his friends wonder if this story is true. Further, Ian reinforces this by saying that, as far as he knows, there is no one cooler and more beautiful than his Puk Puk, which causes a feeling of competition in the turtle. The guy continues, the reason could be that Bak Bak only got his status because Puk Puk got fat because he eats meatballs a lot. That is why, John explains, he cannot give his pet more meatballs and asks not to be offended by him for this. Finally, Ian says to wait a little longer and he will make Puk Puk the most beautiful turtle in the universe. And the guy's friends are only completely convinced that the summoner is still a deceiver. A little later, the young master of taming decided to continue his journey and set off on his way. The boy rides Lou and remarks that he will probably soon find himself quite far from Mount Furcal. And also, based on the fact that the temperature around has become very hot, he guesses that he is approaching a flaming plateau. The summoner wonders if the lava witch needs food and notes that this place is very inhospitable. But realizing that he has no other choice, he starts another fight, because he needs to pump up to level 90 no matter what. The guy calls his faithful pets and begins to destroy the local, terrifying-looking huge scorpions. The fight doesn't last too long, as the giant scorpions are no obstacle for the young master of taming's team. After some time, the summoner and his pets finally arrive at the entrance to the dungeon of the Burning Plateau. Jan's team enters a suffocating dungeon lit by fires on tripods. The guy notes that the temperature here is probably even higher because there are lava spawns flying around the area. Horrible creatures similar to fiery ghosts hover throughout the dungeon with terrifying faces and empty eyes. All of them are above level 70, and behind them, Ian notices one of the main creatures of the location, namely the lava witch. The summoner realizes that he should not underestimate the guardians, especially in large numbers. And if he wants to get the lava witch, he should get to the bottom floor as quickly as possible. As the dungeon deepens, the number of rare monsters also increases, and a taming master would like to encounter a creature of a unique rank or higher. Ian tells his golem Biggie to come with him, but be careful as he might accidentally draw all the attention of the lava spawns to himself if he goes too far ahead. He gives another order to Wolf Lou, namely to be in full combat readiness and attack whoever the summoner shoots with his bow. Having decided on a plan of action, The tamer pauses for a second and analyzes the monsters present. The next moment, he pulls the bowstring and activates the power surge ability to strengthen the arrow. An electrically charged arrow flies towards the first target unfortunate enough to be chosen by the summoner. The very first shot hits the back of the lava witch, who did not expect such impudent, uninvited guests. Immediately after this, the explosive potential skill is activated, and Lu, like an archer's arrow, flies towards the enemies. A fierce wolf with a blood-red mane grins menacingly and growls before attacking its next victim. His path is blocked by lava spawns, and the wolf is forced to confront the flaming phantoms. The wolf familiar deals with opponents, and its owner mentally praises his pet for an excellent attack. The summoner's team gathers together, and Yang tells everyone that they are heading straight to the bottom floor. After some time, they come to a location at the entrance of which 4 huge columns rise. John notices that something has changed here compared to the previous places they have fought their way through. The color of most of the creatures had changed, and although he had seen similar ones on the floors that were earlier, there were many more of them here. Then he notices a corrupted level 74 lava witch and decides that she is needed for some quest. The summoner decides not to touch her for now and leaves, and the witch only looks at the boy walking away with confusion. Suddenly, John, looking around, realizes that this was not the only interesting difference from the previous floors. He sees another huge door leading to a lava source, above which some ominous symbol is visible. This surprises the guy because he thought there were only 10 floors, so he decides to open the door and find out what is hidden behind it. This place looks even less favorable because in addition to the columns and the collapsed passage, the entire room is filled with flashes and falling fire. Observing such a landscape, the summoner jokingly wonders if this can be called a lava fall. The game notifies Ian that he is the first to find this place. The guy received various improvements related to the element of fire, although he doubted that no one had been here before. Suddenly, in the middle of this ominous burning hall, there is an explosion of lava, from which something appears. A huge demon-like creature solemnly declares that a worthy man has finally arrived here. The young taming master begins to suspect that he has stumbled upon another quest, which means that this huge creature will not attack immediately. Ian speculates that this is probably a hidden area accessible only to summoners, which is why he was able to get here first. The huge monster says that he is the guardian of the lava source, and his name is Helion. He also asks the name of the young man who arrived. The taming master, still a little distrustful of the sinister-looking creature, answers him and tells him his name. The guard gets straight to the point and asks the guy if he can solve his problem and clear the lava source. This confirms Ian's assumption that he has found another hidden quest, and since he has no reason to refuse, he answers positively. The source guard's pupils sparkled like the mouth of a volcano when he heard the guy give an answer that suited him. Gellion is going to explain the essence of the quest, starting with the first part of the task that the young summoner must complete. Jan was shocked by this wording, since now it is unknown how much effort and time it would take to complete the entire quest. But the guard doesn't pay attention to this and continues to tell that the guy is required to bring at least 20 defiled lava witches. The guy is again shocked by what he hears, because the requested amount is quite large, although he is pleased that for each such witch they give 42,500 experience. The Master of Taming calculates that this is the same amount as what is given for killing 12 regular lava witches. The lava source guardian states that the more the boy can catch in the allotted time, the better, and asks again if the summoner can do it. Without waiting for an answer, Gellion gives the guy a special object, which is called, as the guard says, the binding stone. The guy looks closely at the stone because he has never seen it, although he has heard of its existence. Ian confirms that he will take on this task, and the source guard replies that he has hopes for the guy and begins the countdown. However, the next notification from the game once again shocks the guy because he is given only 3 hours to complete the quest. Gellion happily supports the boy and says that he believes in him, while Ian is indignant that he was not warned about such a small amount of time in advance. However, he has no time to argue and runs away to complete a hidden quest, and an hour later he and Lu are fighting witches. Another half hour later, all this action is still going on. Jan shoots another lava witch with a bow. With less than 20 minutes remaining, the team is still fighting relentlessly, and Biggie is unleashing his abyssal magic on the enemies. The cunning Gellion happily declares that time is almost up and that Ian and his team of pets should hurry. The young master of taming, in turn, rushes towards the guardian of the lava source and shouts for him to wait. The guy barely makes it in time, and the creature resembling a demon says that the summoner arrived just in time and asks how many lava witches he was able to catch. The guard didn't really believe in the boy, but suddenly Jan announced that he had managed to collect as many as 31 witches for him. This time it's Hellion who looks shocked, and the summoner notes that he said he could be relied on. The Guardian apologizes for underestimating the guy, and Ian himself is happy that, upon completion of the quest, he was able to get more than 1,000,000 experience in just 3 hours, which seemed impossible. At this rate, he will soon reach the required level and asks Gellion if there are any more tasks, to which the guard answers in the affirmative. Even though Ian asked the question himself, he now seems disappointed and mentally says that he has a bad feeling about this. While the summoner is busy with his own concerns, the people in the Imperial Palace have their own problems and doubts. The Emperor, as always, sits very importantly and conducts conversations with his chief guard, a threatening man named Helaim. He asks Helaim if he had ever heard of the so-called summoner prophet before John came to them. The man replies negatively and says that if the ruler considers the guy too slow, then he can go and meet him in person. But the Emperor stops the servant and says that he did not expect results in just a month, since even their scientists have been unable to figure this out for quite some time now. He asks if he remembers correctly that there are only 4 months left until the national anniversary, and Helium confirms this. The head of the empire thinks that the appearance of a griffin on the day of such an important holiday would really impress the people. Taking his cup of tea, the emperor announces that he is willing to wait another 2 months for the boy to return. But if there is no news from the prophet's summoner, then Helaim will still go in search of him, which the servant will only be glad about. Meanwhile, the young master of taming climbs the rocks, complaining about the quest he himself took. He wonders when this quest will finally end, since he has been working on it for more than a day. The guy swears that if the reward disappoints him, he will destroy everything around him, regardless of his status as the guardian of the lava source. One of the problems that worries him the most is that since he is on this quest, he cannot hunt. In the summoner's bag, you can see a strangely glowing moss root, which he needs to collect to complete the quest. He once again sticks his pick into the rock, and the game notifies him that he has collected 35 units of crimson moss root and completed the quest. After catching his breath a little, the taming master whispers to himself that he hopes this is the last task. The guy decides to return to the guard Gellion as soon as possible and finally complete this tedious quest. After some time, the young master of taming is already standing in front of the guardian of the lava source, who had been waiting for him in the same place all this time. Showing a bag filled with crimson moss roots, the boy triumphantly declares that he has completed the task. Hellion seems to be trying to remember something, so he asks the boy to wait a few more seconds. Falling to the ground, Ian thinks that if he is given even one more quest to collect after 5 of them, he will abandon this entire line of quests. The guy doesn't care much if there are more quests, but he prays that they don't involve gathering. Suddenly, the summoner jumps to his feet as everything around him begins to shake and burn with even greater fire than before. Ian became worried that he might become the first Kalian player to die from a dungeon explosion, and even considered quitting the game. The fiery rivers of lava raged for some time, foreshadowing a possible collapse of the entire location. However, a second later, the so-called lava fall stopped shaking, and the guy hoped that was the end of it. The evening sky was now clearly visible above the summoner, and the color below the dungeon began to change. The fiery reds changed to a cosmic blue, and from this glow, Hellion rose. The Guardian made a grand announcement about the complete purification of the lava source, and that it had finally found peace, all thanks to the young summoner. The young man was very glad to hear this, but in his thoughts he kept waiting for when they would finally give him something worthwhile as a reward for all this torment. The reward didn't impress John much, since for the entire questline, he received 13 million experience points in level 71, while by hunting he could have already been 1 level higher. But in addition, Hellion gave the summoner a lava-binding stone, which contains one of the guardians that protect the lava core. Initially, he thought of giving another creature, but for the boy's efforts, he decided to give his beloved guard. The guy immediately decided to check his inventory and discovered that he had received a level 80 Lava Dragon King. It's a heroic-type monster with almost 2,000 attack and useful abilities, and although it can evolve, it's still the best one could ask for. It's a great pet for leveling up, but it currently lacks the leadership to form a dragon contract. So Ian plans to buy an item to increase that stat. In the worst case, the guy will destroy the contract with the Clawfia. But for now, Yang and Gellion thank each other again, and the guy promises to gladly use the dragon. The summoner, having received everything he wanted, is forced to go to the city for shopping, so he says goodbye to the guard. Hellion, although looking threatening, also says goodbye to the hero who helped him cleanse the source and disappears. Finally, he tells the young master Tamir that he hopes that the king of the lava dragons will help the boy on his journey. Meanwhile, in the real world, Chin Sun's friend can't get through to his stubborn buddy. Yu Hyun is worried that his friend doesn't pick up the phone and doesn't come to school even though the new semester has already started today. The boy remembered that he saw that Chin Sun had entered the game 50 hours ago, and perhaps his friend had fallen asleep in the game capsule. Yu Hyun decides that he will go to Jin Sung's house and check on him if he still doesn't respond after the lecture. As he leaves, he wonders what level his friend, who never leaves the game world, might already be. Chin Sun, aka the Summoner Prophet and Master of Taming Yang, at this time continues to search for targets in a new location. On his shoulder sits the abyssal turtle Puk Puk, and together they survey the surrounding area in search of a potential enemy. They are riding on the Lava Dragon King, and Yang has already reached level 89. Finally, they find a group of enemy dragons ready for a fierce fight to the death. First, the tamer summons the abyssal golem Biggie, who is ready to strike the first blow. From the ground, he launches a bottomless abyss skill sphere, shooting at flying enemies like a catapult. The Lava Dragon King, whom Ian named Rake, prepares to fire a volley of fire in the air. The dragon's skill, called Breath, turns a winter snowy location into a fiery inferno. The summoner orders the agile wolf Lu to catch up with the enemy, who managed to evade and runs away from them. However, the problem is that the wolf, unlike its opponent, cannot fly and cannot reach it. The flying monsters look down with mockery at the four-legged familiar, who can do nothing to them. But Jan decides to rescue his first pet and gives the dragon Rake the order to capture the impudent enemies. The shadow of the Lava Dragon King appears above the creatures that were mocking the wolf just a second ago. The confident look of the dragon towering over them quickly wipes any self-confidence from their faces. Rake delivers a devastating tail slash that knocks vicious opponents down, sending them hurtling towards the ground. Having defeated another group of enemies, Jan finally gets the long-awaited 90th level, which cannot but please him. Also, reaching this level means that the summoner will receive a new unique class skill. The guy almost prays that this new skill will help him level up in the future. He remembers his conversation with Professor Lee Jin-wook again and knows that he needs level 93. The guy remembers that today is already the beginning of the semester, but fortunately, at the moment, it is only a transitional period. And the start of specialized classes will be in less than 10 days, which is a time limit for the guy. Jan is very tired because he doesn't even have time to sleep, and his pets can only look at him sympathetically. That's why he's so hopeful about a skill that will help him level up, and the guy isn't even going to ask for abilities like explosive potential. Horrified, he swallowed and opened the information window to see that he had received the assimilation and connection skills. He reads more carefully that one of the skills links two targets and divides the damage received between them. This ability interested the guy, and he remembered that he saw something similar on the forums about the Dark Sorcerer class. But he is interested in one more detail, namely, what exactly does the note about the health of two related targets being averaged mean? In order to understand the acquired skill in advance, the Taming Master decides to immediately test it on Lu and Biggie. Thus, in a living example, Jan sees that health is equalized in percentages, regardless of the number of units. The guy notes that this can be useful in some cases, but it is worth using this skill only in some cases, especially if at that moment there is low health. Next, he checks the assimilation ability, which, as the info window says, makes the summoner look like his pet. To understand more precisely, Jan reads that the skill will equalize the stats of the summoner with the summoned creatures, and he immediately decides to check how it works. Since Puk Puk's indicators are the most disproportionate, the guy decides to test the effect of this skill on him and calls the turtle to him. Ian picks up Puk Puk, explaining to him that he wants to test a new skill, and he in turn does not understand anything and looks very pleased. The Taming Master activates the assimilation skill, and the abyssal turtle in his hands begins to glow brightly. The guy begins to feel that something is changing, but for now he can't understand what exactly will happen. Activating the skill caused a flash of light to appear in the middle of the snowy mountains, making everything seem even whiter. When the light disappeared, Ian began to examine himself and noticed that outwardly nothing had changed, so he decided to see what was going on with his indicators. It was here that it became clear what this new ability did, because Jan's defense increased to 1,500, and his attack and agility dropped to almost zero. Suddenly, the little turtle on the summoner's shoulder, seeing something funny, began to giggle loudly. At first, the guy couldn't understand what was the reason for Puk Puk's good mood and tried to ask him about it. But the turtle couldn't give an answer, and it wasn't necessary because Jan just needed to look at the information window. The holographic window showed the summoner himself, but his entire body, except for his head, was the same as that of the abyssal turtle. The guy instantly deactivated the skill, wanting to return to his previous attractive appearance. When the window finally disappeared, Ian's final thought was that he should use this skill on Puk Puk as little as possible. According to the young man's calculations, today he will be able to get the level he needs. But since he is tired, the summoner decides to take a break from the game for 5 hours to sleep, and then return. Meanwhile, in the real world, Jin Sung's friend, Yu Hyun, is still worried about where his gaming friend has disappeared to. The boy double-checked his correspondence with his friend and noticed that Chin Sun had not logged in to read his messages. Suddenly, a familiar figure of a girl who is into culinary arts approaches him and asks if he is Yu Hyun. Carried away by his thoughts, the guy at first does not notice her, so the girl asks again. When Yu Hyun finally notices her, he thinks that she is unlikely to be from his department, but rather from the theater department, perhaps even a rising star. In the end, he guesses that it is Karen, which makes the girl very happy that the guy was finally able to recognize her. Yu Hyun thought that, as he thought, Yang was a weirdo, and the guy himself made himself a character that looks exactly like him in real life. Harin asks if they know where Chinsun is, and he tells her that Yang did not come to the university today. The girl assumes that their mutual friend is currently sitting at home and playing, since the university is currently in a transitional period. Harin is very much against this, and Yu Hyun understands that his friend will probably be reprimanded, not only by the teachers. In Kalan, at this moment, another player is trying to level up as quickly as possible in order to take revenge on his offender. He uses the Dark Judgment skill and mercilessly destroys the mountain monsters one by one. The risen skeletons in a huge crowd surrounded the huge monster with a club in the name of their master's victory. This dark sorcerer leading the army of skeletons turns out to be Ganji Hong, the kid who lost to Yan in the tournament. The boy has almost reached level 85, and he suspects that his archenemy is probably already at 80. He hurls insults at Yan and the turtle Puk Puk, never forgiving them for his defeat. On the other hand, Ganji Hong thinks, since Yang is a summoner, he must have used some unfair method to be a higher level already. The kid takes out a small figurine from his pocket in the form of the hated summoner, something like a voodoo doll. Channeling all his hatred into magical power, the dark sorcerer prepared to cast a certain spell on the doll. The boy with the 8th grader syndrome used the Curse of the Undead skill, as if sucking the life energy out of the doll. However, nothing happens, and the game notifies him that the skill did not work because an inappropriate target was selected. All the boy's anger and confidence were shattered by the realities of life, even when he was in the virtual world. But the very next second, the kid returns to his former disposition and again convinces himself that he needs to become stronger in order to defeat the hated summoner. Hatred and resentment can sometimes be good motivating factors, and the guy, leading his army of the dead, promises himself to become better. Although in the real world, his motivation is a little different because he was punished for not doing his homework assigned during the holidays, and he needs to prove that it was worth it. At Korea University, there is a standard roll call at the beginning of the semester where students' names are read one by one and they confirm their attendance. One name follows another, and all the named students let the professor know that they are there and can hear him. And so it goes on until the professor comes to one name, namely Park Chin-soon. The professor, who turns out to be Lee Jin-wook, wonders if this scoundrel didn't show up for the first week of classes. He understands that the first week is just a transition period and it won't affect his grades, but the main classes remain the same, so usually everyone goes to them. Yu Hyun, who is in the audience, notices that Professor Jin-wook is deep in thought after he said Jin Sung's name. Besides, his friend never came here, although the first week is actually very important. The professor asks again and again, but the entire audience sits silently, as if in the dead of night, showing that Chin Sun is not there. Lee Jin-wook sighed angrily and was already thinking about forgetting about the boy and continuing the roll call so as not to waste time. However, the new sound that broke the perfect silence was the loud opening of the door to the auditorium. The out-of-breath player, although he was late, tried his best and ran to the right place before it was too late. With a smile on his face, Park Jin-sung waved his hand in greeting and informed the professor that he was there. Lee Jin-wook just calmly told the late student to take his seat. Shin-sun, barely able to move his legs, walked deeper into the auditorium under the surprised glances of the surrounding students. Yoo-hyun began to ask his missing friend with displeasure about where he had gone and why he hadn't even answered his calls and messages. In a half-dead voice, Shin-sun replied to his worried friend that he had his reasons for doing so. Having come to life a little, he, in confirmation of his words, takes out his phone to show his friend something amazing. Yoo-hyun, with a hint of distrust on his face, kept waiting to see what amazing thing his friend would show him. Shin-sun shows his character profile in Kylan, and his friend sees that the summoner has reached level 93. The guy slightly miscalculated his emotions and was surprised too loudly, which attracted the attention of the people around him, and Shin-sun asked him to be quieter. Yoo-hyun tells his friend that he is crazy because it has only been a short time since his character was reset, and the summoner took it as a compliment. Shin-sun put a sly smile on his face and confidently said that the boy was just jealous of him. The guy tried to make excuses, but decided to change the subject and asked what the summoner was going to do now. Meanwhile, Shin-sun was already typing everything he needed into his phone and was happy with the task he had completed. Yoo-hyun looked at his friend's phone and was shocked that his friend had leaked his character information to their professor. He asked in horror why Lee Jin-wook needed this, but Jin-sung decided to drag out the intrigue a little longer and not tell everything at once. The very next second, the professor was distracted from his lesson by a notification about an incoming message. The professor quickly glanced at his phone and at first had no idea who had written to him. After reading the message and seeing the picture, Lee Jin-wook smiled softly towards the diligent Kalin player. Park Jin-sun responded to the professor with the same look, but then he also received a message on his phone. Taking his device, the guy saw that the message came from Professor Lee, and this scared him a little. The professor wrote to the guy to come to his office immediately after classes, even though he was already late. This unexpected wording frightened the tired guy even more with its mystery. After class, Jin-sun came to Professor Lee Jin-wook's office, as previously agreed. There was an oppressive silence in the office, and the professor stared hard at the offending student. Unable to withstand such tension, the boy decided to start the dialogue first and asked why the professor had called him. The man started off harshly by saying that he wanted to talk about what the picture the guy sent him meant. Shin-sun relaxed a little after hearing this, and was already thinking about the right words to answer. He explains that it is a picture of his character's status in the game, and he was sure that the professor would understand since he is a Kylan player himself. Lee Jin-wook just chuckled thoughtfully, and the guy began to worry that the professor might have forgotten about their agreement. The guy decided to voice it out loud, reminded them of their argument, and said that he had reached the level they had agreed on. The professor, in fact, remembered everything and decided to press on the fact that the guy had not quite met the deadlines that were given to him. The boy starts making excuses and says that he actually reached level 93 before the start of the semester, but he played for so long that he had to sleep until yesterday. The professor was not very satisfied with this answer, and he stated that the veracity of the boy's words was a little questionable. The guy understands that he can't do anything if the professor refuses, because they didn't sign any contract to secure the dispute. But Lee Jin-wook had something completely different in mind. He couldn't believe that the guy actually reached this level, because on the official streams, he heard that the maximum level of a summoner is 78. Looking at the pleading boy, he summed up that, although Shin-sun was a little late, it was still impressive. He decides that if the guy is really not lying, then he can use him to collect data and kill him. Lee Jin-wook suddenly changes the conversation and asks the student what his plans are for Sunday, which initially confuses the boy. After some time, Yan, having done all the business in the real world, returned to the game to the location of the burning plateau. The summoner recalls the end of the conversation with the professor when he explained that he wanted to meet in the game in the city of Lobos at 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. The guy can't understand why they need to meet in Kylan. Did the professor really think that he faked the picture? Either way, he now doesn't have to level up and can complete the quests he's been putting off. He remembers that he had 2 quests left, namely the one related to the griffin egg and the second one about the magic tower. Since he still doesn't know what to do with the egg, the taming master decides to go to the magical dimension tower. The tower looked ominous, had spikes on the walls and a bright fiery light at the top, and the guy noted that he was here for the first time. Walking towards the entrance, Ian thought that this location was a bit empty, although that was not why players came here. Finally, once inside the room, the summoner was surrounded by a bright glow emanating from the center of the room. A large portal appeared in front of the taming master, leading to the upper levels of the magic tower. The game's notification asked if the player wanted to proceed further, to which Ian, without much thought, agreed and entered the portal. The guy came out from the other end of the portal, and what he saw surprised him no less than what had happened before. He found himself in outer space, and in front of him a bridge of pure light was developing, which led to another entrance, which was similar to the first. Jan stepped onto the light path and was surprised that everything was going too easy for now. But the summoner was too hasty in his conclusions, because a strong stream of light began to pour from another portal. A whole army of trolls came out from there, and the guy still couldn't understand why they appeared there. The trolls looked at the boy angrily, and he noticed that in addition to the enemies, barriers had also appeared. Now he begins to understand that he will have to defeat all the enemies that appear on each floor, and this will be more difficult. The evil fanged giants with shining eyes had waited long enough and decided to begin the attack. The young master of taming cast a menacing glance towards his opponents and noted that they were very arrogant. The next step for the summoner was to summon all of his pets and prepare for a heated battle. The boy gave orders to his familiars to destroy anyone and everyone who stood in their way to the top. A fierce battle began between the huge trolls and the summoner's team and his pets. The terrible monsters screamed angrily with each attack, trying to crush all of the taming master's familiars. Wolf Lou and the abyss golem Biggie growled back at the monsters as they approached them to tear them to shreds. Crowds of motley warriors crashed into each other, not wanting to give up victory to the enemy, and a massacre began. Golem Biggie charged his fist with the energy of the void in order to unleash the full force of the void on his enemies. One of the trolls was unlucky enough to get hit by his most powerful blow, and Biggie killed the first opponent. While the golem continued to beat everyone around, the wolf covered him from behind, cutting up other trolls with his methods. Lightning Spirit Jakey chirped in support of his friends, which began to irritate Ian, and he wondered how much longer it would take for the bird to evolve. The bird's spiritual power rose very quickly at first, but then slowed down greatly and got stuck at 975 units. There are only 25 units left, though, so it shouldn't take too long. Filled with optimism, the young master of taming shouted out that they would continue their ascent. Finally, after some time, Yang was already on the top floor of the magical dimension tower. The last portal led him to a huge library, and in the center of the room, a man sat at a table. Ian was surprised that instead of a strong final boss, a neat red-haired girl was waiting for him here. She noticed the newly arrived guy, and he wondered if she really was the sorceress of dimensions. The friendly girl noted that she had not had guests for a long time, and the guy must be a very skilled traveler, since he was able to get here, and Jan could only agree. The game notified the guy that he had completed the quest, and although he had received very little experience, it was better than nothing. The summoner decided to introduce himself and said that he had arrived on behalf of Oakley, and the sorceress no longer even believed that she would hear this name again. She invited the arriving traveler to sit down because they still had a lot to discuss. The sorceress explained to the boy that she needed to finish her research in order to awaken the soul stone he had brought. The master Tamed thought that he might learn something new about the dragon god by completing this quest. The girl made unhappy eyes and looked at the summoner with a pleading look, waiting for his answer. She said that she was hoping for his help, but he still couldn't refuse, which confused the guy a little. After looking at the quest information, Ian noticed that he indeed couldn't form a party and couldn't decline the quest, which raised some suspicions in his mind. But the guy wasn't going to give up, so he asked where he should go to find the fragments of the relic that the sorceress had told him about. The girl stopped him and said that since he didn't know what the relics looked like, he needed to take one thing with him. To the great surprise of the summoner, this object turned out to be an ordinary, at first glance, magnifying glass. John asked about the item with distrust, and the girl explained that it was a tool that helps determine the type of relic, and especially considering that there were 6 of them, he would need the thing. Next, she led him to a portal that would lead the guy to the ruins of a dungeon located in the ancient Arnaville Empire. In the ruins, the guy will have to fight the ghosts of grave robbers and he will be able to knock out fragments of the relic from them. Finally, the sorceress told him to use the given identifier tool when finding a shard, and he has 3 days to collect all 6 types. The young master of taming, with a smile on his face, said as usual that he would not let her down because he was an experienced player. The guy entered the portal, and when he came out on the other side, he saw a dark dungeon with high columns, illuminated by small lights. He arrived where he needed to, and still with the enthusiasm on his face, he noticed that it was a bit gloomy here. Remembering that this empire is now called Kaimon, he decides to see how strong the local monsters are, and upon learning this, he was glad that they all have early 90s levels. The game once again notified the guy that he was the first to open the dungeon, also announcing bonuses to experience and item drops for 5 days, although the quest is limited to 3. But the summoner is not too upset by this. He summoned Lu and told the wolf that they will hunt until they find the ghost of the grave robber. After a short time, they were again involved in another battle when they found the monster they needed. Warmed up by the battle, Yang, shooting from a bow, shouted after the monster that he could not escape the summoner's command. The grave robber's ghost carried a backpack with his belongings and tried pointlessly to escape from the huge familiar that was catching up with him. However, the ghost sometimes managed to dodge the wolf's quick attacks in his direction, and Lu would slip past his target. The taming master summoned the Clofia and used the possession skill to speed up the process of capturing the monster. Grinning, Ian charged his gloves with electricity, ready to finish off the fleeing ghost once and for all. The guy jumped out right in front of the monster, which it didn't expect. Now there's nowhere to go and he'll have to take the blow. In the last seconds, fear flashed in the dead grave robber's eyes as if he were still alive. John delivered a powerful blow with his glove to the ghost and brought death to the would-be robber for the second time. When the monster evaporated, one of the fragments that the summoner had been searching for fell from it to the ground. The satisfied guy carefully picked it up and shook off the dust, trying not to stain the fragile thing. Jan immediately began to analyze it with the instrument he was given, hoping that this time he would get the 4th piece. However, the analyzer showed that this was the 5th piece, which meant that the guy had once again come across a duplicate fragment. The summoner was in despair, as he had been hunting for them for 2 days and had only been able to find 5 of the 6 types of shards. He doesn't understand why the probability of the desired monsters appearing and dropping fragments from them is so low, and even the forums didn't help him. All he learned there was that the drop rate was increased for grave robber goblins, which are similar monsters if their bags were not touched. The guy was already going crazy from this quest, and on top of that, time was running out, because he had less than 4 hours left. Ian calculates that in the remaining time, he will have time to find and defeat 2 more ghosts, but he cannot be sure that he will get the necessary shard because he has failed to find it 5 times already. He realizes that he won't have time and now regrets that he spent the first day hunting instead of immediately going in search of ghosts. But he can only do everything in his power, and the summoner calls the Clofia bird and orders it to look for the ghosts of grave robbers. The only thing that makes the guy even a little happy is that there are no monsters that attack from afar, which means that you can calmly summon a bird and no one will be able to attack it. However, during his search, the summoner was distracted by something else that seemed even more interesting to him. This was a creature, the spirit of an ancient warrior of the 95th level, and Yang had never encountered such a thing before. In addition, this creature turned out to have a heroic rank, and the guy wondered whether to pass by or not. Ian analyzed the monster and found out that it was humanoid and undead, which meant he wouldn't be able to capture it, and the fight could take as long as 30 minutes, and there was little time left. And yet, Yan gives the order to Lu to attack, because he simply cannot pass by a heroic rank monster and one with double experience and item drop rates. Suddenly, the ghost, which looked like a little old man, stopped and looked at his opponents with disdain. He muttered something under his breath, and then a bright blue magic summoning circle opened up on his staff. At first, half-formed clots of energy began to appear, only vaguely resembling some kind of creatures. But then they all showed their full form, and they were huge creatures that looked like a turtle, a saber-toothed tiger, and a dragon. This monstrous trio immediately rushed at the wolf summoned by young Yan, and he had little chance to deal with them. The taming master panicked and became afraid for his familiar, because the fight would clearly be unequal. The abyss golem Biggie jumped out to help the wolf in order to at least slightly compare the chances of the 2 summoned teams. The ghostly warrior glared angrily at his enemies with his dead eyes and glowing pupils. Yang was very surprised that the ghost monster could summon creatures like summoner class players. However, one could expect something like this from a heroic rank monster, since they are not ordinary opponents. But this only proves to Yan that now they cannot retreat without winning such a battle. The young master of taming orders his entire team of creatures to attack the enemy with all their might. The first to attack was the wolf Lu, his eyes sparkling, ready to go out against any enemy that came his way. He is confronted by a ghostly saber-toothed tiger who is just as determined as his opponent. The tiger growled terrifyingly, baring its long fangs, which could bite the throat of even a large dragon. The two, like a cat and a dog, were engaged in a wild war dance, changing the roles of attacker and defender. This tornado of formidable animals circled in battle, each of them trying to sink their teeth into the throat of the other. At one point, Wolf Lu was forced to retreat, and Yang suspected that since his enemy was also a summoner, he knew the weak points. The warrior from the world of the living was forced to tell his faithful wolf to retreat for a while. To replace him, the taming master sent forward the king of lava dragons, Rake, and the abyss golem, Biggie. Summoned ghosts resembling a dragon and a turtle rushed towards them as equal opponents. Yen ordered Biggie to activate the standard skill Bottomless Abyss, and a black hole in a sphere appeared in his hand. The sinister ghost turtle decided to respond with a similar charge and began to accumulate magical energy in its mouth for a shot. The abyss golem thrust its huge hand with the magic sphere forward to crush the enemy. The phantom summoner's familiar also released its magic towards the golem, and their magic spheres collided. Biggie felt that the turtle's magic shot could overcome his bottomless pit in the next few seconds. Its owner became worried about his summoned golem, also realizing that he might not win in a skirmish. Things weren't going well on the other front either, and the summoner didn't even know which of the pets to help. The lava dragon King Rake flew towards another enemy, hoping to gain the upper hand here and then help the others. He was fighting his equal, a ghostly dragon, and the master of taming could only watch it all tensely. After analyzing the situation from all sides, Yan began to realize that things were not going very well for them. The next moment, the enemy dragon began to knock down everything that was near it with its tail. Thus, he almost crushed the young summoner, and Yang was barely able to dodge this sudden attack. The guy flew through the dust around him and was glad that at least he wasn't crushed by the dragon's huge tail. But it was too early to relax because the enemy's saber-toothed tiger was already rushing towards him to tear him to pieces. However, at that moment, a glint of cunning flashed in Yan's eyes because he predicted that his opponent would do this. The saber-toothed tiger was already a meter away from the guy, but the master of taming summoned the turtle Puk-Puk onto his back. The toothy feline creature sank its fangs into the rock-hard shell of the impenetrable reptile. The tiger made the same mistake that the wolf Lu once made and broke all his teeth on the turtle, which played into Yang's hands. The next second, the taming master turned around, preparing to attack the enemy who had gotten too close. At this distance, the former archer didn't even need to aim, and his opponent had opened up by jumping on the guy and now wouldn't be able to dodge. Jan gathered all his strength to pull the bowstring, and the next moment, he released it, and the loaded arrow flew upward. The shot from close range was so powerful that it pierced the enemy's saber-toothed tiger completely, that the arrow flew further behind its back. One of the main enemy's summoned creatures was defeated, and with a squeal, crumbled right before our eyes. The boy smiled again, his old confidence returning to him now that he had the numerical advantage in his favor. The young master of taming shouted to his ghostly opponent that he had already won and that could not be changed. In confirmation of his words, he began to act, and first of all, he gave the order to Lu to go forward to attack. The wolf, now unhindered by the saber-toothed tiger, rushed forward towards the ghostly summoner without a single obstacle. The old man, who had risen from the dead, was stunned by this development of events, and for the first time signs of panic appeared on his face. He had very little time left, because a huge wolf with a blood-red mane was already approaching him in order to tear him apart. Having failed to do anything in the last seconds, the first of Jan's pets finally reached the target and dealt it a crushing blow. This attack was so powerful that it cut off the ghostly summoner literally on the first try. The taming master was still not sure that his enemy was defeated, so he was prepared to continue attacking him until he died. However, there was no point in this anymore, because the ghost began to disintegrate just like his summoned dead pets. Jan was very pleased with himself, because he managed to change the course of the battle so quickly and tilt everything in his favor. As a reward, the guy received the staff of the ancient summoner with an additional attack skill that is enhanced by his own strength, which means his basic attacks will have increasing magical damage. He wouldn't need the second item, the ancient monster encyclopedia, but he was still confident that defeating a heroic rank monster was a good idea. The boy's celebration was interrupted by his wolf, who began to poke him with his nose and whine, trying to say something. Lou kept hinting, and finally his master realized that the wolf was pointing at his bag. And then the taming master remembered that he still had not collected all the necessary fragments of the relic for the original quest. He instantly decides to check the remaining time and realizes that he has spent a whole half an hour on the ghost boss. The team decides not to waste a minute, so they are already rushing to search for the ghosts of grave robbers who are carrying the fragments the guy needs. After a while, Jan sat down on the stairs to rest and noted that it was dangerous. The guy had less than 3 minutes left, and he understood that if he hadn't been so lucky, he would have definitely failed the quest. When he returned, he was immediately met by the sorceress with a question about the fragments of the relic, and Jan confirmed that he had managed to collect them all. The girl was very happy to hear this, and said that the guy lived up to her expectations because she was worried that he might not make it in time. The game notified the guy that he had completed the quest, received a C grade, and almost 9 million experience points to boot. Ian was very unhappy with the grade because he had never even received a B rank before, and he noted that he didn't like luck quests. While the sorceress was happily examining the bag with the collected fragments, the master of taming decided to take a break, as he was tired both physically and mentally. The tired summoner sat down at the table, but tried not to fall asleep because in that case he would disconnect from the game. Suddenly the sorceress joyfully exclaimed that she had finally finished the magic device, and all thanks to the adventurer. The guy thought it was great that it didn't take long, but he told the girl that he was just glad the experiment went well. Yang had doubted that everything could be so simple, but still asked the girl if he could now use this device to awaken the dragon god's soul stone. The sorceress replies that unfortunately, they do not know if the device works properly, so it is too dangerous to use it now because it could explode the soul stone. The taming master thought about it and was forced to agree with this position because he too would not want an accident to happen. The dragon god must be of legendary rank and have incredible stats, so it would be a real shame if the soul stone exploded. Therefore, the girl continues, it would be better to test the device on the soul stones of other ancient monsters, and only then on the stone of the dragon god. After reading the quest conditions, Ian was disappointed that he received another quest to collect items, and it also could not be declined. Despite the sorceress's support, the boy thought that this game would drive him to his grave, even though this time there was no time limit. After some time, John went to the city where he was supposed to meet the professor. Lee Jin-wook designated the meeting place as the entrance to the gate, where the taming master headed at the appointed time. The guy thought that it was a shame he didn't ask the professor for his player ID, so that it would be easier to find each other. Jan thought about just waiting for a while, but suddenly a man who had been standing there for some time approached him. Looking at this player, Jan, at first, could not believe that this man was his professor from the university. To avoid any inconsistencies, the taming master decided to check this player's ID right now. What he saw surprised the guy because the player's ID was Lee Jin-wook, which meant the man was simply using his real name. The boy timidly approached the menacing man, who also asked if he was speaking to student Park Jin-soon. The professor asked in confusion why he could not see the player ID and level of the young boy. Jan thought that the professor really didn't believe his screenshot and said that he would now switch the profile to public mode. Lee Jin-wook carefully examined Jin-sung's profile, noticed that he was already at level 94, and asked if the guy had decided to level up further. Jan began to praise himself, noting that he had tried hard this summer, and the professor agreed that this definitely deserved praise. Already a little tired of this conversation, Jan asked if he could go, since the professor had already checked his level, which meant the guy had won their bet. However, Professor Lee Jin-wook was not going to let the boy go so easily, and said that he should go with him, which surprised Jin-sung. Jan really didn't want to go anywhere with him now, but the professor firmly said that refusal would not be accepted. They walked a little deeper into the city and Jan asked where they had come, and the professor, without answering, asked his own question, whether the guy was a summoner. The young master of taming had no choice but to tell the truth and answer in the affirmative. Professor Lee Jin-wook, still without explaining anything, invited the boy to go further and look at something interesting. In addition, he said that if the guy sees everything with his own eyes, he will immediately get an answer to his question and will understand where they are. Chin-sun, still a little hesitantly repeated what the professor said and followed him. The doors of the wooden barn-like building swung open, letting in the afternoon sunlight. The man and his student exchanged glances before entering the mysterious building. Then they went inside and started looking around, with Yan being especially interested. In the barn of this farmyard, the boy saw various game creatures resting in their half-open rooms. Before the young man could express his assumption, the professor declared that this was a monster breeding center. One character from the Summoner's Tower told him about this place, and Ian wasn't even sure if it really existed. Lee Jin-wook explains that when he first found this place, it was still under construction, but then they gave him quests to find wolves, foxes, bears, and other monsters. John recalls hearing that if you complete the quest to build an enterprise, you can then start it up yourself. After completing the quest, the professor began working here, and Ian decided to ask if he had received a system message about how to build a monster breeding center. Jin-wook was surprised by the guy's knowledge, and Yang explains that this is usually done so that users gain enough skills to start a business. The boy's knowledge makes the conversation easier for the professor, and he explains that he did indeed gain the skills to build a breeding center, but he was still not satisfied with the conditions. The young man didn't understand what he was talking about, but the professor continued and, showing the monster indexer, said that he needed to register at least 50 monsters in order to gain the skill to build the center. The Taming Master recalls being given something similar after completing a quest in the Magic Tower. However, still looking at the object in the professor's hand, he realized that this thing looked completely different. On top of that, his item doesn't have a function to register monsters or anything like that. The professor gets more to the point and says that he needs to catch monsters to add to this indexer, but with his current skills, he can catch about 30. Therefore, Lee Jin-wook wants Yang to take this item and register the required number of monsters. The young man examined the object, and the professor wanted to do one more thing before Yan went to carry out the assignment. The man dramatically summoned his black and white wolf, which, like all summoned creatures, appeared out of thin air. The Taming Masters were very surprised by the size because the rank of these wolves is ordinary, but this one, in size, is almost like Lu. Leaning against his threatening wolf, the professor suggested that the young man summon his familiar. Yan didn't quite understand what the man was getting at and doubted what the point of calling Lu here and now was. Professor Lee Jin-wook smiled darkly, and his black wolf took on a rather threatening stance. The man made an angry face and said that if the boy didn't call his wolf, he would have nothing to defend himself with. The young master of taming was shocked by such phrases. He was not sure that he had heard everything correctly. However, the professor was not joking and had no intention of retreating. He was already preparing an attack aimed at the younger summoner. Yan had to summon his wolf Lu as quickly as possible in order to answer the challenge thrown to him by the professor. And so 2 huge wolves were summoned and looked at each other angrily, feeling some semblance of competition. Their gazes collided like 2 lightning bolts, and the professor's wolf ran towards his opponent, taking on the role of the first attacker. The confrontation began. On one side was Professor Lee Jin-wook with a black wolf. The man was older and more influential in the real world, and his opponent was Park Chin-sun, aka Yang, with the wolf Lu. The young man was his opponent's student in life, but in the game he achieved much more. The guy was surprised that the professor had just asked him for help, and now decided to arrange a duel, so he asked why the man was doing this. Jin-wook, in his usual manner, did not answer the question, but only noted that Yan's pet had also evolved. The battle ended before it even began, as the professor explained that he simply wanted to see the boy's pet, so he apologized for such a scene. However, he added, they still have to talk about why the guy didn't come to lectures during the transition period. Lee decided to continue talking about the center, because here you can leave your pets so that they build up their strength, and this is how his furry friend evolved into a black claw wolf. Now Ian realizes that his professor also has an evolved wolf, although he did it in a different way. Ian says that his pet evolved and became a red-maned wolf, and the guy concluded that this center works almost like his training skills. Lee Jin-wook offers a new deal, namely, if the guy helps him, then he will be able to use the center as much and whenever he wants. The young man is not sure that with his skills he needs it, but he could leave pets here that he is not using temporarily, and in addition, as the level of the center increases, new functions may appear. With a sly smile, John agrees. And the professor is very happy about this, although he is tense at the student's expression. That's not all. The guy's eyes flashed angrily, and he asked if he could ask the professor for a favor in return. For the first time in all this time, in all the conversations with the young man, Lee Jin-wook felt that the pressure of authority was not on his side. Thus, the potential battle between the two summoners turned into a battle of wills and bargaining. After talking with his professor, the taming master finally returned to the magic tower. His body ached, and he logically assumed it was because he hadn't been sleeping properly lately. The guy is very happy that the professor agreed to his request, namely to build a breeding center near the base of Yan's guild. Before starting a new quest, he decided that it was worth registering the pets he already had. Using the item Jin-wook gave him, Yang activated the registration of all the pets in his possession. For registration, the guy started receiving glory points. 1,200 units for the wolf, 5,600 for the golem, and a whole 53,000 plus for the turtle. Ian was shocked that it was Pook Pook's registration that brought the most fame, as it was almost 10 times more units than Biggie, who also had a rare rank. Jan wondered if a turtle could become a powerful monster after evolution, or if it was just a system error. Anyway, he was done with registering the creatures, which meant it was time to go and complete other quests. The young taming master summoned his first pet, the loyal red-maned wolf Lu, before setting out. The boy mounted the wolf and, hoping that he would be the first to find a new dungeon on the other side, they entered the portal. The game notified Ian that he had received 100,000 fame points, as he was the discoverer of this place, which is called the Arnabil Plateau. The experience gained and the chance of items dropping in this place will be doubled for the next 10 days. In addition, the guy received the title of Time Traveler. The satisfied summoner noted that at least sometimes he was given decent rewards, especially considering that he could not decline the quest. After reading the quest information, he assumes that the rank of the monster's soul stone is related to the quest's completion grade and the reward he will receive. The Master Tamed decides that he must thoroughly comb the area in order to capture the soul of the strongest monster he can find. Riding on a wolf, the summoner set off on a quest, noting that they would now level up at a breakneck speed. After a while, Yang noticed high-level monsters below and thought about going down the cliff. Below, under the rock, vile monsters swarmed, resembling insects and armadillos at the same time. The young master of taming thought for a second, looked at his opponents from above, and analyzed the situation. He summoned all his pets to attack the horde of new enemies in a huge group. Also, Ian wondered if it was time for Lu and Pook Pook to evolve, since they were both wonderful pets. Also, Jaika's lightning spirit should evolve soon too, since his spirit points are almost at max. Ian led his pets into battle and emphasized that he had never fought such monsters before, so they should first understand what they were capable of. About to jump off a high cliff, the taming master uses the Soul Link skill with the Clothia. Together with Lu, they flew sharply downwards, like two lightning bolts, ready to strike the ground the next second. The next step was to activate the Wolf-Lu synchronization ability, something the guy had never done before. The next second, John's face began to take on a previously unseen shape, reminiscent of a beast. His body began to be covered in blood-red fur, similar to that of his faithful pet. Eventually, the tamer's pupils began to change shape from round to thin, like those of some animals. His entire body was engulfed in a bright blue glow in midair as he flew down the cliff. When the blast of energy dissipated, what stood on the ground was either a wolf-like man or a humanoid wolf, still holding the summoner's staff in his hand. Ian began to look like a werewolf and noted that synchronization with Lu was the best option for him, both in terms of appearance and in everything else. Quickly getting used to his new form, the taming master, following the old pattern, ordered Biggie to attack first. The werewolf summoner pushed off the ground again with his newly acquired powers. The wolfman soared into the air, appearing much taller than his enemies, and shone with magical power from his staff. Flashing his wolf eye, he commanded his abyss golem to use the ability of bottomless abyss. In addition, he told Wolf Lu to attack as well, and the three of them rushed forward into another battle with the numerous enemy. The black hole released from the golem's hand dealt the first terrifying blow to the vile giant insects. Lu made the next attack, cutting the monster with his paw as if it were a normal size for a bug. Meanwhile, the lava dragon king, Rake, was gathering flames in his mouth for a devastating fire blast. A scorching wall of fire struck a huge number of crawling monsters at once and enveloped them in flames. The vile insects burned, but did not crumble to dust, no matter how hard the summoner's dragon tried to roast them. Yang, charging his magic sphere, noticed that the beetles had such strong defense that he was unable to remove even half of their health. After another magic shot, the guy dealt 2,770 points of damage and restored 5 units of spirit mana. The Master of Taming realizes that he can't hit hard enough to break through them, but he decides to try another option. He uses the Power Surge ability, and the insects begin to be hit by powerful streams of lightning. Immediately after the electric shock, the summoner delivers another magical blow with the staff. He used a lot of strength, launched a combined attack, scattered the monsters in all directions, and a sphere of light appeared in front of him. At first, surprise appeared on his wolfish face, and he did not understand that this was happening in front of him at all. Continuing to watch what was happening with his predatory eyes, Jan's surprise turned to shock. Chucky's bird was the source of this light, and the game notified that the pet's spirit points had finally reached their maximum. This could only mean one thing, and the bird began to gain strength, continuing to shine with a bright, blinding light. Chucky's form has changed radically, as from a small chick, he has turned into a huge, proud bird. Chucky evolved from a low-class spirit to a middle-class spirit, which the game confirmed, and Ian noted that he screamed the same way. The guy immediately checks the bird's status window and sees that he now has innate abilities and can steal health from the enemy, like a vampire. It's a shame that Ian's electricity control doesn't deal damage, so his attack is pretty low, but a health recovery skill would be useful. The Taming Master was delighted with the bird's new appearance and called it to him, but it only looked at him with disdain. Chucky did exactly the opposite and began to circle in the sky, out of reach of his wingless master. From the other side, the wolf Lou came up and began to poke his muzzle into the owner, begging for praise instead of the bird. The boy stroked the wolf, thanked him, and praised him for working very hard, but Lou looked embarrassed. The young master of taming once again flashed cunning in his eyes and figured out what to do next. He said that since Jaiki had evolved and had an innate ability, why not destroy everything here, so that even the bugs could put on a look of despair on their faces. After that, the battle did not last very long, and soon the master of taming returned to the tower to the sorceress with the stones she needed. Seeing such a large number of soul stones on the table, the girl asked how the guy was able to get so many. With a sly smile, Jan evaded the answer, which did not really satisfy the sorceress, although she could do nothing about it. She thanked the boy for completing her task so quickly and said that it was no surprise that Oakley had sent him. The quest was completed, the Taming Master received a very high rating and over 20 million experience points, meaning it was worth it. Having asked to take all these soul stones with her, the sorceress called John with her in order to show him the process of resurrection. The girl and the boy walked into the next room along the ancient hall with large columns in silence. Yana was very surprised by this room, and the sorceress said that this is where they perform resurrections from soul stones. With satisfaction on her face, the girl opened the bag containing brightly sparkling and iridescent stones. She poured the soul stones onto the table, which looked like an altar for sacrifices, and they fell with a ringing sound. The next second, they began to gather together on their own, forming one huge soul stone. A bright light completely filled the entire majestic resurrection room, where the sorceress and her new assistant stood. A little time passed, and instead of a handful of small stones, one huge stone was levitating in that place. The young master of taming was impressed by this performance, but in fact it did not end there. The formed stone once again glowed with a blinding light, preparing something new for the summoner's eyes. The sorceress asked a rhetorical question. She was very interested in what kind of creature it would be. The next moment, in the place of the large soul stone sat a creature familiar to Jan, reminiscent of those with whom he had fought recently. The tower sorceress exclaimed joyfully, declaring that this experiment had been a great success. The game informed Ian that he had resurrected an ancient monster, the Klopsis, and that this species would now be found on the continent of Kulinar. The summoner was very surprised that if he resurrected an ancient monster, it would begin to appear in the wild. Now, thanks to him, a new species of creatures appeared on the continent, and Yang didn't even know how to feel about it. The happy girls suggested continuing in the same spirit and resurrecting even more ancient monsters. The boy went on the mission, and soon they were able to resurrect a saber-toothed tiger similar to the one he and Lou had fought earlier. The next successful resurrection was a turtle, which, unlike Puk Puk, had spikes on its shell. But they were not always lucky, and sometimes they encountered failures. But all they could do was not give up. And at one point, they finally had the last soul stone left, which was hovering between the sorceress's hands. As in all previous times, the stone began to shine with multicolored lights, filling everything around with beautiful colors. The couple was in anticipation. They were very interested in what kind of creature would appear this last time. A creature resembling a giant tiger emerged from the stone and looked around angrily. And for this, Jan received 30,000 glory points. This creature is called a Harlahan, and the girl said that she could not even dream of seeing such a legendary monster with her own eyes. The young master of Taming, realizing the uniqueness of this particular resurrected creature, immediately thought that he would want one for himself. The girl once again thanked Jan, reinforcing this by saying that before she could only see all these ancient monsters in books. The summoner answered rather modestly and noted that thanks to the girl, he had gained a special experience. While turning the Harlahan into a compact portable crystal, the sorceress wanted to tell her assistant one more thing. She wants to entrust this creature to the boy and asked if such a skilled summoner could take care of it for the girl's sake. The taming master, without any doubt, answers in the affirmative, because he already wanted such a beast for himself. After looking at the information about the received Harlahan, Ian saw that it was level 1, which meant that the summoner would be able to raise it as he wanted, using his own method. In his opinion, the best way is to bring the hidden potential to 100 until the level increases, after which his abilities will greatly increase. The summoner decides not to waste time and returns the Harlahan back to the resurrection chamber. As with all of his main pets, the game prompts Ian to give his new pet a personal name. Looking at the menacing Harlahan, reminiscent of tigers from the real world, the tamer thinks about what to name it. After thinking for a second, Ian, based on the name of the creature species, names the new pet Harley, and they look at each other sweetly. The smiling sorceress girl notes that the formidable Harlequin really likes the traveler. The guy replies that he also really likes the new pet, because he is an excellent animal, fully corresponding to the title of familiar. The girl quickly changes the subject, stating that it is now time for them to pursue their true goal. She, just in case, decided to remind that she was talking about the soul stone of the great dragon god. The young master of taming is also intrigued, as this was his original task, which was entrusted to him by the legendary dragon Tamer. The summoner and the sorceress returned to the altar, above which hung 2 statues in the form of angels. Ian takes out the purple soul stone that Oakley gave him and is going to give it to the sorceress. The guy mentally noted that the stone was definitely different from the others, especially in its size. He carefully passes it from his friend into the girl's hands, and she only says that the stone is amazing. The girl, already accustomed to this process, immediately begins a bright, magical act that should resurrect the great creature. The soul stone glowed in all shades of purple and seemed to absorb all the surrounding magical power. Ian is excited that he will finally be able to see the dragon god, and he wonders what rank it might have, since such a monster has never been seen in Kylan before. The purple energy shimmered and raged stronger and stronger, turning into a magical storm. The summoner was already starting to get very nervous, as this was taking longer than he would have liked. Suddenly, there was an explosion of light, like a small sun, which blinded everyone present. But when the light died down a little, and the master of taming was able to open his eyes, what he saw confused him. Instead of the majestic dragon god, an egg levitated above the altar, but the sorceress said it was a success. The egg turned out to be large in size and was covered with shiny scales, seemingly made of steel. The notification informed the player that he had restored the dragon god's egg, though Ian still couldn't understand anything. Taking the egg in her hands, the girl explains that if it hatches, Yang will become the first summoner in 100 years to tame the dragon god. Unexpectedly for everyone, the always neat and tidy sorceress stumbles on level ground. This causes the girl to fall, and as might be expected, the egg flies out of her hands. A cry of despair poured out of the summoner's throat, because in just 1 second he already felt as if everything he had done was in vain. However, he couldn't just stand there and watch, so he jumped up to try and catch the falling treasure. The dragon god's egg was in the safe hands of the summoner, who, as always, were wearing red gloves. However, either the egg was too heavy or the hands were not so reliable, and the egg fell to the ground with a crash. In despair, the taming master now held his head in his hands, not believing that such a thing could happen to him. So much effort. The guy did so much to restore it, and now it just breaks like that. In fact, Jan was hasty in his conclusions, because when the dust cleared, he saw an egg lying there, completely intact. Having picked it up, the guy saw that instead of an egg, the floor had shattered into pieces and was surprised at the strength of the oval object. The girl began to awkwardly apologize, which did not impress the guy very much, and he thought that he still should be more careful with him, even considering his incredible strength. Ian completed the entire quest series and was upset that he was not given any extra experience, meaning that the dragon god's egg itself is the best reward. The seal was removed from the dragon tamer's feather, giving Ian many enhancements, such as unlimited summoning and halved leadership for dragons. Realizing that with such an item, the guy would be able to summon 2 heroic rank pets at once and still retain leadership, he glared angrily, which made the girl standing next to him tense. The taming master decides to look at the information window about the egg, thinking how unfortunate it is that he was not resurrected immediately in the form of a dragon. The guy was looking for information about pet eggs for the Imperial Griffin quest, but he never found any leads. However, the situation is not bad, since the guy now has both a griffin egg and a dragon egg. He should even more so figure out what to do with them. John asks the sorceress if she knows how to make these eggs hatch, and she answers in the affirmative. He asks her to tell him about it, but the girl is slightly surprised that the summoner himself does not know about such things. The sorceress began to talk about the need for a mother who would take care of him. That is, it should be a pet that lays eggs. This is not at all the explanation the guy was looking for, and he decides that it is worth finding someone who knows more about this. It would be possible to find a female griffin in the Sakar Desert, but that would be suicide, since the monsters there are level 130, so it would be better to ask that Knight Commander, Yang summed up. The guy asks if there is another option other than the mother hatching the egg, since he is unlikely to be able to find a mother for the dragon god. Now the girl also realized that this was not an option, and the summoner was surprised that even the quest character did not know this. The sorceress knows one warrior who could give the answer, and although he died 300 years ago, the girl can open the spatial door so that Yang can meet his soul. The girl said that she thought the guy wanted to swear, but the guy wriggled out of it and said that her imagination was running wild. This man's name was Iriel. He was the greatest summoner in the ancient Arnaville Empire, and perhaps the boy would find answers there. Judging from the way the girl spoke about this summoner, Yang thought, this man must be very old. Also, the sorceress would like to ask the traveler for one more favor before he leaves, and he is ready to listen. The quest states that Griffer, the sorceress's name, does not want the resurrected monsters to become extinct again, which surprised Ian since they should now appear on the continent. But as a reward, he will receive a skill book, which he really needs, and if he completes this quest, he will also complete the Imperial one. Deciding that the god of the game is on his side, the young master of taming abruptly agrees to this task. Meanwhile, on the Norman Ridge, other players are carrying out their own, more mundane tasks than Ian's. A warmly dressed figure picks flowers in a snowy forest where the entire ground is painted white. Heron, a cook class player, a girl with deep, beautiful eyes, carefully collects the ingredients she needs. It may not be something that the average gamer would do in the virtual world, but she really enjoys it. However, while going about her business, the girl lost her vigilance and a wild animal crept up on her from behind. A blue and white tiger, perfectly colored for the local environment, lunged to devour the unsuspecting cook. However, Karen notices the sudden attack, although she has not yet figured out what to do in this situation. A magically charged arrow with a sharp tip at the front and blue feathers at the back flies to her aid. The girl screams in fear, one more moment, and she will be devoured by a wild monster in a couple of seconds. In the middle of the snowy forest during the day, a bright, magical flash of blue light appears, indicating that the target has been hit. Luckily for Karen, the arrow was faster than the beast and pierced its side before it could reach the defenseless girl. The archer boy yells excitedly to his sister as the monster tries to escape from the sudden attack. It didn't take long for the tiger-like monster to continue trying to devour the girl, even with an arrow sticking out of its side. Shouting again to his sister to be careful, the archer drew his bowstring for the next shot. One more second, and the monster will cover the fragile ingredient gatherer with its heavy paw. But at this moment, Heron shows that she is not so simple either. The girl takes out her staff and reads a spell. The magical shield becomes a barrier that separates the bloodthirsty animal from the cute sorceress. Brother Karen decides to take advantage of this opportune moment and prepares to fire another shot at the monster. The second hit seriously knocked down the wild snow attacker, and he began to lose his balance and fall. The animal fell to the ground, scattering snow in all directions, while the archer approached it. The guy pressed the monster hard to the ground with his boot so that it could no longer do anything. Aiming the arrow right at the animal, the boy asked a rhetorical question about how it dared to attack his sister. At that moment, the unfortunate animal truly felt a primal fear and growled in despair. The archer, with the look of a killer, prepared to deliver the final, decisive shot that would finish off his enemy. He released the bowstring, and in the forest of these snowy mountains, now there was one less digital life. The guy turned to his sister and said that he had warned her that it was dangerous here, because the monsters here were a couple dozen levels higher than her. She only replied sweetly to her brother, Gawain, that this was precisely why he accompanied her to such places. Gawain is already impatient to get back, so he asks how many more ingredients she needs, and the girl replies that there is only a little left. To reach the next level in cooking, she needs exquisite ingredients, which must be in such locations where she needs cover, although the girl wanted to take Yan as an assistant. The girl's brother began to ask what the girl was thinking about while working and why she needed so many ingredients. The guy was tired of his sister collecting ingredients for several hours, and finally asked how long she had been cooking in general. She replies that it is obvious that she has to cook a lot, to which her brother asks if she really wants to pamper him with different dishes. However, there was only silence in the mountains, for the girl did not answer, which greatly disappointed the hopeful Gawain. Meanwhile, on the forums, people were actively discussing the ancient summoner and the appearance of new monsters, although there was not even a new update released in the game. They especially focused on the Harlahan, which could be level 150, which made Chin's son very happy since he already had such a beast. After reading all this, the guy thought that he was really looking forward to raising his Harley as quickly as possible. And to do this, he needs to go to Iriel as soon as possible for that very skill book that he wanted to find for so long. Therefore, Jan, having slightly changed his wardrobe, went to the required location in search of the ancient summoner. The taming master noted that he didn't know what to expect from this place, so he should be on guard. It was a quiet forest with a lake and a heart-shaped cloud in the sky. However, the guy was very surprised by the fact that it was too quiet here. He didn't expect it to be easy, but he had no idea where to even begin looking for Iriel. The game notified the guy that he had discovered a location called the Forest of Love and received a pair of wedding rings. After looking through the information about these rings, the guy was stunned by the fact that although they were the same level as the dragon feather headdress, their abilities were simply incredible. He was also surprised that these rings could evolve, and the 1-second cooldown reduction could be very useful when paired with skills with a low cooldown. Both rings are identical, but one is only suitable for a male player, while the other can only be worn by a woman. The summoner thought about who he could give the woman's ring to, and the sweet cook Karin immediately came to mind. The embarrassed boy began to shake his head and tell himself that they did not have such a close relationship. But there is a problem, namely, if you don't give the second ring to anyone, then most of the buffs will be sealed, and Yang will only receive a bonus to charm. The guy was thinking that even games against lonely people were possible, when suddenly the sound of hooves pulled him out of his thoughts. The young master of taming decided that at last at least one creature had justified his suspicions about the tranquility of this place. 2 white horses with green tails and manes, as well as yellow horns on their heads, jumped out towards him. These horses flashed green eyes, but Yan was attracted by the horns, which were unnatural for horses. Finally, it dawned on the boy that these were unicorns, magical creatures that Yan had not expected to see here. These are heroic rank monsters, as high as level 170, and so the summoner thought about simply running away. But suddenly the pair of unicorns changed their trajectory and went in the opposite direction from the guy. 2, as it might have seemed earlier, majestic creatures began to grimace like small human children. The boy asked Puk Puk why they were doing this and if he had something on his face, but the abyssal turtle didn't have an answer to this question either. Such a high level of creatures made Jan nervous, because if all the monsters in this location are like this, then he has nothing to do here. But he can't retreat, because he needs a book about hatching. The taming master still hesitated whether to go further, even though the high-level monsters he encountered had no intention of attacking him. The thing that worries Jan even more is that all the creatures here walk in sweet couples. Only now did the guy realize that this was the reason why this place was called the Forest of Love. He believes that if the entire forest were like this, it would be much easier for him to fight the endless hordes of monsters. Suddenly, a smiling, elegant figure with long ears and earrings approaches Jan from behind. She calls the boy by name, and the young master of taming turns around sharply in surprise. In front of him stands a majestic, tall woman dressed in very bright colors, and the guy asks who she is. Taking a closer look at the woman's appearance, the summoner realizes that she is of the elven race. The beautiful elf woman looked at the young guy and sparkled with both her smile and her accessories. A lilac fog spread throughout the entire forest, and only the yellow sky-like leaves of the trees barely cut through it. The young master of taming was very surprised at such a quick meeting with the ancient summoner he was looking for. After some time, the summoners were already in dialogue, and the elf Iriel asked if the guy liked the look of the Forest of Love. The young man replied that the forest was simply beautiful, which was not surprising since it was looked after by such an outstanding summoner as she. The woman accepted the compliment, and Ian wondered if increasing attractiveness to elves was one of the ring's properties. The guy is worried about one question because he had to defeat a huge number of monsters to get here. He asked why then the local creatures simply avoid him instead of attacking the alien. The ancient summoner, Iriel, made a slightly frightened face as she did not know how best to explain this. But the guy stood his ground. He wanted to know this so much that he wouldn't be able to sleep without knowing the answer. Although the ancient elf felt awkward saying this, she realized that she would have to tell the guy the truth. The answer simply killed me because Iriel said that it was all about the smell of loneliness that emanated from Jan. The elf tried to calm him down, but the guy burst into tears and Puk joined him, just for the company. However, they needed to continue the conversation, and Iriel asked what the sorceress Griffer wanted from her. The guy explains the task assigned to him, namely that he must learn from the ancient summoner how monsters reproduce. Hearing this, the woman smiled softly and said that this was exactly what she could help him with. The girl began to walk around, searching for the right words to ask the question that was bothering her. And finally, she asked for what purpose the young summoner wants to obtain this secret information. After this, Ian begins a brief retelling of all the adventures that have happened to him recently, including the resurrection of ancient creatures. The woman is impressed with the work that Ian has done and says that indeed the guy will need her knowledge to maintain the monster population. In fact, the elf admits she wanted to know if the young summoner was going to use this knowledge for evil. The guy didn't expect such an argument because he didn't even think about how this could be used for evil purposes. Iriel explains that if she passes this skill on to the boy, he will be able to artificially reproduce monsters. But this goes against the laws of nature. John doesn't quite understand, but she goes on to explain that in nature, all animals can reproduce if they meet a suitable mate, but it takes a long time. And the elf's skill radically reduces the duration of this process, which cannot be achieved by other methods. The young summoner only notices the good side of the coin because it will help him with his quests. Such an ability, Iriel concludes, can be used to breed monsters like animals on a farm, which is why she asked why the guy needed this ability. Now the guy understands that such incredible power could really help a dishonest player create an army of monsters. Ian promises with confidence on his face to never abuse this skill, because these monsters are like younger brothers to him, which was confirmed by Puk sitting on the guy's shoulder. The ancient elf beamed with joy, because such confident words from the young man became a great relief for her. However, the guy still lacks the skills to learn this, and he wants to know what exactly. The woman again says with annoyance that for this, he needs to master the art of courtship, which again hurts the boy. The status of a lonely guy simply kills the young master of taming, but he gets a new quest. According to the task, the summoner must connect the hearts of two fairies, the only ones left without a pair in the Forest of Love. John did not waste time and, having accepted the quest, immediately set off to complete it through the multicolored forest. The quest had no difficulty rating, so Ian concludes that it is so difficult to complete that there is no level classification. Turtle Puk tries to cheer up his confused owner, for which he is very grateful. The boy came to a beautiful house hidden in the forest, in which one of the fairies must probably live. He was met by a little boy who was surprised that the summoner had come to help him, and Jan was confused by the boy's age. The taming master doesn't understand what Iriel was even thinking when she gave him the task of making a couple out of the children. But for the sake of the quest, he will have to do it, although the fairy guy doubts that he can, because he smells of loneliness. Still, the summoner really hopes that he can help the two fairies get together, even though he has no idea how to do it. The boy's next question throws the summoner off kilter as he asked how long Yang had been alone. The taming master says that he has been alone since birth, which means about 7,000 days, although he does not want to know the exact number. The fairy says that this is not bad, because he has been alone for more than 55,000 days, which amazes John, although a second later he realizes that the boy is not human, which means that age is measured differently. The young man decides that in this case, he might still be able to help with this problematic situation. The warrior declares that he swears that Sir Whitson will never be left alone. Jan said to take him where he needed to go, and after a while they came to the right place in the forest. The taming master was very lucky that the fairies had already agreed in advance to collect mushrooms together. The boy and girl that Jan was supposed to bring together looked at each other awkwardly, although it seemed that there was a spark between them. Watching this, the lonely Ian must have thought that this quest might not be that difficult. Time went on, but the situation did not change at all, because the fairies continued to simply collect mushrooms. This was already starting to irritate Yana. He wondered how much longer they could sit like this in silence. And when the fairies had collected all the mushrooms, they just left without saying a single word to each other. At Sir Whitson's house, Jan began to interrogate the fairy about why he did not say a word to the girl and let her go. In tears, Whitson explained that when he tried to speak to her, his lips refused to open. Jan now realized that this kid had even worse problems than he did, and he began to think that he might even fail the quest. At the house of the fairy Whitson, there was a curious object, similar to the magic glass ball of the sorceress. The ball began to glow, and the curious master of taming asked the boy what kind of thing it was. The boy tried to find the right words to clearly explain to the summoner what it was. It turned out that a message from the fairy dear to his heart, the beautiful Madame Carole, had appeared in the ball. Looking at the mysterious glass, the summoner wondered if artificial characters could really send messages to each other. Jan started shouting that the boy had already wasted enough time and needed to quickly respond, as the taming master said. The summoner kept urging him on, but the boy, in a panic, couldn't think of what exactly to tell him. The fairy girl asked how Sir Whitson got home, so Ian suggested simply answering that the boy got there without incident. Following the clear instructions of the summoner, Sir Whitson wrote everything exactly as it was said by a person more experienced in these matters. The boy also decided to add on his own behalf that he was glad that Madame Carole had also gotten home safely. The fairy boy was pleased, and Jan thought that it couldn't be otherwise because there were no evil monsters in this forest, although the fact that he had added at least a little of his own was already progress. However, the next message from the fairy girl killed everyone on the spot because she was unhappy that Sir Whitson did not take her home. The two dumbfounded guys sat in the room, realizing that they had both seriously miscalculated. Whitson began to panic because apparently Carole was now angry with him and he did not know what to do. Jan was reviewing all the options in his head because it was only getting worse, and if he wrote that the boy was very sorry, then he would look pathetic. Without waiting for a response from the summoner, the fairy boy, without consulting, wrote down a message himself. The master of taming glanced at this and was shocked by what he saw, because Sir Whitson asked if Madame Carole was sleeping now. John wonders why there was a need to ask this if you are texting right now. When asked why, the little fairy boy himself began to ask himself the same question as the summoner. The seasoned player thought that he should have guessed that this terrible quest was simply impossible. Jan was already running out of options, so he decided to try the last one and turned to the timid boy. The guy decided that there were no more ways and desperately suggested one thing that might work. He sharply told Sir Whitson not to delay and to confess to Madame Carole right then and there. The unfortunate fairy boy didn't like this option at all. He couldn't just go and confess. Jan thought there would be no other chance, and the boy said that his friends said that there was nothing worse than confessing to a crystal ball. The taming master decided to take matters into his own hands because he could not miss this, probably, last opportunity. At first, the guy didn't understand how fairies send messages through this thing, but he quickly figured it out and wrote the girl an invitation to go for a walk on behalf of Whitson. The fairy boy didn't have time to stop his romantic mentor, and he sent a message. While the summoner admired his genius, the boy kept trying to somehow delete the sent message. Suddenly, an incoming video chat request came into the ball, which scared the fairy and surprised the summoner, because this device resembles a human telephone. At this point, Jan decided to wish the boy good luck, confess to the girl, do everything he could, and headed for the exit. When the summoner went outside, he realized that he was no less tired of this quest than of the hard battles he had previously participated in. The taming master still mentally wished his lonely friend good luck and kept his fingers crossed for him. Yan and Puk Puk began to cry because despite all the support for the fairy, the summoner was sure that the quest had failed. Suddenly, Sir Whitson quickly ran out of the house and shouted after his love mentor. The summoner did not believe in success, but the fairy boy said that he had succeeded and they agreed to go for a walk together. Jan still couldn't believe it, but Whitson continued to thank the taming master for his help from the bottom of his heart. The player received a notification that he completed the Love Messenger quest and increased his charisma by 20 points. The taming master returned to Ariel. She was standing near a huge tree, which was no smaller than Seoul's skyscrapers. The elf already knew about John's achievements and congratulated him, while the guy was thinking that, in fact, there are no people who are born successful in their personal lives because you have to work for it. Now, as Ariel promised, she can share her secret skills with the summoner. The woman pulled out a magic item and said that she hoped that Ian and Griffer would succeed in breeding monsters. The summoner has gained the monster breeding skill, which will allow him to discern the gender of any creature he encounters. As always, John wants to test the acquired skill right away and decides to see what gender his pets are. To his surprise, the guy did not find a single female. All his familiars were males until the last one. He decided to ask the ancient summoner if there were more male monsters in the world than females, but she answered in the negative. She explains that with a couple of exceptions, all monsters are equally divided between both sexes. The guy was thinking hard that he was probably just lucky, while the elf looked at him in surprise. In addition to the new skill, Ariel asked the taming master to accept another thing that looked like a shining sphere. The elf explained that with this crystal ball, the guy would be able to send her messages whenever he wanted, but Ian decided to ask why she decided to give it to him. She can't say it now, but Ariel is counting on the fact that in the near future, she will be able to ask the boy for a favor. The guy is shown information about a quest in which he notices a familiar name, namely the demonic dragon Khalifa. The legendary dragon tamer Oakley told him about it, and since hidden quests are rare, Ian should not refuse it. He also notices a note about a third-level summoner master, although it seemed to the guy that if you have already become a master, then you cannot increase your level. The young man decides that he will think about this when he accepts the quest from the elf Ariel. Jan tells her that if he can be of use to her, the guy will do everything he can to help the woman. The ancient summoner Ariel was very happy with the guy's decision and looked very grateful. After some time, the master of taming returned to the magic tower to a girl named Griffer. The sorceress asked if the young summoner had finished all his preparations, since he had returned so soon. He answered in the affirmative, because the boy had received the skill for breeding monsters, as was intended. Griffer knew that Ariel could help and asked the young man to follow her because she wanted to tell him something. Ian was surprised because the girl led him into a room with many creatures, which looked like the breeding center that the professor showed him. The taming master notes that there are several creature types missing, such as the Harlahan. The sorceress explained that she kept only herbivorous creatures here, since they would be safer here without predators. She suggested trying to bring two creatures of the opposite sex together, which confused the monsters standing in front of her. First, the taming master needs to register the two of them as pet monsters. At first, the guy didn't understand how exactly to use the skill, but a second later he found the way in the information window. The young man wondered if there was an age limit, since Kalen was not a game for adults. For some reason, both the abyssal turtle Puk Puk and the summoner himself were confused, so Yang hesitated to use the skill. But the guy was already tired of waiting. He had done a lot for this, so he created a bright red magic circle in the air. In anticipation of an unusual spectacle for this game, Jan nevertheless activates the monster breeding skill. The magic circle increased in size and overlapped the two creatures, who did not understand anything. A soft red light spread throughout the room, and an egg began to appear between the two monsters. Jan worried in vain, because no matter what he imagined, nothing indecent happened in the game. The guy now has the title of Monster Breeding Master. His fame has increased by 25,000 units, and he has received the Summoner's Egg Hatching skill. In addition, he gained more knowledge about the monster ecosystem and will now be able to complete the quest with the griffin egg. He turned his attention to his new title, which, although it wouldn't make him stronger right now, would increase the likelihood of breeding great monsters. The coolest thing about this is that he doesn't even need to activate the skill to get all these bonuses. The Taming Master got excited and wanted to do the same with all the monsters present, which slightly tensed all of them and the sorceress. The summoner approached another pair of monsters, but they tried to tell him with their whole appearance that they were both males. After some time, Jan had to return to his normal life as a student at the Korean University of Chinsun. Having studied all day, the young man was very happy that classes were finally over. The young man, tired of studying, noticed that he had been sitting for so long that he already felt like wood. Chin-sun was called out by his friend and asked where he was going, and the guy replied that of course he was going to play in order to complete the quest. Yu-hyun said that the guy was a real gamer, and he also didn't understand what kind of complicated things his friend had, that he didn't even show up at the guild headquarters. The virtual summoner explained that he was on an imperial quest and time was running out, so he was in a hurry. Guild member Yana tells us that their friend Cloven went out of his way to get the imperial quest, completing all the tasks in a row. He called Chin-sun outside to continue the conversation, and he asked why Cloven needed this quest. The imperial quest, Yu-hung explains, greatly increases fame, and they need at least one person from the guild to achieve noble status in order to upgrade the territory to dominion. Jin-sun knows that this requires about 40,000 fame, but he decides not to tell anyone yet that he already has over 50,000 fame to avoid getting kicked by his friend. The guy tries to quickly leave, promising to finish the quest and return, to which Yu-hyun, with a serious look, said that he would wait in the game. As he leaves, the young man notes to himself that he really needs to devote more time to the affairs of the guild after the egg hatches. The Taming Master came to the lands of breeding ancient monsters, located near the magic tower. He, looking wild with happiness, took out the dragon god's egg, a legendary item that is almost impossible to find. Now he can bring out the dragon god himself from him, and this process even interested Puk-Puk. The monster breeding master is delighted with how this egg shines, and is confident that the creature will be of the legendary class. The huge scaly egg glowing blue began to absorb power as Yang used the monster hatching skill. Yan and Puk-Puk were in great anticipation, and the boys suggested that the egg of such a rare creature might hatch completely differently from others. The levitating egg of the dragon god was still glowing with magical energy and shimmering with new colors. However, time kept passing and nothing changed, which made the boy and the abyssal turtle sitting on his shoulder tense. Chan began to panic, not understanding why the egg was taking so long to hatch. The guy analyzed what he could have done wrong. It turned out that he just needed more experience, which meant he needed to keep hunting, which was better than doing more quests or looking for special items. The only thing that puzzled him was that the inscription unique was written next to the legendary class, and he hoped that it did not mean anything bad. In any case, the Taming Master decides to return to the city of Moran to finish this protracted quest. The Imperial Palace, as always, overwhelmed all other buildings with its pathos and grandeur. Menacing armored guards guarded the vast corridors of this castle both day and night. The young summoner prophet appeared before the emperor and his chief assistant, surrounded by 8 guards. Everyone was shocked when they saw the griffin egg, which could potentially bring even more greatness to their empire. The emperor asked the boy if he had figured out how to make a pet hatch from a griffin egg. Not entirely confident, Ian answered affirmatively, and backed it up by saying that he had acquired the skill to hatch monsters from eggs. The threatening emperor was pleased with what he heard, for he was not the kind of man who would so easily forgive mistakes. The summoner noticed that the emperor's assistant had become even stronger, and he was afraid to even imagine what would happen if the egg did not hatch. The guy told them that he got the skill for hatching monsters, and not specifically griffins. The Taming Master, worried about the safety of his life, hoped that everything would work out the first time. He gathered his courage, accumulated his magic power, and used his newly acquired monster hatching skill. The formidable emperor was already impatient. Would he finally see the griffin they had all been waiting for hatch? The seconds dragged on like minutes, but nothing happened, and the young master of monster breeding began to panic. He realizes that, like the dragon god's egg, it is unfortunately not hatching right now. The guy checked the information and noticed that the griffin also had a legendary class, but without the addition that it was unique. But Ian didn't know what the difference was. He quickly comes to a solution and asks the emperor where on the continent of Kolinar he can find the strongest winds. The man began to get nervous and wanted to know why the boy was asking this and how things were going with the hatching of the griffin. The summoner explains that he has already started the process, but in order for the griffin to hatch, one more condition must be met. The guy continues that the pet griffins wield the power of the wind, and for this egg to hatch, It must absorb the power of the strongest winds where they blow the strongest. The Emperor's formidable assistant thought about it because he guessed which place might be suitable for this task. And he assumed that they were talking about the top of the altar of the celestial mountains, at their highest point, because the strongest wind should be there. The Emperor recalls that his servant has visited almost every corner of the continent, which means who, if not him, should know the right place. Ian remembers what location they are talking about. It is a huge piece of land flying high in the sky. The guy has no idea how to get there, because around these mountains there is a wasteland where monsters of level 130 and higher roam. He understands that going there alone would be the same as killing himself, especially since he doesn't know the maximum level of the creatures there. The Taming Master began to think of ways to avoid going to that terrible place, even if he had to abandon the quest. But the next second, he glanced at the Emperor's high-level assistant, and an idea came to his mind. Jan's gaze took on such terrifying colors that you wouldn't even see on the faces of the others present here when they were at their most angry. There was one logical assumption spinning in his mind, namely that he didn't have to go there alone, and the guy had a request to the Emperor. In the daytime blue sky, above the white fluffy clouds, small stones and one huge piece of land levitated. On this land, inaccessible to ordinary people, a battle was already underway, where the golem Biggie was throwing the bottomless abyss at the enemy birds. The wolf Lu also rushed to help the golem, while Jan flew on his dragon Reika, burning all opponents. The king of lava dragons once again gathered the scorching flame into his mouth for the next shot. The lava breath skill painted the entire battlefield in fiery colors, turning all enemies into ashes. The young summoner's team was also covered by the royal guard, knights with good equipment, swords, axes, halberds, shields, and other things. Lu rushed past the cart with the griffin egg, which this motley expedition was carrying to the highest point of the location. Jumping onto the evil giant bird, the wolf, on the order of its master, activated the bloodlust skill. The wolf with the blood-red mane furiously bit its fangs into the flying enemy, who had not managed to fly far enough away. Another Thunderhawk has fallen victim to the faithful familiar that served the young master of taming. Almost 15,000 damage from Lu's strike and 20,000 from Rake's flame was the result that incredibly pleased the summoner, who spent hidden potential points for pumping. But the most important and pleasant thing about all this is that Yan's team did not have to come here without support. The boy remembered the end of the conversation with the Emperor when he asked him for help, since he was not strong enough for this expedition. Yang said that he needed the Emperor's power, but the man at first did not understand what exactly the youth was talking about. The cunning master of taming went further. He needed the greatest power of all that the Emperor possessed. At that very moment, the red-haired assistant of the Emperor suspected something was wrong and grimaced, waiting for the guy's demands. The expedition started in one day, and although there were fewer participants than Ian expected, the levels of the Royal Guard members start at 150, which compensated for the number. The guy wondered what level their leader could be. Probably more than 200, but he couldn't check this, since he had hidden information. He cut down the Thunderhawk with one swing of his huge sword, knocking out 10,500 experience points for Jan. Another hidden trick was that the experience was shared among the entire group, so Ian and his pets received points for all the monsters they defeated. The young taming master maliciously noted that he was very grateful to the high-level servant of the Emperor for the free experience. Suddenly, he shouted sharply towards the monster breeding master, which greatly frightened the young man. Ian expected to hear something bad, but the man said that the boy was not such a useless summoner as he had previously thought. The man also noted that the master of taming's pets are very helpful, and the battle with them is much easier. An awkward smile appeared on John's face, and he wondered if everyone really thought that he would be of no use given his low level. Hilam, the Emperor's greatest warrior, ordered all his subordinates to stop fighting. He instructed his soldiers that here they would rest and prepare for the next battle. Ian, disappointed with the end of a heated battle that brought in a lot of experience, asked why this was happening if they weren't even suffering any losses. The man sitting on the horse explains that when they cross this ridge, they will enter the celestial desert. And there they will meet mummified monks, and the information said made the guy nervous, because these are monsters of the 150th level. Hilam says that the battle with them will be very difficult, so everyone should prepare carefully. Meanwhile, in a completely different place, covered in snow, lights are burning in the windows of a fortress built among the mountains. One of John's guildmates asks how long they have been defending the base, to which Hearst replies that it has been about a month. They discuss that there are currently large-scale battles going on in the northern continent to capture bases, and they fear an attack from a larger guild. But if he can change the base class from a village to an estate, it will definitely solve the problem. With this class of base, they could put in AI guards and even fortifications like towers. The girl, against whose backdrop a raging snowstorm could be seen in the arch, had no idea about such details. They conclude that they should avoid any wars at all costs until everything calms down. Yu-hun hopes that his friend Jin Sung, or Summoner Yang, will soon complete his quest and return to help them, but for now they must protect the base at all costs. At that moment, John was under the same sky, but in a completely different place, and he noticed that he was a little cold. Sitting with Rake and Puk Puk, he guessed that it might be because he hadn't slept in a long time. They reach the celestial mountains where the strongest winds should blow, but the guy does not notice them yet. The peace of the expedition group was disturbed by a local monster which attacked Hilaim. But the man was a very experienced warrior, so he was able to repel the attack even when no one expected it. After blocking the monster's attack, he launched his own sword attack, which got rid of the uninvited guest. John ran up to Hilaim when he had already finished, and the man emphasized that the celestial mountains were extremely dangerous. Monsters of level 190th can be encountered here, which shocked the summoner, who was almost killed by even the monk mummies with a couple of blows. Although it becomes more and more difficult, having come this far, Yan can no longer fail. However, he will soon be able to check this, because from the other side of their camp he heard a suspicious noise. The commander ordered everyone to prepare for battle and move quietly so as not to attract the attention of other monsters in the area. Hilaim knows firsthand that these vile monsters never walk alone, but in small flocks. Riding on his armored horse, he says that there should be about 5 more monsters nearby. Just in case, the commander of the knights told everyone to be attentive and not to forget to look around. As Hilaim predicted, a pack of hellish creatures jumped out of ambush and rushed towards the expedition group. The commander said that he would lead the attack himself and ordered all the knights to protect the egg and the young summoner, and so the battle began. However, everything did not go as Hilaim expected, because something unexpected happened even for such an experienced warrior as he. The mighty rider noticed that the pack of creatures that had attacked them, unexpectedly for everyone, began to run away. He wondered what kind of monster could have scared them off, and Yan was a little frightened by the captain's tense face. Suddenly, like a meteorite falling to the ground, a huge monster with wings appeared in front of them. The monster had a bird-like face, and the summoner began to guess whether it could be a dinosaur, like a pterodactyl. The monster was huge, even too huge, but the brave knights and the captain were not afraid and immediately rushed into battle. Commander Hilaim, glancing at Yan, ordered that they were obliged to distract this creature from the front. The master of taming himself received another order, namely to grab the egg and run to the altar as quickly as possible. The griffin's egg had been carried by a horse and cart all this time, but now, due to the current circumstances, it would be shaken even more. The young summoner grabbed the precious cargo and noted that Hilaim was truly an amazing person and a great tactician. However, it won't be easy for John either, because he needs to hurry while the knights distract the monster, because one blow from it can kill the guy. The taming master uses the sync with Lu's skill to become a werewolf again, and also activates the agility enhancement ability for greater effect. In this form, the taming master will be able to reach the desired destination much faster. The wolfman gathered all his strength and, making dash after dash, ran towards the altar while the knights covered him. After some time, the summoner finally reached his destination, holding the griffin egg in his hands. He was at the top of all peaks and was surprised that even the slightest breeze was still not felt, but the game announced that he was the first to find the source of the wind and receive several improvements. The taming master realized that the situation was almost the same as when he found the source of lava, meaning for the fire element monster egg, he would have to return to the Firelands. In any case, now the guy needs this egg to hatch, and as quickly as possible, because soon there may be much fewer knights, and the emperor will be furious. He placed the griffin egg on the altar, and it began to glow with magical light, confirming that it had been brought to the right place. The blue color began to mix with the violet radiation, showing that the process was not stopping. The Master of Taming has come a very long way to complete this quest, and it is finally nearing completion. The game notified the guy that the hatching was 11% complete, meaning it would hatch soon. However, even such a small amount of time can be critical, and Yana is distracted by something behind her. That same huge pterodactyl monster had exhausted the army of knights and was rushing towards the summoner. Now the boy was really bothered by the fact that the egg hatching scale was growing too slowly, and he began to panic. Suddenly, he was distracted by another thing that was in his inventory, although it was not there before. The guy took out this mysterious thing and began to examine it carefully, trying to remember where it came from. It was a glowing stone, but the taming master still could not remember when and where he found it. Finally, he remembered that this thing had dropped from those player killers during the priest quest, but he didn't understand why it was glowing. The shining stone tore itself from the boy's hands and rushed towards the egg for a reason unknown to Ian. He began to spin around the egg at a frantic speed, and the game notified him that a wind purification item was being used. The guy was already sweating from the tension. He didn't understand what was happening because Jan didn't even give the command to use the item. However, the very next moment, the egg finally began to crack and the shell began to come apart. The griffin egg exploded with a blinding blue light, and it was difficult to tell if it was right or not. The young master of monster breeding could not understand whether he had completed the quest or failed. The shell flew in different directions, and the game notified that Yan had hatched a griffin from an egg for the first time, as well as a legendary rank monster. As a bonus, his lead increased by 100, and his closeness by 50, and the guy at that moment couldn't get enough of what had happened. The boy, jumping for joy, at first didn't even notice one detail that no one expected. There were two griffins, apparently twins, and their parameters simply stunned the summoner. The characteristics of the two griffins, according to the information window, were completely identical, but they were of different genders. The cunning boy thought that if there had been only one griffin, he would have simply given it to the emperor without further thought. But apparently the gods themselves gave him such a lucky opportunity, and he decided that, anyway, no one would know about it. Without the slightest hesitation, the pet collector captured one of the griffins for his team. I'm afraid that he could have been seen. The cunning but cautious guy looked around. Suddenly, the altar and everything around it began to shake terribly, as if during an earthquake. The same monster pterodactyl, which had already managed to reach the top, showed its huge, sinister face. The young master of taming made a logical, strategic decision, namely to flee. By the next night, the imperial expedition, along with the summoner prophet, returned back to the palace of their leader. Yang had waited too long for an audience, and so he began to suspect that the emperor might have guessed his trick. But finally, the menacing leader of the empire entered the room and walked towards the young taming master. The man started with good words about how Jan had done an absolutely amazing job during this time. The boy decided that he had escaped, and bowing declared that the greatest gratitude was deserved by the royal knights, who had fought so valiantly and greatly helped the summoner. The baby that the boy brought will be taken care of by the court summoners, and now they will be able to present the royal griffin on the day of the festival, as planned. Jan began to chime in and say that people would be simply delighted to learn that the peace of the imperial family was guarded by a real griffin. Eventually, the guy completed the quest, leveled up to level 103, and received 100,000 glory to boot. Now, the guy understands that the advantage of top players is that they receive all the rewards for being the champion and monopolize the imperial quests. The guy said that they could call him if they needed him again and was about to leave, but the emperor stopped him. The man put his hand on the frightened young man's shoulder and said that he wanted to get one more thing from him. The taming master was already preparing for the worst. He thought that his prank had been noticed after all, and now it was the end for him. But the emperor said that he just wanted to receive gratitude from the guy because he had prepared a gift for him. The boy calmed down a little and said that he would be glad to receive any gift, no matter what it was. The man officially stated that he was giving this to the summoner because he had served well for the glory of the Lucible imperial family. The bright yellow sphere that the emperor held in his hand began to take on a shape reminiscent of a coat of arms. A glowing griffin icon appeared in his palm, and the man placed it on the tamer. This symbol was imprinted on Ian's body, and the game notified him that he had completed the imperial quest with high marks and received the title of Baron, an aristocrat of the Luciple Empire. Now he can hire servants for himself, but there is one problem, namely that the guy is now an enemy of the Kaimon Empire. The young man decides that he should first get out of the imperial palace and exit the game before dealing with this. The emperor, smiling maliciously, asked if the high-ranking summoner liked such a serious gift. But there was a catch because, in exchange for this gift, The emperor wanted to receive the guy's loyalty. Jan's body moved on its own, and he bowed low to the evil man, even though he didn't want to. He was forced to say that it would be an honor for him and that he would never fail his master. The taming master understood that he was in an unpleasant situation because the game itself controlled his character. The emperor was very pleased with what was happening, and Yang only thought that at least they would not be able to take the griffin from him. Meanwhile, all members of the Lotus Guild received a notification that Yan had become a baron. Their fame had increased, and they could now upgrade their base to the next level. The Summoners guildmates could only be amazed that their friend, now Sir Ian, had achieved such a status. Gawain couldn't be happier about how timely it was, because all they had left to upgrade their base was a guild member with a high title. Yuheng couldn't believe it, and didn't understand what kind of quest Yan had to complete to immediately obtain the title of baron. Another girl, named Fiolan, asked if this was the very first title one could receive. The guy told her that after completing the Imperial quest, you can get the title of knight or baronet. The uninformed brother Karin asked whether the titles of baron and baronet were not one and the same. They concluded that their guildmate had jumped one title at a time, which would only be good for their guild. The girl decides to improve the base immediately after Sir Ian's arrival, and thinks about giving the guy back the position of deputy guildmaster. But the guys were completely against this idea, because they believed that Yana did not have enough knowledge for this, and he was constantly engaged in hunting, so this position should be left to her. Phelan was very amused by such a sharp reaction of hers and Gavan, although deep down she was pleased with it. But the girl wondered if it would be offensive to their summoner friend, who was the most successful player of them all. Gawain said that I was not the kind of person who would be offended by this, and besides, the girl had not cared about it before, and Hearst called them to continue working. Having chatted to their heart's content, the guild members agreed to Yu Heng's proposal and went on with their business. The mountains were, as always, white with snow, and only the green trees and blue sky could diversify the color palette of the landscape. Yang was riding on the wolf Lu, and next to him were the abyssal turtle Puk Puk and his new pet griffin. The little griffin on the summoner's shoulder was one of the cutest creatures in this entire virtual world. The guy decided that Finn, that was the name he gave the griffin, was hungry, so Jan decided to look for some meatballs in his place. The abyssal turtle, having just heard about the meatballs, immediately glanced at John, and the guy said that he would get some too. Puk Puk's eyes became glassy, and his mouth began to water in anticipation of his favorite delicacy. The guy noted that, as always, they liked the meatballs that John's friend Karin cooked. The first thing Jan assumes upon returning to the guild base is that he will have to deal with the development of the territory. Since he can now hire servants, he considers training AI soldiers and using them for hunting, which would greatly improve efficiency. The guy now doesn't have enough leadership to register more monsters, so he decides to focus on developing the creatures he already has. He doesn't know when the dragon god's egg will hatch, but he hopes to find a way to increase his leadership before then. John, having decided on a plan of action, was about to ask if his pets had finished eating when he noticed a touching picture. The turtle Puk Puk stood behind a tree and looked lovingly at the new member of the team, the griffin Finn. The taming master suggested that Finn was not as greedy for food as the abyssal turtle. The guy sat down to rest and noticed that Puk Puk clearly really liked the new addition to their company. However, they already had to move on, so Jan gathered everyone and said that they didn't have much longer to go. Meanwhile, at the guild headquarters, the monster breeding center was successfully built and functioning. Professor Li Jin-wook stood with his wolf, looking at the creatures that were on the farm. The male summoner noted that it was quite difficult to do, but it was still worth it. Jin-wook would have to leave soon, so he wondered why the guy hadn't come yet. However, he noticed an approaching figure, and although he was expecting Yan, another person decided to visit him. It was Karin, a sweet player cook, who brought the professor a basket of food that he asked her for. Looking at the monster food the girl brought, he looked pleased and thanked Miss Heron. It all smelled, as the professor noted, simply delicious, and if he had been hungry, he would certainly have eaten it all himself. The girl was about to leave, but she was frightened by the professor's call, who wanted to ask another question. Still looking at Heron's delicious cooking, the professor says that he expected Chin Sun to return to headquarters earlier. The girl replied that she should have told her about it earlier and ran away, and Li Jin-wook only muttered under his breath that the guys were very lucky to have each other. Karin thought that her summoner friend hadn't even contacted her in all this time. The happy but slightly offended girl told herself that the guy should have told her about his return first. But now that they would finally meet, she would be able to ask him about traveling to the northern continent together. Suddenly, the building began to change its shape, and the girl wondered if this was connected with the guy's return. Heron was very happy when she finally saw Chin's son in front of her, whom she had been waiting for so long. Yang held two rings that looked like wedding rings in front of him, while Yu Hyun stood next to him. The rings were in a box, and the whole scene was similar to a situation when a man proposes marriage to a woman. The sweet girl looked at the box of rings and did not understand what was going on here. All sorts of things came into her head, but she couldn't believe what came to mind first. The sun was shining brightly over the Lotus Guild base. It was a pleasant, warm day, uncharacteristic for this area. Hearst talked about his latest achievements and asked John for his opinion on expanding the base. The boy kept begging for praise, and his guildmates condescendingly gave it to him, but in portions. Together, they decided to inspect the headquarters before making any improvements, to avoid any internal errors that might arise. The Taming Master stated that the first thing they should do after upgrading is build a training center. Yu Hyun believes that this would be too risky and suggests building barracks to increase the estate's defensive capabilities since the defensive period is almost over. But the summoner explains that even if there are hundreds of trained soldiers, just one mage will be able to incinerate them all with one area spell. He adds that it would be possible to build a base as it should be and appoint a commander. But Hearst suggests increasing military power and also taking into account that strong characters may appear. But Fiolan says that John is right because it would be nice to first build a training center where they can make a commander who will strengthen the level of their army. Ian, alluding to himself, states that if they have a player above level 100 with 800,000 fame, with a title above baronet as the owner of an estate, they can build a headquarters suitable for him. The guys, having heard about these achievements, even doubted that they were playing the same game as the summoner, but they decided not to hesitate and do what they had planned. Yuang took out the guild amulet and activated the function to upgrade the headquarters to the status of an estate. The game notified that all the conditions were met. Their small town immediately shook and was filled with bright light. All the buildings seemed to be imbued with magical energy, preparing to move to the next level. Beautiful colors of the blue spectrum shimmered throughout the settlement, transforming the place into something even more beautiful. So, the Lotus Guild base was successfully upgraded to an estate, and everyone present was delighted with the new species. Even the Taming Master didn't know that the improvement looked like this. And in the meantime, a message came that the title of landowner would automatically pass to Jan. This was the last point of their plan, so Hearst confirmed the transfer of authority to his friend. Now Jan can begin to manage the internal affairs of the landowner, such as setting taxes to a minimum and building a summoner's guild. The guy also remembers that Karin is here, so he must meet her to entrust her with the management of the kitchen and give her one thing. The very same reward for the quest that he can't give to almost anyone, so the guy chooses Karin. So the situation returns to the moment when Jan holds the box with rings in front of the girl. The Taming Master suspected that he might indeed be misunderstood and did not know how to present it correctly. At first, he simply handed one of the rings to the girl without asking any questions, but he quickly realized that this was not the answer. Karin was incredibly embarrassed, so Ian said that it was just a reward for a quest he completed. The guy asked to use this item as a favor, but the girl had already started to fantasize strongly. She still couldn't understand what was going on. Maybe she had thought too much and it was just a simple trinket as a gift. Jen began to backtrack and said that if it was too stressful for her, she didn't have to agree. But the girl said that there were no problems and she would accept the gift, although she still did not understand the meaning of what was happening. She hoped she hadn't expressed too much desire to accept it, but then she saw the name of the ring. Becoming even more embarrassed, the blushing Karin asked if Jan had the same ring. The guy, without any ulterior motive, simply answered affirmatively, and such a casual answer stunned the girl. In the end, Karin puts on the ring, thanks the Taming Master, and promises to always wear it. How can Ian finally get rid of the old level 50 ring and unlock the functions of the new one? The ring has improved combat characteristics, profession skills, ability recovery time, and it also gives the ability to summon your partner once a day. The guy thought that since he gave the ring to Karin, it could mean that he had a girlfriend. At that moment, Karin only thought that she had worried and fretted in vain, that she was not at all interesting to Chin's son. The Summoners Guildmates had to witness a scene that was extremely unpleasant for lonely people. Hearst and Fiolan didn't know what to do with themselves when the new cute couple completely forgot about them. The updated guild base now looked no worse than the Imperial Palace itself. Lord Hearst's deputy, Yu Hung, sat at his desk, flipping through the information windows and analyzing the upcoming cases. Gawain approached him, still praising the new look of their base, and the deputy said that since the guy had come, let him help. The archer asks if Jan was here today, and Hearst replies that he has already left with Fiolan to the Foreland Pool, probably to hunt in the dungeon. They need to appoint servants, and Gawain says that they need to quickly sort out matters at headquarters and follow John's example. Yu Hyun isn't sure if they can clear it out together, but the archer says he's done it before with Clovan. He says that the guys are both warriors and he is a tank, so he cannot do much damage. But Gawain continues to beg the guy, arguing that the penalty for death there is not great. In addition, the entrance to the dungeon is limited in time, so Hearst decides to go there after they finish their business here. They wondered if Jan and Fiolan would be able to clear the dungeon, but they had no idea what summoners were like in combat, so it was hard to judge. Finally, Yu Hung said that although he was not completely sure, he thought that Jan's pets would be able to protect Fiolan if necessary. The guys decide to finish the guild's business as quickly as possible and also go to clear the dungeon. Meanwhile, the summoner and his girlfriend were already in full swing fighting in the cave, which was teeming with monsters. A huge cave monster with a spiked club was ready to strike a blow that would crush the girl. Unfortunately, Fiolan was not ready to make a successful evasive maneuver and froze in place. The monster growled with rage, but Jan's Harlehan, named Harley, jumped into his back to help the girl. Harley delivered a powerful slashing blow to the vile creature, which distracted the monster from Ian's partner. The young master of taming ran up to the girl and told her to temporarily step back while he handled it himself. Phelan asked Jan to distract the monster for another minute, and then her cooldowns would run out and she would be able to use her magic. The summoner is satisfied with this plan and thinks about how best to attract the monster's attention. After a couple of seconds, he was ready to act and ordered his pet to attack the enemy. The formidable Harlehan launched a new attack on the enemy, who was several times larger than himself. Noticing the less than successful frontal attack of his faithful pet, the summoner shouted after him. At that moment, the tiger noticed a powerful attack with a club approaching from above and realized his mistake. Ian managed to shout at Harley to dodge, and fortunately, he managed to do so and not turn into a pancake. The evil monster was unhappy with this arrangement and was preparing for the next destructive attack. However, the master of taming did not stand still either and prepared his electric discharge for the monster. Having come close to the brute, Jan thrust his hand into him with lightning discharges that penetrated every centimeter of the enemy. But unfortunately, this was not enough, and the monster flashed a creepy and toothy semblance of a smile. The guy was forced to retreat. He jumped away from the monster before it could take action. The monster thought that his little opponent was running away, but it wasn't that simple because Jan had his own plan. Harley jumped out behind him, having been prepared for the next surprise attack all this time. The boy ordered the Harlehan to constantly attack on the move and not stop for a second. Harley had to act quickly and attack as hard as she could to stun the huge monster. Now the monster was enraged and the summoner ordered his Harlehan to retreat again and regroup. The young master of taming achieved his goal because his pet was able to stun the tenacious opponent. Following the original plan, the summoner simply needed to continue attacking with all his might. However, the monster did not give up. It was already staring at its enemy with a terrible and hateful look. Unfortunately, Yan didn't foresee that this type of monster had too high a defense against stun. However, they have no choice, which means they will just have to continue attacking until the bitter end. The next second, Fiolan again asked her partner to distract the vile thug with the club. Ian glanced in her direction and saw that the girl was gaining a huge amount of magical energy. The guy guessed that Fiolan was preparing to activate some incredible, lethal spell. This arrangement suited him perfectly, so he prepared to buy the girl a little time. At that moment, the evil monster, looking like a spiky rock, growled in rage, its red eyes flashing. Ian shouted at the monster, getting its attention, and it worked. The brute headed towards the summoner. The monster had another toothy mouth on its belly, and magical energy began to accumulate there. The taming master suggested that this might be a very powerful magical attack that should not be caught. Ian knew he had to dodge, but if he did, the monster's attack would be directed towards Fiolan. The guy was thinking about what to do. He couldn't allow the shot to hit his partner. Moreover, the girl cannot move at all while she is accumulating strength for a powerful spell. The taming master stood between the girl and the monster, holding his faithful pet and the most powerful shield, Puk Puk, in his hand. The magic around the monster looked like stars, and it was ready to fire an all-destructive charge soon. The guy told the girl to continue casting spells while he tried to stop the blow. The very next second, the monster released all of its accumulated power, which rushed like a magical blue tornado towards the boys. The abyssal turtle in the summoner's hand turned into a shield and met the enemy's magical flow with its body. The game notified that Puk Puk absorbed the Forlorn Giant's water cannon attack using his innate ability. This skill also restored Jan's health, and the guy was glad that this ability was finally useful, because they had not used it before. Thanks to Puk Puk, the giant's deadly attack turned out to be nonsense, and Yang signaled Fiolan to act. The girl directed her magical charge, which she had been accumulating for so long, at the Forlorn Giant. Immediately after this, Jan's pets attacked in a crowd, and for the Wolf Lu, the summoner activated the Bloodlust skill. A joint attack by Fiolan, Biggie, Lu, and Rake finished off the monster, and the game notified the guys that they had cleared the dungeon and also took first place in the record table, which would give them daily glory points. Returning to the real world, Jin Sung met with Yu Hyun, who called him over to eat chicken. But the summoner suggested waiting with this and first watching a video where they would explain the rules of the war for territory. Yu Hyun agreed with his friend's suggestion and moved closer to the TV when the video was about to start, because this was an important matter. Reporters Lucia and Haynes greeted the audience as they hosted Kalen's special newscast. They are on the battlefield of the brave, and this is where the guild wars take place, and today the first battle for territory begins. Lucia adds that the battlefield of the brave is a virtual space of Kylon that is not indicated on the map. When a war starts, all guild members participating in the event are transported there, and other players can spend some coins and go there as observers. Until the broadcast of the first battle between the guilds begins, reporters offer to analyze the rules of the war for territory. Yuhyun says to listen carefully and asks his friend if he will write it down, and Jin soon hurriedly takes out his notebook. The boys looked through the long list of rules and noted that this would be much more difficult than regular turf wars, as the consequences of defeat were much more serious. The most important thing that Ian noted was that one player can only participate in 2 battles against one guild, presumably to avoid one player constantly dragging down his guild. Yuhyun agreed and said that even if you were strong enough to win alone, you wouldn't be able to win here solo. After analyzing the new rules, the old friends finally decided that it was time to eat, because the food was already getting cold. Chin Sun thought about another point, namely that the skills of not only the guild members, but also the AI characters were important. Since the guy has the title of Baron, he will be able to register a maximum of 20 characters for service, and if they die, then he will have to wait a week for their revival. With this information, he realizes that it is time to start recruiting warriors for service before it is too late. Meanwhile, in the game, another duo was defending the dungeon, and one of these players was the assassin Lim Long. The girl who worked with him thanked him for his help and noted that the cleanup went easily with him. She wondered why Lim Long, the #1 assassin, hadn't joined any guild yet, given his incredible skills, but he only replied that he liked to play alone. The sorceress said that if he suddenly decided to join the team, he would be welcome in her guild Kaiser. Hearing this name, Lim Long asked if this was the guild that was in the top 10 in the game. She explains that they are now in 13th place, but used to be in 8th, so she invites him to join them. But the killer continues to stand his ground and says that for now, he doesn't want to join anything, even the top guilds. The sorceress was very sorry to hear this, although the smile still did not leave her face after Lim Long's words. However, the killer says that if he suddenly decides to join, he will let the sorceress Selena know about it first. Lady Selena was very glad to hear this and, remembering Lim Long's promise, said goodbye and left. The guy thought that it was really time for him to join a guild, but he didn't want to join 2 big teams because he could become just expendable for them. And to avoid this, he decides to develop enough to have enough influence in the guild. He glanced at the information windows next to him, and there the Hall of Fame was lit up. Still in deep thought, he decided to see who had the best dungeon clearing score. There he sees the 3 best results in the Forland dungeon, and the killer is surprised that it can be cleared in half an hour. He also notices the Lotus Guild in first place, which has knocked out a 3-minute difference, moving away from second place. Lim Long knows that the Dark Run and Titan guilds are always neck and neck in pursuit of first place, but he has never heard of the Lotus before. But the name Jan quickly refreshes his memory because this is the same summoner he fought in the finals of the tournament. That guy would have to be above level 100 to get into first place, which surprised Limlong greatly. The fact that the losing boy ranks higher than he does hurts the killer's pride greatly. Limlong sighed and smiled, realizing that it was not in vain that he had noticed the summoner Yan before the tournament began. A shadow assassin can't just sit back. He puts on a mask and hits the road. The rivalry between the two is just beginning, and Limlong mentally tells Yan to wait, and they will meet again. Some time passed, and the Lotus Guild base grew and improved every day. A former archer, summoner, master of taming and breeding monsters, Sir Ian walked the streets of the city. He went to a certain place where a man he knew in the real world, and who was much older, worked. However, within the virtual world of the game Kalen, the senior in rank was still the young summoner. The guy saw Professor Lee Jin-wook and asked him if the monster breeding farm had already been launched. The man answered him that after the appearance of the Summoners Guild, it turned out that there were not so few characters of this class, so a lot of clients came. Ian wonders if AI summoners come here, because he needs subordinates, and the professor points him in the direction of one girl. After saying goodbye to the professor, the taming master enters the room and sees a cute girl standing next to the monster. She kept looking at the creature, and Ian wondered if she might have some kind of quest hidden for him. Lee Jin-wook knows that the girl often visits the farm, but he thinks of her as a normal, cute, non-playable character. Suddenly, Professor Jin-wook remembers that he forgot one small thing that was asked of him. Heron asked to notify her immediately when the young taming master, Chin's son, arrived. So, he wrote to her that the guy she was waiting for had just arrived at the monster breeding farm. The girl thanked the professor in the chat and asked what Jan was doing there, and the man replied that the guy was chatting with a nice girl. The next moment, the chat window shatters into pieces right in the professor's hands, even though it was holographic. After thinking for a while, Lee Jin-wook realized that he had not expressed himself quite correctly when he wrote to the girl about Yang in such a way. But that wasn't his problem. The man had other things to do, and the kids could sort things out among themselves. As Ian got closer to this character, he decided to first assess what kind of summoner she was. Her name is Siri, and she is a warrior apprentice with interesting skills, so the guy decides that he cannot find a better candidate. Having decided on the first non-playable character to register, Sir Ian moved closer. The guy greeted her and asked if they had met before, and she only apologized to the milord for not noticing him. The taming master was not very concerned with such trifles, and said that he came to discuss one matter with her. Summoner Siri couldn't believe her ears and was shocked that the lord himself decided to talk to her about business. Jan didn't want to put too much pressure on her, but he still continued to explain the purpose of his visit to the confused girl. He can register her as a subordinate NPC using the Seal of Dominance. The boy asked her if the summoner would accept this seal, since he could use her help in the future. The girl asked again if the Lord wanted her to help him, still not believing what she heard. A notification came from the game that Ian offered Siri to become a subordinate, although she was not confident in her abilities. However, the guy's confident that the girl will be useful, and that is why he makes her such an offer. Although she was a non-playable character, she showed very real emotions of surprise and confusion. The girl blushed, but still happily agreed to the offer of such an important person as Jan. The game showed that Siri has a heroic talent in a rare skill class, and also, if this character is exiled, Ian will lose 17,000 glory points. Having seen all the characteristics of the summoner, the master of taming only confirmed that he had made the right choice. The Lord Summoner asked his apprentice to serve him faithfully, and she only smiled and answered affirmatively. Siri had to leave, and she said that Ian could call her if she was needed, and the guy just ordered to continue leveling up. The taming master waved goodbye to her, and behind him the door opened, and something threatening appeared behind it. The cook girl Karen breathed evenly, like a cold-blooded killer, and her eyes looked demonic. John felt something was wrong, and wondered why there was suddenly such a piercing cold in here. Corinne came right up to him and breathed down his back, asking who he had just spoken to. She said that he got along well with that girl, and Ian began to justify himself by saying that it was just a non-playable character that he hired to subordinate himself. Hearing that the girl was just an AI character, Karin calmed down for a second. The guy confirmed this once again, saying that at the moment he was just recruiting a retinue of subordinates. However, the girl was still not satisfied with the answer, and asked why he chose a young, pretty girl as his first subordinate. The poor boy didn't even know what to answer, and later he had to spend another half hour explaining this misunderstanding to her. After this, the guy moved on, and his next destination was the Magic Tower. As he exited the portal, the Master of Taming was still reeling from the explanations he had to give to Karin. He came to the dimension's sorceress Griffer, thinking about asking the girl to become his subordinate as well. They greeted each other, and Jan kept thinking that he wouldn't succeed, but he had nothing to lose, so he decided to try. The sorceress started the conversation first and said that she had heard interesting news about the summoner, but he did not understand what she was talking about. The girl was talking about the guy becoming a baron, and Jan became very interested in how she found out about it. She explained that she had connections in the imperial palace of the kingdom of Lucipal, a small network of informants. The guy said that he now understood, but he had a serious question in his head, namely, where did she get her connections there? The sorceress said that she would bring them some tea, and in the meantime, Jan decided to look at the information window about her. At first, he was bothered by the fact that her level didn't show up, so it was difficult to assess how strong she was. The taming master remembered Helaim, the emperor's assistant, and wondered if she could be as advanced as him, and also, she had the title of countess, which was higher than his rank. The guy couldn't take a person with a title higher than his own under his command, and he decided to ask about it directly. The girl confirmed that she was an aristocrat of the kingdom and that the title was given to her by the previous emperor. Also, since then, she occasionally helps the wizards of the royal palace if they require her skills. The guy praised her and said that she was incredible, and the sorceress jokingly asked if the guy had only just noticed it. This conversation was a total defeat and a disgrace for the guy, so he should try again later when he gets a bigger title. A little later, a meeting was scheduled at the headquarters of the Lotus Guild base, which was the most majestic building in the town. There was silence in the spacious halls of this palace, and the stairs were empty due to the absence of people running along them. In the meeting room, 6 players sat at a round table, discussing the guild's upcoming affairs. Phelan was talking about how when the protective period ended, a war for territory would begin. Hurst pointed out that compared to their guild's rank, the territory class was much higher, so there would be many contenders for their lands. But the other guy replied that they had become stronger, and they would also defend themselves. Yu-Hyun agrees that most of the defenders are successfully reclaiming their territory, but they need information about their enemy, the Polaris Guild. Gavain jumps up abruptly and raises his hand because he has some information about the enemy. One of his friends had been to that guild and said that the members there were constantly changing, and of the old-timers, only the leader and his deputy remained. There are about 200 of them, but there is practically no one who was there from the beginning, to which Phelan knocks the boy on the head, asking how this information will help in the battle. But Jan sees the point. He says that since they are constantly recruiting new players, they don't have teamwork, which means a couple of strong players won't change the situation. Yu-Hyun had already decided that it would be an easy victory, but the summoner said not to rush to conclusions, because if they are a diamond class, then the core of the guild must have incredible skills. Based on the recent turf wars, most of the defending guilds surrendered during the Battle of the Brave and focused on defense instead. It makes sense for the guys to think about using the same strategy with minimal risks. In addition, they only need to win 3 victories, but the Taming Master has another idea. He says that, on the contrary, their guild could act contrary to established strategies. The Baron's summoner sent the information to his guildmates in digital form, and it shocked everyone present. The information window shows that Ian is the only player participating in the first battle in the territory war. Phelan had fought alongside Ian and his pets just recently, but she didn't understand what this strategy was. Jan's closest friend, Yu-Hyun, realizing that the boy was going to fight alone in the first round, asked if the summoner would overexert himself. Karin looked at the guy with distrust, but he said that all the non-playable characters would be with him, and this whole scheme would confuse the Polaris Guild. The Taming Master proposed a very radical plan, but promised that they would have 2 victories in their pocket. If this guy had already thought of something, then no one could convince him otherwise, so after a while he was already on the battlefield of the brave. Besides the summoner himself, there were 5 of his best subordinates standing nearby, and behind them was an army of knights. Summoner Siri, Sorceress Sarana, Priest Tenpus, Warriors Lorton and Malim were chosen by John as his retinue. The young Taming Master took a few steps forward and stood in front of his AI army. Enemies were already visible in front, and Yen thought about the fact that now he would have to manage not only pets, but also non-playable characters, so he would have to be extremely careful. A system notification arrived that the fight would begin in 30 seconds, and the guy noticed that his opponents hadn't even hidden their levels. So far, he only sees people with a level below 100, but the summoner is sure that there are stronger participants who are hiding their information. The guy's amused by the fact that they probably underestimate him, considering that he is the only living player on his team. In that guild, there were old acquaintances of Jan's who had once tried to kill him, and they decided that the Lotus Guild had simply given up, putting up one player. Lucan and Milan couldn't wait for this fight. They argued about who would deal the final blow to the enemy. Fulan, observing everything, says that the average level of the Polaris Guild is about 90, and Hers agrees with her, emphasizing their clothes, but still there are too many of them for one Yan. Suryang's guildmates could only watch, but Yu Hyun believed in his friend Jin Sun's victory. The battle would begin in 5 seconds. The Master of Taming was balanced, but Siri was a little tense. The Polaris Guild had a wide variety of players of many classes, and although most of them were unremarkable, they were overwhelming in numbers. The sole representative of the Lotus Guild consoled himself by treating the battle as just another hunt. When the countdown reached 0, the young Taming Master summoned a magic circle beneath him, immediately calling for reinforcements. The first ones he summoned were his first pet, the wolf with the blood-red mane, Lu, and the king of the lava dragons, Rake. Next on stage were the lightning spirit, the bird Jaiki, and the extremely rare tiger, the formidable Harley the Harlahan. Each of these 4 disparate creatures was special in their own way, but they were all united by the great and beloved master of taming, Yang. The summoner's friends were very surprised that Ian did not summon his best tank, the abyss golem Biggie. But the young master of taming had everything under control. He knew exactly what he had to do to win. The boy turned to his knights and ordered them to listen to his commands, and they, in turn, unquestioningly agreed. Ian was completely confident in his abilities, supported by his loyal pets, as well as an army of non-playable characters. The summoner's opponents were stunned that the only player who came out against them was a person with such a class. The entire army of the Polaris Guild, from mages to warriors, rushed towards the Master of Taming, confident of their victory. But this was exactly what the guy was waiting for. His multiple opponents attacked first, and now he could make his next move. It was at this moment that the Taming Master summoned his tenacious pet, who could crush a man with one hand. The abyss golem Biggie stood shoulder to shoulder with his master, ready to destroy anyone who dared to attack the boy. This sudden move confused Jan's opponents. They now did not know what to do because they had never even seen such a creature. The young Taming Master used the Royal Roar skill, and all of his pets waited for the signal to attack. Biggie, as always, on the guy's command, began the fight with his favorite skill, namely the Bottomless Abyss. A purple sphere filled with dark energy began to accumulate power in the armored brute's stone hand. The next moment, as the sphere was ready, he threw this black hole towards the horde of opponents. Some enemies were immediately swallowed by the black hole, while others were pulled towards it, preventing them from escaping. The summoner's longtime enemies, Lucan and Milan, looked on in horror, not understanding what kind of slowing ability this was. After the golem's successful attack, the wolf, Harlahan, dragon, and lightning spirit could now attack the enemy without hindrance. And it is at this moment, as was intended from the very beginning, that the Taming Master gives his pets the command to attack. The first separate order from his young master was received by the king of the lava dragons, Rake, flying over the enemy. Fire breath was a skill that could easily incinerate an entire army with its hellish flames. That's exactly what the dragon did. He spat out all the accumulated fire down on the helpless players from the Polaris Guild. Lucan lost half his health from just one attack, and only now did he finally realize that they had all been lured into a trap. But even these creatures were not enough for the summoner, so he summoned the already grown griffin Finn. Yang activated the innate ability of the griffin, which had already managed to train with its master. The dispersion skill blew away all enemies unfortunate enough to be within Finn's attack radius with a terrifying wind. Horrified, Lucan could not understand where all these monsters came from because no one had told them about it. The guy wanted to order everyone to retreat and for the range fighters to shoot the golem first to get rid of the slowdown. But it was too late. The abyssal golem had already come very close, but the mages managed to fire a series of shots at the terrible enemy. However, for now, Biggie was coping with the task at hand and blocking as many attacks as he could. However, this was not without consequences. Even though the golem had enormous defense, half of its health had already been taken away, as Jan noticed. But this did not frighten the summoner. All the damage received was within his expectations, so he could move on according to the plan. The Master of Taming gave orders to his subordinate Siri to act as they had discussed before the battle. The girl used the summoner's healing skill and all the enemy's attacks were useless because Biggie restored 60% of his health. Lucan and Milan were already close to despair because the creature they had all attacked so stubbornly had full health again. Finally, Ian notices the familiar face of a player who must hate the summoner with all his heart. The Master of Taming summons his staff, wondering how much longer he can cross paths with this fool. Once again, without giving his enemy a chance, the summoner sends him a gift in the form of an attack spell. A huge magical sphere glowing blue flew towards the former failed player killer. Lucan notices the attack aimed at him too late, as he was distracted by the summoner's army of pets. Once again, the boy's archenemy gained the upper hand over him when Lucan disappeared in a magical explosion and his shield flew upward. He screamed in hatred again, as Jan's magic sphere dealt him nearly 8,000 damage. This attack finished him off, and the summoner restored 5 units of spirit mana and earned percentages of the combat reward. The guy noticed a girl in the distance who was still fighting, although Ian didn't understand why, if they had already lost. An attack filled with bright purple energy was aimed at him, and the summoner did not even rush to dodge. However, this was not what Yang expected. His body was enveloped in a purple glow, but nothing happened. It turned out to not be an offensive ability, but the Taming Master still couldn't figure out what exactly hit him. The furious battle continued. The griffin and the spirit of lightning bombarded their enemies crawling on the ground from above. Suddenly, everyone around, both the Polaris Guild people and Jan's pets, also began to glow with purple light. The Taming Master could not figure out what kind of spell it was, because he had never seen anything like it before. However, the summoner believes that this will not affect the outcome of the battle in any way, but it would be better to be on the safe side. Jan orders his loyal pets to disperse so as not to fall under suspicious enemy attacks once again. He ordered them in advance to surround the enemy so as not to give the enemy even the slightest chance to seize the initiative. At this rate, this unequal battle would end even faster than the young Taming Master expected. Looking at the losing enemies, among them Jan notices Milana, who was also among the player killers and had already fought with him in the tournament. In order to get rid of yet another ill-wisher, the summoner turns to his griffin, Finn. Finn towered high in the sky above her opponents, including the very same archer girl who hated Ian so much. The Master of Taming pointed out to the griffin one specific player that he didn't like, and that was Milan. The summoner's only order was to fly in and eliminate this person as quickly as possible. The griffin instantly went into a steep dive, like a divine punishment, falling on the girl from the enemy guild. Milan was still shooting back at the summoner's ground creatures and didn't see the threat rushing towards her from above. When she finally noticed the air attack, there was little time to come up with a plan of defense or counterattack. She fired 3 metal-tipped projectiles flying together, using the Storm Arrow skill. Finn easily survived the shot that hit her, which was enhanced by air element magic. The element of wind was not very scary for the griffins. The arrows were weak, and Finn's eyes glowed yellow, like a flame. The griffin's innate ability activated, causing Finn's attack power to increase by 30%. The flying monster continued to rapidly approach the evil archer, who was unable to fight back. People watching the whole show were delighted. They praised the summoner, although some thought he was unbalanced. Ultimately, the battle was concluded. All Polaris Guild members were defeated. Ian received 100% of the battle reward and fame points, and the Lotus Guild was declared the winner of the first round. Night had fallen. The mountains rose up into the sky, in which there were very few clouds, but countless stars. All the buildings in the Lotus Guild town except for one, the most gigantic one, sank into a quiet, peaceful sleep. The 6 players were once again sitting at the same table, discussing the latest events and what to do next. Gawain praised the Tamer for taking down an entire enemy guild single-handedly. Another guy, Clovan, noted that he didn't really expect to win, but John surprised him and achieved his goal. The summoner boasted and said that they were wrong not to believe in him, but Gawain denied it, as if they did not doubt him. The boy wanted to say something else, besides his admiration for the solo victory of their strong guildmate. At first, Jan did not understand the intonation of his ally, assuming that something could still go wrong. But Gavain reassured everyone when he said that they had only lost 5 non-playable characters in the battle. Cloven noted that he would now be much calmer, knowing that Jan had won the first territorial war for the guild. Fiolan picked up on her guildmate's words and asked the summoner if they could count on a second victory, given Ian's previous statements. Cloven continued to say that their enemies needed to field participants before the second battle, and they simply wouldn't have time to recover, so the second battle should be easy. But the young master of Taming only briefly said that the second victory would not be so easy to obtain. After these words, a tense silence hung in the room. No one could think of what to say. Fallen was the first to break the silence, asking what exactly her guildmate summoner meant. Jan, nervously tapping the table, kept trying to find the right words to explain to his allies what he wanted to say. As the guy said earlier, the second battle won't be as easy as the first, so he continues his explanation. The summoner believes that he was able to win so easily only because he came alone, and they greatly underestimated him, and they will prepare more seriously for the next fight. Heron joined the conversation and asked Chin's son if they could really lose in the next round. But Yan answered negatively with a calm face, and the girl cook was shocked by the guy's confidence. The summoner says that this time he will hit them even harder, and the previous meeting will seem like a piece of cake to them. The next fight won't be as easy, but that doesn't mean the master of Taming won't be able to snatch victory. The next day, the guys lived their normal lives in the real world, doing their real things. Classes had just ended at a Korean university, and students quickly began to disperse in all directions. On the stairs, Chin's son met his good friend and fellow guild member in Kalen, the red-haired guy, Yu Hyun. Jan said that he almost fell asleep during class, and his friend noted that he doubted that the guy would pay attention to his studies today. Professor Lee told him that if the boy continued to sleep in class, Jin Wook would give him absences for all the absences that were previously forgiven. Jin's son complains that the professor knows they are busy fighting over territory, and his friend makes fun of this overly valid reason. Yu Hyun asks if they can really just leave the territory war after the third battle tomorrow, and his friend replies that it is true, they will just surrender but still come out on top. The idea is to exhaust the enemy guild in the first 2 battles, and then they will have nothing left for the third, and this plan calms Hearst down. The summoner would really like to participate in more territory wars, but he remembers the rule that one player can only participate in 2 battles. It turned out that the hatching speed of the dragon god, Karsi's egg, increases with victories in the war for territory, and the scale has already filled by 5%. The guy thought that perhaps it was the incoming energy that increased the hatching rate. He only had 11% left to accumulate, and after the territory wars, they would visit a couple of nearby low-level guild bases. Chin's son turned to his friend Yu Hyun, who thought that the boy wanted to take some water from him. This made Yana laugh. He thanked her and refused, saying that he actually wanted to ask her something. The red-haired boy opens the bottle to drink for himself, waiting to hear what Jin's son has to say. The guy says that Yu Hyun once said that he was experienced in matters of relationships, and the drinker even choked on his water. Wiping his mouth, Hearst asked why his partner suddenly needed such information. Jan continued, asking what the boy had told him, that he had never been single and had a girlfriend in high school. This means that he was not alone from birth, a confused Chin's son asked himself with such a surprising question. The guy tries to get closer to the point and chooses the right words to ask his friend for advice. Finally, he voices his burning question, namely whether Yu Hyun thinks that Jin Soon likes Ha Rin. An innocent guy says that the girl gives him breakfast in boxes and also feeds him with a spoon. Yu Hyun, of course, knew that his friend had never been in a relationship, but he didn't understand how he could be so stupid. The red-haired guy sees that she is almost directly speaking about her attitude towards John. Having thought about all this, he takes a deep breath, exhales, and prepares to give his friend the long-awaited answer. However, he decides to speak about this much more modestly and states that there is simply such a possibility. The great summoner, master of Taming Yang, looks like a happy child who has learned something new in life. Chin's son exclaimed that spring had finally arrived on his street, and Yu Hyun only mentally wished Haran good luck with this fool. Meanwhile, in the monster breeding center inside the game, Kareen is going about his business. The abyssal turtle Puk Puk stared wildly at something so attractive that he would sell his soul for it. These were meatballs that Karin had prepared and brought here with her so that Jan's pet could have some food. As the creature was finishing up the last of the meatballs, the sweet girl asked him if he wanted more. However, Karin wanted to warn the abyssal turtle about one unpleasant moment, which distracted Puk Puk from his meal. She asked whether Puk Puk would have time to eat everything before his master arrived, and the mention of this man made the turtle's heart skip a beat. Terrible feelings that do not come to him so often, fear and panic engulfed the soul of the abyssal turtle for meatballs. He began to nod actively, as a sign that he would try his best to eat everything before the evil owner arrived. Karin said softly that John would scold her if he found out that she had given so many treats to the turtle. Therefore, the meatballs will have to be eaten very quickly, and Puk Puk decided not to waste time and start eating. Although the taming master would not approve of this, the girl is glad that at least the turtle will be satisfied. The griffin Finn was also brought some goodies, and the girl hurried the bird so that she could also try the food. Finn happily devoured the delicious gift, and Karin, happy with what was happening, asked if she wanted to eat more. The griffin began to actively flap her muzzle and wings, showing the respected chef that she would not refuse a second helping. Karen was very happy with such loyal customers and began to look for more interesting dishes in the inventory. Finn looked very pleased, and her eyes and beak formed a smile that was very similar to a human one. The griffin wanted some other food, so Karin found and got out a special dish for this picky eater. Timing Master Jan logged into the game and was already approaching the monster breeding center when he heard strange sounds coming from there. The door to the barn swung open suddenly, causing the frightened turtle to lose a meatball from its mouth. Ian had made his presence known, and his approaching steps were worse than a gathering storm for Puk Puk. The little turtle immediately had all the terrible memories of when his owner took his meatballs away from him. So, Puk Puk decided to move a little to the side and continue eating while no one was looking. Karin held herself much more confidently than the turtle, and with a smile on her face, asked if Jan had finally come to visit them. The guy started to tell me that he was doing some work, namely examining the internal systems, when suddenly he was distracted by something to the side. The turtle stood with its back to its owner and tried not to react to his terrifying presence. John asked what was wrong with him. Karin realized that they had been spotted, and the turtle had already begun to roar from the impending punishment. The taming master asked sternly if Puk Puk was not going to tell him what was going on. Jan, looking like a demon, came right up to the turtle, and if Puk Puk could turn pale, he certainly would have done so. With predatory eyes, the summoner asked if the abyssal turtle had enjoyed this wonderful, delicious meal. He tried to pull his head into his shell to avoid the impending apocalypse from his master. However, at some point, there was simply nowhere to get involved, and dark times came for Puk Puk. The terrifying boy grabbed the turtle and began to scold it, but Karin could not watch it and simply turned away. He kept asking the tearful turtle what she had stuffed her mouth with and why she had left nothing for her beloved owner. The reprimand lasted for some time, but like all good things, bad things always end sooner or later. Jan walked with Karin through the streets of the town and wanted to ask her a question, and the girl was always happy to answer. A little embarrassed, the summoner still asked her if she wanted to go for a walk with him. Heron also began to feel embarrassed and wondered if Chin Sun had finally asked her out on a date. It was a calm, sunny day in the Lotus Guildlands, perfect for good beginnings or news. After some time, Jan set off to meet new adventures and launched lightning bolts in the middle of white snow. Another monster, destined to fall at the hands of the summoner, growled furiously and stared with its eerie red eyes. But the battle was not over yet. The monster was still holding on, although he had only a short time left to live. As always, the calculating master of taming chose the right moment to deliver the decisive blow to the enemy. One last powerful blow from the guy, and the huge creature was defeated, like all before it. The snow-capped mountain monster began to crumble into pixels right before the summoner's team's eyes. Karin was here with Jan and watched all this without much pleasure. There were even shades of disappointment on her face. She thought the guy was asking her out on a date, but he was actually asking her to go to the Poreless Plateau for hunting. He said that even though the monsters there were of a very high level, a taming master would be able to protect her without any problems. The last word the guy said was the only thing that made the girl even a little happy. There was a blush on her cheeks and she glanced at Jan, and he returned the glance, but with a different, surprised expression on his face. The girl asked the summoner if it was okay for Puk Puk to walk around here alone and if it was dangerous for him. John explains that the turtle has nothing to fear, because even if monsters beat him all day long, they won't even take away half of his health. Karin didn't understand how this was possible, but the guy explained that Puk Puk's characteristics were completely focused on defense, and it would be difficult for him to deal even 10 units of damage with a normal attack. However, the guy tells the turtle to hide as usual if she suddenly runs into monsters alone. The girl wanted to ask one more question, namely why John doesn't let Pook Pook eat his fill of meatballs. Remembering all the horrible scenes she had witnessed, she wanted to know if there was a specific reason for this. John tried to find an answer to this question, but Karen was impatient and asked for an answer immediately. With a threatening look, she asked an additional question. Was the summoner really just bullying the poor abyssal turtle like that? The guy, sensing something was wrong, began to deny it and say that he would not do such a thing because he loves Pook Pook. He explains that he didn't have enough meatballs from the girl initially, so he wanted to save them. But then, when he finally started giving them more, the abyssal turtle began to get fatter inexorably. Subsequently, the turtle became very heavy to carry on the shoulder, which does not help the team's combat effectiveness at all. Heron can't do anything about it. She just thought that Pook Pook was just unlucky to meet such a terrible owner who was obsessed with leveling up the character. The next second, Ian notices something. He assumes that Pook Pook found monsters or something, so it's worth checking. In order to get to his destination even faster, the master of taming summons his griffin, Finn. John extends his hand, telling Karen to climb onto the flying pet with him, and they fly together. The girl was afraid that Finn might be in trouble, but the griffin made a sound that his owner interpreted as a sign that Karen should not worry. There were no more arguments against it, so Karen sat down next to John, and they flew up on the griffin. The girl was pleased to simply be close to the summoner, and he ordered Finn to hurry. The griffin suddenly took off into the air, leaving only falling feathers behind him, and they rushed off to find Pook Pook. From a bird's eye view, or in this situation, a griffin's eye view, a breathtaking view opened up. After some time, the Lotus Guild was filled with sounds of celebration as they won the battle in the territory war. Fiolan happily noted that they now had another whole week before the next war for territory. They planned to make a level 3 army and fully prepare the defense system, so in a week they will be able to defend themselves even against a stronger guild. The only thing that confuses the guys is that they won as if they did nothing, because it was all done by Jan, and thanks to him, their guild grew by 2 ranks. Jan also suggested attacking other guilds to seize territory, which made Fiolan nervous, as she wasn't sure they had enough resources. The problem is that during these attacks, their own guild will be greatly weakened, but this is still not resolved. Hurst says that, in any case, they should continue to level up, because soon Ian will catch up with their levels. The girl asked if he had already caught up with Yu Hyun, and he thought that it seemed like he was still 1 level ahead of his friend. He started digging through the information and wondered if Jan had been playing all night long again and not going to bed. Fiolan, with a mocking smile on her face, asked Hurst if he was sure of his last words. Meanwhile, the taming master and Heron, riding on a griffin, arrived where the insatiable Pook Pook was waiting for them. The abyssal turtle, however, did not run into any monsters, but found a strange cave in a hidden place among the mountains. Ian had already lost count of how many times he had been the discoverer of new locations, and this place was called the Bloody Path Dungeon. The game notified that over the next 5 days, experience will be doubled and items will drop more often. What luck, thought the taming master. Apparently even lucky players' pets find new locations. John suggested to the girl accompanying him not to waste time and immediately begin the expedition to the new dungeon. Karn replied that if the summoner would protect her as he promised, then she would not mind starting right now. The guy really wanted to go in, so without further ado, he told the girl that he would keep his word. Soon they entered an icy dungeon where huge icicles hung from the ceiling like stalactites. Pook Pook was sniffing around, and the young master of taming warned Karin that they were starting. The summoner first summoned the wolf Lu, who stepped with his huge paw onto the icy ground. While the 2 humans and the wolf were looking around, the abyssal turtle sensed a threat approaching them from ahead. From a powerful blow from a certain creature, one of the walls of the dungeon shattered into pieces and turned into a hole. From there came out a huge monster with red eyes, sharp teeth, large nostrils, and claws. Lu began to grin at him, and in appearance, the wolf was no less formidable than the newly arrived monster. The evil monster began to destroy everything around him, and at times it seemed that the dungeon might collapse from his blows. One of the blows to the ground, throwing stones and snow in all directions, hit a wolf with a blood-red mane. However, Lu quickly recovered and prepared to continue the fight, his blue eyes sparkling. The monster tried to hit the small enemy again, but the agile wolf dodged and jumped up, Right in the air, Lu struck the ice monster with his claws, which the monster was unable to parry. Another such blow caused serious damage to the monster. The vile beast grimaced and began to roar loudly in pain. The enemy fell, and the guys noticed that the tunnel was apparently very long, and there were no passages to the next level, so all they could do was go forward. Karin wanted a change of scenery, but Jan wanted more monsters, because he believed that not enough of them were appearing. The guy says that he needs to gain experience here, especially since it's simple, and the girl just thought how her lover could consider this matter easy. After a short respite, they moved further into the new ice dungeon, where an enemy could be hiding around every corner. They came to another vast place and heard a new sound ahead that did not bode well. It was a howl, and in the shadows ahead, one could see the silhouettes of a huge pack of wolves with glowing red eyes. At first, the taming master did not understand what it could be, because he had never heard the sound anywhere in nature before. However, there was something familiar about it, and Jan slowly began to realize who they had to meet. The silhouettes of the wolves were getting closer and closer. They were almost approaching the people who had wandered where they shouldn't. When they finally revealed themselves fully, it became clear why their howl was so familiar to the summoner. The young master of simplification knew that this could be a serious problem for them, since the red-maned wolves were coming out against them. The new opponents looked exactly like his own familiar, which he had captured and tamed long ago. Ian just hoped that they weren't long-lost relatives of Lu or something like that. Karin was also very surprised and asked if it was possible to meet Lu's relatives in the wild. The summoner asked the girl to step back and be more careful this time, because their enemies, every single one of them, were level 125 in rare rank. At the moment, Ian sees 7 opponents, but he knows that more may appear during the battle. And immediately after the words of the taming master, as expected, the wolves received reinforcements. More wolves with blood-red manes so similar to Lu began to run to help their fellow wolves. Using his standard tactics, the tamer first summoned the abyssal golem Biggie. His appearance was like a lightning strike, sudden, loud, and destructive. The snow began to fly apart. The pack of wolves did not have time to reach the people, because Biggie immediately began an attempt to beat up the approaching dogs. However, these wolves were as agile as Lu, so the golem couldn't hit them so easily. However, Ian knew that they would make exactly this evasive maneuver, and now they were all in the same place. Biggie was already charging up his magical energy at this moment and was ready to strike with the bottomless abyss skill. This time, the wolves were unable to escape the all-consuming attack launched by the abyssal golem. They began to take heavy damage, and in addition, they were also slowed down by the thrust coming from the black hole. One of the wolves began to realize that the advantage was no longer on their side and that the pack was losing the fight. However, John did not stop there. He summoned the Griffin Fin and the lava dragon King Rake to continue the attack. Griffin Fin flew like a fighter plane, lightning fast and accurately attacking and damaging the enemy. Dragon Rake, in turn, like a bomber, was preparing a serious fiery attack that would burn a huge number of enemies at once over an area. The wind only fanned the flames, and the combined attack of the Griffin and the Dragon looked like the dropping of napalm bombs. The next pair that were summoned by Ian and joined the battle were the Wolf Lu and the Harlehan Harley. Harley used the Wind Guardian skill, which increased his agility by the amount of all his other stats combined. The tiger-like pet rushed into battle with all the fury and devotion to its master. Ian jumped on Harley and, riding him, jumped high into the air, towering over the pack of enemy wolves. At this moment, Wolf Lu was fiercely fighting with his fellows, despite all the similarities between them. The Master Tamir shouted at Harley to hurry up, as their wolf ally was at a disadvantage. While the Harlehan rushed forward and carried his rider, the summoner himself prepared to deliver an electric shock. The moment had come, and the enemy was finally within range of Jan's ability, which was like ball lightning. Yellow lightning struck all the enemies around, bouncing from one enemy wolf to another. But Harley himself did not want to lag behind and was also preparing to attack one of the nearest targets. He grabbed one of the wolves with his sharp teeth from behind his blood-red mane. After that, he threw the unfortunate wolf aside, continuing the wild animal fight with the rest. Harlehan lived up to his rarity and exclusivity in battle, biting with his fangs and tearing with his claws all the enemies he came across. He alone scattered a whole pack of evil wolves one after another in different directions, continuously. The summoner's team had seriously depleted the wolf pack, but none of them had died yet, and they were all standing on their 4 paws. The young master of taming noted with a hint of weariness that it was not for nothing that they all had such a high level. However, such a trifle as a high level cannot stop Yan and his team of loyal familiars. No matter how armored and resilient his enemies are, it won't save them from the massive damage that the summoner's team can deliver. The guy wanted to ask Karin for help, but the girl, pouting, noted that she couldn't do anything here. Jan's pets attacked for the last time, and the game notified that the guy received experience and gold for the victory. However, this time among the rewards for victory, there was something unusual, namely a fragment of the blood sphere. Ian tried to find out if it was a quest item, but the information window didn't say anything about it. The young taming master asked Karin to cure his pets, to which she happily agreed. The guy thought about taking his subordinates with him. For example, Siri, who could easily fully restore the pet's health. Karin, as if hearing Jan's thoughts, angrily asked if she understood correctly that her emergency treatment was not effective enough. This plunged the boy into total horror because he was completely sure that he had not said anything out loud. As beads of sweat rolled down his face, he decided to play dumb and asked what she was talking about. The girl replied that there was nothing wrong with that. She just sensed another person in the guy's thoughts. The taming master was only more frightened by such a statement. He began to wonder if Karin was really just a cook. The next moment, Karin's expression became more resentful, and the guy proved that he wasn't thinking about anyone else. Just Chin Sun's words were enough for the girl, and she said with a standard smile that she believed him. Jan suggested moving on, thinking in his head that at least his subordinates weren't real people. They walked along the icy, dark corridors of the deep cave for some time until they came to a dead end. The summoner and his girlfriend stood rooted to the spot, not understanding what this meant or where they should go next. The path was closed, and it was difficult to assess whether it was a simple dead end or whether the passage could be unblocked in some way. Karin, who was especially ignorant of such things, asked whether they would now have to go back. The young master of taming was still inclined to the option that provided that the passage could be opened. Although the girl cook doesn't like Jan's activities, she can learn a lot by traveling with him. Ian decided to summon the griffin fin and ordered her to use the dispersion skill on the passage in front of them. Charged with the power of the winds, Finn was ready to destroy any obstacle that could hinder her master. A powerful whirlwind shot made all the snow around dance in the air like small snowflakes. The explosion from the griffin's magic was perhaps even too powerful, and everything in the cave began to shake. The boys started coughing from the dust that was here together with the snow, but something opened up before them. They were already thinking that they had taken such a risky step in vain, but the next moment they noticed an opening entrance. In front of them now stood a door with a stone wolf's head on it, and Jan assumed that it might be some kind of temple. However, the summoner himself was still not entirely sure what to do, but they probably needed to use the item they had received earlier. The fragments that the guy found earlier have come together, and the game now offers to use the blood sphere. As the game advises, the young master of taming still gets the necessary sphere and uses it in front of the doors. The following notifications indicate that the House of Blood has been fully restored and the seal on the blood gate has been broken. The stone wolf face on the door began to glow menacingly with a bright light from its eyes and mouth before the door finally opened. Behind the stone door sat a huge figure of a wolf, which looked like a statue, motionless. But suddenly the eyes of the statue lit up red, and the sitting wolf now seemed quite alive. John and Karin still didn't know what to expect from this place. They didn't know that a serious enemy was waiting for them here. The girl, looking at the passage, suggested going inside the room and seeing how things were going there. However, John quickly stopped her, sensing something was wrong. The guy had already begun to guess that they were not alone here. The entire ominous passage was filled with a bright red light, foreshadowing trouble for the couple of people who came here. This bright light blinded them so much that the guy and the girl had to cover their faces with their hands. When the light went out, a tall figure of a wolf appeared in front of them, and Ian noticed that it was probably a werewolf. Now everything fell into place. The summoner and the cook girl ran into the boss of this dungeon. The guy couldn't believe that it was a bloody Fenrir of level 128 in heroic rank and of a very large size. The sinister wolf-like monster looked menacingly at its potential victims with eyes filled with hatred. The monster began to approach quickly, and the young master of taming realized that they could not avoid battle. The summoner immediately summoned his best tank, the abyssal golem Biggie, who, as always, was ready for a good fight. The huge golem, like a stone cliff, was about to crush the enemy, regardless of his strength or size. But the bloody Fenrir thought exactly the same, and began to stretch his arms forward in order to grab hold of his enemy. The opponents were worthy of each other. They were of similar size and their chances of winning seemed to be approximately equal. However, the sinister werewolf immediately launched a powerful attack with his huge clawed hand on the walking boulder. Biggie received a critical hit and his health dropped by 12,740 units. The Taming Master was shocked that the Blood Fenrir was able to cause so much damage to his pet with one blow. But the Abyss Golem was not going to give up, and its master ordered the activation of the Bottomless Abyss's ability. An all-consuming sphere, reminiscent of a black hole, flew towards the formidable werewolf, distracting his attention. At that moment, the wolf Lu entered the battle, taking advantage of the moment to run towards the enemy. The summoner's familiar dealt a critical hit, taking away almost 6,000 units of health from the Blood Fenrir. Jan was tense that even a critical hit took away so little. He understands that although this monster does not specialize in defense, its level is simply incredible. But there was no time for long reflections because the battle continued, and Lu continued to jump around the werewolf. An ominous red aura emanated from the Blood Fenrir as the monster prepared for a crushing blow. But this did not stop the wolf summoner, and he jumped on the monster again, hoping to inflict more damage. However, the huge monster expected this turn of events, and it lunged with its clawed hand towards Lu. Unfortunately for the summoner's team, the blow hit Lu, and he lost almost 20,000 units of health. Yan realizes that if the hit had been critical, Lu would already be dead, so he is forced to recall his wolf. The boy was furious that the vile creature dared to hurt his beloved wolf, and he summoned the dragon rake and the griffin fin to continue the battle and take revenge. The flying couple, as always, successfully used the combined attack of two elements, which caused a huge explosion. The figure of a bloody Fenrir appeared from the dying flames. The huge werewolf was furious. The Taming Master noted that for a boss, he had too little health, since he had already been beaten up quite a bit. The next moment, Ian notices that the werewolf has extended his razor-sharp claws forward. The boy realizes that this could be dangerous and that he should act carefully so that none of his other pets end up in the same situation as Lu the wolf. But unfortunately, he doesn't have time to do anything, and Rake gets a critical hit and loses almost 30,000 units of health. Blood Fenrir, as it turned out, absorbs the health of enemies, and he regained over 44,000 units of health. The young Taming Master was very shocked by such unpleasant news. He will have to change tactics. The summoner was forced to recall the Lava Dragon King as well, which was quite unpleasant, since at this rate he would have no pets left to continue the fight. Ian took a serious look at the situation. He understands that they don't have much strength left, and they can't waste any more attacks. Trying to come up with some new strategy for such a difficult opponent, John orders everyone to retreat. The situation is very difficult, because all this time Karin has been strengthening the team of John's pets, and even so, they have not yet won. But if the girl helps with treatment, Jan thought, then Biggie should be able to withstand the monster's attacks. To sum it up, the tamer decides it's time to use speed tactics and defeat the boss before it can regenerate health again. Having decided on a plan of action, Jan orders the golem to block the enemy from the front and Heron to continue healing. The abyssal golem and the blood Fenrir once again clashed in a deadly battle, trying to destroy each other. Heron, as ordered by her summoner, continued to use her heal ability constantly. Biggie, although he seemed clumsy, held his own well in battle against the huge wolf, whose strength exceeded the golem's. Unexpectedly for the werewolf, Harley the Harlehan jumps out from behind the golem using the Wingardian ability. Harley hit the blood Fenrir with his innate ability and placed a stun effect on the monster. The fact that the stun worked on this boss was very good news for the young tamer. While the monster was stunned, Harley continued to relentlessly attack it, trying to inflict maximum damage. Powerful blows continued to rain down on the bloody Fenrir, but he could do nothing about it. Abyss Golem Biggie flashed his yellow eyes and decided to join in the boss's beating. While Harlequin was distracting the monster's attention, the golem ran towards him in order to also have time to give the monster a good beating. When he finally got close enough, Biggie slammed his stone fist into the werewolf's torso. Now everything was going exactly according to the Taming Master's plan, and he understood that it was time to end this duel. The guy began to gather all the power of thousands of lightning bolts into his hand in order to release them at the bloody Fenrir. All the magic of the youth's spirit was gathered together, and the werewolf could only watch the approaching end. The Taming Master struck the werewolf with his hand, and hundreds of electric discharges ran through his body. Finally, the monster was defeated and began to dissolve into the air, still sparkling with the remnants of lightning discharges. For such a strong boss, the summoner received an incredible amount of experience, almost 1,000,000 points. Corinne asked if everything was okay, and the guy replied that they, no more, no less, almost died. Before continuing the conversation, Jan decides to look through all the items that dropped from the bloody Fenrir. One of the rewards, as always, was a large amount of gold, namely 32,145 units. The second reward was more interesting, because it turned out to be a certain accessory, a necklace of a bloody Fenrir. But the most questions arose from the third award, which was spherical in shape and glowed red. The Fenrir Spirit Sphere, as the item was called in the information window, began to glow more and more brightly, as if it was about to spill something out of itself. A werewolf began to emerge from it, and the game informed him that Ian had received the spirit sphere of a Fenrir consumed by madness. Finally, the monster emerged from the sphere in full size, as it had been during the battle, which alerted the summoner. Suddenly, instead of attacking, the monster began to talk, asking about its location. Confused, Ian couldn't even find the right words to answer the question that was asked. The werewolf was clearly confused and continued asking questions, such as who this man was standing in front of him. Karin only innocently said that it was simply incredible that a wolf could speak and conduct a dialogue. The werewolf was very offended by the comparison with ordinary wolves, because he is the leader and guardian of the blood tribe, and his name is Harlot. The girl felt a little uncomfortable, but Harlot continued on his own. He said with complete confidence that the guy standing in front of him was a summoner. Yen had no choice but to confirm the words of the formidable leader of the bloody tribe. Harlot froze for a second, and there was a feeling that he was planning something, so Ian prepared for any turn of events. After all, he had killed that wolf a few dozen minutes ago when it was acting as the dungeon boss. However, the werewolf said something completely different from what Jan expected, because for some reason unknown to the summoner, he thanked the guy. At first, the young master of Taming did not understand at all what the formidable leader of the bloody tribe was leading to. Harlot explains that he is grateful that the boy freed him from the shackles of madness, and he respects the boy's strength in being able to defeat the wolf, even though his abilities were limited. Jan thanked him for the praise and wondered how strong Harlot would have been if he had not been forcibly restrained. The werewolf says that it is a pity that the summoner does not have a single pet from his family, because then he could have provided the boy with great help. The taming master thought seriously about Harlot's words and asked what kind of help exactly was being discussed. The blood tribe leader explains that it depends on the nature of the individual beast, but it has the ability to make members of its kind stronger. However, Jan supposedly has a suitable candidate, namely the wolf Lu, and the guy became interested in whether this could help him evolve. The guy decides to ask this question and asks if his Lu fits the description, because he is a red-maned wolf. Harlot replies that if a wolf with a mane belongs to the blood tribe, then he can be a direct stream to him. However, the leader of the blood tribe does not see the said wolf among the pets of the taming master. The guy explains that he can't call him right now because he needs to wait about 20 minutes, and Harlot now understands why he can smell his fellow man but can't see him. However, unfortunately, he will only be able to maintain his physical form for another 9 minutes, and then he will be forced to go to the spirit world. Yen and Karen's faces twisted at this statement. The summoner was especially disappointed. The kid was furious at the way the developers made this game, because he was so close to finding out how to make Lu evolve. However, Harlot continues, in gratitude for his release, he will reward the boy with a commensurate prize. Ian gets a blood badge, and since the item's name is written in purple, it means it's heroic rank. But that doesn't calm the guy down. The leader of the blood tribe explains that this is their symbol, and he asks to handle it with care. The guy thanked the werewolf anyway, and since all business here was finished, he decided to head back. Harlot asked if they were going to go through that tunnel to come out the other side, and if so, he would like to ask a favor, because there was another creature whose spirit was deprived of freedom. Ian read the quest info and noticed that it was a S difficulty, and he had once seen a post about a level 130 player failing a similar task. But the summoner was reassured by the fact that the quest had no time limits, so he could try. Having finally made up his mind, the taming master agrees and promises to carry out the order of the leader of the bloody tribe. Harlot thanks him and hopes that the boy will be able to free his brother, the dark Fenrir of the night tribe Orville, who has been languishing in captivity for more than 100 years. Bloody Fenrir says that the guys need to walk through the tunnel for 10 minutes. Then they will come out onto the coast behind the Poreless Cliff, after which they need to go along the coast to the north to the town of Olivers. There they find Akale, who knows where to find his brother, but Jan points out that if he is a man and the wolf has been imprisoned for over 100 years, then he is probably already dead. But Harlot is sure that Akale must still be alive, because he is the only friend of the Fenrir brothers. Besides, the leader of the bloody tribe adds with a smile, he is the one who was able to defeat his destiny. The misty passage that Jan and Harren followed was shimmering with different colors, maintaining a balance between darkness and light. As they walked, a huge number of light sources, like stars, sparkled around them, and it felt like the couple was inside a cosmic nebula. After some time, they finally emerged from the tunnel and found themselves on the sunny coast. The waves of water crashed against the stone shore. The boys went north and soon came to a port town. John was surprised that there really was a settlement in this corner of the world, and Karin noted that it was also large. The guy thought that if he hadn't found this city yet, it would be surprising if it didn't belong to some country or guild, and he decides to activate the settlement analysis. To his surprise, the town was unowned, meaning that Ian could register it as the new guild headquarters. This is what he decides to do. The guy takes out the guild amulet and activates the function of installing the headquarters. However, he fails because only one of the 3 conditions is met, and the guy lacks military strength and level of loyalty. The guy understands that it would be too easy, but he could solve the issue with military force in a couple of days at any time. But with the level of loyalty, it will be more difficult. But at this moment, Karin pulls him out of his thoughts and suggests going to the city. The guy agrees that it's time to move on and decides to find an effective way as the quest progresses. The town was unremarkable, but its location among the mountains and near the sea added to its appeal. After a short walk, Karin decides that it is time for her to leave the game. She and Jan say goodbye and wave to each other. For now, the young master of taming decides to see what kind of object he received from the werewolf. Ian had never seen anything like it, because the bloody sign turned out to be a special item for summoner pets. To test how it all works, the summoner calls his faithful wolf familiar to him. When they meet, Jan and Lou hug each other sweetly, and the guy says that he already misses the wolf a lot. Now the guy only had to figure out how to use this item, because he had never had anything like it. He decides to test the most banal method, and gives the command to his pet to start carrying the object. This option, surprisingly, works, and the sphere flies softly towards the head of the wolf with a blood-red mane. The bloody mark was attached to the wolf's forehead, and now the summoner will at least know how these items are worn. Lou's stats have increased incredibly, and while it's not quite the same as evolution, it's still a pretty good boost, and Ian decides to look for more items like this at the auction later. The Master of Taming remained in this city even when a calm, starry night fell upon it. He asked about the place he needed, and judging by what he was told, the very house he was looking for stood in front of him. The lights were on in the house, so the summoner entered the building, hoping to find the man the werewolf had spoken of. John tried to attract attention to himself, asking if anyone was there, and if this house belonged to Ikael. Finally, another person appears in the room and notices that he suddenly has a guest. However, when the man emerges from the shadows, the taming master cannot believe his eyes. It was a woman, and besides, she looked too much like Griffin, the sorceress from the tower. She just smiled widely, looking at the confusion and incomprehension that filled the guy's face. The young master of taming could not shake the thought that they were too similar to the sorceress he knew. Even after the explanation, he asks again if she really is Griffin's twin sister. But she just answered the question with a question, asking why she should lie, and laughed lightly and took the teapot. She poured them tea while the guy reflected on the fact that Griffin looked like she was no more than 30 years old. But this granny is clearly quite old, which is why the question arises. Are they really twins? She sensed doubt in the summoner's mind and declared out loud that he still didn't believe her. The guy could hardly find the right words so as not to offend the woman, and said that the thing was that she looked a little older than Griffin. But the woman understood what was going on and explained that her sister was a dimension sorceress, and she was able to control time, so it did not affect her much. This argument dispelled the boys' doubts a little, and they continued drinking tea and talking. Ikael decided to get closer to the matter and asked the guy that the leader of the bloody tribe, Harlot, had been released. The woman understood that he had told the young man that she should know where Fenrir's brother Orville was, and Jan had merely confirmed this. But first, Ikael wanted to thank the young master of taming, but the boy did not understand why. And she explained that she thanked him for freeing Harlot, who was the savior of this city and her old friend. The woman says that she, Harlot, and Orville are heroes who saved this city from dark magicians a long time ago. The brothers Harlot and Orville prevailed, but unfortunately received a curse that bound their spirits. And before madness completely consumed them, they decided to seal themselves away so as not to harm anyone. However, there was one problem. The woman kept thinking about how to explain this to the young master of taming. She was silent for a while, and Yan was eager to hear what the problem was. The woman explains that Orville is much stronger than Harlot, so if the guy is not sure that he can defeat him, then she will not tell the guy where to look for him. The guy understood that this quest would not be easy, but he had to convince her and asked how he could do it. After thinking for a bit, Ikel found an interesting option and asked the guy if he was a summoner. For the boy, this was a rather unexpected question, but he, not fully understanding what was happening, confirmed the woman's words. She laughed and said that it was just wonderful, but the taming master was becoming increasingly confused by this. After some time, the guy had to go to meet new opponents, and he was already actively fighting. After Yang had exhausted the hostile monster a bit, he used the capture skill on it. The taming master kept wondering what kind of heavy manual labor he was forced to do. Ikael told him that a great old summoner had arrived from the sea, and the boy's task would be to find out the mysterious ability he possessed. Then she would have believed Ian and told him where to look for Orville, and the guy had a good feeling about this. However, in order to gain recognition from the summoner Dam Cheon, the guy will have to capture and bring him as many as 100 normal class monsters. The task was very difficult. The guy would have to work all night long to complete this assignment. He came to a place where, under the beautiful starry sky, a huge number of monsters had gathered. Realizing the complexity of the task, Jan was glad that he had an artifact that removed the restrictions on the number of captured monsters. If it weren't for this artifact, there would be no point in even trying, but the summoner was a lucky guy, and he rushed into battle with a crowd of monsters. Yang spent the entire night gathering 100 creatures for the old summoner. And then morning came, and the sun illuminated the city. Against the backdrop of the small houses of the city, huge snow-capped mountains were visible, and the residents of the settlement were running around on business in all directions. The young master of taming approached a building with an extension in the form of a tower, where the old man was supposed to live. The boy walked into the house and asked if he could see Dam Cheon when he saw an old man sitting in a chair. Young guessed that this old man was Dam Cheon, and the old man asked who the young man who had arrived was. The young traveler introduced himself with his game name and said that he was a summoner. A smile appeared on the old man's face, and then he looked at the young guy with an appraising glance. After this, Dam Cheon mysteriously remarked that it was very good that the guy came to him. Dam Cheon invited the boy to follow him, arguing that the boy would need more space to give what he brought, and Yang realized that the old man was talking about 100 monsters. The tired boy was already thinking slowly, but he quickly followed the old summoner from distant lands. They reached the coast where the sea, as always, was raging, but at the same time had a fabulously beautiful view. There, as the game informed him, John summoned a large crowd of ice trolls and yetis, the monsters the old man had ordered. However, he could only summon 20 monsters at a time, as his leadership level did not allow for more. The old man, seeing this 20, asked if the guy had brought more, and he was interested in how much exactly. The taming master replied that he had brought the entire 100, because if he undertakes a quest, he does it until the very end. Dam Cheon was shocked and noted that people usually catch 6 monsters at a time and then come back again. After this, the elderly summoner activated his ability, which created spirit spheres. A huge magic circle appeared in front of the group of evil monsters, and everything around began to glow blue. A second later, spheres levitated in place of the monsters, and the game notified that Yang had completed collecting the white spirit spheres, learned Dam Cheon's ability, and received the spirit hold skill. After reading the information about the skill, the guy had a lot of questions, for example, about the color of the spheres, which changes depending on the rank, title of the soothsayer, and the ability to strengthen the spirit. Now, the old summoner said, when the boy learned how to restrain the spirits, Dam Cheon wanted to tell him how to strengthen them. Having warned that he would show it only once, the elder ordered the young man to watch his hands carefully, and Yang listened. The old summoner ran his fingers through the air as if drawing, and a magical pattern followed the traces of his hands. When he finished, there was an unusual magic circle in the air with strange drawings inside it. The young master of taming watched very carefully, but did not understand what exactly the old man was going to do. Brightly shining white spheres of spirit began to fly in a friendly chain towards the center of this magic circle. Lined up around the magical design, as if on command, they suddenly changed their color to blue. The old summoner, Cheon, looked at his creation with joy and smiled at the flying blue spheres. The elder, playing with the flying spheres, said that this was the strengthening of the spirit that he had spoken about earlier. Jan watched all this very carefully, and he also remembered that the blue spheres were of a higher rank than the white ones. Cheon tossed one sphere, which was still white, to the young man, but he did not understand why he needed it. The old summoner, with a smile on his face, told the boy to try doing it himself now. The taming master was shocked, because even though he had watched the old man's actions closely, he still wasn't confident in his own abilities. The old man began to put pressure on the guy, insisting that he should succeed, but Yan was only worried about the fact that he drew very poorly. The young man was wary. He didn't want to disappoint the old summoner, but he wasn't confident in himself either. He walked up to the brightly shining sphere, peering into its depths, not quite sure what to do with it. However, after a second, he begins to make the same movements that the old man did and draws glowing lines in the air. Ian didn't understand how, but his body moved on its own, and the game notified him that he had received the spirit-strengthening skill and completed another quest. The taming master looked at the blue sphere in his hand. Now he understood what they were like when strengthened. Cheon congratulated the boy on his success and declared that he was now a spirit talker, and Yang, although he did not understand how this happened, decided that all's well that ends well. John was the first to master the specialization of a soothsayer, speaking with spirits, and his primacy, as always, pleased him. In addition, he received windows for new abilities. Having completed the task, the guy called his griffin and flew back to Ekale so that she would tell him where to look for Orville. High in the sky, he thought about how he needed to prepare well and at the same time test the ability he had mastered. The young master of taming decided to stop in the forest and work on a new skill. Next to him were spheres, paper, and a brush. He wanted to test how the creation of amulets works, and to draw it, he needs 3 spheres, which means he can make about 30 of them. Since he had to draw for this, the summoner noted, he would have to try very hard. Jan was confident in his masterpiece, but the game notified him that the creation of the amulet was unsuccessful and the process was canceled. He also received a notification that he should draw with soul, but the guy's drawing simply disappeared into thin air. But the young master of taming was not going to stop until he succeeded and continued drawing. After some time, the depressed summoner sat with 1 sphere without having created a single amulet. As John now found out, this was not an easy matter, so he thought about what to do next and how to solve the problem. After all, he is an expert in difficult matters, which means that sooner or later he will still find a way. The first thing he did was go hunting to collect an even larger supply of spheres from defeated monsters. Then in the real world, he called a friend who graduated from the design department and asked her for help. His friend, Miss Michelle, made a symbol for Ian, which he began to repeat over and over again. The guy trained for a very long time. He even had to use his real-life connections, and now he is ready. After placing 3 spheres on each piece of paper with symbols drawn on them, Yang activated the Create Charms skill again. Finally, the Master of Taming succeeded, and glowing amulets, which just a second ago were simple sheets of paper, hovered above him. Ian immediately decided to test how to use them, and called the wolf Lu to put 1 amulet on him. When Yang brought the paper to Lu, the glowing symbol drawn on the paper was transferred to the forehead of the huge wolf. Now the summoner was definitely ready to return to his twin sister Griffer, and the moon was already shining over the city. The guy's new achievements were able to convince Kyle, and now she agrees to tell Jan where to look for Orville. She warns that whatever the summoner's plan, he must go there during the day, because the night makes Orville much stronger. Finally, Ikael reveals that Orville is imprisoned on the southern edge of the Poreless Plateau at Moonlight Peak, and the boy flies there. Having flown a huge distance on the griffin fin, the boy finally arrives at the right place in the mountains. Ian wastes no time in summoning almost his entire army of pets, namely Lou, Rake, Harley, Biggie, and Puk Puk. Ikael gave the boy a special sphere that he must place on the altar, which is located right in front of them. The sphere begins to spin quickly in the air, and then, as if alive, flies into the right place on the altar. Suddenly, the ground around the summoner's team began to crack and fall down in pieces. Ian didn't expect this. He quickly called Finn to him to fly up and called back Biggie's golem and Rake's dragon. The agile wolf Lou and the Harlehan Harley were able to jump to the right place themselves, so everyone was alive and well. The ground scattered in different directions in fragments of stones, as if something heavy had been dropped here from a great height. The summoner's team stood near the ruined peak, looking around to avoid falling into another trap. But everything was quiet. Nothing else exploded or broke, and Jan decided that the traps ended there. However, above the pile of broken stones, a bright red sphere appeared, which looked like a crimson sun against the sky. A dark energy began to spread throughout the entire mountaintop, suppressing even the daytime sunlight. Then he came out, the dark Fenrir of the Night Tribe, brother of the leader of the bloody tribe Harlot, the sinister Orville. He was like a red star, and gravity seemed to be on his side as he began to throw a hail of stones at the summoner and his pets. Some of the fragments hit the wolf familiar, and Lou was in critical condition before the battle had even begun. Dark Fenrir Orville used an innate ability called Creeping Darkness. He sucked out all the power of daylight, and the world was plunged into darkness, and the young summoner realized that there was no point in coming during the day. Jan tried to calm down. First, he decided to use the staff, and he ordered the wolf to stay away until he recovered. This boss was level 120, and even though he was a legendary class, Yang believed that he could defeat Fenrir. But Orville didn't plan to give the guy much time to think. The dark Fenrir growled and looked terrifying. He immediately pounced on the guy, as if he knew that the summoner was his main target. Jan asked Finn for help, so the proud griffin swooped down on the dark Fenrir and stabbed him in the back. Finn dealt Orville a critical hit that took away over 13,000 units of health from the evil werewolf, and Ian was still confident of victory. Orville was very angry that he had been outwitted and suffered so much damage, and he began to growl angrily again. Fenrir used his innate ability, Darkness Advance, which increases his movement speed by 50%, makes all his attacks critical, and protects him from 70% of damage. And this state of his will lasts for 3 whole minutes, and the young master of Taming will only look at all this in shock, not understanding where he got such abnormal abilities from. The ominous red glow caused by Orville reached the city, and it too was plunged into darkness. Ikael, seeing what was happening outside the window, understood what this ability was, and was surprised that Orville had gathered his strength again. This was very bad news, the woman thought, because now the young master of Taming would not be able to defeat Fenrir alone. Meanwhile, the battle continued, and Yang still did not give up and held Puk Puk like a shield in his hand. The guy was wondering how he could deal with this boss, because Biggie and Rake were recalled immediately after the call, and their return would still be a long time coming. The only thing Ian is sure of is that he needs to defeat Dark Fenrir before it uses Darkness Advance again. While the summoner planned his next move, the monstrous Orville gathered strength in his clawed hand. The next second, he released a powerful shot of dark magical energy that devoured all the light. Ian barely survived the devastating attack of the Dark Fenrir, which could have reduced the boy to dust in one hit. But Orville, in pursuit of the magic shot, immediately jumped towards the master of Taming while he was still in flight. The werewolf hit the guy, and now he dropped both the staff and Puk Puk from his hands, continuing to fly back from the monster's attacks. The flight was not particularly long, because the summoner's back met a pile of lying stones in a very unpleasant way. Orville was preparing to deliver the final killing blow, while behind him, Finn was flying to help the guy, but unfortunately, she didn't make it in time. The guy was already prepared for defeat and a penalty for death for a day, but he really wanted to help Lou evolve. At that moment, the wolf that had just been in Jan's thoughts jumped on the dark Fenrir, trying to save its master. However, he had very little health points, so Ian wanted to cancel his summoning so that the wolf would not die. But Lou had a firm grip on the enemy, and the game informed him that it was impossible to cancel the summoning at the moment. The young master of Taming was shocked and confused, because something like this had never happened before. But Orville wasn't going to tolerate this. He punched Lou, and the wolf didn't have a single health point left. The summoner was very annoyed by this. He still couldn't understand why the summoning couldn't be canceled. However, after a couple of seconds, Yan noticed something else strange, namely that there was no message about Lou's death. The hidden ability of the blood sign was unlocked, and it seems that Lou has finally begun to evolve. Ian also noted that Orville, for some reason, does not attack Lu while the evolution process is taking place. Dark Fenrir stood in place and looked at the sphere in which Lu continued to evolve. Suddenly the monster spoke. He asked if it was his brother, the bloody Fenrir harlot, who stood before him. The energy sphere where Lu was changing was gaining strength and began to shine like another star. The game notified that the red man wolf had evolved into a bloody Fenrir, and Lu replied that he was not harlot. The owner of the wolf who became a Fenrir was stunned that Lu could now also speak and stand on two legs. Orville made an angry face because the answer of the bloody Fenrir opposite him did not satisfy him at all. And since this werewolf is not his brother, he will kill him, and Orville again makes a sharp lunge forward. Two, though not direct, relatives clashed in a fierce battle, each ready to sink his teeth into the other's throat. The angry dark Fenrir attacked just as furiously as before, but now Lu was on equal terms with him. Although weakened, Lu was able to continue the fight to wrest victory for his master from the clutches of the cursed Fenrir. Ian also didn't waste any time and ordered Finn and Harley to help their wolf friend, as he was now at the limit of his abilities. The first to deliver his cutting blow was the agile Harlahan, who quickly ran up to his opponent and attacked him. The griffin flying in the sky then used its dispersion ability from the air, causing even more damage to the enemy. However, this was not enough, and the boy wondered if they would be able to defeat him even when Lu evolved. But Lu continued to rush into battle, saying that he would free his brother's soul and activated Bloody Justice, and since he had low health, his stats were increased. The skill will be active for 5 minutes, and if Lu's health level is less than half, then damage inflicted on the enemy will restore it. Now Lu was ready for victory, and Orville was also not far behind, and was waiting for the attack of the evolved Blood Fenrir. Lu leapt high above the dark Fenrir to deliver a crushing blow that would end it. With his paw he grabbed the evil, cursed brother by the face, and with all his might slammed his head into the ground. The young Taming master couldn't believe his eyes when his familiar was able to turn the tide of battle so quickly. Dark Fenrir Orville was finally defeated, and for this hard-won victory, Ian received over 1 million experience points. Lu also brought his master the summoner Orville's two-handed sword and his spirit in the form of a sphere as a reward. The next moment Orville appeared, and like Harlot, thanked the summoner's team for freeing his spirit. The young man noted that this was a very difficult task and wondered if he would receive any other reward for evolving Lu. Since his brother had already given the boy a relic from the Blood Tribe, Orville would give him another one from the Dark Tribe. The Taming Master was very curious about what this relic of the Dark Tribe could be. The Dark Fenrir told them to turn around and look up, and pointed there with his huge clawed hand. 3 spheres of different colors were flying above them, in which energy was boiling, and Yan waited for an explanation of what it was. Orville said he hadn't seen the moon sign for 100 years, and compared to it, even his power paled. The young summoner had never heard of such a thing, and asked to explain what it was. And the Dark Fenrir explained that it was the power of the moonlight that spread across the entire continent. The spheres began to collect more and more energy, and the topmost one even showed a certain pattern on itself. All 3 shining spheres, like a meteorite, fell sharply onto the bloody Fenrir Lu, which at first made Jan nervous. The game displayed a notification that the blood, dark, and moon signs had been absorbed by Lu's pet and disappeared. And that wasn't the end. The bloody Fenrir began to glow, with a bright white color that blinded its owner. Not new master Taming was very interesting to watch, but the light blinded him too much. And so the Blood Fenrir evolved into the Royal Fenrir, and the game notified that Ian had received a pet that had reached its highest form for the first time. This meant that Lu had reached his final evolution, and Orville, hoping that he had fulfilled his role, disappeared, free from the shackles of the curse. The quest was completed. Ian received almost 29 million experience points, almost 300,000 gold, and an evolved pet, which means it was all worth it. The Royal Fenrir approached his master and congratulated him on his brilliant victory and worthy rewards. The guy once again stated the fact that Lu was now talking, and the former wolf only confirmed it. Jan praised his faithful familiar, who was able to defeat such a strong opponent and evolve. Their next step was to return to Ikael to report the completed quest and possibly receive a new one. After defeating the Dark Fenrir, the bright sun was shining in the town again. It was a pleasant, warm day. Ikael clapped and happily congratulated the boy on receiving the Royal Fenrir as his pet. However, she had one more request, but the Master of Forgiveness was ready for this. He knew that here he could get another quest. The request was quite simple. since Jan only needed to deliver an important document to the Emperor of the Kingdom of Lucipal. So he agreed. They could go to the royal palace right now, but it was quite far away. Therefore, Jan suggested that Lu first go into the dungeon and hunt, to which the royal Fenrir agreed. Suddenly, the guy received a call from his friend Yu Hyun, aka Hers, to tell him about something very interesting. There is a new mass event planned for the game, so Hers strongly recommended his friend to check it out via the link. Among the prizes for first place, for the best videos, players can receive the latest VR capsule, which increases synchronization by 2%. The guy abruptly tells his friend to gather a guild, although Yu Hyun didn't understand what the rush was about. John explains that they need to train, because even if they do it all night, it might not be enough. Having given all the instructions to his friend, the summoner suggests that Lu set off as quickly as possible in order to get down to business. Meanwhile, in the real world, in one of the classrooms, students had free time because their professor was late. The young girl sat at the computer and intently read various information on the screen. She was caught on a video where the Prolan dungeon was completed in 15 minutes, and although she herself was above level 100, the girl doubted that she could do the same. The description of this video was so tempting that she thought about watching the video and making sure. However, the girl forgot that the volume on her computer was high, and the sounds from the video attracted the attention of the surrounding students. The guys gathered around her, surprised that she also played Kalen, and everyone started sharing their levels and such with each other. The girl still hadn't turned the video back on, and the other students, seeing the description, were also surprised and asked to press the play button. Everyone gathered was shocked because the player really did it in 15 minutes, and most importantly, he seemed very familiar to them. They spent a long time trying to remember the name of the student who always slept in the back rows, but eventually realized that it was Park Jin-soon. Meanwhile, this same video was found by some employees from the development office of the LB Soft Company. 2 employees looked at Jan's achievements and were convinced that the guy was just crazy. The video of the young taming master tirelessly destroying hordes of enemies was already in first place. The video showed the griffin Finn, who destroyed an entire group of skeletons with one ability of dispersion. The employee with glasses noticed that the guy was really good, and the guy sitting next to him became interested in what the summoner would do next while the skill was on cooldown. But the griffin's ability was just one card out of many that the young master of taming could draw. He summoned his royal Fenrir Lu, who would replace Finn while her ability recovered. The office workers were simply shocked that the summoner had a pet with the final evolution form of a wolf. Lu worked no worse than his partner, the griffin, and destroyed hordes of skeletons, turning them into piles of bones. The royal Fenrir cleared the second phase of the dungeon almost single-handedly, which shocked the girl in glasses even more. Fiolan appeared in the video, with Ian giving her orders, such as using freeze after a certain moment. The doors as tall as 2 buildings swung open, revealing the huge boss to the team of guild members. The boss was some kind of knight in steel armor with a huge sword, but as Yang said, he was still invulnerable. The taming master told his partner that she should attack when the door closed behind him. The moment had come, and Fiolan activated her freezing skill exactly when she was told. The chilling effect would only last for 2 seconds, so the guildmates prepared for the next attack. Solid ice covered the enemy knight's body up to the waist, and he could not move anywhere, and therefore was temporarily defenseless. The young master of taming understood perfectly well that even a couple of seconds would be enough for them. The royal Fenrir Lu was already rushing towards the enemy, and his eyes were shining brightly purple. Lu jumped from side to side, delivering blow after blow to the icy knight, leaving him no chance. And when he found himself high above the enemy, Fenrir prepared to deliver the final blow that would bring his master's guild another victory. He made a sharp lunge downwards, running his claws along the knight from top to bottom, practically sawing him in half. The girl from the office was so impressed that she started banging her hand on the table, which was a bit annoying for her coworker, but they had apparently already found the winners of the event. After working hard in the virtual world, Chin's son returned to the real world and looked through the latest news. He noted that the videos of their walkthroughs turned out quite good and was pleased with himself. The guy decides to continue playing to complete the quest, but since he doesn't know what will happen after he completes it, he considers taking Siri with him, since she has useful healing abilities. He comes to the girl and asks her for this favor, and she happily agrees to go with him. The taming master was surprised that she agreed so quickly, but he was worried about one more thing. He looked around to make sure that there was no jealous girl of the cook's class. Karin nearby. The two then went to the royal palace to meet the emperor to give him a letter from Mikhail. The man asked the boy if he knew about a place called the Pascal Archipelago, but Jan was not sure. The emperor said that although the young man was a great adventurer, he had hardly visited a state that was at war with them. The taming master asked if he meant the Kaimon Empire, and the man replied in the affirmative. The man explains that this archipelago consists of 18 small islands, and on one of them is located the Pascal Dungeon, the prison of the Kaimon Empire. There are prisoners of war from the Lucipal Empire there, and the emperor wants the summoner to free them. Of particular importance is a man named Caesar, as he is one of the strongest swordsmen in the kingdom. John, of course, agrees, although he is surprised that the quest rewards include some service points that he has not received before. The emperor continues to say that the dungeon will be difficult to find, because they do not know which island it is on, and there will be many soldiers and labyrinths there. It will be an extremely difficult task, but the royal family has no one else to ask for it except the guy. The young master of taming thought about the difficulty. He had already gone through and seen so much over the months of playing. His experience told him only one thing, namely that the quest will be difficult, which means that it will be a lot of fun. The man also adds information that in 10 days the fog over the Calabius Valley will clear, and then the war between the empires will continue, so John needs to bring the prisoners of war before that happens. The taming master remembers that in 10 days there will be a new game update, so it is connected. To help the summoner, the emperor sends 3 galleons and the mighty knight Pollen, level 175. The man wished the boy to return unharmed, and after some time the expedition of 3 ships set off on its journey. The unfortunate summoner, who rode and flew on creatures, was not at all suited to ships. The guy sadly wondered why the developers had added seasickness to the game at all. Puk looked at his master with disapproval, and his master asked him if he really looked so pathetic. But Jan says that the turtle is not feeling bad yet, simply because the guy just summoned her, and that things will get worse later. The abyssal turtle began to complain, showing that their species simply could not get seasick. The taming master didn't really believe him, so he decided not to argue now, because time would tell better. They swam for a long time, swimming around small rocks that were camouflaged in the blue waters. Time showed that the summoner had won the argument with the abyssal turtle, as it was in the same unpleasant situation as its master. They arrived at the right place only in the evening, when the sun was low and colored the water orange. The summoner wondered if he would have to go and then return all alone. They explained to Jan that this was not the case and that he would not go alone, but the cargo boat could accommodate a maximum of 5 people. So Jan named who he wanted to take with him. He chose Siri and the smiling knight Pollen. He also wanted to take Captain Roland, level 190th, but he, unfortunately for the guy, said as calmly and straightforwardly as possible that he couldn't go. Eventually, 2 other sailors took Jan, Siri, and Pollen to shore in a small boat. Ian's pets, Rake and Finn, had already completed their reconnaissance before the humans set foot on the land, so Ian praised them. Looking at the entrance to the dungeon, he once again emphasized that without flying assistance, finding the right place would be much more difficult. They climbed up the mountain where the entrance to the cave was blocked by a metal grate, and Jan looked behind it. There was a whole crowd of knights standing there, and the summoner wondered why there were suddenly so many guards here. This entrance seemed the most obvious, so Ian suggested that they use it, and in case of confusion, they could easily escape. The boy asked if he should leave one alive to lead them where they needed to go, and the knight Pollen told the boy to leave it to him. The armored knight slammed his shoulder pad into the grate with all his might, and it couldn't withstand the impact. The guards who guarded the entrance were shocked by such a brazen act of the uninvited guest, who opened the passage as if there was an ordinary door. They surrounded the king's servant on all sides and, ready for battle, pointed their spears at him. However, Pollen, with a furious look, took his weapon, turned into a hurricane, and with one blow scattered all the enemies to the sides. All the opponents lay on the ground, and the knight, returning to his usual smile, told the Baron that everything was ready. Jan and Puk were delighted with Pollen's strength, and the Baron even offered him to go into his service, for which the knight thanked the guy. But there was a small problem. Jan asked to leave one of them alive, to which the knight said that he was sorry, but they were too weak. But since Pollen was so strong, the summoner said, it didn't matter, they could go further without a guide. They walked a little further into the cave, and the tamer sensed something was wrong ahead. There were several passages ahead of them, but the summoner's team did not encounter any more guards. Meanwhile, in the depths of the dungeon, one of the knights in black was telling the imprisoned Caesar that he had been there for 10 years already and that they had probably forgotten about him. He says that there was a recent prophecy that the fog over the Calabius Valley would soon clear. The knight says that if they gather their strength together, they can finally unite the continent of Kolinar. The long-haired swordsman of the Lucible kingdom only quietly mocked his dim-witted jailer. Caesar raised his head and said that although he himself was not in Lucible, Hilame and Griffer were still there, so the knight named Lacromiu could not get there. Lacromiu was greatly enraged by the prisoner's insolence and struck him with his heavy gauntlet. In a rage, he asked if Caesar really thought he was still the strongest swordsman in the empire. Lacromiu's blue eyes flashed as he promised that the prisoner would rot here and his remains would be eaten by rats. At this moment in the corridors of the prison, Jan's team was still thinking about what to do, but the summoner already had his own plan. The boy picked up his abyssal turtle and placed it on the ground, and Puk didn't understand what was happening. It turned out that the taming master decided to push this task onto the turtle and sends him ahead to search. The little abyssal turtle had no choice but to follow his master's orders and look for people. After some time, Yan declared that Puk was simply a genius because he was able to quickly find a whole bunch of people. But there was one problem. The spear-wielding knights didn't look much like the prisoners Jan's team was looking for. Pollen said that these knights are much stronger than those who were at the entrance. So he asked the Baron for help, and Jan calls Lu and Rake. With such a powerful lineup, this battle did not last long, and all the enemy knights were defeated. They walked further, and there the road divided into 3 more paths, which led in completely different directions. The boy picked up Puk again, and very insistently asked him to find the captives this time. Unfortunately, the abyssal turtle was unable to fulfill its master's request, and again ran into a group of armed knights. And the same thing happened several more times, and the guards became stronger as they went deeper into the prison. Puk, sitting on Jan's shoulder, began to actively point upward, attracting the attention of his owner. There was a huge hole in the ceiling, and the summoner wondered why there were so many plants around it. But literally a second later, the young master of taming began to guess what exactly might be there. The summoner said that he would go up there, but would leave Lu and Rake with the team in order to help them if necessary. Night Pollen accepted the order, and Jan, mounting the griffin, flew up to the mysterious hole in the ceiling. Riding on Finn, he flew out of the prison into the starry night sky, with green grass covering the ground around him. The tamer's suspicions were confirmed when he saw light shining through some patches of grass. He came closer, and lifting a piece of lawn, the guy saw that there were other rooms under the grass. Ian ordered Finn to use the dispersion skill when the guy came down, so they would attack from both above and below. The griffin didn't understand how the master was going to descend without him, but the summoner said not to worry about it. The guy simply jumped into the hole and, right in mid-flight, began calling his other pet, namely the Harleyhan. Riding on Harley, he landed softly, and the guards had already noticed the intruder and were ready to grab him. However, fixated on the guy and the Harleyhan, they completely forgot to look up from where the griffin's attack had come flying at them. And immediately after that, as planned, the summoner himself attacked, activating the manosphere ability. The bright beams of magic turned into exploding fireworks upon impact with the bodies of their opponents. Thanks to this same attack, the walls around began to crack, which turned 2 separate rooms into one. Ian looked around with a serious expression, checking if any of the people they were looking for were here. And he saw a large, long-haired man chained to the wall, from whom, even in this state, there was an emanation of strength. The young master of taming guessed that this was the very man the emperor had focused his attention on. Suddenly, Ian heard the voice of a player behind him, who was surprised that a person from the Lucible kingdom had come so far. The second unexpected guest asked the guy whether the summoner was on some kind of quest or something similar. Ian answered in the affirmative, and asked the same question to the guy, thinking that it would be very difficult to fight with a person from the Kaimon Empire now. He did not answer directly, and the master of taming suggested that everyone go on their own quests, since there was no point in them fighting now. The stranger agreed with John's words, however. While drawing his sword from its sheath, he also said that he was now in the mood to have fun. The summoner didn't have time to say anything else, because the arriving player rushed towards him with lightning speed. The taming master barely defended himself with his staff from the enemy's furious sword strike, creating an explosive sphere. Ian jumped back as the sphere turned into a bright firework, but his opponent still stood confidently on his feet. The summoner regretted that they couldn't part peacefully, and now he needed to deal with the player as quickly as possible. So he activated the Harley hand skill. Ian analyzed that his opponent was probably a warrior class, and with Harley's enhanced agility, he should win. The enemy warrior was impressed that the summoner could use a Harley hand as a pet. But this player didn't plan to stand there and praise Yan, so he made another furious thrust with his sword. Yang noticed that this warrior's sword cut through the wall like butter, meaning he couldn't take even one hit. The Master of Taming must finish the fight within 2 minutes while Harley's Wind Guardian ability is still active. He began to shoot magical beams from his staff, but his agile opponent managed to dodge them every time. These attacks helped Harlehan reach his target, and Harley dealt a critical hit to the Phantom Void, taking away almost 10,000 units of health. Ian knows that the message must either show the player's name or that it is unknown, so he concludes that the enemy is not in the main body. The warrior in multiple bodies tells the summoner that his tactics are very impressive, but now he will show him something different. The clones simultaneously attack with Deathwave Strike, and the enemy's magic rushes towards the tamer. It will be quite difficult to dodge this, but Ian has no other choice, because if this attack hits him, he will be finished. The griffin fin flew to help its master, and she was the only salvation for the summoner. The boy rose into the air on his griffin as the enemy's magical waves began to explode beneath him. The summoner mentally noted that his opponent could strike from very far away, and his abilities were striking. However, John thought such a strong ability should take a very long time to recharge, and Harley had already run up close to the warrior and struck. At that moment, the Master of Taming himself again used the Mana Sphere ability, shooting magic at the enemy. Magic flashes flew from above straight at the cunning warrior, and now he had nowhere to run. The top of the cliff that housed this room exploded from Jan's powerful spell. The unknown man received a critical hit and lost almost 22,000 units of health, but he was impressed by the summoner's skills. He was very sorry to end this fun, but the unknown warrior had already completed his own quest. He began to evaporate right into thin air, apparently using some kind of teleportation skill, and said that they would see each other again. Jan was just asking himself a fair question. Why was it necessary to get into a fight at all, since he also needed to complete his quest? The next second, Jan remembered that he had come here for Caesar, and he was looking at the guy from his dungeon. The young Master of Taming was very tense about being stared at so persistently all this time, but Caesar turned to him. The long-haired swordsman noted that they had little time left, so he asked the summoner to bring the key to the shackles. In just a few seconds, the shackles finally fell off the hands of the best swordsman in the Lootable Kingdom. Caesar, having just been released, suddenly declared that it was now time to get down to business, so he asked John to give him a sword. At first, the young Master of Taming did not understand what exactly the freed warrior of the Kingdom of Luciple was talking about. Suddenly, soldiers came to the dungeon under the leadership of Lacromu, who was not going to let Caesar go. Seeing a crowd of enemies, the young summoner quickly gives the sword to Caesar as he requested, and the game notifies that Ian has saved one of the 77 prisoners of war. The tamer ran on to free the captives, and Harley knocked the locks off their bars with his paw. John told the people to go south where the galleon was moored, and the freed ones only thanked and rejoiced that the emperor had not forgotten about them. There were only a few people left to free, so the summoner was very glad that he had given the signal to the ship in advance. However, he notices a notice of a sudden event, which states that the Kaimon Empire's naval reinforcements must be stopped. The guy couldn't understand how they could have found out about this operation because it was strictly classified. Meanwhile, old acquaintances Caesar and Lacrimel fought to the death, and their strength was equal. They crossed swords, their faces close together, and Caesar looked into the darkness of his opponent's helmet. The next second, they both realized they needed to regroup and quickly jumped away from each other. The evil knight soldiers wanted to help their captain, but the proud Lacromu refused their offer. Today, he wanted to defeat the greatest swordsman of the Luciple Kingdom, Caesar, one-on-one. The captain of the empire, Cimon, delivered another crushing blow with his sword, which was stronger than the blows of all his servants combined. However, Caesar was the best swordsman, so he was able to block even such a powerful blow with his sword. The swordsman of the Luciple Kingdom withstood the blow and remained unharmed, but the same could not be said about his sword. Lacromu asked angrily if his opponent had decided to continue fighting even with a broken weapon. Hundreds of small cracks appeared all over the steel sword, and it looked like it might soon fall apart. The legendary Caesar began to accumulate all the magical energy and direct it into the depleted sword. He made a sharp swing and declared that even such a sword would be more than enough for him to win. Gathering all his strength, Caesar delivered the decisive blow that put an end to this exhausting battle. The helmet of the evil knight of the Chiron Empire flew off and bounced across the ground like a sports ball. The defeated Lacremeux lay with a smile on his face, surprised that his opponent was able to cut through the armor with a broken sword. He praised his opponent, saying that he was truly the best swordsman in the empire. Looking at his broken sword, Caesar told the defeated knight that he wasn't so bad either. At that moment, Jan came running and asked Caesar for help because the fleet of the Chiron Empire was approaching them. Without further ado, the legendary swordsman, still holding the remains of the sword, simply asked the boy to bring him a new weapon. The young master of taming was outraged because it was a good blade and noted that summoners do not carry a lot of swords with them. The swordsman said that he couldn't help without a weapon, but Ian remembered that he had received a good sword from Orville. Upon seeing this weapon, Caesar declared that he liked it very much and told Jan to give it to the swordsman quickly. Ian said that he could give this legendary sword to him, but it was made in such a way that it would still return to the guy. Therefore, the swordsman would not be able to use it until he entered into the service of the summoner, and Caesar looked at the boy with an uncomprehending look. Next, Jan stated that the legendary swordsman would not want to join the service of someone unknown, so he began to look for another weapon and found a rusty first-level sword. Suddenly, a notification comes that the invincible swordsman Caesar wants to join Ian's service, and the guy realized that his manipulation worked. The taming master accepts the new subject, gives him the sword, and is surprised that Caesar's level of talent is mythical, and the swordsman complains that there is no time, and Jan keeps chattering. The swordsman began to leave, saying that Jan was slow as a snail, and the guy was just surprised who behaved like that on duty. Meanwhile, the Chiron Empire's reinforcements had already arrived, and a group of knights had landed on the shore with their commander. It was a smiling man in heavy dark armor with long hair and a purple mustache. He saw a group of rescuers and an escaped prisoner, and was surprised to see Caesar himself standing in front of him. With a little annoyance, he stated that since the legendary swordsman was already standing here, it meant that they were a little late. Caesar smiled maliciously, placing his new sword on his shoulder, and declared that they were very late. The best swordsman in the kingdom, Luciple, made a small swing of his blade, causing a small hurricane. He then threateningly thrust the huge sword into the ground, and just these couple of movements made his potential opponents tense up. Caesar declared that if the newly arrived knight of the Chiron Empire, whose name is Roster, were to cross that line, it would be the end of them all. Roster just laughed and told Caesar that he shouldn't be so arrogant, and even though he had defeated one of the best swordsmen, he couldn't do it alone. More knights approached the commander, and he emphasized that numbers were not on the side of the kingdom's swordsmen. Roster, in a rage, ordered all his warriors to attack and destroy every scum of Lucipol. But the taming master was prepared for this and immediately ordered Biggie to use the bottomless abyss ability. An entire group of enemy knights who were unlucky enough to be closer began to be sucked into the black abyss created by the golem. Caesar was the next to attack. He jumped high into the air, blocking out the sun, and swung his new sword. Still in the air, he began to release cutting waves of magic from his sword at his helpless opponents. Ian noticed that it was an ability built into the sword and was surprised that Caesar mastered it so quickly, and soon the battle was over and the quest was completed. The guy got a lot of experience points and fame, reached level 124, and thought about taking a break because he was already tired. However, he received another related quest, but with a time limit, so Ian decided to start it right away. The battle took place right on the ships. The summoner was protected from enemy shots by an armored abyssal turtle. While Puk was helping with the defense, the Royal Fenrir Lu went on the attack and crushed all the enemies in a row. As time went on, people speculated online about Jan and Lu, and the summoner continued to fight off the attacks of the Chiron Empire. The guy had been playing for too long and was already very tired, but he continued to fight so as not to miss a single quest. Finally, one of the ship's crew members approaches him and tells the Baron that the Lucipol Empire fleet is already approaching. Seeing friendly ships, the guy noted that he would not die from overexertion and would soon be able to rest. The Chiron ships, having noticed the enemy fleet, began an immediate retreat since they had nothing more to catch here, and this quest was also completed. After some time, the young master of taming returned to the city to meet with the emperor. The game began displaying a general notification stating that short-term maintenance would be taking place shortly. This was done for a new update, and everyone was advised to exit the game as soon as possible to avoid errors. Yang was very happy about this because he had already talked to the Emperor and could go to the real world to sleep. It wouldn't hurt the guy to get to the bed, but he didn't even have the strength for that, so he continued to lie in the capsule. But at that moment, an unexpected guest came to him and rang the doorbell that was at the entrance to the guy's apartment. However, no one opened the door, since apparently Chin-sun fell asleep inside the game capsule. The guest already thought that the guy was not at home, although he told her that he would be at his place that day. She wasn't sure what to do, but she decided to enter the numbers into the combination lock and go inside herself. Heron quietly opened the door, looked inside and called Chin-sun again, trying to figure out if he was sleeping or not, and the game said that penalties for killing players would be canceled after the update. The girl remembered that just recently Chin-sun had won a new VR capsule, which was shining and sparkling in the stubborn boy's house. The guy almost cried with happiness, looking at this treasure, and Yu-hyun was surprised by his friend's bright reaction. He couldn't stop being happy and thanked Yu-hyun for helping him connect the new capsule. Karin was very happy for the guy, but noted that she didn't even have a capsule of the old model, let alone one like this. Jin-sung was surprised that the girl still didn't have a capsule and offered to take his old one, which shocked Yu-hyun. Hearst thought that if his friend sold the old capsule, he would earn a couple of million, but he wants to give it away for free. Karin explains that she has money, but her father simply does not want the girl to have a capsule at home. The guy thought that in that case, he would probably have to sell it, but Karin had another idea. The girl suggested that Chin-sun keep the old capsule, and she would come to him and play, and the guy agreed that this was a good option. He decided to give Heron the door code, and Yu-hyun jokingly said that he would complain to her father about what she was planning. The girl did not appreciate such humor and slammed the unfortunate boy into the wall without being distracted from her dialogue with Chin-sun. She promised to always call the guy before coming, and he was quite happy with this option. And the events are again transferred to the present time. When the girl came to Chin-sun's house, she checked the bed, but he was not there. She ran around the house in a panic, trying to find the guy, but to no avail because she had not checked the capsule. After a while, she still thought that there was a possibility that the guy never got out of the new device. The girl opened the capsule's lid and finally found the missing player, who was sleeping peacefully inside. She wondered why he was sleeping here and not in the bed, since the capsule wasn't the most comfortable place to sleep. Suddenly, without waking up, Chin-sun took the girl by the hand and pulled her towards himself, and Heron lost her balance. Now she was lying very close to the guy in the capsule, who seemed to be continuing to stay in the dream world. Confused, Heron was already seriously thinking that Jin-sun was just pretending and was not actually sleeping. However, she guessed wrong, because by all indications, the stubborn master of taming was still asleep. The girl wondered if she really looked like a soft toy, but she couldn't wake the guy up because he was sleeping soundly. She was not very disappointed with the situation and decided that let it be so. There was nothing she could do. Karin decided to take advantage of the situation and remain lying with the guy she liked so much. After some time, the guy woke up and noticed in his hands a plush toy that he had not taken with him. He finally got up after a long rest and wondered where this rabbit came from. Chin-sun looked around and noticed another thing lying on the table that wasn't there before. There was a note that said that playing games was a lot of fun, but sometimes you have to go to school too. There was also a wonderful dish prepared especially for the guy, and he guessed that Karin had come to see him. Picking up his chopsticks, Jin-sung wondered whether he should go to university for classes today or not. In the end, he gathered his strength and went to university, because you can't live only a virtual life in a game. He walked along the corridors of his educational institution and looked for Karin in order to thank her for the gift. The guy was thinking about calling the girl when suddenly his friend jumped out and ran towards Chin-sun screaming. He grabbed Jan by the hand and quickly led him along, very happy that the guy had come to the university. Jin-sung kept asking where they were taking him, and Yu-hyun explained that they were going to the university's esports tournament. The problem was that the guy didn't even register, but his friend said he did it for him. Chin-sun cast a displeased glance at his friend, who, rubbing his head, admitted that he had apparently forgotten to tell him about this in advance. Meanwhile, the loudspeakers announced that the Korea University esports tournament had been declared open. John was still unhappy with his friend's irresponsibility, but there was nowhere to go, and he became one of the representatives of the virtual reality faculty. The teams were made up of 4 people, and Jan's group was opposed by students from the narrative design department. The battle began and did not last very long, as it was all too easy for the taming master. The summoner jumped out behind one of the opponents and dealt him a crushing blow in the back. The other opponent couldn't do anything either as Yang jumped into the air to deliver the finishing attack. With one kick, he defeated the second student from the enemy team of the opposing faculty. The non-participating students watched and admired Ian as he finished off his fourth opponent in a row. People began to realize that this was the same guy who had won first place in the recent new mass event. The commentator confirmed the victory of the virtual reality department and noted that the best player was Park Jin-sung. Jan was not at all surprised by this turn of events and was about to calmly leave when new fans noticed him. The next second he noticed them too, and at first did not understand why everyone was suddenly staring at him so persistently. People surrounded him, asking for autographs, photos, exchange numbers, and become friends in Kalen. The crowd of fans still followed the poor guy, for whom all this was already a bit too much, and he decided to flee. After a few moments, he still managed to hide behind the wall, and he still could not understand what had suddenly happened to the people. Suddenly, he received a call, and he quickly picked up the phone before anyone around him could hear it. The guy received a call from a certain So-jin, who was involved in uploading various videos related to Kalen. Chin-sun asked what he wanted, and the boy replied that he had seen a recording of a guild war where Yang had fought alone against 30 opponents. He edited that video and re-uploaded it, and then made money and now wants to share the profit with Yan, namely 3 million won. The caller suggested similar cooperation in the future, and Chin's son promised to think about it and call back when he made a decision. The guy slammed the phone shut with joy, anticipating the profitable combination of business with pleasure. However, the sound of the phone closing gave him away, and the new fans finally found their hidden idol. Park Jin-sung was once again forced to flee from his overly loyal, even obsessive fans. The game update was complete, and now players could be killed with impunity on the central continent of Kailan. A huge number of players decided not to waste time and participate in the new event, so the competition was huge. The Dark Rune Guild members reached the wasteland that leads to the central continent and decided that everything would be too easy. The Titan Guild was also on their way to the goal, and their leader emphasized that they needed to drink more often to avoid getting a deterioration in their stats from thirst. Not everyone immediately went into battle. For example, the members of the Greatness Guild decided to wait and observe the situation. The Uklin Guild, where Limlong was now, decided to let others lead the way first, and then go on their own without any problems. The Lotus Guild also joined the action, represented by Yan, who was already flying towards the target on his griffin. The boy was accompanied by Caesar, who knew exactly where they needed to fly, which gave the summoner a good advantage. The goal is to find Holdrum's cup before the Kaiman Empire players, so Ian must be the first one to do so. The beginning was made because the tamer and the swordsman discovered the historical site of Sikar first. John brought himself and his guild a huge amount of glory points, and the rewards in this location will be doubled. However, the summoner was not the only one who was able to quickly find the right place, and other players arrived in Sikar. One of them was very disappointed that he was late and did not become the discoverer of the new location. That player was the dark sorcerer Ganji Hun, who was simply furious at being beaten to the punch. Without even realizing who exactly had crossed his path, the young man, gritting his teeth, vowed to destroy them all. The young taming master, who had already entered Sikar, felt a chill run down the back of his neck. The little dark sorcerer was accompanied by a knight, who asked the boy if he knew where they were going, and he, laughing, replied that he had no idea. Ganji Hong stated that he preferred to follow the trail of darkness, and his companion praised the gloominess of the boy's statements. A dark sphere appeared next to the boy, radiating darkness and gloom as it flew through the air. The dark sorcerer felt black energy emanating from this unknown thing, which seemed to be smoking purple. The boy extended his hand, addressed the darkness itself, and asked it if it desired the young dark sorcerer. The dark sphere lay in his palm, and the boy looked at it, still not understanding what it was. He received an additional quest in which he would need to defeat Holdrum and take possession of his crown. Meanwhile, Ian and Caesar walked further, and the swordsman warned that they would soon enter a tomb with a mid-level boss. However, there was another problem that the swordsman stated, namely that they were not alone in the tomb. Jan thought about the fact that they were the first to arrive at the historical site, and it was strange that there was already someone in the tomb. They continued on their way, while the master of taming asked himself more and more questions. And the answer to his questions turned out to be very close, because it was behind one of the doors that the guy opened. In front of them stood a short boy who wore a tall, pointed hat of the Dark Sorcerer class. The summoner recognized this boy as Ganji-hun and was shocked that he was the one who was here at almost the same time as him. The Dark Sorcerer also quickly recognized the face of his old enemy Yan and could not believe such a coincidence. A terrible moment from the past flashed before his eyes when he had shamefully lost to Yan at the tournament. The little necromancer lowered his head and began to burst into hysterical laughter from the realization of the fateful nature of this meeting. The kid kept laughing, and the swordsman Caesar asked if this guy was some kind of crazy fool. But Ganji Hong was ecstatic that he could now finally pay back Yan for the humiliation he had to endure. The Dark Sorcerer lost the battle with the Master of Taming again and was on his knees with his hands raised up. He begged the summoner not to kill him, wondering in his mind why his arch-enemy was so strong. At that moment, Jan thought that the little one was not as weak as he thought, and besides, he knew a lot about this dungeon. The Taming Master turned to the boy, and he had no choice but to listen attentively to the winner. Yan declared that the Dark Sorcerer was very cool, and Ganji Hong still could not understand why the summoner suddenly started talking like that. Shin Sun backed up his words by noting that the kid was very smart, as he had captured many monsters, and he knew the layout of this dungeon well. He suggested working together side by side and asked if Hong had any wishes for their collaboration. The boy thought for a moment and replied that he was concerned about Holdrum's crown and that he could not give it up to the summoner. Ian stated that the crown was indeed the most valuable artifact, even though he had no idea what it was, and said that in that case, he would take everything else except it. Jan's eyes flashed ominously when the boy agreed to his terms, and only the Dark Sorcerer's assistant suspected something was wrong. The boy did not want to listen to his guide. Balaam and the Master of Taming, taking advantage of his naivety, suggested going to the dungeon boss. After some time, the whole company approached a hole in the wall behind which something resembling an entrance to the boss was hidden. Balaam noted that they had come to the right place, and the Taming Master was very interested in what kind of gate this was. The Dark Sorcerer, Ganji Hun, felt the darkness that clearly emanated from this ominous passage. The kid inserted the dark sphere into the hole in the gate, which was a perfect fit for the item. The gates began to open with a roar, showing the reluctant allies the main room, where a formidable boss awaited them. Besides the summoner and the Dark Sorcerer, Balaam, Caesar, and the summoner's pets stood ready next to them. Yin was surprised that the gate opened so easily, and Ganji Hong noted that the dark force had done its job. As the gates opened fully, streams of darkness began to pour out around the newly formed team. Inside on the throne sat the terrifying Holdrum himself, a top-class undead of level 270. The Taming Master noticed the shining cup in the boss's hand, which his team had originally come for. And the Dark Sorcerer saw what he and his assistant had come for, namely a majestic crown on the dead man's head. The summoner was very nervous that the boss was so high level, but the sorcerer told his new ally not to worry about it. He decided to explain to Yan that Holdrum was the ancient emperor of the giants of the central continent. In those distant times, he was a great ruler who brought an era of peace to the continent, and people praised him. However, he became the immortal's puppet, and by the end of his reign, he had brought darkness to the central continent. Ganji Hong continued to say that the immortal wanted to get the crown to regain his former power. The reason is that Holdrum's crown contains all the dark power that he has been collecting for many years. The kid took out a purple sphere and loudly declared that he had come to take away Holdrum's previously mentioned power. Ganji Hong is the heir of the Dark Immortal, and he has come to fulfill the contract made 1,000 years ago. The game notified that the contract with the Dark Lord had come into effect, so the boss's stats were reduced by 40%, and he also temporarily lost his sight. Ian praised his younger ally, who stated that it was the least the heir of darkness could do. The Taming Master suggested defeating the boss as quickly as possible so that everyone would get what they came for, and the Dark Sorcerer only agreed. Hun's warlike skeletons crawled up the huge Holdrum's leg, trying to get to the boss's weak spots. The abyssal golem Biggie grabbed the brute by the other leg, trying to knock him down or at least hold him back. Taking advantage of the moment, the royal Fenrir rushed towards the boss while Lu's new and old allies distracted his attention. Despite Holdrum's enormous height, Lu managed to land multiple blows from his feet to his shoulders. The giant emperor was enraged by the damage he had received, and an angry cry came from his hollow skull. Then his squeal turned into a magical blow that took away more than 40,000 units of health from Biggie and almost 100,000 units of health from Lu. Young thought that this boss was really strong, and without Ganji Hong, he would have a hard time, even with Caesar present. At that moment, the young summoner noticed that the legendary swordsman was not participating in the battle, and that he had completely lost sight of Caesar. The summoner looked around and saw that the great warrior of the Lucible Kingdom was simply lying on the rocks and resting. He explained his passive behavior by saying that there was no need to bother him for the sake of a weakling like this boss. But John fundamentally disagreed and asked for help, to which Caesar said that it was too tiring, and until he had the legendary armor, he would not help. The taming master was very displeased with the behavior of this extortionist, but began to quickly look through his inventory to find something suitable. When the boy found the legendary armor, he asked if it would suit Caesar, and the legendary swordsman only thanked him. He instantly donned the new armor, took the sword Yan had given him, and said he would be back soon. Pleased with himself, Caesar rushed forward with a smile, charging his huge sword with powerful force. Literally, one swing of the sword knocked the huge boss off balance, and it felt like the swordsman was the same size as the boss. Immediately after this, he delivered a second blow to the undead's head, which turned out to be the last one in this battle. As Caesar said, the ancient giant emperor Holdrum turned out to be a weakling for the invincible swordsman of the kingdom of Lucipal. All that remained of the giant undead was his crown and cup, which the young players came to claim. Taming Master Yan took the cup he needed, and the game notified him that he had completed his quest in the historical site of Sikar. The dark sorcerer Ganji Hong thought that he too had completed his quest as the heir to the immortal and had obtained the coveted crown. However, the crown flew out of his hands and a notification came that she had chosen the strongest in the room as the new owner. Holdrum's crown landed softly on Caesar's head, for it was he whom it had chosen as its owner. The eyes of the young dark sorcerer reflected all the disappointment of the world, because he had been deceived and was left with nothing. For a few seconds, the two players and their faithful assistant stood in complete silence, because no one knew what to say. Caesar was the first to break the silence. He said that this crown really knows what a person is worth, and it is a confirmation of how good he is. Ganji Hun fell into complete despair, because without Holdrum's crown, he cannot complete the quest. The kid didn't want to put up with such injustice, and he said that they hadn't agreed on this. Jan felt a little awkward in front of the boy, because he had no idea that everything would turn out so badly. The dark sorcerer did not know what to do, because he understood that he could not cope with the swordsman, but his assistant suggested another option. Balaam explained that the crown was the tool with which the immortal controlled Holdrum, so he simply needed to be near the owner for 100 days. During this time, the boy absorbed the aura of darkness, placing it in a wooden amulet, and these words calmed Ganji Hun. However, Caesar was not going to give him permission and forbade him to even come close to him in his new accessory. The kid tried to understand why the swordsman was talking like that, and Caesar thought about how to answer him clearly. But he didn't think for long, and without a second thought, he said that the boy was simply unpleasant, which shocked Hong. The boy was furious that the swordsman dared to say such a thing to the future Lord of Darkness, and for Caesar, this whining was only confirmation of his words. The taming master decided to defuse the situation and asked his assistant why they didn't help the boy just once, but the swordsman didn't understand why he needed it. Jan whispered in his ear that the boy had not been very lucky in life, and to put it mildly, he was not quite normal, with which Caesar could not help but agree. The legendary swordsman decided to compromise and said that he would think about it if the young man accepted his condition. Ganji Hong could barely hold back the tears in his eyes. He was already ready for almost anything and asked what the great warrior wanted. The condition is that the boy will serve the swordsman, and if he becomes stronger, he will receive freedom, which should not be a problem for the descendant of an immortal. This humiliation made the guy very angry, but he had no choice. But now he had the motivation to destroy Caesar in the future. On the path to power, one must make sacrifices, so Ganji Hong was forced to agree to the swordsman's demand. While the people were negotiating among themselves, Puk Puk stood to the side and watched the spectacle. Suddenly, a new smell reached him, which attracted the attention of the abyssal turtle, who always loved to eat. The smell was simply amazing, and Puk Puk was quite easy to bribe with delicious food. He, as if enchanted, trudged towards the source of this charm, and his mouth was already watering with anticipation. The abyssal turtle crawled away towards the exit of the room, and the people with their human affairs did not even notice its disappearance. Meanwhile, in the wastelands of the central continent, members of the Titan Guild were engaged in a loud battle. One of them, with a look of firm confidence on her face, rushed forward into battle, holding her blade tightly in her hands. With one swing of her greatsword, she turned the local undead into shredded confetti. Her next attack caused the other mummies to follow the example of their fallen brother in misfortune. The mummies crumbled to pieces as if they were merely decoration for her flamboyant entrance. Chakran cast a tired glance at the fallen creatures, for they were no obstacle to her, since the girl was the head of the Titan Guild. Her guildmate approached her, passing by the results of the carnage that the clever girl had caused. Ceylon, the deputy head, said with a smile that he couldn't believe they had managed to get here first. Chakran agreed with her deputy and noted that the Dark Rune Guild had already been here. Suddenly, another of their ally, who was studying the area through binoculars, shouted that she had found something. Ceylon asked if they had finally found the historical site where the dungeon was supposed to be. But the guild leader knew that this was not at all what they expected, because they had stumbled upon the Tower of War. At this time, at the Dark Rune Guild headquarters, the players were more concerned about other issues. The guild leader asked her hooded subordinate if she had found any information about the cup. Archer Solane answered in the affirmative. She had some information that might interest her leader. The head of the Dark Rune Guild, Li Rahan, only briefly asked where they could look for the item she was interested in. The archer reported that he was in the central region, namely in the Tomb of Holdrum, and the leader ordered to take 30 people and move there. She herself would join later. However, Solane did not finish, because there was one problem, and Li Rahan wanted to know what exactly her subordinate meant. The girl explained that there was already one player who went there before them, and apparently his guild was from the Lucible Empire. The leader was very surprised that there was a person in Lucible who was able to reach the central region so quickly. Solane wanted to know what they should do and if they should hurry, but Li Rahan said that they were in no hurry. The guild leader was completely confident in her abilities and noted that they had enough time. The archer didn't quite understand what the chief wanted to say, but Li Rahan explained that they just needed to keep track of these people. She decided to strike at the players from Lucible when they themselves came out to the Dark Rune with the cup. Meanwhile, the young master of Taming was disappointed that everything he received except the cup was trash. Either way, he completed the quest, gained a huge amount of experience and fame, and also launched the associated task. From reading the description of the new quest, Ian realized that other players still have the opportunity to steal the cup from him. The guy took the situation seriously, looking at his allies who were fooling around with each other. He understood that even if they set up headquarters, the cup would be stolen from them, which meant that they had to at least have time to level up. Realizing the complexity of the situation, the summoner suggested that his motley team move on. And only now he noticed that Puck had disappeared and was nowhere to be seen. So John decided to simply cancel the call. However, a new surprise awaited the summoner, because the game informed him that he could not recall the turtle. The taming master looked around and realized that he would have to look for the abyssal turtle himself. At this time, Puck continued his unplanned journey in search of new tasty food. The scent was still enticing to him. The abyssal turtle simply couldn't turn around and go back when it was so close to its target. This wonderful aroma led him to a high rock, which would be quite difficult for him to climb. However, he believed in himself. He had to get to the desired delicacy, no matter what the obstacles. And now the abyssal turtle had almost reached the very top. The goal was right in front of Puck. He finally found some sweet-smelling red flowers, the centers of which shone with a golden glow. Puck could not resist the temptation. Their smell was too wonderful, as was, probably, their taste. The turtle bit the petals with his teeth, when suddenly they began to call him back, because at that moment Jan was trying to cancel the call. But the eternally hungry reptile could not just give up. Puck had not come such a long way for this. He was very lucky, because it was the power of the 1,000-year-old rainbow flower that prevented the summoning cancellation from working. So, without ever returning to its owner, the abyssal turtle fell back to the ground next to the delicious flowers. Puck was furious with his master's actions, because he, once again, tried to take away the turtle's treats. He was very happy that the flower had saved his situation, when suddenly an unfamiliar voice called out to him from the side. Puck tried to understand who was here with him, and the arriving creature noted that he had never met such beautiful turtles. Seeing the source of the new voice, Puk Puk couldn't believe who he was lucky enough to meet in this place. Puk Puk's mind flashed back to John's old story about a beautiful turtle from the northern continent. Puk Puk could not understand how he managed to meet this turtle here, because it was that same backpack standing in front of him. The two cute turtles stood there for a while and just looked at each other without saying a word. At this moment, the young taming master and his team finally arrived and found Ian's missing pet. The boy didn't notice the second turtle at first and began to explain to Puk Puk that they found him thanks to Lou's sense of smell. But a second later, the summoner finally notices a turtle with yellow skin and an iridescent shell. The taming master didn't know what to say. He was shocked that instead of one turtle, he ran into two. Puk Puk seemed to suggest that this turtle was Bak Bak, whom Yan had told about, but the boy was sure that this was a story that he had made up himself. Bak Bak expressed words of gratitude for the fact that the young man reminded him of his name and said that he would give him a treasure for this. John extended his hand and did not understand why the turtle was hesitating and how she was going to give him a reward at all. The method of giving out the reward turned out to be quite original, because the turtle opened its mouth and on its tongue was a certain golden ball. The taming master was not very pleased to take the slobbered thing, but he had nowhere to go and accepted his prize. The guy looked at the ball without much enthusiasm, and the game informed him that he had received the spirit of a turtle. The information window stated that this amulet contains secrets that would allow the ancient turtle to ascend and become a dragon. Ian had already begun to imagine in his head what an evolved Puk Puk, the dragon turtle, would look like. Then the brilliant Bak Bak, with an unhappy face, said that he had slept for a very long time, and for this reason he remembered little. He asked the summoner to help him restore his memory, and an additional hidden quest appeared before the player. Ian thought that he just wanted to know how to evolve Puk Puk, but he was given a whole extra task. The young master of taming thought that it would be even more interesting this way and confirmed the acceptance of the new quest. Meanwhile, in another part of the tomb, there was dead silence because there was only one person left here. Caesar lay on the ground again, his eyes closed, lazing about, his newly acquired crown placed next to him. He opened his eyes and thought about how he had become very bored when everyone had gone off to look for that ridiculous turtle. Since his allies had not yet returned, the swordsman decided to go for a walk and get some fresh air. He walked outside to the entrance of the dungeon and stretched peacefully while the flag of the Lucipal Empire fluttered in the wind behind him. However, his walk could soon end, because an assassin from an enemy guild snuck up on him. The hooded man held a double-sided curved dagger, and his face was covered by a metal mask, leaving only his eyes exposed. The stealthy assassin leapt out from his hiding place to plunge his blade into the unsuspecting swordsman. However, Caesar, without showing the slightest interest in what was happening, gave the attacker a bored look. It took the swordsman less than a second to turn the situation on its head and find himself behind the assassin. The hooded man was shocked by the speed and hidden vigilance of the Lucipal Kingdom's swordsman. Caesar abruptly grabbed the arm of the man who had the misfortune of entering the battle first and disturbing the peace of the long-haired guy. His expression completely changed. He easily broke the arm of the would-be assassin with one blow of his elbow. The killer screamed in intense pain, and it was easy to see the expression on his face, even though it was covered by a mask. But this was only the beginning of the enemy's suffering, because the swordsman, without even taking up his weapon, swung his fist for the decisive blow. The legendary warrior Lucipal's powerful blow knocked out the attacker, causing his metal mask to break. The killer's weapon flew out of his hands and into the air, drawing an arc like a sharpened boomerang. After flying a little against the blue sky, this double-sided dagger fell into the hand of a new, more powerful owner. The attacker lay on the ground and barely raised his head to look at the man who had defeated him so easily. The man fell face down on the ground, and Caesar raised his weapon victoriously, ready for the next fight. The legendary swordsman noticed more people in the distance, pointed his hand in their direction, and addressed them menacingly. The invincible Caesar very threateningly demanded that those who had arrived explain themselves and identify themselves. The Dark Rune Guild archer named Solin became very tense after seeing this cruel scene. She knew that their enemy had to be pretty strong to get through the dungeon, but she didn't think it was that strong. At this point, Caesar had already lost patience and again asked who the arriving soldiers were. There was no response from them, and Solin only demanded that the brave swordsman give them the cup. The legendary Caesar was very amused by this and said that they should try to take away what they came for. The archer realized that there was no point in continuing this conversation, so she ordered the warriors of the Dark Rune to kill the insolent man. A whole crowd of assassins jumped down from the cliff to carry out the order of their superior guildmate, but Caesar was ready for this. While they were flying down, the swordsman, on the contrary, pushed off the ground and jumped high up, disorienting the enemy. The swordsman's enemies were on the ground as he flew through the air like a proud bird, preparing to counterattack. The Dark Rune Guild members fell one after another in rows, as if they were just mannequins. Even 100 of these pitiful warriors would not be able to cause serious damage to the legendary swordsman Lucipal. They were very unlucky because Caesar began to take this battle seriously and turned into a killing machine. After analyzing the situation in a second and calculating his next moves, he pushed off the ground again and rushed forward toward the commander. Solin had no idea that everything would turn out like this, and that she would feel a hint of fear in this battle. The Dark Rune assassins ran towards the swordsman, each believing that they could strike a blow against the agile enemy. They tried to attack Caesar from all sides, but the number of the enemy could not overcome the quality of the swordsman. He cast a satisfied look in which there was a sense of great strength and a serious threat to anyone who stood in his way. The very next second, he returned all seriousness to his face and prepared to repel a massive attack. No one could stop him. No matter how many killers attacked him, each one eventually ended up on the ground. Solin, seeing how much one person had thinned their ranks, was no longer at all confident of their victory. Anger for her defeated guildmates and fear for the possibility of her own defeat devoured the girl, and she bit her lip. The girl took out her blade and jumped on the enemy, who seemed impossible to defeat. Caesar didn't care who exactly attacked him, so he was ready to destroy any opponent. Solin knew that she might not be able to defeat this warrior, but she still had another task. She needed to hold off the swordsman at any cost until the Dark Rune Guildmaster arrived here. However, no matter how strong the blow directed towards Caesar, he was always ready to dodge or reflect it. The long-haired boy easily dodged the enemy's blade as if it were a slow dance. He ran his dagger along the girl's blade and slid up it to the body of his opponent, who could do nothing. A second later, they were already standing at some distance from each other, but unlike Caesar, Solin received a powerful blow from the blade. While her character was dying, the legendary swordsman of the Empire, Lucipal, decided to say something last to the defeated girl. Caesar looked at her with a malicious smile and declared that he had no cup in his possession. Solin fell to the ground, as did all of her guildmates, whose bodies had already begun to disintegrate into pixels after their defeat. The last thing she said was that they were unlucky today, and she was very ashamed in front of the guild leader. When all his opponents had fallen, Caesar looked at his weapon and noticed that he had broken the blade once again. After throwing it away, he wondered if there were any normal weapons in this world, and then the swordsman decided to return to Yan. After some time, this incident became known among the members of the Dark Rune Guild as the Nightmare of the Central Continent. Meanwhile, the members of another guild entered the Tower of War, which they had recently discovered in the desert. 3 people from the Titan Guild walked along the corridors of the tall building and carefully examined it from the inside. Guildmaster Chakran thought that they were very lucky that they once had one quest that mentioned this place. In that quest, the Knight of the Kaiman Empire, Lakramu, told them about a location called the War Tower. She recalls the last time she saw him, when he was lying on the ground after the battle with the freed Caesar. Then Chakran arrived too late, when the summoner and his team had already managed to escape from the prison island. Lakramu apologized because, since he was defeated, the girl could no longer achieve her original goals. And as a sign of apology, the Knight of Kaimon decided to tell the head of the Titan Guild about this tower and where it should be. He spoke in detail about how they could hunt monsters there in order to level up. You can also buy rare items and artifacts there, but to enter you need to have at least 5,000 service points. The girl knew exactly what she wanted to find there, because she was interested in one specific thing. That item was the Pharaoh's Banner, an artifact that doubles the training experience of soldiers at the guild headquarters. She hoped that once she obtained this item, the Kaiman Empire would be able to win the war. Suddenly, she noticed something else interesting while looking around, browsing the shop windows. It was a skill book called Will of the Desert Warrior, which was a great rarity. It gave a legendary ability, and with it the girl could greatly increase her characteristics. However, to buy this book, she would have to give up all her service points, meaning she would not be able to obtain the Pharaoh's Banner. She wondered if it was okay to spend all her service points before the start of a big war, but it was also very clear to her that such an opportunity might not come again. The girl hesitated for a while, but still bought the book, spending 12,000 service points. She backed up her decision by saying that if she became stronger, then the power of their entire guild would grow. She also remembered the leader of the Dark Rune Guild and hoped that now she would finally be able to defeat her. The Titan Guild members left the war tower with something other than what they originally came for, but no one complained. Chakran felt a little guilty about it, but the choice had already been made, and there was no way to return the book once it was purchased. In the hall with artifacts, there are still a huge number of different items that could interest many players. The Titan Guild members were not very attentive, because they missed one unknown legendary item. Meanwhile, the young Taming Master and his eclectic team left the tomb dungeon and waited. Ganji Hun and Balam stood quietly and waited for the people that Yan had called, and Puk Puk, as always, crawled from side to side. Finally, the wait was over, and Jan's friends reached the meeting place and waved to the team. It was Hers and Fiolan who greeted them joyfully and asked how long the boys had been waiting for them there. The summoner was glad to finally see his old comrades, but jokingly said that they had been very long. Yu Hyun took his friend's light humor in stride and asked if they had missed anything interesting here. The young master of taming claimed that he managed to take the cup, but that's not all, and he tells the story in more detail. After listening to the story, Hers asks Jan again if the task is that he needs to find the turtle's magic pearl, and the guy confirms this, asking how Backback can even exist. Felon says she's heard about this before. Some characters only appear if you have the right class. Hers wondered if that was why the hidden characters had names that fit the situation, and then Ganji Hong intervened. The sorcerer stated that the darkness inside him was pulsating, and he wanted to meet the enemy as quickly as possible. Jan suggested that they all go hunting together, and Hers asked contemptuously about the little one who was there, which infuriated the dark sorcerer. The summoner calmly replies that this is Caesar's servant, and such a statement made the boy even more furious. The taming master remembered the swordsman who was not present here, and wondered if he would find the way himself. Ganji Hong, who was ignored by everyone, continued to hurl insults and threatened to become the Lord of Darkness. After some time, the team, whose ranks were replenished, had already found the necessary opponents in order to begin the hunt. The summoner flew on the Lava Dragon King and commanded Rake to use his fire breath ability. The giant scorpions crawling below could not reach the flying dragon, which was preparing a fiery shot. Gathering all the heat of hellfire, Rake spat it down on his enemies, as if creating a rain of fire. However, the scorpion stuck its tail into the ground, pushed off, and managed to dodge the flying enemy's fiery attack. But behind a huge piece of stone, Hers was hiding, waiting out the dragon's blow so as not to get burned himself. The next moment, he jumps out of his hiding place to carry out his own attack on the arthropod. The giant scorpion did not expect another sudden attack from the enemy and began to hiss indignantly with anger. At that moment, Phelan was accumulating magical energy to use her spell. She activated the Mage's Blessing ability, which is designed to support allies. Hera's attack power was increased by 30%, and he cut off the vile scorpion's sting with one blow. On the other hand, Ganji Hong called upon the Death Knight to bring the despair of darkness to give agony to his enemies. The royal Fenrir Lu joined Balam's attack, and the two of them rushed towards the huge enemy. Their combined attack ended the scorpion's existence, which was confirmed by the game's notification. Jan looked through the information and noted that they had gained enough experience, and the hunt would soon be over. The boy looked for confirmation of his words from little Puk Puk, but he looked in the other direction in fear. With his whole appearance, he tried to show that something much more formidable than the last enemy was approaching them. Chin Sun and Ganji Hong felt a strong shaking that did not bode well for the team. Lu and Balam also looked at each other, not understanding what was happening and what to expect. Fallen and even the dragon rake were frightened by the sudden earthquake that did not stop. Not far from them, on the top of a cliff, there was a loud explosion, as if a huge bomb had fallen there. Something was trying to crawl out of the ground, and it had already pulled one of its huge paws to the surface, resembling a risen dead man. This creature turned out to be a hidden boss of level 200, who owns a magic pearl and is called the Terror of the Sands. That same pearl was located right on his forehead, between his sinister eyes, which resembled the devil's. The young taming master noticed the item he needed to find for the quest, but was shocked that it was in such a place. The creature emerged from the ground only up to its waist, but it already looked gigantic, and its appearance resembled a dragon. The Terror of the Sands did not hesitate and immediately swung its massive paw to strike its nearest opponents. The first one to be hit by the attack was Lu, so the summoner quickly ordered him to dodge. The wind from the monster's swing was so strong that Ian could barely stand on his feet, and he understood that they needed to defeat the monster as quickly as possible. The taming master decided to start their plan by ordering Yu Hung to distract the brute's attention. But then he saw that Hearst was barely holding on, covering himself with a shield both physical and magical. He shouted to his friend that it would be very difficult to block all this debris, so Jan would have to make the first move. Ian knew that this boss was too high level, so it would be almost impossible for them to defeat him without Caesar. While the summoner was thinking about a plan of action, suddenly Ganji Hong shouted out that the creature was crawling out of its hole. All of Chin Sun's team members, even Rake, looked like ants compared to this huge monster that looked like both a dragon and a dog. When the terror of the sands emerged completely, it began to accumulate fire energy to fire at its enemies. The taming master was shocked that this monster could also shoot fire, and he understood that if it hit him, the guy would die immediately. Realizing that they could do nothing about the monster yet, Yang ordered everyone to retreat as quickly as possible. However, the monster's fire breath skill had another function. Namely, it turned players to stone, and Fiolan and Ganji Hong fell for it. The terror of the sands had accumulated a huge amount of fiery energy, which now looked like a small sun. The huge monster's gaze was full of hatred, and the hidden boss was already ready to shoot to incinerate the pathetic humans. The main part of the skill began to work, and the fire sphere turned into a stream of flame, which the monster directed with its head. First, he incinerated everything that was right in front of him, and then he raised his head and directed the flame forward at the boys. Jan was also caught and turned to stone. His limbs did not obey him, and the deadly wall of fire was getting closer. It had been a long time since the master of taming had been so close to death in this game, and he felt hurt that this moment had finally arrived. However, the only one who was able to get out of this situation was Puk Puk, who activated the effect of the turtle spirit. He blocked the flames with his body and then began to gather energy, but of the water element, for his own shot. Although the turtle was many times smaller than the terror of the sands, its stream of water seemed no less powerful. The owner was simply delighted with his pet, who was able to properly use the gift they received from Bukbak. Puk Puk was able to completely protect himself from the hidden boss's fire breath and even caused rain with his skill. John couldn't hold back his tears, realizing how cool Puk Puk was, and the turtle was showing off at that moment. Suddenly, someone who had just arrived at the scene of the battle also praised the abyssal turtle, and Jan recognized that voice. Caesar finally joined the team, noting the usefulness of the big-headed turtle. Ian was glad to see the swordsman, but asked where he had put the weapons and armor he had been given, and Caesar replied that he had hidden them in his inventory so that sand would not get on them, since he had not known that it would rain here. The summoner also asked why he was gone for so long, but the swordsman replied that he was just warming up, so Yang, deciding that he had at least made it, said to eliminate the boss. Caesar knew what kind of creature it was, the terror of the sands which had absorbed the power of the magic pearl, although not completely. However, he had no intention of fighting. He didn't like the rain, but he could change his mind if the taming master gave him something in return. Ian remembered all the times the swordsman asked for items and realized that he was constantly sucking things out of the player. This time the guy didn't want to give in to this manipulation and said that they would deal with the horror of the sands themselves. The young master of taming, looking at Puk Puk, believed that he had already found a way to defeat the huge monster. As reinforcements, the summoner decided to summon the abyssal golem Biggie and the griffin fin, opening a magic circle from which they appeared. He decided to cancel the summoning of the tired lava dragon king, and Rake disappeared, going on a well-deserved rest. As a weapon for himself, he summoned his favorite summoner's staff, with which he would be able to attack from afar. Ian and his pets followed the old pattern and attacked Biggie first, activating his bottomless abyss ability. The black hole created by the golem began to carry away all the stone debris that the boss had scattered. This finally freed the hands of Hearst, who had been under the rubble all this time and could not do anything. Now, under Jan's orders, Yu Hyun has joined Biggie, and together with him, he will be able to divert all the attention of the furious boss to himself. The next order was given to Ganji Hun, who was told by Yang to use Balam and the skeletons as an additional distraction, and that the guy from Lu himself would also help them. The little sorcerer wanted to show off, but he was glad that the summoner needed his dark power. So, the next moment, the royal Fenrir ran forward into battle, accompanied by an army of risen dead. Knight Balam, separately from them, chopped with his sword at any part of the monster that he could reach. Fialan was supposed to strengthen Jan with her magic at the right moment when he would fly on the griffin. After telling all his friends and allies what to do, the summoner flew up, sitting on Finn. They soared high into the air, so much so that even a huge boss like the Terror of the Sands couldn't reach them. Jan told himself that even though it was a level 200 hidden boss with a magic pearl, it didn't mean he could withstand all of them hitting at once. The royal Fenrir Lu jumped from paw to paw of the monster, delivering slashing blows with his sharp claws. The boy's assistant, the Death Knight Balam, also continued to chop with his sword, which emanated dark magic. From multiple blows from a wide variety of characters, the Terror of the Sands lost tens of thousands of health points. The next moment, Fiolan used her magic to strengthen Ian as planned earlier. The master of taming himself while in flight summoned another pet, namely, the Spirit of Lightning, Jaika. He charged his staff with lightning, using both the electricity manipulation and monosphere skills at once. Also useful were the drops of rain that were still falling from the abyssal turtle's last water attack. The drops were infused with electricity and turned into a huge pile of small projectiles that flew along with the summoner's magic shots at the boss. The taming master looked at this bright spectacle, hoping that it would be enough to defeat the monster. Electric projectiles hit all of the monster's open wounds, which were inflicted on it by the summoner's played allies. The Terror of the Sands growled in pain and anger. He received the effect of paralysis and lost hundreds of thousands of units of health. After such a devastating lightning attack, the formidable monster was charred and defeated once and for all. The game confirmed the death of the hidden boss and Ian receiving 5.5 million experience points. Ian was the first to defeat such a boss and received the title of Dragon Slayer, and he and Finn went down to take the main prize. The game also informed him that he had managed to interrupt the evolution of the Terror of the Sands, and the magic pearl had regained its powers. Griffin Finn landed on the ground and her master dismounted and went to get the quest item he was looking for. This is the very thing that Bakbak was talking about, and it can change the pet's evolutionary capabilities. The boy took the brightly shining yellow sphere in his hand, and the game sent a notification that the summoner had received a magic pearl. And now that the young master of taming has finally got his hands on it, he wants to evolve the star of the day, Puk Puk. The taming master decides to take a good look at the magic pearl before using it. After looking at the information window, the guy now understands why he went out of his way to get her. However, he still didn't know what to do with this strange thing, and Yan remembered that he hadn't eaten for quite a long time. The summoner told the guys that they should sort things out themselves, and he would leave the game and go have a bite to eat. Ganjihong wanted to stop him, wondering why he would do this at all. However, the cunning Qin's son had already managed to escape, leaving the small dark sorcerer completely bewildered. The very next second, the guy returns from the virtual world to the real one with a very important goal. The game often makes you forget about such basic things as food, and Qin's son was already very hungry. He climbed out of the capsule, wondering what he should order from the restaurant, but he was not alone in the room. The menacing laughter of the girl who was engaged in gastronomic activities attracted the attention of a young guy who had lingered in the game. A master of taming in the game, but an ordinary guy in real life, he was even scared when Karin jumped on him to hug him. The girl asked why Qin's son was surprised if he himself told her that she could come here whenever she wanted. The guy didn't know how to answer correctly, so he changed the subject and asked if she had come to have lunch with him. This was not Karin's first priority, and she thought about it, while John was still waiting for an answer to his question. Finally, the girl loudly declared that she came here to pull the guy out of the game world today. Qinsun didn't understand what she meant by that at all, but she started to press and ordered him to go get dressed. The brave girl easily admitted that it was all because they were going on a date in real life. Such radical frankness shocked the boy. He became embarrassed and couldn't believe his ears. The couple came to the amusement park. Heron was very pleased, but Qin's son clearly felt out of place. The guy tried to at least start a conversation and asked the obvious, namely whether Karin wanted to come to the amusement park. She ignored the stupidity of the question and answered honestly that she loved to ride the rides. Suddenly, the girl grabbed Qinsun's hand in order to take him to a certain place that interested her. Karin happily pointed her finger in that direction and suggested going there while the guy was stumbling. But looking at the girl with a sincere, loving gaze, he could not refuse her and decided to agree to everything she offered. They ate all sorts of delicious food while they walked around and chose which rides they wanted to go on. Qinsun was surprised by the girl's insatiability, who did not look up from her meal, even writing something down on her phone. They went on a roller coaster. Karin still looked happy, and the guy treated such entertainment with distrust. The girl squealed with joy as the cart rushed down from the very top of the tall structure. The boy had a slight derealization. He felt as if he was flying on his griffin again. They had fun at the amusement park until the night, and like any lovers, held hands. The final touch to this perfect day were the fireworks that lit up the night sky with different colors. Looking at this beauty, Chin-sun wanted to ask Karin a certain question and kept choosing the right words. The idea that the guy would finally confess his feelings to her immediately flashed through the girl's mind. But the question was different. Namely, what would Karin do if she found someone else's thing that she really needed? The girl had to hide all her disappointment inside herself and think about the unexpected question. She stated that no matter how much you need the item, it must be returned to its owner. She emphasized that this alien thing belongs to another person, not you, and the girl's honesty really impressed the guy. He smiled sincerely when he was no longer bothered by the question to which he himself could not find the answer. Chin-sun happily noted that the girl was completely right and that someone else's thing should always be returned. Karin didn't know what the question was about, but she was very glad that she was able to dispel some of the guy's doubts. The beautiful day was coming to an end, and the couple was already standing at a crossroads having returned from the amusement park. Jin-sun noted that he was very happy to spend this day with Heron, and she responded by saying that she also had a fun time, thanks to the guy. She decided to ask him if the guy would play Kai Lan all day long tomorrow. Confused, Jan answered in the affirmative, explaining that he still had unfinished business there. The girl suddenly asked what impressions Chin-sun had about everything that had happened today. The guy didn't understand the question. He thought that he had already said that he really enjoyed this day, but Karin meant something else. In fact, as she herself admitted, the girl wanted to know what the guy thought specifically about her. Now Chin-sun understood her train of thought and quickly got out of it by saying that she looked very cute. Corinne also became embarrassed, thanked the guy, and waving her hand, wished him a safe journey home. Satisfied, Chin-sun stood there for a while, looking at the back of the departing girl, who shared his mood. His life has improved a little lately, he is doing well in the game, and now he has met a girl he likes. After standing there for a little while longer and thinking about everything that had happened, he turned around to head home as well. All the way home, he walked with a happy smile, as if he was the luckiest guy in the whole world. The next day came, and Chin-sun had to transform into the master of Taming Yang again. As always, he climbed into his expensive capsule, put on his glasses, and set off into the wonderful virtual world to meet new adventures. The first thing the guy did was go to the turtle Bakbaku in order to finally close the issue with the magic pearl. Bakbak met the taming master and was very glad that he was able to return safe and sound. He got straight to the point and asked what happened to the magic pearl the boy was supposed to find. Jan took a golden sphere from his inventory and said that he brought it to the turtle, as they agreed. The boy handed Bakbak the pearl, and the turtle could not be more happy that he would now have the desired item. The turtle wanted to shower the summoner with compliments and gratitude, when suddenly the guy moved his hand to the side. Bakbak tensed up and thought that they were trying to play a joke on him, but Jan said that he wanted to be completely frank with him. The guy states that, although they had agreed, he would really like to give this pearl to his Puk-Puk. However, inspired by Karin's words, he says that he nevertheless decided to return her, because Bakbak is her owner. The turtle's heart sank into its shell, and it seemed like it was about to start cursing the guy for such jokes. However, this did not happen, and Bakbak declared that the master of Taming Yang was indeed a wonderful person. The boy giving the pearl to the turtle is surprised that she calmed down so easily instead of being furious. Bakbak thanked the guy for his honesty, even though he had almost lost his patience and could have harmed him, but such a statement only made Jan laugh. The turtle said that it is easy to control the mind, but difficult to cope with emotions, and the guy rejected temptation and greed, and although he was indecisive, he told the truth. The reptile swallowed the magic pearl, because now it could regain its former glory, which had been lost. After this, Babak glowed with a bright golden light, which blinded the young master of taming. The turtle's transformation began, and it began to take on completely different, more powerful forms. The summoner was forced to cover his eyes with his hands and kept wondering when this transformation would end. When he was finally able to open his eyes, what he saw left him in complete shock, as what stood before him was something that did not look like a turtle at all. Before his eyes stood a huge, three-headed dragon, and all that remained of the turtle's appearance were its paws and shell. The young taming master could not believe that this was the true appearance of the turtle backpack. The guy even began to regret a little that he had given away the magic pearl, because there was a chance that Puk Puk would have become just as cool. The hidden quest was completed. Jan received 200,000 glory and a dragon turtle scale armor, but he was not very impressed with the rewards he received. He was hoping to get the golden dragon turtle's egg, but Backback approached the boy with an offer. The dragon turtle Backback stated that he was very touched by the kindness and honesty of the young summoner. Jan looked at him with hope in his eyes, expecting to receive something worthy for all his efforts. Backback said that Holdrum's soul was no longer there, so he no longer needed to guard this abandoned place. Therefore, the three-headed dragon offered to join the ranks of the great summoner, Jan's pets, and bowed his head before the boy. The game sent a request, and the guy thought that even at first glance, it was already clear that Backback would be an unusual pet. Now, he really felt that it was not in vain that he had tried so hard to get this magic pearl. He was also very grateful to Karin, who gave him such wise advice without which he would not have achieved all this. There was no need to even think about it, because the offer was extremely beneficial for the master of taming. And the lucky guy declared that he would welcome the dragon turtle Backback with open arms. Meanwhile, a countdown was underway on the latest events in the current situation on the central continent. The Kaimon Empire's guilds, namely Dark Rune and Titan, occupied the top 2 spots on the leaderboards and developed bases in their territories. And in the Lucible Empire, an alliance was created from the guilds of Uklin, Greatness, and Valor, which began to equip their bases. However, this new continent is a lifeless desert, and it is incredibly difficult to develop here, as the amount of resources and food is very limited. All of the above-mentioned guilds spend incredible amounts of money directly from their own headquarters. Therefore, the Kaimon Empire, whose guilds are the best in Kalin, received a huge advantage. Yan and the other members of the Lotus Guild and Ganji Hong and his assistant assessed the situation and discussed what was happening. Yuhun said that their situation was very bad, because the other guilds had already set up their bases, and they had just formed an alliance. But Ian calms him down and says that they wouldn't be able to do anything, even if they hurried, because the monsters here are of a high level. But since Gavain and Clovan arrived, it's worth looking for a place. The Taming Master asked Backback if he knew where the bases were, but the dragon turtle didn't even know the word. The guy thought he might not know the terms the players use, so he asked if there were any villages where many people lived. Backback was able to answer this question in the affirmative, but the settlements were here a long time ago, so he is not sure if they still exist. Still, he took them to the nearest place he knew about, but at first it seemed empty and abandoned. A large company examined the whole place, and they realized that there was no base here, which was what the Taming Master said. However, they discovered a military trading post, and for service points it will be possible to buy and sell items here. John thought that although the situation seemed sad, in reality they were only winning, because now he had figured out the meaning of the service points that he had been receiving all this time. Backback turned out to be really useful, because he knows the central continent, and although he may act like Puk Puk, his stats are just incredible. Jan looked at what could be traded here and was disappointed because he expected items and artifacts. But here there was only food and resources that they would only need if they had a base. But Caesar said that in that case the guy needs the Tower of War. And it begins to dawn on the summoner that Backback is not the only one who knows something about this place. The guy asked his subordinate how he knew so much about the central continent and hoped that there were no secrets between them. But the legendary swordsman, wiping his blade, replied that he lived on the central continent before he was captured by the Kaimon Empire. Everyone present was incredibly shocked by this statement, especially Yu Hyun and Ganji Hong. John asked why he hadn't spoken about it before, but Caesar replied that no one had asked him and he had forgotten. The swordsman continued to say that there was a place called the Tower of War, where you could exchange your service points for ancient items or artifacts. The summoner wanted to go there right away, but Caesar stopped him because since the tower is in the western region, it is captured by the Kaimon Empire. Meanwhile, at the base of the war tower, a large number of guild tents from Kaimon had already been set up. In one of them, the 2 heads of the guilds, Titan and Dark Rune, were sitting at the same table and were clearly not happy about it. One of the girls, trying to appear friendly, turned to the second and stated that this was not what they had agreed upon. Hearing Rahan's words, Titan's leader, Chakran, pretended not to understand what her colleague was talking about. Rahan was angered by this. She stated that there was a war between the empires now, and they should share information, and Chakran single-handedly captured the war tower. But the Titan girl laughed and explained that she thought the Dark Rune was too busy taking over territory for such things. However, in her mind, she knew that the battle between the two empires was just an excuse, and the Dark Rune was trying to keep them away so that they wouldn't catch up. The head of the Dark Rune, Rahan, cast a predatory glance at the girl opposite and was about to ask her something. She asked if there was any problem with her using the war tower right now, after this conversation. Chakran was forced to agree because her guild's losses would be much greater if they lost their ally. The girl had to control herself because she also couldn't forget about the Lucipal Empire. Li Rahan thanked her ally, thinking in her head that if it weren't for the mistake of her subordinate, Solane, they would have taken the tower by force. The Titan and Dark Rune leaders were dubious allies, as even without saying a single crooked word, the tension between them could be felt. Chakran went outside, sat down, and thought that things were going so-so because they hadn't had time to study the war tower well. And the most important thing is that the hated Dark Rune can find some artifacts or legendary items that they missed. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by the sounds of footsteps of those very allies who were at the same time rivals. Rahan thanked them again for the opportunity to use the tower, but stated that they were too late since they did not find anything useful there. The girl and her assistant said goodbye and left, and Chakran was incredibly happy that they hadn't managed to get their hands on anything. Guildmaster Titan relaxed and also said goodbye to the departing girls from the Dark Rune. But in reality, it wasn't that simple, because Li Rahan walked with a maniacally satisfied expression on her face. She emphasized Chakran's stupidity in somehow managing to miss such an incredible thing. The game notified that Li Rahan became the owner of the Magellan Badge, a legendary and very rare item. Meanwhile, the Lotus Guild and its new allies looked at the map with the figures and discussed the current situation. Hearst hated to admit it, but he wasn't sure their guild would be able to take over the base now. But Ian says they've waited long enough, and the longer they sit idle, the greater the gap between them and the Kaiman Empire will become. Phelan adds that the rear areas have already been captured, so they could wait and take the base once it is destroyed. But the Master of Taming does not agree. He takes the figure that depicts himself and moves it. The guy puts a figure forward in the center of the map and declares that they will take over the territory right at the front. The loud reactions of Yu Hyun, Fiolan, and Ganji Hong made it clear to Yan that they were not happy with this plan. So much so that the boy had to cover his ears with his hands. Fiolan tried to argue that it was too dangerous, because if they were drawn into battle, it would be the end for them. Ian was amused by the girl's reaction, and he said that the risk was high, but the competition was small because they did not need to worry about Lucipal, and they would only have to fight off Kaiman. Yu Hyun doubts the plan. He says that if the enemy keeps attacking, they will be left without food and resources. Besides, he has no idea how to fight against two top guilds. The young master of taming made a sly expression, crossed his fingers between his hands, and declared that he had a great idea for this. The game notified players from all guilds that there were only 4.5 hours left to capture the base. Hearst was very pleased with the progress, because thanks to the Holdrum Cup, construction was proceeding quite quickly. Foylan noted that Jan's efforts had paid off handsomely, although she was unsure whether building a base on the front lines was worth it. The young master of taming approached them and said that everything was fine and that they just needed to trust the guy's idea. Their subordinates had finally arrived at their new base, so the summoner decided to go and greet them. 2 players and 2 other NPCs have traveled a long way to reach their guildmates. Smiling Knight was very glad to meet him, and he noted that they had not seen each other for quite some time. The arriving Clovan, Gavain, Pollen, and Ciri stood before the summoner, and he thanked them for coming. The boy asked the apprentice summoner if she had a little leadership, and she answered in the affirmative. Ian explained that he had a new pet and lacked leadership, so he asked her to support Biggie, and for the girl it was a great honor. The guy thought that although he no longer needed to think about leadership in order to gather creatures, he still couldn't summon them all at once. The Bakbak turned out to be a very powerful tank, so the Abyss Golem may no longer be useful in the future. After all, if you leave Biggie with Ciri, he can use him as a second tank when she's around. The Taming Master summoned his faithful Golem and asked it to stay with the girl for a while. The summoner also promised that he would not forget about Biggie and would definitely come back for him when he became stronger. Ciri asked the Golem to take care of her, and Ian finally asked him to listen to the girl and not create problems. The construction of the base was actively continuing, and in one of the small areas, a huge shining crystal was hovering. The enemy guild, namely the Dark Rune, approached the Lotus and watched them from a distance. Li Rahan asked Solin who the fools were, who were building a base on the front lines, and the assistant replied that it was the guild ranked 107th, Lotus of the Lucipal Empire. The evil guild leader was simply bored, so she thought of attacking these ideal victims, as she thought. However, Soline wasn't sure that the game was worth the candle, because other guilds of Lucipal could come to their aid from behind. So, she thought of using the Magellan badge they found in the war tower. Rahan said that she understood, because her subordinate was defeated by some strange guy, and now all the members of the guild are low level, and this explanation only added salt to Soline's wounds. However, the head of the guild was satisfied with this option, because she still wanted to test this new item in action. Magellan's badge, an item that can only be obtained when you are recognized by the desert warriors of the central continent. The owner of the badge is protected by the desert warriors and can command them. In addition, all NPCs of the central continent become allies. This is a very powerful item that can help in wars between guilds and even empires. Li Rahan summoned Katazan and ordered him to destroy everyone in the base that was being built right under their noses. Katazan did not utter a word, but only took out his two blades, showing full combat readiness. Solane began to sweat from fear of this man, because she didn't even understand when he managed to appear here. The bandaged man looked less like a man and more like a terrifying desert spirit, with red dots shining out of the darkness instead of eyes. Bells began ringing at the Lotus Guild base, indicating that an emergency was occurring. Desert warriors on horseback were rushing towards them, so everyone was ordered to prepare for battle. These desert warriors were led, of course, by Katazan himself, who continued to gleam ominously with his semblance of eyes. Ian, Caesar, Pollen, and Ciri watched the army approaching them like a merciless sandstorm. The summoner clarified with the swordsman that these warriors must be neutral, but Caesar quickly understood what was going on. He knew that someone from the Kaimon Empire had managed to obtain the Magellan badge, thanks to which this man now commands the desert warriors. Ian thought it was unfair to command level 120 neutral characters and asked Caesar for help, but he refused. The legendary swordsman simply turned around and left, saying only that he owed a lot to the desert warriors. The taming master thought that if the problem was that Caesar had a very low loyalty rating, then it was surprising that the guy hadn't gotten punched in the face by the swordsman yet. But the guy understood that nothing could be done, and they would have to fight the desert warriors themselves. The battle had already begun, and Yan had summoned the royal Fenrir Lu, the Harlahan Harley, and the dragon turtle Backback. Ciri was very impressed when she saw Buck and realized that this was the very pet that Ian had talked about earlier. Seeing the enemies appearing ahead, Katazan stopped for a second and looked at the creatures. Of course, what attracted his attention the most was Backback, because he knew that it was a golden dragon turtle. The desert warrior also understood that since this creature was wandering the world, these people had managed to defeat the vengeful spirit of Holdrum. Having analyzed all this, Katazan ordered his people not to relax under any circumstances, because very skilled warriors would be fighting against them. Meanwhile, the young taming master was thinking about the fact that he wanted to try out a new combination attack. Yang sent the royal Fenrir into battle first, and Lu ran to crush the riders, while the dragon turtle stood nearby, waiting. Katazan, ready to meet any enemy, decided to strike first, swinging his huge saber. The royal Fenrir was forced to block the desert warrior's strike with his bare hands to avoid taking more damage. Backback's skill, dragon turtle defense, was activated while Lu was still defending against the blade. The leader of the desert warriors realized that the attack had failed, and now his enemy would be able to counterattack. Backback, with his ability, absorbed the damage that was intended for Lu, and then Fenrir knocked Katazan's blade out of his hands. The very next second, the young master of taming used Harley's skill, namely Wind Guardian, which increased the agility of all allies. And Lu charged up and used his ability, Fenrir's Wrath, which put him into a rage mode and increased all his stats. Now that the desert warrior was unarmed, the huge wolf seized the moment to deal a powerful blow to him. Lu's sharp claws cut through the new dark rune pawn like a piece of paper, and Katozan lost a lot of health. The desert warrior, enduring terrible pain, could not believe that an ordinary pet could be so strong. The royal Fenrir was not finished yet. He was preparing to jump and tear the entire army of riders to shreds. He pushed off the ground with all his might, leaving a hole behind him, and jumped up to get rid of his attackers. In a few seconds, Lu, jumping forward, backward, left, right, destroyed every last one of them. Katasan was furious. He could not believe that one Fenrir had defeated his entire army of desert warriors. He had only one option on what to do if they couldn't handle the pet, and that was to kill the summoner himself. But he didn't succeed in this either, because when he jumped on the guy, the knight Pollen knocked him off his horse with his spear. It was a decisive blow that Katazan could no longer survive. He fell down to the ground in shock in the last seconds. The smiling knight noted that his master was right, and the desert warrior was heading specifically towards the summoner. Ian knew from the start that he would be a target, and had planned out the entire scheme before the first strike. The taming master and his pets and assistants prevailed over the formidable hermits, and all that remained of them were the horses on which they had galloped. This whole spectacle was watched from afar by the two main figures from the Dark Rune Guild, and Solon was surprised that their pawns were beaten by the guild that was in 107th place. She kept asking if Katazan was really that weak, when suddenly she turned her attention to her mistress. Lirahan stood silently, veins popping out on her forehead and looking like she was ready to kill everyone, even her guildmates. However, nothing happened. She simply turned around without saying a word and began to walk away. Her thoughts were spinning around that first Solane had lost the battle, and now the desert warriors had turned out to be useless. She was infuriated by the continuation of this series of defeats because it was a disgrace to the Dark Rune Guild. Finally, she told her assistant to send a message to their relatively friendly Titan Guild. She decided that when the time came, they would start hunting down all the players from the Lucible Empire together. A huge number of dead desert warriors continued to lie in the wasteland, only to soon evaporate. Suddenly, purple energy began to gather around the bodies of the fallen warriors, emanating from them. This energy was collected into spheres, and they flew towards the summoner as if he were devouring their immortal souls. However, Chin Song was not a necromancer, so this energy was collected for an entirely different purpose. The game notified that the hatching progress of the Karsi egg was already 91%, which meant that there was not much longer to wait. The fallen warriors began to evaporate, as did the pets that Yang had recalled, and the people returned to the base. The guy thought that they were very lucky that he was nearby, because without him and his entourage, it would be very difficult to defend the base. However, the taming master cannot afford to sit at the base all the time, so he needed to come up with a new plan. Yu Hung and Fiolan were glad that they didn't even have to interfere, since they were ordered to defend the base from the inside. Chin Sun laughed and noted that it was very good that everything went according to plan and nothing bad happened. One way or another, he understood that there was nothing to be happy about and began to choose the words to convey the essence to his friends. He decided to be honest that these enemies were much stronger than he expected, and unfortunately, without Backback and Pollen, they would have lost. So the summoner has to leave for a while to do something and asks Hearst to look after the base in his absence. Yu Hyun answers with complete confidence that he can handle the task, and Yang leaves but promises to return. The guy went to the capital city of Moran because it was there that the first point was located that would help him implement his plan. One of the knights standing on the street shouted that the queue for the quests of the central continent was next to him. Jan ran there and was stunned by the number of people in line who were rushing to try their luck on the central continent. All the adventurers who arrived and were about to leave were constantly told to stand in line. The summoner understood that the line was too long, and he was even afraid to imagine how long he would have to wait, when suddenly one of the knights approached him. The knight with a kind face asked the boy if he was Baron John, and the boy answered in the affirmative, asking a counter question afterwards. The man explained that the Baron most likely would not remember him, but he was with him during the search for the griffin and the rescue of the prisoners of war. Now it became clear to Jan why the knight recognized him, but he asked another question, namely, what brought the young man here? The guy said he wanted to go to the front lines of the central continent, but there was a huge line waiting for him. The knight told the boy to leave it to him. Now he would take Jan straight to Captain Halame. The young taming master was very grateful to the knight, but this attracted the attention of several people in the area. One of them, a guy with a long black fringe, asked why an imperial soldier was currying favor with a player, and his muscular friends said that even in a game, connections are everything. But suddenly the guy with the bangs remembers one player and begins to realize that they are looking at him. He decides to check with his friend if this is the guy who was in the video that was at the very top of the bulletin board. The muscular boy remembers the summoner, who he thought was named Yang. As Ian continued to chat pleasantly with the knight, the boys wondered if he was really the #1 summoner. The guy with the bangs said enviously that although it didn't matter, this Yan was probably already around level 110. Suddenly, the guys were frightened by a voice behind them, which said that Yan's level was already above 130. A girl in a pink cape stood in front of them, and they asked who she was and how she could know this. The girl, whose hair was also pink, began to remove her hood in order to properly introduce herself. Her name is Lauren, and she is the best summoner, ranking first in the official statistics. The two friends immediately lost all skepticism when they saw Lauren's pretty face, which looked very much like an idol. She goes on to explain that a summoner can usually be judged by their pets, their stats, and their skills. However, Ian has set his parameters to hide his statistics, so people may not know that he is unofficially the most powerful player in his class. Meanwhile, the night guard took John to the right place, and the guy opened the door without even thinking. The master of taming entered the room, and there at the table sat the emperor's powerful assistant, Hilaim. He quickly recognized the hero who had done the most to hatch the griffin and then rescue the prisoners of war, and asked what brought him here. The knight behind Yan stood in shock at such a brazen entry without knocking, and the guy himself declared that he wanted to fight on the front lines of the central continent. Meanwhile, the Lotus Guild continued to develop on its new base, and Hearst was in the clouds, which Fiolan noticed. It turned out, as Yu-hyun decided to explain to the girl, that the whole problem was that he could not understand his friend Chin-sun. But the girl just smiled and told the guy not to worry and to relax, because we were talking about Yana. In the meantime, the young master of Taming's guildmates could only wait for his return and keep an eye on the base. Time passed, and the bloody war between the empires of Lusopal and Kaiman continued with no end in sight. Unfortunately, the empire that Yan fought for was constantly suffering defeats one after another, and the summoner was forced to return to guard the base again. But the guy was primarily concerned not with the empires themselves, but with the benefits for his guild, so he achieved what he wanted. He accumulated so many service points that he was able to complete the construction of a fortress with 3 rings of walls and a military trading post. Chin-sun and Yu-hyun stood on the roof of one of the buildings and looked over their own little empire. Hearst emphasized that thanks to the master of taming, the construction of the base was completely completed. But he couldn't figure out how Yang did it, so he asked his friend, who didn't understand what exactly Yu-hyun meant. The red-haired guy explains that even if Ian had a lot of service points, he still wouldn't have enough money and manpower to build a fortress of that size. Chin-sun always liked to avoid a direct answer at first, so he simply said that the main thing is to have the desire, and the way will be found. But then he still wanted to show off and began to explain to his friend how he managed to do it. And the first thing he decided to tell was about the money. He started talking from a distance about how saving money is too difficult when you're in the middle of a barren desert. Therefore, other guilds began to use the funds of their headquarters to expand their base. They, in principle, had to do exactly the same thing, but with one difference: they had their landmark. Yang recalls that some time ago, he founded a monster breeding facility with Professor Lee Jin-wook, who still works there to this day. Yu-hyun interrupted his friend, asking if that was all, but Jin-sun told him to listen to the end first. One long night, Ian posted a huge number of guides on how to become a summoner and all sorts of secrets for players. Ultimately, this created a large influx of summoner class players and therefore money. In addition, they opened a second monster nursery in the town that the tamer recently noticed. The issue of money was now completely clear to Hearst, but there was still the question of labor. Suddenly, a pink-haired girl who was in the capital city with Ian appeared behind them. Lauren stated that when asked about the workforce, she could answer Hearst instead of the tamer. The #1 summoner girl in Kalen smiled smugly and winked at the boys. Yu-hyun's eyes almost popped out of his head when he saw the famous and very pretty summoner. He asked what such a beautiful lady was doing in such a hole, and these words greatly offended Yan, who had put his blood, sweat, and tears into this place. She decided to get straight to the point and say that the labor force was provided by her golden summoners. Yu-hyun had no idea who these golden summoners of hers were, so he asked about it. And the girl began to tell that this group consisted of approximately 20 summoners. They are all incredibly talented and highly skilled, making them a dream team for any summoner. They all have a wide variety of creatures at their disposal, but that, as it turns out, is not all. In fact, they are secret admirers of the unofficial #1 best summoner, Yan. This entire gathering of players eventually turned into a full-fledged organization called Lubumyana. The organization has been actively helping since Ian, whose characteristics are hidden from others, posted a message on the information board. Hearst couldn't believe that Lauren, the favorite of all the players, founded a club of Ian's fans, and the guy noted that he himself was surprised at first. Yuhyun asked if it was okay for her to help Yang for free, but the girl replied that it wasn't really like that since they were receiving a corresponding reward. Chin-sun explains that as a reward, he gives them amulets depicting the abyssal turtle Puk-Puk. The girl was as happy as a child when she received these amulets, because Puk-Puk was considered Yan's most popular pet. Now Hearst understood everything. Ian got the manpower when he met Lauren, made Olivia Village part of his holdings, and is building another monster farm for additional funding. The Taming Master fully confirmed his friend's conclusions. While a slightly crazy fan was throwing herself at Chin-sun, suddenly this entire long and informative conversation was interrupted by the sound of a falling container of food. The summoner sensed something was wrong, as if he were back on the battlefield in the midst of enemy guilds. Another girl came up to the roof to join the guys, and even from a distance, she looked very unhappy. Heron, not understanding the context, with a murderous look, harshly asked Chin-sun what he was doing here. The guy was terribly scared when he realized that this was the very girl who shouldn't have appeared at that moment. Jan tried to explain that she had misunderstood, but her hand had already reached for the door handle. Her threatening look left nothing but sadness. Karin left and told everyone to have fun as they wanted. The Taming Master was confused. He didn't understand how she could have gotten here considering her low level. Yu Hung began to laugh nervously and stated that the girl told him that she was bored with the northern domains and that she would come here. But he thought that he had already reported this. The strongest man in the guild, the young Taming Master Yang, was furious at his friend's carelessness. Now Chin-sun will have to somehow make amends and explain everything to the girl normally when they meet. Meanwhile, in the dry desert at the Dark Rune Guild base, there were no less important discussions. Chakran was very surprised when her ally, and at the same time rival, suggested to strike Lucipal first. Guildmaster Titan put on a sly smile and noted that Rahan had not previously shown any interest in the opposing empire. Li Rahan knew she couldn't talk about the Dark Rune Guild's string of shameful defeats. If she lets it slip, Titan will immediately try to overtake them and take first place in the rankings. However, Chakran agreed and suggested attacking head-on with two guilds, but Li Rahan had a clear strategy in mind. She said that her guild would attack from the front and let Titan go around and take care of the Oakland and Greatness guilds. Guildmaster Titan sensed that something was not being told to her because the proposed strategy was a little strange. She decided to ask what the reason was, since the Dark Rune would suffer great losses if it struck alone. So Chakran asked if the Rehan people were afraid of the Oakland and Greatness guilds. Li Rahan started to deny it and said that it would just be a massacre, so it was worth sticking to the strategy and it would all start tomorrow. Some time passed, the broadcast began. A flying metal sphere with a camera in the form of an eye transmitted voices that greeted the viewers. Top commentators Kalana Haynes and Lucia, as always, provided coverage of current events in the game. Haynes said that up to now, there have been many battles for the central continent between the two empires. However, today, for the first time ever, the guilds from Kaiman announced their invasion to the commentators. Lucia picked up and said that their empire was moving forward confidently, and they believed that they would be able to capture the entire central continent. Next, Haynes began to introduce the fighters of the Kaiman Empire. The first to be seen were Kalen's best guild, Dark Rune, and the Desert Warriors. It all looked impressive, and the commentator noted that Li Rahan probably has the Magellan badge, as the rumors say. On the other hand, one could see representatives of Lucipal, an unknown Lotus guild that had only recently entered the top 100. Haynes was very interested in whether the third and fourth place guilds, Oakland and Greatness, respectively, would support them. At this time, the representatives of these guilds themselves were watching the broadcast, and they were not impressed by the reporter's words. Guildmaster Oakland Samuel didn't believe they could change the course of the battle, even if they sent reinforcements. Another person present, the head of the Greatness Guild, named Martin, completely agreed with him. They knew that sending reinforcements to a guild that was ranked 95th would be a waste of resources. The only person who didn't say a word about this was Roy Chen, the leader of the Valor Guild. Meanwhile, the Lotus Guild was preparing for the upcoming battle. Chin-sun and Yu Hyun were standing on the tower and looking around. Hearst asked if Jan really thought they could stop the enemy and that the allies would send reinforcements. The summoner said with a calm face that there would be no help from other guilds, but his friend had nothing to worry about. The young taming master, as always, found a clever way for them to compensate for their guild's lack of strength. Lirahan and her guild rode on horseback and approached the place where the battle would begin. The guild leader handed the special sword to her closest assistant, Solan, who recognized the weapon. The girl was entrusted with a unique weapon, a rare blade, enchanted to summon, and Solan looked at it in her hands. Lirahan ordered to use it and attack the back gate, and the assistant promised to carry out the order. At the firm command of the leader, the entire huge army of the Dark Rune, supported by the desert warriors, rushed forward into battle. The battle had already begun, and Yu Hyun had never been so scared and tense while playing Kalen. He suspected that they would probably lose, since they would have to fight the strongest guild in the game. The young taming master noticed his old friend's fear and doubts, and patted Hers on the back. Jan smiled warmly at him and told him to enjoy himself, because it was all just a game. The summoner's words worked, and Yu Hyun gained courage and confidence for the upcoming battle. He proudly ordered all loyal Lotus Guild fighters to prepare and defend the base at any cost. He also ordered the activation of the tower, which should become the main surprise for the approaching ill-wishers. Jan's efforts in construction of the base were not in vain, because now there was a huge magic cannon on each tower. Once again, things were not going as smoothly for the Dark Rune as their arrogant leader, Lirahan, had expected. The desert warriors fought as best they could, but the battle was very difficult for them, and they suffered heavy losses. The Lotus Guild also had a hard time, but the archer Javane and the knight Pollen held the enemy well in their direction. One of the cannons on the tower was preparing for another salvo, which could kill dozens of enemies. The cannon shot was very loud and bright. It looked like a dragon breathing fire. The cannonball flew over the crowds of enemies like a meteorite, and they could only watch its deadly flight. And as soon as the core touched the ground, it caused a huge explosion that instantly took the lives of the invaders. Neither the Desert Warriors nor the players from the Dark Rune Guild could do anything about this meteor shower. They just continued to stand and watch the approaching death, which was rushing towards them at an incredible speed. The battlefield turned into a mess of explosions and people of the Kaimon Empire flying in all directions. Lirahan realized that her opponents had a difficult tower. It was pumped to the maximum level. She was very tense about the fact that, at this rate, they would lose half their strength before they got through the gate. Suddenly, she saw another cannonball in the air, this time aimed at her. However, this girl was not the head of the Dark Rune Guild for nothing. She quickly figured out what to do and activated the spell. A huge blade appeared from her purple magic circle and pierced the projectile right through in mid-flight. Immediately after this, the core exploded into a bright flame, so Rahan was lucky that it did not reach her. Not only had her army failed to capture the base, but now it had almost died, so the girl was furious. Lirahan slapped her horse's reins to gain speed and quickly pull ahead. She rode across the battlefield while the rest of the people, both friends and foes, watched in amazement. When she came almost right up to the enemy wall, the girl pushed off sharply from the saddle and jumped high into the air. As she flew towards the defense tower, she charged up powerful dark energy for her next spell. The enemy cannon towers had greatly exhausted Lirahan, so she used one of her sorcerer's techniques. The ability called Phantom Magic looked like a huge wave of dark energy that flew forward like a giant arrow. Unfortunately for the Lotus Guild, the game notified that Lirahan had destroyed the defense tower of Fura base. Pleased with the result, the girl noted that now her troops would be able to enter the enemy base. However, she looked around and noticed that she had only dealt with the very first line of defense. She decided that her enemies were crazy and could not even imagine how much they had to spend on this base and where they got such money from. In addition, Rahan noticed some unusual defensive towers in the form of Egyptian statues, which she had never seen before. The battle against the unknown Lotus Guild turned out to be too difficult for the leaders of the game's record table. The girl decided that she needed to think less and act more, because her main task remained to destroy all of Lucipol's people. Meanwhile, Ian, stroking Finn, watched all this and noted that this was exactly what he expected from the head of a top guild. Although, of course, he felt very sorry for the tower with the cannon, into which he had invested a lot of effort and money. But now the summoner needs to take action too, because he can't just stand there and let Lirahan destroy all the walls. A quiver of arrows appeared behind his back, as well as a bow, which had long been Yan's favorite type of weapon. And in his hand he summoned his newer weapon, which he had been using often lately, the summoner's staff. The young master of taming, without wasting another second, jumped onto his griffin and they prepared to take off. One strong jerk of the animal that was the symbol of the kingdom of Lucible, and Finn and Ian were already in the sky. They rushed forward to the battlefield, for the summoner knew that they needed to even the odds in the fight. Time passed. The beautiful city built by the young master of taming burned in the fires of war, but did not lose its greatness. Commentator Haynes was delighted with the rivalry, which lasted much longer than he expected. Both sides suffered huge losses, and the entire battlefield turned into a kind of cemetery without tombstones. The smiling archer Gawain fell in this battle because the boy fought to the last to fulfill his guildmate's plan. Cloven suffered the same fate and lay on the ground next to a pile of enemies he had carried away with him. Even the strongest abyssal golem, Biggie, was lying face up, still holding Ciri in his hand, whom he was supposed to protect. Meanwhile, Selene and her squad approached the back gate of the Lotus Guild, as ordered by Rayhan. Their leader was supposed to give a signal as soon as he entered the base, but they still hadn't heard anything. She looked through her binoculars and realized that the lack of signal from the leader wasn't their only problem. At the back entrance stood the terrible Caesar, accompanied by the dark sorcerer Ganji Hun and his assistant Balam. After the last skirmish, of course, the one thing that scared her the most was the swordsman, who turned out to be a member of the Lotus, which reduced their chances of winning. Suddenly, someone gave a signal that the gates were open, and at first Solane could not believe that everything went easier than she expected. This inspired her. She believed that they still had a chance to win, especially since she had the sword that Lirahan gave her. The gates were indeed open, and behind them one could see a terrifying picture painted in the colors of war. The guy in the dark rune uniform called all his allies so that they would quickly pass through the open passage. He ordered all those who had arrived to continue the attack and push deeper into the heart of the Lotus Guild base. A huge crowd of dark rune people and desert warriors ran around this guy and went forward as they were told. However, the guy himself gave a sly glint and remained standing in place instead of joining his allies. When everyone had run far enough, the guy breathed a sigh of relief and began to remove the dark rune mask. This trickster turned out to be Yan's best friend, one of the most important people in the Lotus Guild, Yu Hen, known in the game as Hearse. Everything went exactly according to Qin Sun's plan, and the Dark Rune army ran to the same place where their leader was. Lirahan couldn't understand what was happening, because the enemy still had too many defensive towers for her people to break through so quickly. She felt that there was some kind of plan here, when suddenly she saw the hero of the occasion himself in the sky. The griffin fins circled over the battlefield like a vulture, waiting for the end of the battle to feed on the fallen warriors. Rakan saw that the rider on the griffin was the same key player of the Lotus Guild, the master of taming Yang. No one could understand what was happening when suddenly, behind the desert warriors and members of the Dark Rune, the doors closed. The invaders were confused. They did not understand what to do, whether to climb over the walls further and with whom to fight. In the last seconds, Lirahan realized what was going on, and she wanted to warn her army as quickly as possible. But it was too late. Yang raised his staff up, gathering strength for a devastating magical strike from the air. The master of taming, like a vengeful angel, declared that this would be retribution for his fallen guildmates. At that moment, all the statues that had been troubling Rahan began to glow with bright blue eyes. A huge, bright bolt of lightning struck from the heavens to the ground, like a punishment from the gods, plunging the entire Lotus base into a dance of electrical discharges. Notifications from the game were pouring in, and players and non-playable characters were taking tens of thousands of damage. Dark Rune members, Pedro, Hesto, Metter, Farval, as well as Katazan and his desert warriors were losing more and more health every second. The eyes of the Egyptian-style protective statues finally went out, and smoke continuously came out of their sockets. Such a powerful lightning discharge killed almost all the desert warriors and members of the Dark Rune Guild. Among the pile of dead, electrified bodies, only one person stood on his feet and survived it. The desert leader, Katazan, was the only warrior who could figure out how to live a little longer. Yan immediately guessed that this man had stuck his swords into the ground, diverted the electricity, and received half the damage, which was admirable. However, the summoner understood that the guys from the guild were not in a position to fight him now. But the guy as always had another option, which was already preparing to attack in order to finish off the inventive hermit. A smiling knight, Pollen, rushed out after Katazan, swinging his long spear above his head. The leader of the desert warriors barely managed to block the enemy's spear strike with his two curved swords. Pollen landed on the ground after the failed attack and wondered what to do next. The knight had a very disappointed face, because he hoped to finish off the enemy with one blow, like last time. He then cast a menacing glance at Katosin and asked if he had come to lose shamefully again. The evil hermit simply replied that the knight's face was too well animated for a character who would die from one blow. Katasan declared that he would not lose just like that time and activated his Will of the Desert Warrior ability. His blades glowed with red energy. He became as fast as lightning and got close to Pollen in a second. The cheerful knight lost all confidence and understood that he could not avoid this deadly attack. Not long before, Solon had watched that flash of lightning, never having gone forward with her squad with the others. The flash was so bright that the girl had to cover her eyes with her cloak to avoid being blinded. The girl decided that this was a signal from their mistress and told her soldiers to prepare for an attack. She prepared to lead her subjects into battle and said that they must break through the back gate. The sword that Li Rahan gave her was supposed to contain a pet that would help them win, and even the swordsman wouldn't be able to stop them. Caesar was telling Ganji Hong to do at least a little to protect the base at that moment, and the kid was yelling at him not to push him. While they were arguing among themselves, Solon activated the sword's only ability and summoned a bronze giant. It was a huge level 207 monster, which smiled creepily and looked with its round red eyes. It was so gigantic that it almost blocked out the sun, which was very high in the sky at that time of day. The bronze giant raised his arm to strike, while Solon praised the power of the Dark Rune Guild. But by this time, the Lotus Guild team had already decided who would do what, and Ganji Hong used the Dark Abyss skill. This ability slowed the giant's movements by 30%, but Solon believed that it didn't matter. However, the next one to strike was the legendary swordsman Caesar, behind whom one could see the spirit of the dragon manifesting in a red haze. The invincible swordsman's eyes glowed a bright red, and he looked like the devil himself in the flesh. The girl from the Dark Rune Guild was speechless when she saw the great Caesar's next strike. With one powerful swing of the sword of the monstrous warrior of the Lucipal Empire, the bronze giant was horizontally cut in half. Solon looked at the half of the giant that was falling on her and could not comprehend how this man could cut such a creature in one blow. The battle, which promised to be very intense, ended rather quickly, and the bronze giant collapsed to the ground. No one could understand what level the legendary swordsman had, since he could so easily crush any enemy he encountered. Ganji Hong fell out of reality when the game notified him that the giant had taken 1,000,000 damage, and his fragments fell on Solane, Mendal, and Zhang Chuhong, eliminating them. The little sorcerer realized his stupidity, because even if he received the power of an immortal, he would not be able to defeat this man. The kid realized that this swordsman was simply a monster and saw information above his head, which showed level 301. At this moment, Pollen almost dies at the hands of Katazan, but he is covered by Hearse, who quickly jumps onto the battlefield. The desert warrior pierced the boy's left arm, but with his right hand, Yu-Hyun summoned his own sword to counterattack. Hearse delivers the strongest sword strike he could muster, but the hermit is saved by his ability. Thanks to this skill, Katazan didn't lose many health units and survived, although Yu-Hyun was preparing for the blow. But while Katazan was distracted by the guy, on the other side, the tip of the wonderful spear that Pollen wears began to shine brightly. The knight, saved by his master's friend, decided to immediately repay the debt and help Yu-Hyun. He threw his spear straight into Katazan's face, and it flew like a projectile fired from a ballista. Hearse was grateful, but also a little disappointed that Pollen finished off their opponent with one blow. The Imperial Knight was pleased with himself, because everything happened just as he had told his enemy at the beginning of the fight. Li Rahan didn't have time to do anything and just watched her comrades' defeats. The girl was furious. Hatred filled her heart and soul, because she understood that her entire guild had been killed, and she was left alone. She used her sorceress technique again in a fit of rage and aimed it at the summoner. Her phantom magic skill hit the griffin and unfortunately killed the pet on the first hit. Ian was shocked that Finn was eliminated so quickly, but he had no time to panic and summoned another pet. The summoned golden dragon turtle grabbed the boy by the cloak so that he would not fall and crash into the hard ground. Back reacted very quickly, and the taming master thanked him warmly for it. He also summoned the royal Fenrir Lu and the abyssal turtle Puk to help him, while Li Rahan looked down on them. She cast a contemptuous glance at them, like a bloodthirsty killer, and declared that all their actions were useless. The Taming Master knew that it would be difficult to compete with such an opponent, so he considered his next steps. The guy analyzed that his opponent had such powerful magic that she could kill a griffin with one blow. All this means is that he will have to forget about fighting with mana spheres and aerial shots for now. Of course, he didn't forget about his lava dragon king, but Rake's defense is even lower than Finn's, so he would have been killed quickly. It activates two abilities, namely Wind Blessing and Barbarian Blessing, which increases Lu's attack power and agility. He then uses Fenrir's Wrath and Dragon Turtle's defense, which increases all of Lu's stats and redirects any damage taken to backback. The summoner has cast all abilities on Lu, as he is betting everything on his loyal Royal Fenrir. Lee Rahane is irritated by the very fact that this brazen summoner thinks he has a chance of winning. She didn't think she would have to use more serious abilities like Sorcerer's Blessing. A powerful dark energy flowed through her body, filling the girl with incredible strength. Her sword was coated with the same purple energy, making it the most formidable blade in the entire game. The mask that covered the lower half of the girl's face began to have patterns in the shape of huge teeth. The game notified that all of Lee Rahan's stats had been increased by 80% for the next 3 minutes, and skill damage had been increased by 100. The summoner's friend, Yu Hyun, looked at this whole horrific scene with fear in his eyes because he had no idea how to fight such a person. Commentators Haynes and Lucia were also shocked that the leader of the Dark Rune Guild would take such drastic measures. The exhausted Taming Master looked at his majestic enemy with a tired smile on his face. He was looking forward to the hardest battle of his life and wondered if he would have to take his words back. Reporter Lucia noticed that the leader of the Dark Rune had turned into something very scary and ferocious. Haynes knew that his partner and many of the other people watching the fight were probably seeing this for the first time, so he decided to explain. Lee Rahan has a hidden class called the Sorcerer, which allows her to use both sword and magic. It's hard to say whether she's a mage or a warrior, but the best swordsman Chakran and the best sorceress Remir may lose their top spots. And the girl's appearance has changed because the sorcerers use dark magic that transforms them. Lucia was scared and impressed at the same time, and Haynes wanted to explain that it was all about dark magic. But the elf commentator noted that the point is simply that this is an incredible power that not everyone can control. Meanwhile, the Dark Rune Guildmaster, Lee Rahan, stood over the Lotus representative lying on the ground. Puk covered his head with his hands, looking scared. He would have gladly climbed into the shell if he had had the strength. Royal Fenrir Lu also lay leaning against the wall, defeated even after all the buffs activated by the summoner. Even the legendary golden turtle dragon Back could not cope with the onslaught of the terrible girl who brings death. The wounded tamer looked up at his formidable opponent, unsure of what to do next. All of Ian's summoned pets were defeated, and he was left alone against the invincible enemy from Kaimon. Lee Rahan angrily declared that the boy had already gotten on her nerves enough, and it was time to end it once and for all. The enraged sorceress did not waste a second and had already swung her sword to end the boy's life cycle. Just then, at the last moment, another man raised his staff up and activated his shield ability. The girl stood nearby and created a magical barrier around the summoner in order to allow him to live longer. The Dark Rune leader couldn't understand where this support came from, because just a second ago, there was no one around. The game notified that the wedding ring skill had been activated and the guy had summoned his partner Karin to him. The young master of taming smiled and asked his enemy what she was surprised about, since they had only just begun. Karin arrived just in time, because another split second and the Lotus Guild probably would not have gotten out of this situation. Chin Sun was very glad that he managed to apologize to his girlfriend when she got offended before the fight. Now, Lee Rahan thought that it was strange that there wasn't a single support class player among the entire guild. She guessed that the girl was hidden for just such an occasion, and she also turned out to be a priest, which did not please Rahan at all. Lucia asked Haynes why the sorceress couldn't break through the priestess's shield if her level was much higher. The guy answered her uncertainly that the sorcerer uses dark magic, and the priest probably uses light magic. This is why the priest can be considered a hidden countermeasure that can withstand the magic of darkness. However, Lee Rahan couldn't believe that these people were counting on stopping her with some low-level priest. This enraged her even more, and she continued to furiously strike the magic shield with her sword with renewed vigor. The Dark Rune leader stated that the boy's defense was crumbling before his eyes, despite the incomparable difference in strength, skill, and level. And she swore that as soon as she broke this barrier, she would bury the summoner along with this girl. However, after several powerful blows from the sorceress, the shield was further strengthened by new magical power. Suddenly, the blessing that had been empowering Rahan ended, and she began to realize that this was exactly what they had been waiting for. Young strategist Yang smiled again when everything turned out to his advantage and decided to explain his plan to his opponent. They assumed that things could turn out this way, so they also hid high-level support in the person of Fiolan. The two sorceresses who had saved their important player stood over the taming master and smiled. And the summoner himself noted that, apparently, the advantage was now on the side of his guild, Lotus. The head of the Dark Rune Guild, Li Rahan, angrily rushed at the guy because hatred clouded her eyes. This also played into the summoner's hands, and Karn and Fiolan prepared to perform the move they had agreed on with John. The two sorceresses suddenly dispelled the shield that had been covering the young master of taming all this time. And the guy himself, at the last moment, used his old skill, which allowed him to change places with pets. The abyssal turtle, which had been lying around doing nothing for the past few minutes, felt itself being teleported. Now Li Rahan's sword flew toward the little puk-puk that appeared in the place where the summoner sat. The turtle was in complete shock at this sudden turn of events, which was reflected on her facial expression. Puk-puk instantly hid all of his limbs in his shell, as this was his best defense, which was what Yang expected. The girl's devastating blow, which would have killed almost any player in Kalan, passed through the turtle's shell. Dust rose around Li Rahan. She turned away from the turtle, because she was sure that the end had come for her and noticed that the summoner could only run away. However, the game informed that the girl's critical hit only dealt 3 damage to Puk-puk, which shocked the Dark Rune leader. The next second, the taming master ordered the abyssal turtle to use the water curtain skill. Puk-puk followed his master's instructions precisely, because he understood that this time their enemy was truly dangerous. He spurted out a huge stream of water that hit Li Rahan with a powerful stream that could have knocked him off his feet. The girl remained on her feet, but the water blinded her, and she could not see what her opponents were doing at that moment. Heron and Fiolan activated their abilities, enchanted and imbued Ian with sacred elemental magic. The master of taming took a sharp arrow and pulled the string on his bow in order to shoot at the last enemy. To further enhance his attack, he summoned the spirit of lightning, the bird Jaiki, which allowed the boy to control electricity. When Yang released the bowstring, the arrow flew forward like a rocket that could fly into orbit. The boy used the electricity control skill, and Jaiki accompanied the arrow and filled it with the lightning element. Li Rahan couldn't believe that the guild that was ranked 95th actually had a chance to defeat her. The arrow pierced the sorceress's hand and dealt her over 60,500 damage in one hit, and the electricity also paralyzed and slowed her down. Commentators Haynes and Lucia were delighted that Li Rahan was hit, and Ian managed to turn the game around. However, the Dark Rune Guildmaster simply continued to stand there and search for the words she wanted to say to the summoner. She said that the guy only hit her once, and he still dared to think that this would help him win. The young master of taming calmly answered her that just one hit could separate victory from defeat. While he was saying this, another person came to the battlefield, and the advantage increasingly shifted to the Lotus side. This man was the legendary and invincible swordsman of the Lucible Empire, a level 301st character. Caesar asked his allies in disappointment if there was really only one rival left out of them all. Li Rahan looked at the swordsman and guessed that it was him that Solane had told her about, and since he was here, it meant that her assistant had also lost. The lovely priestess Haran used another skill, namely healing, to heal her friends. Hers and the mighty knight Pollen felt a surge of health points and were ready to join the fight. The leader of the Dark Rune noticed the guys who defeated Katazan and realized that it would be difficult for her to deal with everyone at once, especially with paralysis. Li Rahan couldn't say a word. She was shocked, and it began to dawn on her that she had lost this battle. The girl began to laugh hysterically and loudly declared that today she would admit her defeat. The taming master looked at her with incomprehension and wondered what was going on with this young lady. But finally, Li Rahan vowed that the time would come when she would return and take revenge on them for this humiliation. The enraged leader of the Dark Rune took out a certain glowing piece of paper, which she was about to tear up. Looking at her new main enemies, she tore the sheet in half and used the return ability. The girl understood that no matter how strong she was, she could not win, so she recalled her entire guild from the battlefield. All of its fallen members began to glow blue and evaporate into thin air, returning to base. Once again defeated, Selene also glowed and teleported back home with her mistress. The last time the bodies of the Dark Rune army could be seen was near the dilapidated town of the Lotus Guild. Yan knew that Li Rahan had used the guild general return scroll, which cost a whopping 600,000 won. The tired taming master abruptly fell to the ground, completely ignoring the hardness of the surface. Chin-sun looked at the sky with a relaxed expression, knowing that it was finally over and they were able to win. Commentators Haynes and Lucia initially froze and seemed to swallow their tongues at such a performance. And then the reporter nevertheless shouted that it was simply unbelievable because the Lotus members were able to defend themselves against the top guild. Haynes couldn't stop praising the boys because it was a real miracle that no one expected. Lucia wiped the sweat from her face with a handkerchief and noticed that her partner was even more shocked by this event. But Haynes continued to shout enthusiastically about the importance of such an event in the Guild Wars. He stated that this was not just a miracle, because all this became possible thanks to the best summoner in the game, young Ian. It was this guy, a great strategist and member of the Lotus Guild, who was the star of the day, although he himself was a little surprised. He felt embarrassed because he was not used to hearing so much praise, even though he understood that the strategy was indeed his idea. John thought that, in reality, he just wanted to survive. But a victory is a victory, no matter how you look at it. However, the young master of Taming understood that it was too early for them to relax, especially since the fight was so difficult. He knew that the Dark Rune Guild held its first place precisely because of Li Rahan, who was always simply obsessed with winning. Puk Puk was enjoying the admiring glances of people all this time, when suddenly he became serious and walked towards his master. Jan noticed that the abyssal turtle must have been scared in the last minutes of the fight, and he thanked his pet. However, Puk Puk was not impressed by such simple words because he was scared to death then. The abyssal turtle swung its small paw to hit its terrible master with all its might. The taming master took a juicy slap from the turtle, which dealt him a whopping 3 points of damage. The boy didn't like this at all, and Puk Puk couldn't vent all his anger, no matter how much he wanted to. John was wondering when this turtle would evolve and become stronger, when suddenly Bak Bak approached him. The boy rubbed his face. He was surprised that the dragon turtle spoke to him and kept thinking what question he would be asked. Bak Bak asked how much Jan knew about Puk Puk, but the summoner first wanted to know if everything was okay with the dragon himself. The dragon turtle said she was fine, and Ian answered the question and stated that Puk Puk was just a big-headed turtle who liked meatballs. Hearing such an answer, Bak Bak realized that he had to tell his master everything from the very beginning. Puk Puk is an ancient species of deep-sea creatures that have two ways to become stronger, and the first one was a pearl, but this way the turtle may not ascend and get side effects. And the ascension allows the turtle to become a divine entity, so that Puk Puk can easily command the water element. John was eager to hear what the second method was, since he had spent the pearl on Bak Bak himself. The dragon turtle replied that there was a turtle spirit in her body, and the guy needed to collect 3 of them and bring them to the water altar. The spirit of the turtle could be created by Puk Puk himself, or it could be given to him by someone else of their kind, but that was all that Bak Bak knew. The taming master realized that it wouldn't be that easy, but he needed to strengthen more than just Puk Puk. After so many battles, the boy once again felt that the summoner class was too weak to fight against players. Chin-sun remembered one more important thing and opened his inventory to check it. The hatching progress of Karsei's egg was already almost 94%, and perhaps everything would change thanks to him. But this time, as the guy noted, he couldn't defeat anyone himself, and Li Rahan managed to escape. However, the guy had no time to grieve, because he still needed to build a base for the next time. The leader of the Dark Rune Guild returned to her base, and still could not recover from this shameful defeat. There another man was waiting for her, who noticed that Li Rahan had returned, having almost lost everything, including her own soul. That person turned out to be Chakran, and the leader of the Dark Rune began to angrily ask her why she didn't follow their plan. And she explained that during their last meeting, Rahan's behavior seemed extremely suspicious to her, so she decided to look into it. Chakran gleefully stated that Li Rahan had wasted Holdrum's crown, resurrected desert warriors only to have them killed again, and generally become a punching bag. The embittered girl could not argue with this, so she told Chakran to shut up and finally get down to business. She asked if Guildmaster Titan had come to destroy the Dark Rune and take first place, but Chakran stated that this was not her goal, because if they started fighting among themselves now, the Lucible guilds would unite and destroy them. She asked if Rahan wasn't curious about how Lotus managed to build such a fortress without being a top guild. The Dark Rune leader was already tired of these riddles, and she impatiently asked what her temporary ally knew. And Chakran revealed that Lotus had monopolized a military trading post, and she was willing to lend her troops to help Lee strike back. But in exchange for this service, she will have to seize this post not for herself, but for the Titan Guild. A desperate Lee Rahan burst into maniacal laughter again. She understood that she had no other way to take revenge. The girl agreed to the conditions of the head of the Titan Guild, because now she will do anything to destroy the Lotus. Rahan pulled out Yan's arrow from her hand and thought seriously, because she had suspected Chakran was being cunning from the very beginning. And the fact that she knew so many details meant only one thing, namely that there was a traitor among Luciple's people. At this time, the guilds of Luciple discussed the latest events, and the head of Oakland noted that Lotus was indeed strong, since he was able to fight back. Roy Chen of Valor stated that nothing was clear yet, and suggested that reinforcements be sent to Lotus now. However, Martin, the head of the Greatness, stated that it was too late for this and it would not be profitable for them. Samuel asked if it wouldn't be beneficial to them if Lotus blocked all enemy forces on the front lines. Martin responded that since they, one of the top guilds, stood by while a little-known guild fought, people would now throw mud at them. And the most important thing is that they are becoming stronger very quickly, because until recently, they were not among the top 100, and now they have defeated the Dark Rune. The guy in glasses understands that very soon the Lotus Guild can simply bypass them and eat them like flies. Samuel panicked. He stood up from his chair so abruptly that it flew to the side and asked what they should do. Head of Valor. Roy Chen continued to sit silently, waiting for his ally to say something interesting. Martin of Greatness turned out to be the same as the people from the Kaimon guilds, and he suggested striking at the Lotus first. A week later, the Lotus Guild was able to complete the repairs to the base, and they were happy that they were at least able to get service points and glory for defeating the Dark Rune. Jan noted that they had received such a huge number of points that they could now aim for the top guilds. Puck Puck kept waiting for the owner to give him the treat, but the guy continued to think that he needed to continue to level up. Therefore, the young Taming master ordered his abyssal tortoise to find the hidden dungeon, as it had done before. Babak, smiling with all his faces, laughed and noted that Puck Puck did not have such abilities. The summoner felt very awkward and wondered how the abyssal turtle had managed to do this before. Caesar came to the rescue, asking if his master was looking for a place to level up, and Ian answered in the affirmative. The legendary swordsman managed to restore some of his memories, and the summoner was still eager to hear where to find the right location. Yana was very embarrassed that Caesar looked like a homeless person, but the swordsman finally gave an answer, and it was the altar of Selamus. The golden dragon turtle heard about Selamus and wanted to check if they were both thinking about the same thing. Caesar smiled and told Bakbak that he understood everything correctly, and then he stated something that would interest Chin's son. The Selamus were a special tribe that, since ancient times, consisted only of summoners.